start from son-in-law to establish an immortal family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 301. This real person doesn't look very reliable. Qingyun Sect, outside the mountain gate. Qingsheng, take good care of your sister. Zia Azur, your parents will come to visit you when they have time. Changsheng said goodbye to his children. If it weren't for the fact that the relationship between master and apprentice in the world of cultivation was not ordinary, and if it weren't for the fact that Qianyun's Henren treated his children well, he would have wanted to take his children home. It's not that he rejected his children's apprenticeship and cultivation in the Immortal sect. It's really too far from Qingzhu Mountain to Qingyun Sect, and it's troublesome to go back and forth, and he's worried. Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaho next to them also looked at their children with reluctance. Dad, Mother, and, don't worry, I will definitely take good care of my sister. Lu Qingsheng said with a firm and serious look. I don't know if it was the effect of the magic seed, but when he looked serious, his eyebrows were a little sharper. Dad, Mother, and. Lu Qingzhu's eyes were red, covered with mist, and she was reluctant to leave. Alice Lu Changsheng saw his daughter like this, sighed in his heart, and hugged his daughter with great distress. He knew that Qianyun's Henren mainly accepted his son as a disciple, and his daughter was purely incidental. So he had asked his daughter before, why not wait here for Qianyun's Henren to come back and ask if he could take his daughter home. But his daughter was reluctant to leave her brother Lu Qingsheng alone in the sect. Little Zuer, be good. Lu Miaoj was also very reluctant to leave her daughter, hugging her. Qingsheng, Qingzhu. Just as the family said goodbye, reluctant to part, a lazy and mature voice sounded. But a huge gourd fell from the sky, and on it sat a mature and beautiful woman wearing a bright red gorgeous dress, with a full chest, plump curves, and full of sensuality. She had a plain face, and her long black hair was casually scattered behind her. Her posture was casual and she had no image at all. She was holding a red wine gourd in her hand, which made her round and beautiful face white and rosy, giving people a mature and lazy charm, which was very attractive. Master! Master! Lu Qingsheng and Lu Qingzhu shouted immediately when they saw the woman. Greetings, Immortal. When Lu Miaoj saw the woman in the red dress, she immediately recognized her identity. It was the master of her children, Immortal Qianyun. Master, Immortal. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised to see the woman. He didn't expect that the master of his children would be so unruly. No wonder his son said that this master didn't like to take care of things and was away from the sect for a long time. Apart from anything else, the other party's image gave him a bit of unreliability, without the demeanor of a giant and immortal. However, even though he thought so in his heart, he still bowed and said, Greetings, Immortal. Greetings, Immortal. Lu Miaho also hurriedly came back to his senses and saluted. She was a little surprised that her son's master was like this. Although she had never seen a giant and immortal, and even hadn't seen many foundation-building cultivators. But in her subconscious mind, she believed that giant and immortals were peerless masters with immortal style and bones. Now seeing her son's master, the image in her heart was somewhat shattered. Not to mention the drunken look and posture, the two plump white thighs squeezed out an attractive arc at the hips. The long black hair was casually scattered, and a few strands were probably messed up by the wine. The front of the clothes was also a little messy, revealing the exquisite collarbone and white and rosy skin. If you say that this is a noble lady who is extremely luxurious and unrestrained, she can understand. But if you say that this is a giant and Henren. Master, this is my father, this is my mother, and this is my aunt, you have seen them before. They came to Qingyun Sect to visit me this time. Lu Qingsheng looked at his master and introduced him openly. Although he also felt that his master was not very reliable and was not like other giant masters. But over the years, he has gotten used to it. Hello, three Taoist friends. Upon hearing this, Henren Qianyun fell from the big gourd for the sake of his apprentice, and the lazy and casual expression on his face disappeared, revealing a graceful and majestic look and temperament, and nodded gently. Then he looked at Lu Miaoj with a slightly surprised look, and said, Daoyalu, are you planning to go back? Replying to the immortal, my husband, my sister and I came here to visit Qingsheng and Qingzhu. Now that we see that they are all well, we are also ready to go back. Lu Miaoj had a beautiful and gentle face, and her temperament was like water. She bowed and said, "Thank you for troubling me over the years. Since Qingshan and Qingzhu are under my name, I will naturally train them well. Dao Lu can rest assured." Qinyun Immortal said, "Since the three Taoists are here, why don't you go in and have a cup of tea and rest for a while before leaving? In that case, I will trouble you, Immortal." Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj looked at each other, nodded and said. Immediately, the six of them entered Qingyun Sect, Qinyun Peak together. After arriving at the main hall in the peak, Qinyun Immortal briefly told Lu Qingshan and Lu Qingzhu about their situation over the years, and asked how the three came and how they planned to go back. Through chatting, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj could feel that this immortal invited the three of them to chat, just for the sake of his children, out of courtesy, and not really having anything to talk about. Faced with this, the three of them chatted briefly for a few words and then said goodbye. At this time, Lu Changsheng remembered that there were 3 jars of wine brewed with the spirit eye spring in his storage bag. He took it out of the storage bag and said, "I think the immortal should like to drink on weekdays. This is the wine brewed by Lu himself. It's a little gift. Please accept it." Oh. Yan Yuan heard this and looked at the wine in front of her, slightly surprised. Then she smiled and nodded and said, "In this case, thank you for your kindness, Brother Lu. If you encounter any trouble in Yu country, you can all use my token to contact the Qingyun Sect base and send me a message." Although she didn't care about the wine. But Lu Changsheng showed her goodwill, and she, a giant and immortal, naturally wouldn't take advantage of him. "Thank you, Immortal." Lu Changsheng and the other two bowed to express their gratitude. After that, the three of them said something to their children and left Qingyun Sect, preparing to take the spirit ship back to Zheng Kingdom. Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj. Yan Yuan muttered to herself after Lu Changsheng and the other two left. She had met Lu Miaoj once before. Although the impression was not deep, there was still some impression. It can be clearly seen that the other party is very different from that year. Not only has she broken through the foundation, but her appearance and temperament have changed dramatically. Her temperament is like water, embracing everything, and she is quiet and holy. If she hadn't met in such an occasion, she really couldn't believe that this was the little key refining cultivator she had met once before. As for Lu Changsheng, she didn't have a very obvious feeling. After all, it was the first time they met. Although the other party was handsome, and his temperament was extraordinary, which made her feel good, but that was all. Instead, she felt that her disciples' parents were so handsome and beautiful, and the comparison between the two was relatively a few points worse. She didn't think any more. Her round oval face regained its lazy and casual look, and looked at the 3 jars of wine that Lu Changsheng had sent. Although she didn't care much about the wine, her wine gourd was a rare treasure. Not only could it store different wines independently, but it also had a warming and fermenting effect. It could make the wine more and more mellow, and the grade would be improved. Pop, pop, pop. The lid of the wine jar was opened, and immediately a rich and mellow aroma of wine filled the hall, making the spiritual energy in the air seem to be a little richer. Is this a second-level spiritual wine? Yan Yuan looked at the emerald green and crystal wine in the jar, with a bit of surprise on her face. She didn't expect the wine that Lu Changsheng sent was not bad. She picked up a jar of wine and drank it directly without any image. Then she smacked her plump lips and said, "It's too light and too sweet. What kind of wine is this? It's the same as what women drink. It's a waste of materials. But this person's winemaking skills are rare. This wine is almost at the 2nd grade upper grade. If it is carefully preserved and fermented, it may be able to reach the quasi-3rd grade." As she spoke, she took out her wine gourd and took the 3 jars of wine in front of her. For her, wine that can be ranked at the quasi-3rd grade is also good enough to be considered good wine. After all, high-level winemakers are very rare. Once you reach the 2nd grade, it is very difficult to go further. Even she herself is only a 2nd grade top winemaker. After finishing, she went to see her 2 apprentices with satisfaction. Although she has been away for a long time and doesn't take care of things, but she still spends time to discipline and train her 2 apprentices. 8th level of key refining. Yan Yuan saw the brother and sister standing on the mountain peak and immediately realized that something was wrong. The cultivation level of her apprentice has actually broken through the 8th level of key refining. Although this level of cultivation is not good enough in her eyes. But she clearly remembered that when she was out, This disciple had just broken through the 7th level of key refining. It has only been a year and a half, and he has broken through the 8th level from the 7th level? It seems that my disciple's parents are quite generous. Yang Yuan's beautiful face showed a little smile, but she didn't care too much. If you want a key refining level 7 to quickly break through the 8th level, many elixirs can do it. The reason why she didn't do this was that she didn't want to force the issue. She hoped that her disciple would slowly improve step by step. Because cultivation is to cultivate the mind. If you have only cultivation, but your state of mind has not grown up, you will still be stuck by the bottleneck in the future. It is even possible that the early stage is too smooth, and your mind is not tempered enough, which leads to failure in the face of bottlenecks, and thus you can't recover. This kind of situation is everywhere, and she has seen countless of them. Immediately, she stepped forward to assess the cultivation of the brother and sister. After Lu Changsheng and his wife Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaahung left the Qingyun Sect, they drove the spirit boat towards the Guayu Fairy City. Because the spiritual ship from Jinyangfang City to Qinglu Immortal City will have to wait for 4 months. So they have planned their trip long ago and are ready to go to Guayu Immortal City to take the spiritual ship to Qinglu Immortal City. Along the way, Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaahung still had some reluctance on their faces. Especially Lu Miaoj, there was still some self-blame on her face. She thought that if she hadn't nodded in agreement, her children would not have gone so far to become disciples. Faced with this, Lu Changsheng immediately spoke to comfort her. He said that Qingzhu was very sensible and there was no need to worry. In the future, when he breaks through the Qingzhu stage, it will be convenient for him to visit his children. Once he becomes a Qingzhu cultivator, he will be able to turn into a rainbow and fly, traveling in the 9-day Gangfen. By then, both the combat power and the speed of travel will be a qualitative change, and there is no need to rely on taking a spiritual ship to travel. And at that time, if the children really miss home, he can take them home to live at any time. Husband, I feel that Xianyun's Henren is a little too casual, without any Henren style. I think he seems a little unreliable and out of tune. Will Qingzhu and Qingzhu become so casual under the guidance of this Henren? At this time, Lu Miaahun whispered. Although it is not good to slander Henren behind his back. But she is really worried about this Xianyun's Henren, worried that she will teach her children bad things. Ahem. Maybe this is what a true master is, not bound by trivial matters. In many storybooks, masters who travel the world are like this. Lu Changsheng coughed twice and said. He didn't have any filters for Qingzhu's Henren, and felt that Qingzhu's Henren should be like this. Like Zihao Wu, the old ancestor of Zihao, the fake Henren, didn't he panic in the face of death? Like Honglian, or Yuanying's Zhenjin. But in front of him, there was no Zhenjin style at all. So Lu Changsheng felt that Qingzhu's Henren was just like that, just with a higher cultivation level, and there was no need to treat the other party as a master goddess. It is normal to have a bit of uninhibited casualness. However, he felt that this Xianyun's Henren was like a mature and dignified lady when she was serious, but when she appeared, she was a bit uninhibited like a bad girl, giving people an extreme contrast. As we all know, women are most attractive when they are in contrast. I wonder what the spiritual root talent of this Henren is like, Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. If he could get closer and let the other party take good care of his children, he, as a father, would be willing to sacrifice. But thinking that he was still a weak chicken in the foundation building stage, it would still be difficult to chase the Qingzhu's Henren. Alice, practice, I have to practice hard after this trip back. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and drove the spirit boat to fly quickly in the direction of Guayu Zhangsheng. Hongai Valley Market. A spirit boat landed. Mom, slow down. Lu Quanzhong walked down the spirit boat with his mother, brothers and sisters. He had accepted benefits from his uncle before, and knew that his uncle wanted to meet his mother and several brothers and sisters. But thinking that his uncle was a demon cultivator, he couldn't take him to Qingzhu Mountain. And Chu Chang himself didn't want his sister to know that he was still alive. He came back this time not to recognize his brother and sister, but simply to see his sister's situation and hope that she could live a better life. So it was enough to say that he would see her from a distance, or to see her in another identity. Faced with this, Lu Quanzhong thought about it and said that he would find a reason to call his mother, brother and sister to visit the Red Leaf Valley Market. At that time, Chu Changzhu would come to eat and chat with him in his friend's identity. Is this the Red Leaf Valley Market? Lu Yuzhen and Lu Huizhen looked at the market in front of them and said curiously. Although they were not young, they had not come to the Red Leaf Valley market to play because they had no spiritual roots. Yes, this is the Zhuxin market. Yuzhen, Huizhen, buy whatever you like later, and your mother will pay for you. Chu Zhenzhen, wearing a pink and white dress, had a gentle and lovely face and said softly. She is now nearly 50 years old, but because of taking beauty pills and the practice of health-preserving exercises, her appearance remains the same, and she looks only 27 or 28 years old. She doesn't look like the mother of 4 children at all. At this time, with the 4 children, she is like an older sister. Led by Lu Quanzhen, the 4 of them entered the market. At this time, on a restaurant near the entrance of the market, Chu Cheng, who was wearing a black robe and looked like an elegant scholar, suddenly stood up and looked at his sister. Chapter 302, Lu Quanzhen's Cheating, the 5 Elements Fruit Tree. Zhenzhen. In the restaurant, Chu Cheng looked at his sister Chu Zhenzhen. Seeing that there were not too many traces of time on his sister's face, and her face was always filled with a happy smile, his dark and deep eyes showed a look of relief. For so many years, the only thing he cared about was this sister. He hoped that his sister could live happily and worry-free in this life. But he knew it was difficult. Because his sister entered the world of immortal cultivation and became a little cultivator of key refining. So when he came back from this trip, he specially prepared a lot of natural treasures. Even a pig can hit the foundation building stage. As long as his sister and brother-in-law break through the foundation building stage, their lives will be guaranteed. But when he learned about Qingzhu Mountain, his sister, and his cheat brother-in-law, he instantly lost the idea of cultivating this brother-in-law. He used the prepared elixir and spiritual fruit to cultivate his nephew Lu Quanzhen, who he was very satisfied with. Now seeing his sister like this, he knew that many of his nephew Lu Quanzhen's words were not false. His sister has indeed lived well these years and has not been running around for life. This made him less unhappy with his cheat brother-in-law. Otherwise, he would have wanted to go and cause trouble for his cheat brother-in-law. Are these Yuzhen, Kaizhen, and Huizhen? Chu Cheng looked at the handsome men and beautiful women who were talking to his sister. Through the outline of their eyebrows and eyes, as well as some blood induction in the dark, he could be sure that these were his sister's other children. He vaguely remembered that when he visited his sister in Qingzhu Mountain 20 years ago, there was only a little boy and a little girl with her, holding a baby in her arms. Unknowingly, these children have grown up. Looking at these children, he showed some warmth in his eyes because he loved them. After all, he was destined not to have children in this life. Now these children are also the blood of his Chu family. Chu Cheng just watched his sister's family quietly and did not get involved. Because he didn't want to disrupt his sister's peaceful life. Since his sister thought he had died a long time ago, why add to the sadness of separation? At this moment, Chu Zhenzhen, who was talking to her children, seemed to have a feeling. She suddenly looked up and looked towards the restaurant where Chu Cheng was. She saw an elegant man in a black robe leaning against the window drinking alone. Lu Quanzhen also noticed his uncle. Through these days of contact, he roughly understood his uncle's thoughts and was worried about being recognized by his mother. But he still made a surprised expression and shouted loudly, "Friend Zhao." "Hey, Quanzhen, is this your friend?" Chu Zhenzhen heard her son shouting up and said in surprise. "Well, mother, this is a friend I had a good relationship with when I was traveling before. He helped me a lot at the time," Lu Quanzhen said calmly. Then he sent a message to Chu Cheng, asking his uncle to have a meal together. Hearing the message from his nephew, Chu Cheng was silent for a moment, but still cooperated with his nephew's performance and made a look of surprise and astonishment. He went downstairs to greet Lu Quanzhen, talked about the past, and invited Chu Zhenzhen and others to have dinner together. During the process, Chu Cheng and Lu Quanzhen told some of their experiences and things in the world of immortal cultivation, which made Chu Zhenzhen, Lu Kaizhen and others look surprised. Due to the previous experience of meeting Lu Quanzhen, Chu Cheng did not talk too much with his sister, fearing that his sister would recognize him. In this way, Chu Cheng also heard Lu Quanzhen talk about the Red Leaf Valley market at the beginning. This time, he happened to be traveling here, so he met up to drink tea and chat. Half a year later, in the cave house of the Red Leaf Valley market. Boom! Lu Quanzhen sat cross-legged and did not move, practicing the 5 elements Kunpengju. Suddenly, the spiritual power surged in the Danshan of Qi Si. A layer of 5 elements of spiritual light surged around his body, and a five-colored fish swam back and forth in the Danshan Sea, as if it swam out with him, turned into Kunpeng, and swallowed the sky and the earth. Ninth level of Qi refining. Lu Quanzhong opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his handsome face. Thinking of his experiences in the past 6 months, he felt vaguely like a dream. He thought to himself, what kind of person is his uncle? Not only does he have so many natural treasures, but he also knows such profound and mysterious skills. He looked at the man in a black robe who was protecting him not far away. He bowed and said, "Thank you, uncle." Haha, yes, now all your spiritual power has been transferred to the 5 elements Kunpengju. It will be a natural thing for you to break through the foundation in the future. Chu Changzhu looked at his nephew and nodded with a smile. As he spoke, he took out a stored ring from his arms and said, "Quanzhong, it's time for your uncle to go back. Keep the stored ring. There are 3 foundation building pills, 5 life extending pills, 1 heaven replenishing pill, and 2 5-element spirit fruits in it. You can take these 5-element spirit fruits when you are building your foundation. They have the effect of improving and consolidating your foundation. The remaining heaven replenishing pills and 5-element spirit fruits can be given to your mother. If she really doesn't want to take them, give them to Qingzhu, or to your father. As for the other things, you can arrange them yourself." Chu Changzhu said softly. He also knew that his sister's cultivation had just broken through the 6th level of Qi refining, not because of the lack of resources in the family. On the one hand, his sister's spiritual root talent was not good, only the 8th grade. On the other hand, his sister really had no interest in cultivation. "Uncle." Lu Quanzhong felt a little heavy when he heard this. Although they had just met, he was suspicious and wary of this uncle. But in the past 6 months, his uncle treated him sincerely and unrequitedly. Now that he was about to leave, he really felt a little reluctant. "Take good care of your mother. If there's anything urgent, you can send me a message through the token. But uncle is far away and it will take a long time to get here. If you are ready to attack the giant in one day, you can also inform uncle." Chu Changzhu patted his nephew's shoulder and said softly. After 6 months of contact, understanding and teaching, he was very satisfied with his nephew and knew that he had the ability to stand on his own. With his nephew, his sister will still be able to live well in the future and will not be bullied. "Uncle." Lu Quanzhong had a resolute face and narrow eyes. He suddenly raised his head and said in a deep voice, "If you have anything, you can tell me. Although I don't have the ability now, I may be able to help you in the future." In the past 6 months, Uncle Chu Changzhu has never told too much about his situation. He just said that he was a demon cultivator and knew too much about this aspect. Facing this, Lu Quanzhong guessed in his heart that his uncle might be facing some special situation. Otherwise, how could his uncle have so many precious and rare elixirs and natural treasures after only disappearing for 30 years? For example, the Butyandan that improves spiritual roots. The 5-element spiritual fruit that can greatly increase the probability of building a foundation and is regarded as a top-level giant in spiritual object. There are also rare dragon scale fruits, longevity pills, and foundation-building pills. And the soul-nourishing jade that warms your soul and mind, and the 9-eyed Bodhi seeds that comprehend the exercises. Any of these, if placed in the outside world, can set off a bloody storm, making foundation-building cultivators and even giant and real people excited. But his uncle gave them all to him as if they were free. This method even gave him a feeling of telling him about his afterlife, which made him feel very heavy. Haha, these are still far away from you. If you can break through the giant in within 100 years and condense a high-quality golden elixir, then your uncle can tell you. Chu Changzhu patted Lu Quanzhong on the shoulder, smiled, and said casually, "This nephew is very smart." The two have been together for so long, and he obviously realized something. He did not hide it completely, and regarded this as an encouragement, hoping that his nephew could work hard to practice. Remember, if you haven't broken through the Jinden stage, you must not practice the second half of the Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon art. After you break through the Jinden stage and ensure that you have the strength, then consider practicing the Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon art, or your uncle will teach you other skills at that time. Chu Changzhu continued to instruct. "Uncle, Quanzhong understands," Lu Quanzhong said respectfully. Uncle Chu Changzhu taught him that his skills are divided into 2 parts. The upper part is yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju, and the lower part is Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon art. Due to the difficulty of practice, he is currently only practicing one part of the yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju. After breaking through the foundation building, he will slowly comprehend the yin-yang 5 elements Kunpengju. As for the Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon art, it belongs to the magic skill. Once all are practiced, the whole skill will be Kunpeng swallowing the sky demon god skill. This is also Uncle Chu Cheng's way of saying that he does not have any profound righteous skills, only this righteous and devilish skills. Maybe considering that he may not be able to come back in the future, he gave him the whole skill. Okay, in that case, Uncle is leaving. You should practice well at home, take good care of your mother, and your brothers and sisters. Chu Cheng hugged his nephew reluctantly and patted him on the back. Although he said that he could send a message to him if he had anything to say. Or how Lu Quanzhong would be after breaking through the Jinden, he himself could not say what would happen in the future. I will see you off, uncle. Lu Quanzhong nodded and said softly. He walked out of the cave with his uncle, and then sent him out of the Red Leaf Valley Market. Quanzhong, take good care of yourself, remember, don't be impulsive in anything, you need to think twice before you act, in this world, only your own strength is eternal. Chu Cheng said to his nephew. This was what his master told him back then, and he has deeply understood the truth over the years. So now he sent these words to his nephew. After the words were finished, the figure turned into a stream of light and soared into the sky, and then disappeared. Uncle, don't worry, I will definitely break through the Jinden stage and condense the top-grade Jinden within 100 years. Lu Quanzhong looked at the direction where his uncle left, clenched his fists, and showed a firm look between his eyebrows. He knew how difficult it was to break through the Jinden stage at the age of 100. Not to mention condensing the legendary top-grade Jinden. Only the peerless genius of the Immortal Sect, the Yuanying Seed, had the hope of condensing the top-grade Jinden within 100 years. Half a year ago, let alone the top-grade Jinden. Even building the foundation before the age of 60 was difficult for him. Even though he now has a 4th-grade spiritual root and the foundation is just around the corner, it is very difficult and slim to form a Dan within 100 years. But in any case, he now has an extra goal in his heart to strive for, and he works hard to move forward with this goal. In the blue clouds, the clouds and mist are lingering, and a huge spirit ship is lingering in the air with spiritual light. In a guest room on the 2nd floor of the spirit ship, Lu Changsheng embraced the warm and soft jade bodies of his 2 wives, experiencing the joy of rapid progress. Afterwards, he embraced his wife's warm, fragrant and smooth body, and said sweet words. However, at this moment, suddenly, a stream of mana flowed into his body, turned into liquid mana, and entered the danshan, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Congratulations to the host's first offspring for breaking through the 9th level of key refining and getting a chance to draw a lottery. 9th level of key refining. When Lu Changsheng heard the system prompt sound, he was slightly stunned and a little confused and surprised. How come not long ago, his son Lu Quanzhong broke through from the 6th level of key refining to the 8th level of key refining? Now another child has broken through the 9th level of key refining. What's going on? You don't work hard at home? You go on a long trip and you encounter cheats, right? Not only that, the 9th level of key refining system also comes with a share of money. He thought that in terms of children's cultivation, at least they would have to wait until they broke through the foundation building before they could get new achievement share money. Unexpectedly, the 9th level of key refining would be enough. Because the 9th level of key refining is considered the top level of key refining, so there's a share of money. Lu Changsheng murmured to himself. Then his mind moved slightly, and he opened the system panel to look at his son Lu Quanzhong's attribute panel. Name, Lu Quanzhong, lifespan, 28/121, talent, 4th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 9th level of key refining, talent, management compatibility, 61%. It is indeed Quanzhong. Looking at his son Lu Quanzhong's attribute panel, Lu Changsheng paused slightly, wondering what his son Lu Quanzhong had experienced. He did not look at it or think about it, and continued to rub his ears with his wife Lu Maioj and Lu Maiahan, tender and affectionate. After all, how can you be distracted by other things at such a tender moment? After a long time, it is estimated that we will arrive at Qingyun Fairy City in a few days. Lu Changsheng and his wife walked out of the room, came to the deck to take a breath, and looked at the rolling sea of clouds outside, and said aloud, I wonder how the family is doing after such a long trip. Lu Maioj has a beautiful face and a temperament like water. It has been a year and a half since she left the house. It was her first time to go so far away. After such a long time away, she couldn't help but worry about the situation at home. Ziziao is in charge at home, and my uncle and Mu Ping are also in Qingzhu Mountain. Naturally, everything is safe. Don't worry. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said softly. He was not worried about the situation at home. After all, Zumi was in charge. And Honglian could be regarded as a half-giant and cultivator. He just wanted to know what happened to his son Lu Quanzhen. Not only did his spiritual roots advance to the 4th level, but he also broke through from the 6th level of key refining to the 9th level of key refining in a short period of time. It was amazing. Even if he had cheated at the beginning, he was not so fierce. After chatting for a long time, the three returned to the room. Lu Changsheng also thought of the lottery he won at this time, and said in his heart, "System, lottery." A golden light turned on the light red roulette. After 5 seconds, the roulette slowed down, and under Lu Changsheng's gaze, the golden light stopped on the treasure. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 4th level spiritual plant, the 5-element spiritual fruit tree. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A spiritual tree with 5 colored luster and fruits emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by the system voice. 4th level spiritual plant, 5-element spiritual fruit tree. When Lu Changsheng heard the system prompt, his heart suddenly paused. If Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaohan were not still there, he would not be able to suppress his excitement. The 3rd level spiritual plant is called the spiritual plant of heaven and earth. Then the 4th level spiritual plant is enough to be called the spiritual root of heaven and earth. Especially this 5-element spiritual fruit tree, he has heard of the name. The fruit of this tree is called the 5-element spiritual fruit, also known as the golden elixir fruit. Because this 5-element spiritual fruit can not only increase the probability of forming a pill by 30%, but also help to condense the upper-grade golden elixir, it is extremely rare. There are even rumors that taking this kind of spiritual fruit when condensing the infant can help a little. Lu Changsheng never expected that he had always wanted to draw a spiritual plant of heaven and earth, but this time he came directly to a 4th level spiritual fruit tree. And it is such a rare spiritual fruit tree. With this 5-element spiritual fruit tree, it can be said that the family will be able to produce giant and cultivators from generation to generation. Chapter 303, When did improving spiritual roots become so easy? Spiritual plant, 5 elements fruit tree, grade, 4th grade, description, 5-element spiritual fruit tree, bears fruit in 300 years, matures in 500 years, and after taking it, one can condense mana, consolidate the foundation, greatly increase the probability of building a foundation and forming a pill, and also increase the mana effect of forming a pill. 500 years to mature, this is too slow. Lu Changsheng looked at the introduction of the 5 elements fruit tree in the system space and couldn't help shaking his head. Even though he knew that it would take a long time for the 3rd and 4th grade heaven and earth spiritual fruit trees to mature, hundreds or thousands of years. But when he really saw that his own fruit tree only took 500 years to mature, he couldn't help sighing. After all, he has only been on the immortal path for 32 years. He has not yet adapted to the true immortal cultivation without time. After 500 years, I will be a nascent soul by then, right? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. It feels that by the time this fruit tree bears fruit, I will probably have broken through to the nascent soul, so how can I use this 5-element spiritual fruit? This 5-element spiritual fruit is destined not to be eaten by me, and can only be used by my wife, concubines and children in the future. Yunar had previously sacrificed the spiritual bright treasure tree to become the life spirit root, which can produce the spiritual bright alcohol through her own mana. Although the amount is not much, it can obviously make it bear fruit in advance. So I gave this 5 elements fruit tree to my family to sacrifice and refine it into a life spirit root. Maybe it can produce 1 or 2 fruits in advance. Lu Changsheng thought of some of the effects of his wife Lu Miaoyan's practice of the heaven and earth longevity method. Although the heaven and earth longevity method is a practice that has no combat ability, it is not completely useless except for longevity. Practitioners can sacrifice the growth of spiritual plants and their own practice progress to produce the fruits of spiritual trees. But this kind of 4th level heaven and earth spirit root, it may not be easy to plant and raise. At least it must be planted on a 3rd level spiritual vein, and it must be carefully cultivated. Lu Changsheng immediately realized that what he had to consider now was not the fruiting of the 5 elements fruit tree, but whether he could raise it at home. After all, in theory, a 4th-level spiritual plant can only be raised by at least a 3rd-level spiritual vein. And a 3rd-level spiritual vein can only barely raise it, and raising it well is another matter. Poor spiritual veins not only affect growth, but if you are not careful, you may kill the tree. Bian Peak is only a 2nd-grade upper-grade spiritual vein now. If you want to upgrade to the 3rd grade, it will take a long time. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. It is very difficult for spiritual veins to be upgraded. In order to upgrade his own spiritual vein from the 2nd grade middle grade to the upper grade, he spent 2 spiritual source beads. And this is when his own spiritual vein has long been at the upper limit of the 2nd grade middle grade. If you want to quickly upgrade the current spiritual vein to the 2nd grade top grade, you may need 7 or 8 spiritual source beads, not to mention the 3rd grade. Even if he is rich, he can't play like this. Unless he is lucky enough to get 1 or 2 spiritual items during the system lottery. However, maybe it can be raised in Zumi Cave Heaven, Lu Changsheng thought secretly. Although there is no spiritual vein in Zumi Cave Heaven, Zumi can control the world and distribute spiritual energy by itself, forming a small area similar to a spiritual vein in the Cave Heaven. So if it is planted in Zumi Cave Heaven, maybe it can keep the 5-element fruit tree alive. However, Zumi's current mana, relying on the spiritual veins of Bian Peak and the spiritual eye spring, it is probably very difficult to keep this 5-element fruit tree well, and it consumes a lot of energy. Forget it, let's think of a way when the time comes. I don't know how Zumi is doing now after absorbing the Emperor's sap, and whether the companion spiritual plant has been nurtured. Lu Changsheng let out a sigh of relief. He plans to put this 5-element fruit tree in the system space temporarily, and then release it to plant and cultivate it when conditions permit. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu's mansion. Hey, Quanzhen, you're back. Chu Hansen was very happy to know that his son Lu Quanzhen had returned. Mom. Lu Quanzhen looked at his mother in front of him, thinking of his uncle who had just left, and his heart was slightly heavy. He understood his uncle's thoughts. Regardless of whether he succeeded in the immortal path or not, he only hoped that his mother could live a carefree and happy life. He sat down to chat with his mother to relieve his fatigue and talk about some interesting things. Then he took out a bouillon given by his uncle and said, "Mother, this is a gift I bought for you. It has the effect of beautifying your skin and increasing your cultivation." Quanzhen is thoughtful. Chu Hansen smiled happily when she heard her son's words. After all, her son not only knew to call her mother, but also went out to play with his younger brothers and sisters at home. Now he also knew to take the initiative to go home to visit her, which made her very pleased. However, looking at the black jade porcelain bottle, she said gently, "Quanzhen, mother doesn't need any elixirs now, so you don't have to waste spiritual stones. If you really want to make mother happy, get married earlier, don't delay it any longer, let mother hold her grandchildren at home. Your brother Yun was pregnant with his 7th child last month," Chu Hansen said, her voice a little aggrieved and envious. She has a good relationship with Lu Mayan. So seeing that Lu Yun is very obedient, under Lu Mayan's arrangement, he already has 1 wife, 4 concubines, and 6 children, she is very envious. Lu Quanzhen. Hearing this, Lu Quanzhen suddenly had a headache. He usually avoids his mother, but she likes to bring this up when they meet. And with Lu Yun as a comparison, he doesn't know how to refute. "Mom, I know. Take this pill. I have something else to do. I'll talk to you later." After Lu Quanzhen put down the pill, he immediately found an excuse to leave. Quanzhen. Chu Hansen looked at her son running away, with a bit of grievance on her face. But looking at the black jade porcelain bottle on the table, she still showed a bit of relief in her eyes. In previous years, her son would also give her some small gifts, but rarely pills. On the one hand, the price of pills is expensive. On the other hand, Qingzhu Mountain does not lack any pills for her. She even gives her share of pills for cultivation to her son Lu Quanzhen and daughter Lu Kaizhen every month. Lu Quanzhen's cultivation speed is also due to her mother. What a beautiful pill. Chu Hansen opened the porcelain bottle and saw the bouillon inside. Her gentle and lovely face showed surprise. Although she was not very interested in cultivating immortals, she had learned a lot about cultivating immortals over the years. She knew that this kind of elixir was not an ordinary item, but very rare and precious. Quanzhen. She quickly stood up and called her son, saying that this elixir was too precious and she didn't need it. But her son Lu Quanzhen had already disappeared. "Mother, Are you urging my brother to get married again? I saw my brother escaped in a flash with his flying sword. At this time, her daughter Lu Kazan, who was wearing a goose yellow dress and had a lovely face, came over with a smile. Humph, your brother is so old, can't mother mention it? Look at your brother Yoon, Chu's Hansun said a little aggrieved. Okay, mother, don't be angry. This is the spiritual honey produced by the jade bees I raised before. It's very sweet. My sister and brother said it's delicious. You try it. Lu Kazan didn't take up the topic. As if offering a treasure, she took out a beehive and changed the subject. She was somewhat interested in beekeeping at the beginning, so Lu Changsheng naturally followed her and got her a few nests of flower bees. Although many nests died, my parents were rich and unwilling to admit defeat, so I am now a formal beekeeper. I can usually produce some honey for my family. Try it, mother. Chu's Hansun smiled immediately after hearing this, and put her son Lu Quansun's affairs behind her. She has been happy all these years and has walked out of the shadow of the genocide. In addition to the people around her, she is also an optimistic person who does not remember things. It tastes good. Chu's Hansun drank a glass of honey water, and her eyes smiled like crescent moons. Then she saw the black jade porcelain bottle in her hand and said, Kazan, this is the elixir your brother gave you. It is said that it has the effect of keeping your face beautiful and increasing your cultivation. Mother can't use it, so you can take it. This elixir looks precious, and she can't bear to use it herself. And she also knows that her son's gifts are like her husband's, and he basically won't take them back after giving them. So she gave it to her daughter to take. After all, this daughter is like her. She is also playful and doesn't like to practice on weekdays. Her cultivation has only broken through the 4th level of key refining. Wow, what a beautiful pill. Lu Kazan was also a little surprised when she saw the bouillon in the porcelain bottle. After all, this pill is not only crystal clear, but also seems to have life. The luster flickers, as if it is breathing, and the light flows by itself. She refused. Mom, since my brother gave it to you, you can use it. It's okay, Mom can't use it, you can take it. Chu's Hansun said with a loving face. Thank you, Mom. Lu Kazan did not refuse again, and took her mother's wrist affectionately. By the way, Kazan, how are you and Zhuangji now? Chu's Hansun stroked her children's hair and asked. She knew that her children Lu Kazan and Hong Yi's son Hong Zhuangji had a good relationship and were very close. Mom Lu Kazan heard this and immediately said shyly and coquettishly. Mom is just asking. Chu's Hansun took her daughter's arm and said coquettishly. Qingyun Fairy City. Huh, we're finally here. Lu Changsheng and his wife Lu Miaoji and Lu Miaohu looked at the fairy city in front of them and walked down from the Guyu spirit ship. It would take another 2 months to take the spirit ship from Qingyun Fairy City back to Qingyun Market. But Lu Changsheng still planned to take the spirit ship back instead of driving the spirit boat himself. After all, there was no rush for these few months, and it was much safer and easier to take the spirit ship. The 3 of them rented a yard in the inner city, and then strolled around to pick out some gifts for their wives, concubines and children. Lu Changsheng also planned to purchase a large number of materials such as monster skeletons, monster blood, and monster crystal cores. Because it is close to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and there are many independent cultivators, the monster materials in Qingyun Fairy City are basically 30% to 40% cheaper than other places. Whether it is making talismans, creating beast-shaped puppets, or the medicinal bath mentioned by Honglian, most of the raw materials come from monsters. At this moment, Lu Changsheng's body was filled with a strong and mysterious throbbing. Lu Changsheng paused slightly. He knew that this was the throbbing of the spiritual roots. But he had no children, so for grandchildren, unless they had top-grade spiritual roots, there would be no spiritual root effect bonus. His mind moved slightly, and he looked at the system. There were grandchildren, but no spiritual roots. Was it Quanzhen again? Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Quanzhen. The attribute panel did not change. This surprised him a little, and then he began to check the attribute panels of his children. After looking for almost a quarter of an hour, he finally found which child's spiritual root had been upgraded. Name, Lu Kazan, lifespan, 25/93, talent, 5th grade spiritual root, cultivation, 4th level of key refining, talent, compatibility with beekeeping, 38%, is it because of Quanzhen? Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's attribute panel, frowned slightly, and guessed that it was related to his son Lu Quanzhen. After all, not long ago, his son Lu Quanzhun's 8th grade spiritual root was promoted to the 4th grade, and now his daughter Lu Keizhen's 9th grade spiritual root was promoted to the 5th grade. When did it become so easy to upgrade spiritual roots? Lu Changsheng took a deep breath, a little confused about what was going on. Apart from the Hoku, he has not yet come into contact with the natural treasures that can improve his spiritual roots. In order to improve his spiritual roots, it took him 12 years to advance from the 9th grade spiritual roots to the 5th grade spiritual roots, and 17 years to advance to the 4th grade spiritual roots. But his children were promoted to the 5th and 4th grades in a short time. At this moment, Lu Changsheng's desire to go home became more urgent, and he wanted to find out what was going on with his children. Qingzhu Mountain. A courtyard, in a training room. This. Lu Keizhen opened her eyes, looked at her hands, and felt the speed of her cultivation just now, and she was surprised. After taking the pill given by her mother, she did not show any improvement in her cultivation. She only felt a mysterious feeling all over her body, as if her spiritual roots had been improved. Then she tried to meditate and practice. As a result, she found that her cultivation speed was several times faster than before, and she was surprised. What kind of pill is this? It can actually improve spiritual roots. Lu Keizhen murmured, realizing that this pill was not simple, and hurriedly got up to find her mother. At the same time, Lu Quanzhun came to visit her mother. After all, the Butyon pill was of great importance. After his mother took it, she would definitely realize that something was wrong, so he needed to explain and instruct her. Quanzhun, is there something wrong with you? Chu Hansun asked happily as she watched her son come to see her again. Her son had been hiding from her all day, but he came yesterday and again today, which surprised her. Mom, haven't you taken the pill I gave you yet? Lu Quanzhun looked at his mother and guessed that his mother hadn't taken it yet. Quanzhun, where did you get that pill? I think it's very precious, so I gave it to Keizhen because I didn't think it would be useful. Chu Hansun said. Given it to Keizhen. Lu Quanzhun paused when he heard this. Although his uncle said that if his mother didn't want it, he could give it to his sister or father. But there was only one Butyon pill left, so he really had to make the decision, and he would give it to his mother Chu Hansun anyway. After all, this was his uncle's intention. That's why he was worried that his mother would refuse, so he made up a reason. But he didn't expect that his mother would give the pill to his sister by mistake. Quanzhun, what's wrong? Chu Hansun looked at his son and realized that something was wrong. Nothing, I just asked. Since it was given to Keizhen, it was given to Keizhen. I just happened to have something to tell her. Lu Quanzhun looked calm, smiled slightly, and said calmly. He knew that once his sister took the pill, she would realize that the effect was not right and needed to be explained. However, he just got up and hadn't walked out the door when he saw his sister rushing over. Mom! Mom! Hey, brother, you are here too. What kind of pill did you give to Mom? After I ate it, I actually felt my spiritual roots. Lu Keizhen saw his brother and immediately spoke out. Alice Lu Quanzhun looked at his reckless sister, slapped his head, and sighed. Immediately, under the gaze of his mother and sister, Lu Quanzhun explained without any expression. He said that this pill was obtained by him in an accident some time ago. After taking it, his spiritual roots were improved. So he thought about the remaining pill for a long time and decided to give it to his mother. In this way, his mother can practice well, and maybe she can break through the foundation in the future and spend more time with his father and his brothers and sisters. But considering that her mother would definitely not want to use it herself, she made up a reason. Improve spiritual roots, Quanzhun. In fact, this pill can be given to your father. Your father's spiritual roots are not good. If he can improve his spiritual roots, it will be much easier to cultivate in the future. Chu Hansun showed a bit of regret on her face. She didn't feel sorry for herself, but felt that this pill was more suitable for Lu Changsheng. Mom, brother. Lu Keizhen lowered her head lightly, folding the corners of her clothes, feeling that she had made a mistake and took such a precious pill. It's okay, just use it, and spend more time on cultivation in the future. Lu Quanzhun said softly, not blaming his sister. After all, it was his own fault. He looked at his sister and explained seriously, Keizhen, the matter of spiritual roots is of great importance. Don't tell anyone rashly like this again, understand? Brother, I know. Lu Keizhen nodded repeatedly. She has been practicing for so long, and she has never heard of pills that can improve spiritual roots. It is a treasure of heaven and earth. Knowing such things is easy to cause trouble. After Lu Quanzhen comforted his sister, Chu Zhansong was worried that her son was unhappy, so she whispered, "Quanzhen, mother will tell you something. In fact, your father gave mother a book of exercises called The Longevity of Heaven and Earth. Your mother Yun practiced this exercise. When your father finds the spiritual plant, mother can practice it, so you don't have to worry about mother." Chu Zhansong whispered, telling her son about the longevity of heaven and earth. The longevity of heaven and earth. Through refining the spiritual plants of heaven and earth, there is no bottleneck, and the lifespan is doubled. Lu Quanzhen paused in his heart, a little surprised. He didn't expect that his family had such an exercise. But he knew that the spiritual plants of heaven and earth were rare. It was already very rare for his father to find a spiritual plant of heaven and earth for his aunt Lu Mian to practice. It would be difficult to find another one for his mother to practice the exercises. There are still 4 years before the Purple Nether Secret Realm opens. Now I am at the 9th level of key refining. During this period, I will practice magic well. When the time comes, I will go to the Purple Nether Secret Realm. Maybe I can gain something and obtain the spiritual plants of heaven and earth. Lu Quanzhen narrowed his eyes slightly and muttered to himself. The Purple Nether Secret Realm opens every 30 years. He had known about this secret realm before, so he planned to break through the 7th level of key refining before the secret realm opened, and then go and try it. Now that he heard his mother's words and had the 9th level of key refining, he was confident to go. 2 months later, Lu Changsheng took his wives and concubines on the spirit ship and embarked on the return journey back to Qingyun. This time he also planned to ask Li Fiao if he wanted to go back with him. But he learned that the other party had been out and had not returned, and was not at home. In response, Lu Changsheng sighed slightly. Knowing that as he guessed, Li Fiao's mentality was still affected by him, he was ready to make a last-ditch effort in the next few years. With a substitute talisman, I think Fiao can escape if he encounters danger. Lu Changsheng stood on the deck and thought to himself. But when he looked at the overlapping and continuous 10,000 Beasts mountain range, his heart suddenly paused and he realized a problem. When a person's life is in danger, the substitute talisman can form a substitute puppet to block the disaster, and then move thousands of miles away. But this movement is random and not controlled by the user. Li Fiao has been fighting and tempering in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for a long time. If he uses the substitute talisman, doesn't it mean that he may be moved to the depths? And in the depths of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, let alone key refining cultivators, even foundation building and core forming cultivators are very dangerous. It shouldn't be that bad. Lu Changsheng shook his head, thinking that Li Fiao had been here for so many years, and it was not that his luck was just so bad. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 304 Li Fiao, isn't this too much of a coincidence? 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. In the forests with lush branches and thick shades. Chila. 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 A tall middle-aged man in black armor rushed like a cheetah, tearing the air into a long wave of air with his body, like the surging river water, setting off a crackling sound. Roar. At this moment, a roar of a monster beast sounded in front, causing a strong wind in the forest and a fishy smell in the air. Damn it! Li Fiao paused when he heard the roar, and his cold expression showed a bit of ugliness. Li Changjing, I wonder where you can run. At this time, 2 escape lights shot towards Li Fiao. One of them was tall, with a purple face and an old man in his 50s. He looked at Li Fiao with murderous intent on his face. Senior Zhu, there is a 2nd level monster beast attacking now. If you want to kill me, you may be in danger if you are entangled by this monster beast. Li Fiao looked at the old man and said in a deep voice. The other party, like him, was a casual cultivator from Qingyun Immortal City. The two had a grudge during the beast tide. As both were at the 9th level of key refining, Li Fiao was naturally not afraid of the other party, and even thought about getting rid of him one day. But who knew that the other party, who was nearly 60 years old, had made a last-ditch effort and actually broke through the foundation building stage, and now met in this mountain range. Even if he practiced both magic and body, He could not be the opponent of the other party, and could only rely on the terrain of the mountains to escape. There was still some hope of escaping, but who knew that his luck was so bad that he actually encountered a second-level monster on the outskirts of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. If you want me to stop, you can, as long as you hand over the storage bag. Our grudges will be wiped out from now on. Zhu He narrowed his eyes and said aloud. In addition to the original hatred, he attacked Li Feiyu because he knew that Li Feiyu was plotting to build a foundation and had a lot of savings. In order to break through the foundation, he not only spent all his spirit stones, but also owed a huge debt. Now he doesn't even have a decent spiritual weapon, so naturally he is unwilling to let Li Feiyu go. Boom. 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 The earth trembled as he spoke. Then, a huge black bear rushed out from the forest. It had a strong body, and stood up to several feet tall, and was full of stench. Oh no, this is a mid-level earth-level monster, the black evil bear. How could there be an earth-level bloodline monster outside the mountain range? The three people saw this black bear monster, and their faces changed. In the periphery of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, although there are second-level monsters, earth-level bloodline monsters are rare. There are not even many high-level bloodline monsters. Like this kind of earth-level bloodline monster, the combat power is far superior to that of ordinary foundation-building monsters, and it is very difficult to deal with. Moreover, if the 10,000 Beasts mountain range makes too much noise, it may even attract other monsters, which is very dangerous. This black evil bear has earth-level bloodline, and there may be a special demon core in its body. I call people over now, and maybe I can make a small profit. Seeing this scene, Zhu He made a quick decision, pinched his hands, and the mana in his body surged, causing wind walls to form in all directions and sweep towards Li Feiyu, blocking his way back and attracting the attention of the black evil bear. Then he immediately turned into a beam of light, turned around and fled with his Taoist partner, preparing to leave the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Damn it! Li Feiyu's eyebrows were fierce, his face was gloomy and ugly, and he quickly created a protective gas shield, then slapped his storage bag and used a golden light shield talisman, trying to take the opportunity to escape. Roar! The black evil bear roared, and its huge body like a small mountain carried a thick black gas and smashed down. Faced with this terrifying power, the golden light around Li Feiyu was instantly shattered. At this moment, the substitute talisman between his eyebrows burned with a bang, and a mysterious power surged out, wrapping him up. Shoo! Then the world spun around, and the only person left was Li Feiyu, who looked expressionless. Deep in the 10,000 Beasts mountains, there was a valley with steep peaks. There were several terrifying auras gathered here. In the middle was a woman with a very beautiful face, sharp edges, wearing blue-gold armor, and stepping on a blue bird. She stood tall, with a pair of eyes as bright as stars. Her hands were like a spear, supporting the world and giving people a sharp and domineering look. This person was the first casual cultivator of Jiang country, the lord of Qingyun Immortal City, Qingyun Sect. At this moment, Qingyun Sect was overlooking the valley in front of him and talking to several cultivators next to him. Around the valley, there were cultivators and array masters who were controlling the array flags and doing something to a huge mountain wall. At this moment, buzz, there were ripples in the air, and a figure suddenly appeared and began to fall from the clouds. Not good. Li Feiyu felt the darkness around him disappear, but his body was falling. He was in the sky. His spiritual power surged, and he slapped his storage bag and sacrificed his flying magic weapon. However, as soon as he stabilized his body and saw the surrounding situation clearly, he immediately realized that something was wrong. He saw a line of figures standing not far away. Even though these figures did not show much spiritual pressure, just looking at him made him stiff all over, his spiritual power sluggish, and breathing difficult. Especially the figure in the center with a green battle armor and a blue bird under his feet made his throat dry and his heart couldn't help but beat boom boom boom. He had never seen the true face of Qingyun Sect up close. But when he saw the third-level Qingyun under the other party's seat, he immediately knew the other party's identity. What is this place? It looks like it's in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Why is Qingyun Sect here? And it looks like he is setting up a formation. Li Feiyu's body was stiff, his heart was heavy, and his brain was turning rapidly, thinking about the situation in front of him and what he should do. After all, he appeared here inexplicably. If he didn't have a reasonable explanation, he would not be able to leave alive. He saw the cold and sharp eyes of Qingyun Sect looking at him, and his heart trembled. He immediately bowed and said, "I am Li Feiyu, meeting the lord of the city." Just this look made Li Feiyu tremble with fear, and there was a strong sense of suffocation. He felt that the other party could kill him with a move of his eyes. You know me. Qingyun Sect stood with his hands behind his back, tall and slender, and said in a calm and indifferent voice, "During the beast tide, I had the honor to meet the lord of the city." Li Feiyu was stiff all over, like a thorn in his back, and bowed respectfully. "Why did you come here?" Qingyun Sect continued to speak. As a great cultivator of the Qingyun stage, she saw a fluctuation of void mana the moment Li Feiyu appeared. This fluctuation was very faint, but in any case it was not something that a small cultivator of the other party could touch. There must be a secret. Especially when he happened to appear here. Li Feiyu didn't know how to explain it at this moment. He couldn't say that the talisman given by his good brother randomly moved him and then appeared here out of thin air, right? The other party would never believe it. At this moment, he saw the mountain wall below and the surrounding scene, and his heart suddenly paused, feeling a little familiar. This is the entrance to the ancient ruins pointed out by Changsheng's treasure map. Master Qingyun is leading people to break the formation and want to break this ancient ruins. At the critical moment of life and death, Li Feiyu's mind was like lightning in flint, remembering why he was familiar with it and why Master Qingyun was here. At this moment, he didn't know what to say. This is too coincidental. He actually appeared at the address of the ancient ruins under the random movement of the life-saving talisman. The only problem is that Master Qingyun is digging and exploring this ruins. At this time, a fake Dan master next to him snorted. In an instant, Li Feiyu's blood and qi rolled in his body, he couldn't breathe, and almost fell from the air. He gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, reporting to the lord of the city, "I accidentally got a treasure map from a cave in my early years, which is about an ancient relic. I am now at the 9th level of qi refining, but I only have low-grade spiritual roots and it is difficult to build a foundation, so I want to fight hard through this relic. The reason why I appeared here is that there is a restriction in the cave that looks like an ancient teleportation array. After trying all kinds of things, I finally triggered the restriction, and then I felt dizzy and appeared here inexplicably." As Li Feiyu spoke, he felt that the pressure around him dissipated a lot, knowing that he should have guessed it. He hurriedly said, "It is an honor for me to meet the lord of the city here. I am willing to present the treasure map and information about the ancient ruins to the lord of the city." In this situation, he knew that he had only one way to choose. That is to take the initiative to present the information about the ancient ruins. The real person Qingyun in front of him, as the lord of Qingyun Immortal City, the first casual cultivator of Qing State, a well-known big man, would pay attention to his face when doing things. As long as he offered the ruins on his own initiative and the information he provided could be of some help, the other party might be willing to take him out, or even give him some benefits. "If what you said is true, I will definitely benefit from you." Qingyun Sect said so. As a Qingyun Sect, she could see that Li Feiyu was lying and did not tell the truth. But as a casual cultivator, she understood the other party's psychology very well. So as long as Li Feiyu was willing to tell the truth about the ruins, she was willing to give him a chance. "Thank you, Lord City Lord." Li Feiyu hurriedly thanked him, and then told him the information on the treasure map. Fortunately, he is a cultivator with an extraordinary memory. After seeing the treasure map, he remembered the situation clearly. Outside Qingyun City, Lu Changsheng released the spirit boat, and flew towards Qingzhu Mountain with his wife Lu Maioji and Lu Maiohuan. After such a long journey, they are finally going home. At this moment, not only him, but also Lu Maioji and Lu Maiohuan were a little excited. At this moment, Lu Changsheng paused in his heart, and an indescribable feeling surged from his mind. Just now, he sensed in his mind that the substitute talisman he had refined was consumed. This situation is impossible for ordinary talismans. But these life substitute talismans were all nurtured by Lu Changsheng for a long time using the talisman raising method. There is his magic power, spirit and spirit in them, so there is a trace of mysterious connection between the two. He had a sudden feeling that the talisman was used and consumed. "Is it Feiyu?" Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart. His intuition told him that this used substitute talisman came from the direction of the 10,000 Beasts mountain range in Qingyun Fairy City. If this talisman is used, it means that Feiyu is in danger of his life. I hope he can be safe and sound and survive this disaster. Lu Changsheng felt a little heavy in his heart. As his only good friend and only good brother in this world. Even though they rarely meet now, he still hopes that the other party can live well and get better and better. Changsheng, what's wrong? Lu Mioj noticed that Lu Changsheng was a little absent-minded, looked at him, and said in a gentle voice. After so many years of getting along, she realized that her husband would occasionally be absent-minded, thinking that he was too worried. Nothing, thinking that I will be home soon, I am a little excited. Lu Changsheng said to his wife in a gentle voice. This trip has been more than 2 years, which can be said to be the longest trip he has been away, and he is indeed eager to go back. Driving the spirit boat, the three returned to Qingzhu Mountain half a month later. Greetings to the mountain master, greetings to the lady. Husband. Dad, and, you are back. The guards at the Lu family's mountain gate saw Lu Changsheng, Lu Mioj, and Lu Miahun, and immediately greeted them. Yes. Lu Changsheng and the other two nodded. Only Ling Xiao and others knew that they were out this time. However, more than 2 years have passed, and the children and concubines at home should also be aware of it. Well, what's going on? After entering Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng immediately saw some changes in his family. Villas and houses were built along the shore of the Bishu Lake. A number of water lofts were also built around the island in the middle of the lake. The island in the middle of the lake was covered by a formation. Should it be Sister Ling who set up the formation and made some changes? Lu Mioj said when she saw this scene. Although the family affairs were in charge of the head of the family, Lu Yun, this obviously could not have come from Lu Yun's hands, it could only have come from Ling Xiao. It should be so. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly and didn't care. He planned to ask Ling Xiao what was going on later. Soon the three of them returned to Bian Peak, the Lu family mansion. Knowing that Lu Changsheng and the other two had returned home, the house suddenly became lively. Lu Miaoyan, Chu Zhenzhen, Ling Xiao, and Lu Wangshu and other wives, concubines, and children came one after another. Husband, daddy, mother. Chu Zhenzhen and Lu Wangshu looked at Lu Changsheng and the other two, and immediately came forward excitedly to hug them. However, Lu Wangshu saw his father, hummed, and hugged Lu Mioj. She had been raised by Lu Mioj when she was a child, so she usually called Lu Mioj mother directly, and they were very close. Lu Changsheng hugged his little wife happily. Then he hugged his wife Lu Miaoyan, and hugged them one by one, expressing his concern. Little Wangshu, what's wrong? Are you not happy looking at daddy? At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Wangshu, who looked like he was coming to comfort me, and laughed. His daughter is at the age of growing up. Now more than 2 years have passed, and she is about to turn 15. She has grown up gracefully, with a bit of the look of the young girl's Iuziu between her eyebrows, and her cultivation has reached the 4th level of key refining. Humph, you go out to play without me, and you didn't tell me. Lu Wangshu said with a look of grievance. Daddy went out for something this time, and I will take you with me when I go out to play next time. Lu Changsheng rubbed his daughter's little head and said in a gentle voice, Come, Daddy has prepared a gift for you. You know how much I miss you. Lu Wangshu raised her pretty face and said with a pitiful face. Seeing his daughter's expression, Lu Changsheng felt distressed and guilty. He apologized again and again. Daddy was wrong. I will tell you next time. There will be a next time. Lu Wangshu pouted his mouth slightly and pretended to be sad. No. Lu Changsheng said immediately, looking at his smiling, laughing, and envious wives, concubines, and children, and hurriedly said, Come on, I prepared gifts for you all when I go out this time. While speaking, he took out the prepared gifts from the storage bag one by one. After coaxing his wives, concubines, and children with gifts, Lu Changsheng chatted with his wives and concubines about family matters and cared about their situation. Before leaving, he knew about the situation of these 6 newborns. 3 of them had spiritual roots. One of them was of the 5th grade, one of the 6th grade, and one of the 7th grade. Later, while chatting with Lu Miaoyan, Lu Changsheng learned that the family had turned from loss to profit. Although the profit was not much, it was at least profitable. Moreover, not long ago, the golden armor bean mother produced beans again. This time, 9 golden armor spirit beans were produced. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng was delighted. He gave 3 of the 8 golden armor spirit beans to his son Lu Xianzi to help him build puppets on weekdays, and he only had 5. This time he went to the Qingyun Sect of Yu State to visit his children, and gave one to his son Lu Qingshan and two to his daughter Lu Qingzhu, resulting in only two left in his hands. Now that the golden armor bean mother has produced beans again, he has more money in his hands. Not only can it be much easier for him to build puppets, but it will also be much easier for Lu Xianzhi to build puppets. After understanding the general situation at home, Lu Changsheng asked Ling Xiao about her situation. Knowing that her physical problems have recovered, her skills have been transformed into the 12 capitals of heavenly demons. Just as she had guessed, the dragon roar body began to practice with her, and there were signs of slow recovery. It is estimated that in another 3 to 5 years, the dragon roar body will recover again and affect her situation. Don't worry, Xiao, I will definitely find a way to solve it completely, Lu Changsheng said seriously. Then, he asked about the situation at the Bishu Lake. My dear, now the spiritual vein under the Bishu Lake has been promoted to the second stage. Ling Xiao, wearing a blue palace dress and with a beautiful and elegant face, said softly to Lu Changsheng. It means that after she arranged the Qinghe formation, the spiritual vein of Bishu Lake has been promoted to the second stage. The island in the center of the lake is considered to be in the core area of the spiritual vein. In this case, it is obviously not worthwhile to give the island in the center of the lake to the family's guest officials for worship and apprentices from other families to live in. Besides, Lu Changsheng also needs to plant spiritual plants for Lu Miaohun and Quzhansun to practice the method of longevity in heaven and earth. So she vacated the island in the center of the lake on the grounds of arranging the formation on the island in the center of the lake. The houses along the lake shore are where the family's non-family monks, apprentices, and chars live. The water attics around the island in the center of the lake are for the guest officials to live in. As for the core island in the center of the lake, it can be used to plant spiritual plants and the family members can sit in charge. Xiao, you are thoughtful. Lu Changsheng nodded when he heard this. He planted this strange prison demon flower in the Zumi cave heaven, but there was no place at home for the time being. Now that there is the second-level spiritual vein of the Bishu Lake, the weird prison demon flower can be planted from Zumi Cave Heaven to the island in the middle of the lake. This can also be used by Lu Miaohun to practice the heaven and earth longevity method. Xiao, how has Su Ruan performed over the years? Lu Changsheng continued to ask. This jewel of the Su family has been imprisoned in his home for 7 years. When he went out, he planned to give the other party a pet beast. Now that he has drawn the spiritual pet Yanyao Huang, he also intends to promise the big pie he had drawn at the beginning and give this spiritual pet to the other party to practice the beast art. Su Ruan has been quite obedient over the years. Ling Xiao smiled elegantly and told Su Ruan about these years. In the first year, she basically stayed at home to take care of the pregnancy. After having a child, she may have accepted her fate and felt more belonging to the family. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng nodded. After talking about the matter in general, he thought of his son Lu Quansun. But he learned that Lu Quansun was not at home and was in the Red Leaf Valley market. Although his daughter Lu Kaishun was at home, her cultivation had not changed much except for her spiritual roots, so I am afraid she doesn't know much. Soon, Lu Changsheng asked Quzhansun to ask about his son Lu Quansun. After a while, Quzhansun took the initiative to tell him about her son. She also told him about the elixir her son gave her. She also said with a look of regret that the elixir could not be given to Lu Changsheng. It's okay. It's a good thing that Quansun has such an opportunity. Besides, it's the same for Kaizhan. Lu Changsheng smiled and hugged his little wife. He planned to ask about the situation when his son came back. If it was just an opportunity, he, as a father, would not ask too much. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and his son is so old. Chapter 305, Zumi Spiritual Body, Distribution of Spiritual Plants. The top of Bihayan Peak. Zumaru, is this done? Lu Changsheng looked at the sapling next to the Zumi tree, which was less than 1 meter high. He planted this branch 2.5 years ago. Now, under the nourishment of Zumi, the branch has turned into a small sapling. The branches are intertwined with golden light and jade haze, nurturing a rich vitality. But this sapling is very inconspicuous next to the tall and straight Zumi tree king. Master. Zumi's voice is ethereal, like the breeze and white clouds. It means that this sapling has been nurtured into its own companion spiritual plant, reaching the level of a third-level spiritual plant of heaven and earth. But without its subsequent nurturing, it is impossible to advance later. It's okay, Since it has reached the third level, then it is enough. Lu Changsheng smiled a little when he heard this. In his opinion, as long as it can be used to practice the method of longevity in heaven and earth, it is enough. As for advanced growth, there is no need to consider it for the time being. By the way, Zumi, have you made any improvements yourself? Lu Changsheng continued to ask Zumi. He gave most of the emperor's fluid to the other party, wanting to know whether the other party had gained any improvement besides this companion's spiritual plant. Swoosh! A ball of white light flew out from the Zumi tree and turned into a dreamlike and faint figure under the tree. Seeing this faint figure, Lu Changsheng was stunned. You asked yourself if you had improved. What do you mean by turning into a girl? Question mark. Lu Changsheng didn't know how to describe the figure in front of him for a while. Her appearance was naturally extremely beautiful, but this kind of beauty was different from most women he had seen. Just like Zumi's voice, soft and pure, ethereal and dreamlike. A pair of golden and jade-like eyes were bright, but not dazzling at all, revealing a kind of Buddha nature that pities all living beings, which makes people feel peaceful and calm when looking at these eyes. A head of light golden and jade-like thick hair was simply scattered to the waist, releasing a soft and translucent light, with only 2 petals of clear and flawless green branches and leaves embellishing it. Her clothes were very simple and elegant, without any jewelry, pearls, jades, or colored glaze, just a simple golden and jade gauze skirt. The gauze skirt was very long, and it looked very faint and fuzzy at the corners, almost invisible, floating in the air like a soul, looking sacred and dreamy. Master. Zumi spoke. Her voice was like a misty white cloud, very gentle, and sounded a little more gentle than before. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but shuddered when he saw Zumi calling him like this. Originally, he simply thought that Zumi's voice was very nice, with a sense of compassion for the world and a soft and ethereal fairy spirit. But now that the other party has transformed into such a sacred and holy figure and called his master, he even felt that his heart and soul were a little dirty. Then Zumi said that he was taking the emperor's flowing juice, and his cultivation had improved to a certain extent. But because of the nourishment of the companion's spiritual plant, it did not improve too much. However, his spirituality has been greatly improved, and his soul can transform into this spiritual body, and he is also much smarter than before. A lot smarter. Lu Changsheng's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this, and he didn't feel that the other party had become much smarter. But to be honest, Zumi's aesthetics are still very good. He even saw some shadows of Lu Miaoj, Xiao Xiao, Honglian, Su Ruian, and Ling Zixio in the other party's appearance and figure. He suspected that it was because the women had lived in Zumi cave heaven for a long time that Zumi was affected when she transformed into a spiritual body. Will you look like this when you transform in the future? Lu Changsheng asked subconsciously. Although Zumi is a true spirit-level demon plant, it is extremely difficult for Zumi to transform. But looking at the other party's appearance, he didn't know why he had a little more expectation in his heart. You can transform? Zumi listens to the master. Zumi said so. Although there was a little more gentle emotion in her words before, there was no expression on her face. She has always been so sacred and holy. A pair of calm, compassionate golden eyes seem to make the sinners put down their butcher knives and repent. Forget it, you should not transform into a spirit body normally. Lu Changsheng sighed. Being watched by the Zumi in front of him, a sacred aura came to his face, giving him a sense of absurdity that could not be desecrated. He felt that his mind was too dirty, which was simply a sin. Yes, master. Hearing this, Zumi's figure dissipated and returned to the Zumi tree. Tisk, you still call it smart. Lu Changsheng shook his head and then entered the Zumi cave heaven. As soon as he entered the cave heaven, he saw Su Ruian, who had long fiery red hair tied up and was wearing a red dress, taking a toddling walk with a child. I don't know if it was because he had just been baptized by Zumi, but seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng felt a strong sense of guilt. Young master. Su Ruian saw Lu Changsheng and immediately stepped forward to bow and saluted. Although she had taken beauty pills and anti-aging pills in her early years, they were only first and second level. After 7 years in this Zumi cave heaven, and now giving birth to a child, she looks much more mature. The cold and arrogant look between her eyebrows had already turned into a bit of gentleness and obedience. Call me husband from now on. Lu Changsheng sighed slightly, lifted her shoulders, and said softly, Yes, husband. Su Ruian's delicate body trembled, and she called out shyly, Well, what's his name? Lu Changsheng squatted down and looked at the toddler in front of him. This child didn't have red hair like Su Ruian, which was very normal. It was probably because he was a great cultivator who had established his foundation, and his genes were obviously better than the changes after Su Ruian practiced the exercises. Wait for you to name him, husband. Su Ruian lowered her eyebrows and said softly. In that case, let's call him Lu Chensha. Lu Changsheng looked at his son, thought for a moment, and said softly. Chensha. When Su Ruian heard this name, she thought of dust and gravel, and felt that this name had a bad meaning and was too humble. But she naturally had no words to refute Lu Changsheng's name, and could only nod and say, thank you, husband. You have been delayed in key refining for so long, it's time to break through the foundation. Lu Changsheng picked up the child and said softly. Then he looked at the system space, his mind moved slightly, and extracted the heavenly demon phoenix in the system. Suddenly, a large bird with a golden body and a burning flame appeared. This heavenly demon phoenix is still in the cub stage, about the size of an adult peacock, and it is a bit honest in its majestic appearance. My husband. Su Ruian heard the words, looked at the heavenly demon phoenix in front of her, her delicate body trembled violently, covered her mouth with both hands, and tears almost came out. This happiness came too fast, too suddenly. Years of hard work, dreams, expectations, and persistence were simply realized at this moment. Over the years, although she surrendered to Lu Changsheng, she often regretted her reckless behavior at the time and asked herself if it was worth it. But thinking of her parents, family, and some words from Ling Zixiao and Senior Honglian, she gritted her teeth and persisted. Now, she has finally waited for this day. Waiting for this day to be recognized by Lu Changsheng. At this moment, she was filled with infinite gratitude towards Lu Changsheng. However, in this gratitude, there were several complex emotions. There was admiration and worship, there was submission and awe, and there were also various humiliations of serving Lu Changsheng in the early years. Thank you, husband. Su Ruian bowed and said. Although Lu Changsheng now allowed her to call her husband, she still put her position very clearly. Knowing that with the other party's terrifying power, if he could give it to her, he might be able to take it back. Well, you should practice well these days, and I will have someone take care of the child. Lu Changsheng stroked Su Ruian's crystal and soft fiery red hair and said aloud. Yes, husband. Su Ruian responded after hearing this, looking at the heavenly demon phoenix in front of her. Through the beast's secret, she could clearly sense that the bloodline of this heavenly demon phoenix was not an ordinary heavenly grade, and was faintly higher than the previous happy black turtle. Moreover, her two pets, the fire python tiger and the sky fire marten, are both of fire attribute. If she continues to match them with fire attribute monsters, the power of her life spirit fire, the beast spirit true fire after breaking through the foundation building, will be even greater. Moreover, according to the matching of pets, with two walking beasts, she also needs a flying beast. At this moment, the sky demon phoenix that Lu Changsheng gave her, except that it is still in the cub stage, is perfect for her current needs in other aspects. How many heaven-level monsters does he have? Su Ruian couldn't help but secretly look at Lu Changsheng. She thought that Lu Changsheng knew her needs, so he chose such a monster for her. Not only her. The red lotus in the ancient beast control symbol in her eyebrow sea of consciousness sensed the sky demon phoenix and also woke up, and she was surprised. This should be a phoenix bird with the bloodline of the true spirit phoenix. Honglian opened her mouth and said so. It is rumored that the first-generation ancestor of the Suzaku Palace, the power she belongs to, is related to the true spirit Suzaku. So their lineage has a lot of research on spiritual birds such as Phoenix and Suzaku. True spirit Phoenix. Su Ruian was surprised when she heard this. She knew that as long as the bloodline was related to the true spirit of Phoenix and Vermilion Bird, it would be extraordinary. In the future, if the demon beast could activate that trace of bloodline in its body, it would be able to soar into the sky. Immediately, she saw Lu Changsheng leaving with a child, took a deep breath, and entered the Changsheng palace with a heavenly demon phoenix in front of her. She began to make a contract with a beast secret to cultivate this heavenly demon phoenix into her lifelong spirit beast. It is said that a short separation is better than a new marriage. Now that he has been away for more than 2 years, Lu Changsheng naturally has to love his wives and concubines at home. In the next few days, there were battles all night long, countless tossings, and the process was passionate, charming and lingering, which was beyond the reach of outsiders. If Lu Changsheng was not physically strong, ordinary people really couldn't stand it. It can only be said that marrying a wife and concubine still requires sufficient capital. After loving his wives and concubines, Lu Changsheng also thought that it was time to get busy. He gave the companion spirit plants of the weird prison demon flower and Zumi to Lu Miaohun and Qingzhu. By the way, he cared about the children's situation and cultivation at home. Dad. At this time, Lu Pingyan found Lu Changsheng. He said that he had broken through the second level of the Balian Baodiju and mastered the Bao Gufa. Sixth level of Qi refining, second level of Balian Baodi. Lu Changsheng heard this and knew that his son wanted to go out for training. Through the system, he knew that his son Lu Pingyan had broken through the sixth level of Qi refining and the Balian Baodiju. He was just waiting for him to come back and wait for his consent before going out for training. Do you have any plans or ideas for traveling? Lu Changsheng asked his son. I don't know either. I want to go to Qingyun Market to have a look. If it's farther, I might want to go to Changsheng to have a look. Lu Pingyan scratched his head and grinned. Qingyun Market, Changsheng. Lu Changsheng heard this, pondered for a moment and nodded, agreeing to his son's travel. Children and grandchildren have their own blessings. The children are so old, they can do whatever they want. It is obviously not feasible to keep them at home like flowers. He also didn't have the ability to raise all his children at home. They still had to rely on their own efforts, and then he would help them. Thinking that he hadn't been to Ruiyi County for a long time, Lu Changsheng planned to go to Ruiyi County later to visit his wife, concubines and children. He immediately asked Lu Pingyan to go with him. Yes, Dad. Lu Pingyan nodded when he heard this. After Lu Changsheng simply dealt with the situation of his children at home, he called Lu Miaohun and Qingzhu. Husband, what's wrong? The two women asked Lu Changsheng. You will know later. Lu Changsheng smiled and took the two women to the top of Baiyan Peak. What a beautiful tree! The two women exclaimed when they saw the Zumi tree. The top of Baiyan Peak is a forbidden area for the Lu family, covered by the inverted five elements formation, so the two of them usually don't come here and have never seen the Zumi tree king. This is our family's sacred tree. Lu Changsheng smiled, without introducing too much about the Zumi tree king to the two women. After all, the two women will know this naturally by then. He pointed to the lonely and somewhat inconspicuous golden sapling next to the Zumi tree and said, Huanhun, Zenzhen, this sapling is a spiritual plant of heaven and earth. Hey, this is a third-level spiritual plant. Qingzhu squatted down slightly and looked at the companion spiritual plant in front of her, a little surprised. Although she had not seen many third-level spiritual plants. But she also knew that third-level spiritual plants were called spiritual plants of heaven and earth, and they were all extraordinary. But thinking of Lu Miaohun's Lingming treasure tree, she felt that this sapling seemed to be quite good. After all, in her opinion, Lu Miaohun's Lingming treasure tree was indeed a bit ugly, and this sapling was quite good. Lu Miaohun also looked at the sapling in front of her, guessing what Lu Changsheng meant. Husband, what is this spiritual tree called? Qingzhu touched the sapling carefully and asked. What is it called? Lu Changsheng was stunned by the question. After all, this sapling is a companion spiritual plant of Zumi, and it has no name at all. If you want to call it, it is also the Zumi tree? He laughed and said, this tree has no name yet. Since you asked, you can give it a name. I prepared two spiritual plants this time, one for you and one for Huanhun, to practice the method of longevity in heaven and earth. Of these two spiritual plants, I think this tree is more suitable for you, Zenzhen. Lu Changsheng said so. Hey, my husband has two spiritual plants. When Qingzhu heard this, she was surprised and looked around with admiration. When she first learned about the method of longevity in heaven and earth, she didn't feel much. But seeing the changes in Lu Miaohun, it is impossible to say that she is not envious. After all, she knows that only by practicing successfully can she accompany her husband and children forever. Lu Miaohun was also surprised. After all, she knew that Lu Changsheng had accompanied her and her sister out before and didn't go anywhere. How come there are two spiritual plants in heaven and earth? Yes, the other one is inside. Lu Changsheng said with a smile. Inside. The two women looked at each other and looked around. The next moment, they saw a golden door appear in front of the Zumi tree in front of them. Let's go in. Lu Changsheng said softly. The three of them entered the Zumi cave heaven. Wow. Husband, this is. Chu Hansun and Lu Miaohu looked at the situation in front of them, both with a look of surprise. I was wondering why I didn't see the main hall just now. Where do you, Sister Miaoj, and Sister Ling live? It turns out that there is such a big place inside the tree. Chu Hansun looked at the Zumi cave heaven with surprise. Lu Miaohu was relatively calm, not as noisy as Chu Hansun, but also looked around with surprise. This is the second spiritual plant. Lu Changsheng led the two women to the Spirit Eye Spring and pointed at the weird prison demon flower. Usually, the weird prison demon flower is in a dormant state, with a dim luster and only the flowers on the ground. At this time, as Lu Changsheng came over, it immediately swayed gently, blooming with charming luster, extremely beautiful and charming. What a beautiful flower! Chu Hansun and Lu Miaohu saw the strange prison demon flower in front of them, and were attracted by its beauty. After all, the strange prison demon flower in its current state is indeed very beautiful. This flower looks beautiful now, but it is actually a little scary. Lu Changsheng said so. Scary. The two women heard this and didn't understand what he meant. Huanhuan, Zhanzhan. At this time, Lu Miaoj heard the movement and walked out of the Changsheng hall. She was a little surprised to see Lu Changsheng bringing the two women to Zumi Cave Heaven. After all, Lu Changsheng said that the fewer people knew about Zumi Cave Heaven, the better, so she didn't even tell her sister. Sister Miaoj, sister. The three looked at Lu Miaoj and shouted. Haha, I plan to give this strange prison demon flower to Huanhun to practice the heaven and earth longevity method. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife Lu Miaoj and said aloud. Huanhun uses this to practice the heaven and earth longevity method. Lu Miaoj was shocked when she heard this. She had seen the ghostly prison demon flower take action and directly devour a fake Danzhanrun. The scene was really terrifying. She didn't expect that Lu Changsheng would actually plan to give such a terrifying demon plant to his sister to practice the heaven and earth immortality method. Huanhun, take a look at the true appearance of this flower before considering it. Lu Changsheng nodded and continued. He immediately asked the three women to step back a little to let the ghostly prison demon flower reveal its true appearance. Chapter 306 Auspicious Tree, Li Sisters. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Beside the Spirit Eye Spring, the ghostly prison demon flower swayed constantly, blooming with a beautiful and charming luster. As the flower stalk grew, roots covered with dark red thorns broke out of the ground beside it, like poisonous snakes, gradually filling the air with a bloody smell. When the ghostly prison demon flower grew to almost a foot tall, the buds gradually bloomed, like a deep black hole, captivating and hiding endless horror. Seeing this scene, Chu Hansun had already tightly embraced Lu Changsheng's arm, a little scared. Lu Miaohu was much better than Chu Hansun, and her beautiful eyes carefully looked at the ghostly prison demon flower in front of her. She knew that with Lu Changsheng around, the ghostly prison demon flower would not attack her. Husband, is this demon flower a second-level demon plant? Lu Miaohu asked. She could sense a strong demonic aura from this demon plant. That's right. This weird prison demon flower is currently a second-level demon plant. As for its grade, it has already surpassed the level of heaven and earth spiritual plants. So I'm not sure what will happen if I use this demon plant to practice the heaven and earth longevity method, but it won't be dangerous. If you don't like it, your husband will find another spiritual plant for you later. Lu Changsheng held his wife's slender jade-like hands and said in a warm voice. According to his speculation, using the weird prison demon flower to practice the heaven and earth longevity method will definitely be better than ordinary heaven and earth spiritual plants. But there is a problem with practicing with demon plants, that is, the instinctive consciousness of the demon plant. Just like contracting demon beasts and refining poisonous insects, it is very troublesome and dangerous. It is basically impossible for a young cultivator who refines Qi to sacrifice a second-level demon plant as his life spirit root and erase its consciousness. Lu Changsheng dared to do this because the demon plant was obtained through the system lottery, and he was not worried about the demon plant's backlash. However, he was the only one who was willing to give such a rare and extremely rare heaven-level blood demon plant to his wife to practice the technique. Husband, I like it. Lu Miaohu heard this and immediately said in a clear voice. Although the strange prison demon flower in front of her was a little scary, she thought it was okay. She even felt that with this change, her ability was not bad. She and Chu Hansun had known about the heaven and earth longevity method for a long time, and learned a lot about this method from Lu Miaoyan. She knew that once it was sacrificed and refined, She could not leave the spiritual plant too far away, and could not leave the Qingzhu Mountain. In the future, she could not practice on her own, and could only improve her cultivation by cultivating spiritual plants. And the spiritual power in her body was transformed into the power of plants and trees of the heaven and earth longevity method. As a result, the mana had basically no lethality, and tended to be health-preserving, warming the body and soul. The only function was to be able to master her own birth spiritual root, that is, the heaven and earth spiritual plant that was sacrificed. So when she saw the strange prison demon flower, she thought about refining it into her life spiritual root, mastering this demon plant, and maybe she would have a certain combat power. In the future, if the family encounters danger, such as when Xiahou Demon attacked, she can also help. Of course, it was also the normal appearance of the strange prison demon flower that made her like it very much. If it looked so scary on weekdays, she would have to think about it. For example, Lu Maoyuan's Lingming treasure tree was not only ugly to Chu Zhenzhen, but she also thought it was a little ugly. Husband, what's inside this flower? Can it still open? Lu Maoyuan looked at the mouth of the weird prison demon flower, which was like an abyss and had not yet fully opened, and asked curiously. This flower is called the weird prison demon flower. As the name suggests, there is a prison inside. Lu Changsheng introduced the ability of the weird prison demon flower. While speaking, he hugged the timid Chu Zhenzhen in his arms so as not to scare her, and then let the weird prison demon flower reveal its last part. The half-bloomed flower was completely in full bloom. The stamens inside were like scarlet tentacles, covered with thorns like sharp teeth, and the mucus was like blood, filled with a strong smell of blood. Even Lu Maoyuan couldn't help but be frightened when she looked at the weird prison demon flower in full bloom, thinking that this flower was like a demon. If she didn't know that this was the spiritual plant prepared by Lu Changsheng for her, she really didn't dare to stand in front of him like this. Husband, I want this. Lu Maoyuan said without hesitation. Okay, Huan, as long as you like it. Lu Changsheng laughed when he heard his wife's words. While talking, the strange prison demon flower in front of him regained its original charming and beautiful appearance. He was actually looking forward to his wife Lu Maoyuan refining the strange prison demon flower into a birth spiritual root. After all, the strange prison demon flower is a demon plant, which is different from ordinary spiritual plants of heaven and earth. Moreover, after Lu Maoyuan practiced the method of longevity in heaven and earth, he practiced dual cultivation with her and obtained some of the characteristics of the spiritual tree. After dual cultivation, his eyes became clearer, just like wiping his eyes with spiritual alcohol liquid. This made him a little curious. If Lu Maoyuan sacrificed the strange prison demon flower into a birth spiritual root, would he be able to obtain some of the characteristics of the strange prison demon flower? Seeing this, Lu Maoyuan next to him didn't say much. Although this strange prison demon flower is very scary, she knows that Lu Changsheng will not put her sister in danger. In that case, these two spiritual plants are settled. Lu Changsheng pinched the soft hands of his two wives. After that, he looked at Lu Maoyuan and said, by the way, Huan, I plan to have Zumi transplant the weird prison demon flower to the Lake Heart Island. The weird prison demon flower in Zumi Cave Heaven needs Zumi to provide a lot of spiritual energy and magic. Now that the Lake Heart Island has a second-level spiritual vein, he naturally plans to transplant the weird prison demon flower there. Well, okay. Lu Maoyuan nodded in response, not caring. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at his little wife in his arms and said, Zhenzhen, you will sacrifice the spiritual plants outside. By the way, have you thought of the name of this tree? Well, when Chu Zhenzhen heard this, her face showed a thoughtful look. After thinking for a moment, she raised her head and said to Lu Changsheng crisply, Husband, why not call it the auspicious tree, which represents auspiciousness, good luck, happiness and beauty? After that, she looked at Lu Maoyuan and Lu Maoyuan again, wanting to know what her name was. Well, not bad, this name is good, auspicious and everything will be satisfactory. Lu Changsheng touched her head with a smile and praised. This name is nice. Lu Maoyuan also smiled gently and praised. Hearing this, Chu Zhenzhen's face suddenly showed a happy smile. Immediately, Lu Changsheng called Ling Zixiao and prepared to go to the lake island to have a look. After so many days at home, he has not yet gone to the lake island to see what is going on. Several people walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven and came to the lake island. The entire island was isolated by a formation, hazy. This is just a simple formation, there is no protective effect, just to isolate the outside from investigation. However, after entering it, Lu Changsheng felt that although the spiritual energy here has reached the second level, it is very reluctant. It is vaguely between the first and second levels. This is the concubine connecting the water veins under the Bishu Lake with the spiritual veins under the Bian Peak. Ling Zixio explained. At present, Bihu Mountain and Bian Peak are the big spiritual energy households, not only with Izumi Tree King and Shi, Lu Changshen, Lu Miaoj, Bai Ling, 4 foundation building cultivators, can be said to be very reluctant. So she directed most of the spiritual energy of the Bishu Lake spiritual vein to Bian Peak. Zixio, you have worked hard. Lu Changsheng said to Ling Zixio. He had thought about this problem before. With more and more foundation building cultivators at home and the planting of spiritual plants, there will definitely be a problem of insufficient spiritual energy. Now that Bishu Lake has been promoted to the second level, this problem will be temporarily solved. But in another 10 or 20 years, the children in the family will gradually build their foundations. If their own spiritual veins cannot go further and be promoted to the third level, this problem will definitely arise again. At that time, it is estimated that they will have to find a new spiritual land and establish a branch family. Sister Ling. Sister Ling. At this time, 2 women walked out of a courtyard and shouted crisply to Ling Zixio in the air. One of them was 16 or 17 years old, and the other was 23 or 24 years old. They all had bright eyes and white teeth, as beautiful as flowers and jade, and were very beautiful. The 2 looked 70% similar, and they should be a pair of sisters. Xingguo, Xiaoyu, why are you here? Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned when he saw the 2 women, and asked in surprise. He knew these 2 women. They were the sisters of Baodan Pavilion who went to Juxiao Xiancheng and temporarily settled there, Li Xingguo and Li Xinggayu. Originally, he got to know the 2 women and wanted to ask them to purchase some materials for him in Juxiao Xiancheng. But because of the relationship with Ling Zixio, the matter of purchasing materials for Juxiao Xiancheng was handed over to Ling Zixio. So he didn't have any contact with the 2 women. After all, he was just a passerby in the other's life. He didn't want to have too much contact and affect the other's life. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the 2 women actually came to his house. Li Xingguo and Li Xinggai were both stunned when they heard Lu Changsheng's words. Then Li Xingguo looked at Lu Changsheng with a look of surprise on her face, and said a little timidly, You are Senior Yi. Senior Yi. Lu Miaoj and Lu Miaahun both looked at their husbands. They thought to themselves when the other party had messed with a little girl outside. Ahem, it's me. Lu Changsheng coughed softly under the beautiful eyes and nodded in response. Then he looked at Ling Zixio. It's obvious that the 2 women's presence here is related to Ling Zixio. He guessed that Ling Zixio and the 2 women should have been exchanging letters in the past few years, so he called the 2 women to Bihu Mountain. He thought that Ling Zixio had not informed him about this matter for so many days, which caught him off guard. It was obviously intentional. I must punish her tonight. My dear, Xing Ruo and Xing Yu were invited by my concubine. They are currently our guest worshippers in Bihu Mountain. Xing Ruo is responsible for alchemy, and Xing Yu is the treasure appraiser. Ling Zixio, with her black hair tied up, wore a blue dress, with a faint smile on her lips, and said elegantly and calmly, Welcome to Bihu Mountain. Lu Changsheng descended from the sky and looked at the 2 sisters in front of him. His expression was gentle, as if in the spring breeze. He said, My real name is Lu Changshen, and Yi Fan was the pseudonym I used at the time. Meetings, Master Lu. The 2 girls looked at Lu Changshen, who was wearing a green robe and had a handsome face, and shouted with a somewhat restrained look. There's no need to be so restrained and polite. I was out for something before and just came back these few days. Lu Changsheng smiled, chuckled, and said in a gentle voice. How did you get here? He continued to ask. We encountered some troubles in Xiancheng, and then received an invitation from Sister Ling, so we took the Qingyun spirit ship to come here. Li Xingguo was no longer so restrained at this time. Her beautiful eyes were clear, and she said softly, Trouble. Lu Changsheng paused when he heard this, and smiled and nodded, so that's the case. Since you are here, just stay here. I have something else to do, and we'll talk later. I'll welcome you later, and apologize to you for hiding my identity. Now his wife is watching from behind, and he can't keep chatting with the 2 women here. He plans to ask Ling Xiao what's going on later. Senior Yi, you are too polite. Mountain Master, you go first. The two women nodded in response. In this situation, they were a little embarrassed to face Lu Changsheng, and didn't know what to say. Xiao, where's the place you planned for the spiritual plants? Lu Changsheng looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Immediately, Ling Xiao brought Lu Changsheng and others to a central manor. At this time, Lu Changsheng also briefly introduced the situation of Li Xingguo and Li Xingyu sisters to his wife. I went out to Juxiao Fairy City before. Lu Changsheng said so. As expected of our Lu Shanzhu, you are really popular wherever you go. Lu Miaohun snorted, curled her red lips, and said in a yin-yang tone. Lu Changsheng didn't say anything back when he heard this, but just smiled, put his arm around Lu Miaohun's slender waist, and said in a gentle voice, Huanhun, where are you going to plant the strange prison demon flower? I can do whatever you want, husband, you can arrange it. Lu Miaohun said. It was about the second-level demon plant, and she didn't understand it. This villa has abundant spiritual energy, and everything can be planted. It mainly depends on where you think it is convenient. Ling Xiao said on the side. In this case, why don't we plant it in the back garden? Lu Miaohun looked at the surrounding situation, and finally pointed to the back garden in front of her, which was full of flowers and colorful. The strange prison demon flower is also a flower, and it is very suitable to be planted in this garden. If anyone dares to come and cause trouble, he will turn it into fertilizer for the garden. Okay, since my Huanhun said so, how about here? Lu Changsheng pointed to a specific location in the garden. After confirming, he turned into a beam of light and soared into the sky, flying to Bian Peak, asking Zumi to transplant the weird prison demon flower there. Although the lake island is also within Zumi's reach. But in most cases, Zumi will not spread his mind over the entire Qingzhu Mountain. Yes, master. Zumi responded with a voice that was ethereal and soft. But see. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the mist surged on the Qingzhu Mountain formation, and countless blue and light golden spiritual lights converged and flowed, and then a light golden light column fell on the lake island. Master, it's done. Zumi's voice sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Okay. Lu Changsheng immediately flew back to the lake island. I saw that the weird prison demon flower had been safely planted in the back garden. However, among the colorful flowers, the weird prison demon flower still looked very conspicuous. People can see this beautiful and charming flower at a glance. Huanhun, this weird prison demon flower will be handed over to you in the future. Lu Changsheng said to his wife Lu Miaohun. Thank you, husband. Lu Miaohun's face showed some joy and expectation. Zhenzhen, when you go to worship the auspicious tree on weekdays, just call Zumi directly, so that Zumi can directly take you to the top of Bian Peak, or you can let it take you down. Lu Changsheng said to Chu Zhenzhen. Although the other party is at the 6th level of key refining and can fly up. But there is an inverted 5 elements formation on it, and Chu Zhenzhen is a little afraid of heights when flying alone. So he asked the other party to call Zumi directly to take him there. Yes, husband. Chu Zhenzhen took Lu Changsheng's arm and nodded in response. If you have any questions during the practice of the Heaven and Earth Longevity Method, you can ask Yuner more. If you have any questions, come to me first, you know. Lu Changsheng continued. The strange prison demon flower has spiritual consciousness, and he can ask directly if he encounters problems during the practice. Although the auspicious tree cannot be asked directly, it can know the situation through Zumi. Yes, I know. Chu Zhenzhen and Lu Miaohun nodded in response, with happy smiles on their faces. After arranging the spiritual plants for the two girls, Lu Changsheng took everyone back to the Lu family mansion and asked Ling Xiao about the situation of Li Xingguo and Li Xingyu. Facing this, Ling Xiao did not hide it and said that he did have correspondence with the two girls in the early years. He invited the two girls to come because he knew that the two girls were not doing well in Juxiao Xiancheng. Although Li Xingguo was a top alchemist, the two sisters had no backers in Xiancheng. In this case, with a huge amount of money and the weakness of her sister Li Xingyu, many cultivators in Xiancheng wanted to take advantage of them. This also included the Li family behind them. Fortunately, in the early stage, there was the deterrence of Lu Changsheng, a second-level top-grade alchemist, and some interpersonal relationships provided by Ling Xiao. But 4 years ago, a young master of a fake alchemy family took a fancy to the two sisters. Faced with this situation, Lu Changsheng's reputation in Baodin Pavilion in his early years had long gone, and there was no deterrence. As for Ling Zixiao's relationship, his friends could not help him, but just told Ling Zixiao about it. So after Ling Zixiao found out, he thought about it and invited the two girls to Qingzhu Mountain. Although Xingguo is only a first-class top alchemist, as far as I know, she was already a top alchemist 8 years ago, and now she is only half a step away from the second class. If you, my dear, give me some advice, I think it won't take long for her to be promoted to the second class. Ling Zixiao said so. As she spoke, she smiled a bit like a smile and said, and I told you about your situation in my letter. They are willing to come to Qingzhu Mountain, which shows that they still trust you. As long as you take care of them on weekdays and reopen the Baodin Pavilion for them in the future, Xingguo and the others will be devoted to you. Ahem, what are you talking about? I just treat them as juniors. You didn't even tell me about this in advance. Lu Changsheng was speechless when he heard Ling Zixiao's words. Is he this kind of person in the eyes of his wife and Taoist partner? It will come naturally after meeting once. HMPH, my husband doesn't thank me, and he actually blames me. Ling Zixiao glared at Lu Changsheng and said unhappily. Okay, it's my fault. Lu Changsheng immediately apologized. Whether he had this idea or not, Li Xingguo was so young, and he could become a first-class top alchemist, which showed that he had a good talent for alchemy. With his own guidance, it would not take long for him to become a second-class alchemist. It is naturally a good thing for the family to have another second-class alchemist. After all, it is not easy for an ordinary foundation-building family to hire a second-class alchemist. And his family's current expenditure on elixirs is not small. Now my identity as a second-class alchemist can almost be released to the outside world. At this time, Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He had already spread the rumor that he was not doing his job in studying alchemy, puppets and other skills. Now that so many years have passed, he feels that he can have another title of alchemy master. After Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixiao finished chatting, they set up a simple family dinner in the evening and invited sisters Li Xingguo and Li Xingyu to come. After not seeing each other for many years, Lu Changsheng changed from the original senior Yu to the Lord of Qingzhu Mountain, which made the two girls still a little restrained. However, with the familiarity of Ling Zixiao and Lu Maiyuan, the atmosphere was much more relaxed. During the process, Lu Changsheng also asked about the situation of the two sisters in recent years, as if chatting about family matters. Then he talked to Li Xingguo about alchemy. Sure enough, when talking about the situation of the fairy city and the topic of alchemy, the two girls suddenly became much closer to Lu Changsheng. After eating and drinking, Lu Changsheng stopped and sent the two girls back, saying that he would teach them alchemy later. Through this simple family dinner, the relationship between the few people became much more natural. Chapter 307 Ling Zixiao, my dear, how about we have a child? Late at night. Afterwards. On the white jade bed, Ling Zixiao's jade face was as red as clouds. After a long time, she finally caught her breath. Her beautiful eyes were as charming as a blur. She glanced at Lu Changsheng with a graceful manner and said, my dear, you really hold a grudge? Her black hair was messy and casual, and a few strands of hair fell on her chest. Her towering snow-white skin was obviously tortured. There were red kiss teeth and palm marks on her white jade skin, giving people a sense of torture. How could it be? I haven't been with Zixiao for a long time. Did I hurt you? Lu Changsheng gently rubbed his wife's black hair, and his palm played with her snow-white, round calves and her delicate feet with beautiful curves. My dear, how about we have a child? At this time, Ling Zixiao gently stroked her slightly bulging belly and asked softly. Now that her body is gradually recovering, she has the idea of having a child. On the one hand, Lu Changsheng likes children. On the other hand, she had been in Qingzhu Mountain for so many years, and seeing everyone have a child, she couldn't help but have this thought in her mind. She wanted to have a child of her own with Lu Changsheng. Especially this time when Lu Changsheng, Lu Maiyuan and Lu Maiyuan were out, she was alone in Qingzhu Mountain, and she felt a little lonely for some reason. She felt that in the huge Qingzhu Mountain, except Lu Changsheng, there was no one else who was really close to her. Since Zixiao is willing, your husband is naturally willing to serve. Lu Changsheng heard this and smiled happily. As for Ling Zixiao, although he hoped that the other party would give him a few children, he would not force it if the other party really didn't want to give birth. After all, for so many years, What Ling Xiao has done for Qingzhu Mountain, his personal value is far higher than the value of reproduction. However, he was still very happy to hear Ling Xiao take the initiative. Both of them are foundation-building cultivators. I have a second-grade spiritual root and possess multiple spiritual bodies. Ling Xiao has a third-grade spiritual root and a top-level spiritual body. If the two of them give birth to offspring, their talents will definitely not be bad, and there is even a chance that they will give birth to spiritual bodies. Moreover, there is a spiritual melting pill in his system space. This pill can ensure that the child has spiritual roots and improve the quality of spiritual roots. He has not used this pill, so he plans to give it to Ling Xiao. Since you want to have a child, you naturally have to work harder. Lu Changsheng laughed, held two slender jade feet, and turned over. Hate, I can't do it anymore, you go find my ouch. Let's go together. 3 days later, Lu Changsheng took his son Lu Pinggan and nephew Hong Zuanji to Ruyi County. His son was about to go on a long journey, and Lu Changsheng was not stingy. Not only did he give the family standard substitute talisman, he also gave 10 first-level top-grade talismans and 3 top-level talismans. As for the second-level puppet, he didn't give it. The main reason was that he didn't have the spare time to build a second-level puppet at home during this trip. And it was impossible for his son to have a second-level puppet in his hand. This was too extravagant and he couldn't afford it. When he came to Ruyi County City, Lu Mansion, Lu Changsheng saw many strange children. Grandpa! 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 His wives, concubines, children and many young children shouted at him. The oldest child, Lu Zunming, the eldest grandson of the Lu family, is already 12 years old. But except for a few grandchildren, most of them have never been seen by him as a grandfather. Lu Changsheng was quite emotional about this. After the gathering, he chatted with his son Lu Wuyu and asked about the current situation in the secular family. Now the head of the family, Lu Wuyu, is now 32 years old, with a beard, and looks much more mature than him as a father. He told Lu Changsheng that the secular industry has gradually stabilized, and some of the Lu family's children have already separated from the family. However, giving birth and practicing martial arts are the family's ancestral precepts, and they will also be implemented when they separate from the family. In addition, all the branches will send their 6-year-old children to the main family every year to test their spiritual roots. Lu Changsheng looked at his son's respectful and serious narration, nodded, and didn't say much. Because listening to these words, he felt mixed feelings for a while, boring, and didn't know what to say. Just let his son write to Qingzhu Mountain if he has anything. After staying in Ruyi County for 7 days, Lu Changsheng left Ruyi County with his nephew Hong Zuanji. He did not return to Qingzhu Mountain. Instead, he came to Hongai Valley Market to see his son Lu Quanzhong's situation. After Lu Changsheng came to the market, he did not go directly to visit his son Lu Quanzhong. First, he came to Hongai Peak to meet Lu Yuan's Hong. The two chatted about the family situation and the market situation. When night fell, he asked the children in the market to come to the Lu family compound to see him. Dad. Greetings, Father. There are currently 8 Lu family members doing business in Hongai Valley Market. Seeing Lu Changsheng, who was dressed in blue, with an upright posture and his hands behind his back in the hall, they all greeted him. Yet, Lu Changsheng turned around and looked at the children in front of him, asking about their situation with concern. Although he knew the situation here through Lu Mian, but since people are here, as a father, he will still care about them. After chatting for a while, Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Quanzhong and said, "Others can go back, Quanzhong stay." "What's the matter, father?" Lu Quanzhong was dressed in a blue brocade robe, with a handsome appearance. After these years of self-cultivation and business, the murderous aura when he returned from his travels has dissipated, and he has become more elegant. I heard from your mother that you have some opportunities. Now it seems that this opportunity is good. You have unknowingly reached the 9th level of key refining. Lu Changsheng looked at his son and said with a smile. In fact, Lu Quanzhong's cultivation aura was concealed by some treasure. If he did not use the spiritual eye technique and divine sense to detect, he would not be able to see the other party's cultivation situation normally. So if it were not for the system, he really didn't know his son's situation for a while. This made Lu Changsheng realize that his son's opportunity was much greater than he thought. Huh? Lu Quanzhong was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that his cultivation would be seen through by his father at a glance. The soul-nourishing jade given to him by his uncle Chu Cheng not only has the effect of warming the soul, it also has the effect of concealing the aura of mana and divine sense detection. According to his uncle, unless a giant and cultivator uses the spiritual eye technique to check, no one can see his cultivation level. But now, his father can see his 9th level of key refining at a glance. This made him a little frightened. Everyone has his own opportunities, and your father also has many opportunities, so you don't have to worry. Lu Changsheng chuckled and said in a gentle tone, I came here mainly to see your situation. After all, the matter of spiritual roots is of great importance. You must be careful with such opportunities and don't get into any trouble. If you really get into any trouble, you must tell your father as soon as possible, and don't keep it in your heart. Lu Changsheng smiled and said so. Father, my child's opportunity is related to my uncle. Lu Quanzhen looked up, looked at his father's gentle and handsome face, and whispered. Although he felt that his uncle's affairs were not easy to tell. But since his father already knew, he did not hide his thoughts. Uncle. Lu Changsheng frowned when he heard this. Because of the relationship between his family and Qingzhu Mountain, his children have many uncles. But the uncles in his son's mouth at this time obviously cannot be the people in Qingzhu Mountain. After all, most of these uncles are not as good as his son now. Uncle, Chu Cheng. A name that he almost forgot suddenly appeared in Lu Changsheng's mind, and he was a little unsure. Yes, that's right. Lu Quanzhen nodded. He is still alive, and he gave Quanzhen such a great opportunity. Lu Changsheng was surprised. When he learned that his cheat brother-in-law might practice magic, he didn't pay much attention to it. So many years have passed, and there has been no news. He almost forgot about it and thought that his brother-in-law was dead. Unexpectedly, the other party is not only alive, but also living very well, and can give his son such a great opportunity. After all, the spiritual root improvement and the situation of his son, even if he has a system, he can't help but be shocked. Is your uncle here for something? Lu Changsheng asked. Chu's Hanson is a person who can't keep secrets, and will tell him everything. Chu's Hanson would never hide the fact that Chu Cheng was back. So this brother-in-law probably didn't meet or recognize Chu's Hanson when he came back, but only met his son. This made him a little surprised and puzzled. Uncle just came back to see mother. Lu Quanzhen spoke up and told the general situation of his uncle Chu Cheng's return. He said that his uncle came back mainly to visit his mother Chu Zhenzhen. It might be inconvenient for him to go to Bihu Mountain, so he came to Hongai Valley Market to see him through some means, and then gave him some gifts. So his spiritual roots were improved, and his cultivation level broke through from the 6th level of key refining to the 9th level of key refining. Buyondan Lu Changsheng listened to his son's words and knew the name of the pill that improved the spiritual roots. He had never heard of this pill name. He guessed that this should be a 3rd level or even 4th level pill. Father, although my uncle is a cultivator of the magic path, I feel that there is not much difference between the righteous path and the magic path after contacting him. The difference between the righteous and the evil lies mainly in the people, not the cultivation methods. Just like when I traveled before, I met many people who did many evil things and were full of evil. After Lu Quanzhen finished speaking, he was worried that his father would have opinions about the magic path, so he spoke up for his uncle and expressed his views on the magic path. This is also his current view on the righteous and the evil paths. That's the truth, but the Jiang kingdom we are in belongs to the righteous forces, so we still try to draw a line between ourselves and the magic path. About your uncle's affairs, and the cultivation method, you must not let others know. As for this cultivation method, if you like it, you can continue to practice it if you think it suits you. If you don't like it, there are other advanced cultivation methods at home. Lu Changsheng said with a slight hesitation. He has no prejudice against the magic path. After all, when it comes to contact with a magic path, he is much more serious than his son. His son only practices half of the cultivation method related to the magic path. I directly practiced magic from my Taoist partner, and I also kept 2 corpses in my yin corpse bag. Oh, there is another daughter in the demon sect I know. Lu Quanzhen nodded in surprise. I didn't expect my father to be so open-minded and have no prejudice against the demon sect. He didn't take the initiative to tell his uncle Chu Cheng before because he was worried about the demon sect. Father, among the treasures my uncle gave me, there is a fruit called the 5-element spirit fruit. I read in the book that this 5-element spirit fruit is also known as the golden pill fruit. It is very helpful for building the foundation and breaking through the den. I can't use it now, you can accept it. At this time, Lu Quanzhen took out a jade box from the storage ring hanging around his neck and said. He knew that his father was not as simple as he seemed. Otherwise, he would not be able to see his cultivation at a glance. But thinking that his father was only a low-grade spiritual root, he had not been able to give his father the Butiandan before, so he took the initiative to take out a 5-element spirit fruit, hoping that the other party could break through the Dan. 5-element spirit fruit. Lu Changsheng was shocked when he heard it. He naturally knew about the 5-element spiritual fruit. There is a 5 elements fruit tree in the system space now. But he never expected that among the treasures given to his son by his chief brother-in-law, there would be a 5-element spiritual fruit. You know, this 5-element spiritual fruit is the top-level spiritual object for forming a pill, which is priceless and extremely precious. But at this time, it was taken out by his son like this. Okay, I will accept this 5-element spiritual fruit. Lu Changsheng was silent for a moment, and did not resist the temptation of this 5-element spiritual fruit. Although he is a 2nd-grade spiritual root, has a perfect foundation, has a top-grade crystal condensing pill, 3 spiritual objects for forming a pill, and is assisted by Taisheng Waterju, he is only 70% sure of breaking through the Jiandan. Such a low success rate is naturally not acceptable in Lu Changsheng's view. Now that he has this 5-element spiritual fruit, his probability of forming a pill is not 100%, but almost 98%. Moreover, the most precious thing about this 5-element spiritual fruit is that it can not only increase the probability of forming a pill, but also improve the quality of the pill and the probability of forming a golden pill. When he, Lu, breaks through the Jiandan stage in the future, he will naturally have to condense a top-grade golden elixir, a 1st-grade golden elixir. If he condenses a 4th-grade true elixir, it would be a disgrace. Even in his opinion, the 2nd-grade and 3rd-grade golden elixir are a little bit lacking. He took the jade box and opened it to take a look. Inside was a fist-sized fruit with 5-element glow flowing in a rich and fragrant aroma. Is this the legendary 5-element spiritual fruit? Lu Changsheng murmured as he looked at the fruit. He closed the jade box, took a deep breath and exhaled, and said to his son, Quanzhen, you are now at the 9th level of key refining, and you can also prepare for foundation building. As for foundation building pills and foundation building spiritual objects, your father will prepare them for you. Lu Changsheng said so. His son gave him this precious spiritual fruit, so he, as a father, naturally had to show his appreciation. Father, my uncle has prepared foundation building pills and foundation building spiritual objects for me. Lu Quanzhen said. Ah, this. Lu Changsheng suddenly didn't know what to say. The child's uncle prepared so much that he, as a father, didn't know what to give for a moment. He said helplessly, okay, if you have any needs or anything, you can tell me. The child knows. Lu Quanzhen smiled a little and continued, Father, I plan to go out for training next year, hone my skills, and then prepare for foundation building. Training. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he heard this. To be honest, his son is now at the 9th level of key refining, and the foundation building is just around the corner. He doesn't want him to go out. Because of his son's situation, he thought of Suru Ayan. The other party is at the peak of the 9th level of key refining, with a great opportunity, and has a bright future in the stable cultivation of the family. As a result, he went out for a trip. Quanzhen, if you want to travel, your father will naturally not stop you. But I still hope that you will break through the foundation at home before going out. Lu Changsheng sat diagonally on the main seat, tapping his fingers lightly on the armrest and said, most cultivators go out for training, on the one hand to seek opportunities for foundation building, and on the other hand to sharpen their minds. You are currently a mid-grade spiritual root, with foundation building pills, foundation building spiritual objects, and practicing top-level exercises. Breaking through the foundation is not a problem at all, and there is no need to take this risk again. The only thing you have to consider now is the quality of your foundation. This family can help you a little, and if you have any problems in cultivation, your family can solve your doubts. Lu Changsheng said so. His natal spiritual weapon, the 7 Yao heart lamp, has the effect of condensing the foundation of mana. This effect can not only be used by himself, but also condense the foundation of mana for others. The only problem is that the operation is a bit difficult, and the consumption is a few points more than his own. But he now has the financial resources to fully condense his son's foundation to the most solid. Yes, Father. Lu Quanzhen nodded in response after hearing this. He was also thinking about going to the Purple Nether secret realm when the time comes. After all, this secret realm can only be entered by key refining cultivators. He is now at the 9th level of key refining, with talismans and 2nd level puppets, and he is confident that he can gain something by entering it. Maybe if he is lucky, he can find the heaven and earth spiritual plants for his mother to practice the heaven and earth longevity method. And after learning about this method, in addition to his mother, he also wants to prepare a copy for his sister Lu Kazan. Because he knows his sister's situation. Even if he has taken the Butyon pill and has the foundation building pill, it is still a little difficult to build a foundation. In the future, he will stop at the foundation building at most, and it will be difficult to go further. If he can get more heaven and earth spiritual plants, he can also give his sister another way. Do you know anything about key refining to break through the foundation building? Lu Changsheng continued to ask, preparing to tell his son about the foundation building experience in advance. I don't know anything about this. If you are free, I will trouble you. Although his uncle Chu Chang had already told him about this, Lu Quanzhen still said so when he saw his father taking the initiative. After all, every parent also feels needed. If he doesn't need his father's help, it will probably make his father feel a little disappointed. About foundation building. Immediately, Lu Changsheng told his son about his experience in foundation building. His foundation building experience not only came from himself, but also summarized the experience of Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect, which can be said to be very detailed. Although Lu Quanzhen had learned about it from his uncle Chu Chang, he still gained a little after listening. He bowed to Lu Changsheng and said, "Thank you, father." "Haha, you're welcome. If you have anything, you can come to me at any time." Lu Changsheng waved his hand. After Lu Quanzhen left, Lu Changsheng was the only one left in the hall. He looked at the darkening moonlight outside and murmured, Chu Chang through his son's words, as well as the skills, Butyon, and the 5-element spiritual fruit, he could deeply realize the horror of his cheat brother-in-law. Because any of these can only be touched by the Danjin. Being able to give so many to others at once must involve the Yuanying level. Moreover, he could guess that his son should have other rare treasures. Yuanying. Could it be that my brother-in-law is the reincarnation of a Yuanying's engine? Through these treasures, he cuts off the ties of worldly ties. Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart. Apart from this possibility, he really couldn't think of any other possibility. Chapter 308, Fight for the Mineral Veins and the Celestial Phenomenon of Forming the Elixir. After checking on his children in Red Leaf Valley, Lu Changsheng left the market the next day. He did not return to Qingzhu Mountain, but went to Qingyun Sect. After all, he had been away for so long, and he should visit Xiao Ziyu and Zhao Qingqing when he came back. 2 days later, Lu Changsheng came to the gate of Qingyun Sect. Hiss, who should I send a message to? Lu Changsheng took out the yin-yang communication talisman of Xiao Ziyu and Zhao Qingqing, and froze for a moment. Although he and the 2 women were actually Taoist couples. But his relationship with Xiao Ziyu had always been kept secret, and there was no name of Taoist couple, even Zhao Qingqing didn't know. If he sent a message to Xiao Ziyu now, or sent a message to the 2 women at the same time, wouldn't it make him and Xiao Ziyu have an extraordinary relationship? But if he only sent a message to Zhao Qingqing, it would be a bit unfair to Xiao Ziyu. After all, Xiao Ziyu came first, and the 2 had a better relationship. Alice, it turns out that sometimes having too many Taoist partners is also a kind of trouble. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart and thought secretly, now that Wang Shu is so old, there is no need to hide the relationship between Ziyu and me all the time, right? Back then, he was just a little key refining cultivator and the son-in-law of Qingzhu Mountain, not worthy of Xiao Ziyu, the true disciple of the Immortal Sect. He himself was worried that he would not be able to pass the test of Master Xiao Ziyu, and even cause trouble. But now that the children are so old, Lu Changsheng feels that there is no need to hide their relationship any longer. It can be revealed openly. Although revealing their relationship may cause some trouble for himself. But in his opinion, it is really a bit unfair to Xiao Ziyu that their relationship has been so secretive. Moreover, revealing the relationship does not necessarily cause trouble, and there will even be many benefits. After all, if the 2 confirm their relationship, he will be the Taoist partner of the disciple of the Jiandan Henrun. This title is enough to make many people and family forces jealous. Ziyu and I love each other, so her master shouldn't break us up, right? Lu Changsheng knew that if he wanted to establish a relationship with Xiao Xiao, the only problem would be her master, Master Qingyun. This kind of thing must be agreed by the other party. Master Qingyun should know my existence. She helped me out of the difficulties for Xiao's sake. I think she has no opinion on me. Now I come to propose marriage, even if she disagrees, it won't matter. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. Now his ancestor Lu is also well known in the Qingyun area. Except for his many wives, concubines, Taoist partners and children, his other appearance, cultivation and talents are all first class. Even if Master Qingyun disagrees, it won't matter. I'll ask Xiao's opinion later. After Lu Changsheng made up his mind, he sent a message to the two women at the same time, saying that he came to Qingyun Sect. But Xiao's communication talisman did not move, indicating that she was not in Qingyun Sect at the moment. Out again. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and murmured in his heart. Through Qingzhu, he knew that Xiao had been very busy in the past 2 years and had only come to Qingzhu Mountain once. But Qingzhu didn't know what she was busy with. After all, without him, Qingzhu and Xiao didn't like to communicate with others. Half an hour later, a green light flew in from the mountain gate. Lu Lang. Zhao Qingqing was wearing a green dress, tall, with black hair tied in a bun, and a plum blossom jade hairpin inserted diagonally. She looked at Lu Changsheng with a happy smile between her eyebrows. Qingqing. Lu Changsheng was wearing a green robe, with a handsome face and a smile on his face, and he called out in a clear voice. Soon, the two of them entered Qingyun Sect in such an intimate way. Who is this person? He is so close to this uncle in the sect. A disciple guard in the mountain saw the scene and couldn't help but wonder. Lu Changsheng was waiting outside just now, which means he is not a disciple of Qingyun Sect. The foundation-building disciples of Qingyun Sect rarely marry outside the sect, so he was very surprised. You don't even know this person. He is the master of Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng. I heard that. Another disciple who guarded the mountain immediately spoke up and gossiped. Although Lu Changsheng was a little famous, many people had only heard of this name and didn't know who he was. Later, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Qingqing became Taoist partners, which made him more famous in Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng followed Zhao Qingqing to her cave, Beikao Garden. The layout here was quite different from when she was building her foundation. In addition to a few elegant attic huts in the yard, most places were planted with spiritual flowers and herbs, making the air very fresh. Lu Changsheng knew that this was because Zhao Qingqing was a plant body. This spiritual body was not only good at cultivating spiritual plants, but also had a certain benefit effect on cultivation by practicing in such a place for a long time. Lu Lang, you must be very tired from traveling back and forth to Yu State this time. After arriving in the hall, Zhao Qingqing made tea and poured water, and said softly. She knew about Lu Changsheng's trip to the Qingyun Sect of Yu State. She had helped to buy the ticket for Lu Changsheng to take the spirit ship, and she knew that he would be back in more than 2 years, so the journey did not delay him too much. It's okay, but it's a bit boring to take the spirit ship. Lu Changsheng chuckled, picked up the tea, and told her about what he saw and heard on this trip to Yu State. After drinking the tea, Lu Changsheng came forward and hugged the beauty, his eyes full of affection, and said in a low voice, Qingqing, I miss you. Lu Lang. Zhao Qingqing met Lu Changsheng's affectionate eyes, her heart trembled, her body softened, and her eyebrows showed a bit of shyness. Although she and Lu Changsheng became a Taoist couple. But the feelings between the two were still a little short of being natural, lacking the love that grew over time, so she was still a little uncomfortable with such closeness. Before she could say anything, her lips, which were as moist as the fruits of plants and trees, were held by his. She could not speak, and could only wrap her arms around his neck, almost whispering, I miss you too. For a long time. Lu Lang, it's still daytime. Zhao Qingqing seemed to have recovered from suffocation, and her breath was as fragrant as orchids. Her jade-like face, which was usually elegant and calm, was flushed and full of shame. Now it was broad daylight, and they met in the hall as soon as they met, which really made her a little shy. It will be dark soon. Lu Changsheng said restlessly with his hands, making Zhao Qingqing's straight and slender legs tremble slightly, and her delicate body softened. Go to the room. Zhao Qingqing's green dress was messy and said in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng immediately carried Zhao Qingqing to a simple and elegant hut in the garden. It's not this. Zhao Qingqing wanted to say something, Her beautiful eyes were misty, her pretty face turned redder, and her shy face showed a bit of obedience. Ah, then which room are you referring to, Qingqing? Lu Changsheng asked knowingly. I usually sleep. Zhao Qingqing's voice and even her body were shaking. Oh, so that's the case, then your husband will carry you over. Lu Changsheng picked up the beautiful woman's slender and straight legs and walked towards the main room. The fairy in a green dress was hugged like this, even if there was no one else. She couldn't help but tremble in her heart and felt extremely ashamed. But at this time, she was soft and powerless, and could only choose to shake her head like an ostrich, so that her black and beautiful bun would be untied and spread out like a waterfall, half covering her jade face, and she hugged her lover's neck tightly, not daring to speak. In the upside-down moment, her two curvy and round legs kept shaking, causing one of her embroidered shoes to slip off, revealing her jade feet wrapped in white silk stockings. Through the thin silk white socks, you can see her pink jade feet sometimes curled up, sometimes tense and arched, like a shy girl. As the night gradually fell, the evening breeze blew gently, making the magical flowers and plants in the garden rustle, and the branches and leaves swayed constantly. When the night was deep, a drizzle fell in the courtyard, with a sound of rain hiding banana leaves. The magical flowers and plants in the garden swayed in the wind and rain, covered with rolling jade beads. The water tank not far away was filled up at some point, and it overflowed along the edge and dripped onto the wet green grass on the ground. In a simple and elegant room, Zhao Qingqing's face was red, her black hair was scattered like a waterfall, her delicate body was white and red, and it was covered with fine beads of sweat. She lay in Lu Changsheng's arms, breathing softly, and her eyebrows showed a bit of comfort and comfort. Qingqing, how have you been in the sect these 2 years? After Lu Changsheng conveyed his thoughts of the past 2 years, he hugged Zhao Qingqing's shoulders and asked softly, letting the creamy and smooth flesh flow between his 5 fingers. As a spiritual plant master, I only need 2. Zhao Qingqing was as soft as a silkworm, exhaling like orchids, and whispered softly. As a second-level spiritual plant master, she practiced health-preserving exercises and did not need to go out on missions. As long as she wanted, she could continue to cultivate spiritual plants and spiritual medicines in the sect without going out on missions. As for her master, it was a normal relationship, and they gave each other some face. After all, in the world of immortal cultivation, there is still a concept of respecting teachers. If it was too ugly, it would not look good for both parties. Besides, her master just wanted Zhao Qingqing to give in, and did not do too much. The next morning, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Qingqing went out to meet their good friend Han Lin to reminisce about the past and to see their children. He originally wanted to meet his brother-in-law Xia Chaoyong, but he learned that his brother-in-law was at the 9th level of key refining and was working hard to build his foundation. Now he was on missions most of the time. Lu Changsheng did not ask much about this. He planned to give Xia Xiaoyu 3,000 spirit stones after returning, as a sponsorship from his brother-in-law, a small investment. After all, Xia Xiaoyu gave birth to 3 children for him, one with a 3rd-grade spirit root, one with a 5th-grade spirit root, and one with a 6th-grade spirit root. Under such circumstances, he was naturally willing to take care of this brother-in-law. Moreover, this brother-in-law was a good person, with a 4th-grade spirit root. If he could build his foundation in the Immortal Gate, it would be a good thing for him. As for foundation building pills and spiritual objects for foundation building, he was not rich enough to do so. Is Han Daoyao also preparing to build his foundation now? Lu Changsheng looked at Han Lin and asked. Foundation building is hard to come by, so I don't dare to have extravagant hopes. I plan to take a mission next year and go to Qingyun Market to see if I can succeed by chance. If not, I will just let it go and find a job in the sect. Although Han Lin is almost 50 years old, he looks only 30 years old. He is wearing a loose khaki robe, with a dark face and an ordinary smile. If I remember correctly, Han Daoyao is only 49 now, which is considered to be in his prime. As long as he works hard, he still has hope of building a foundation. Lu Changsheng said so. When he participated in the Xianmen assessment, he was the closest to Han Lin, so he knew the other party's age. That's right, but foundation building pills are hard to find, and I have a low-grade spiritual root. Even if I have foundation building pills, it is very difficult to break through the foundation. Why waste this money and energy? I am already very satisfied to be like this now. Han Lin grinned. In this regard, Lu Changsheng did not persuade him. After all, everyone has their own ambitions. Moreover, even if a cultivator with lower spiritual roots has a foundation-building pill, 90% of them will fail to build their foundation, and their efforts for most of their lives will be in vain. As a first-level top-level refiner, Han Lin can live a very comfortable life as long as he does not fight for the foundation and spend money indiscriminately. By the way, do you know what is happening to Taoist Xiao now? Lu Changsheng continued. He wanted to ask Zhao Qingqing yesterday if she knew about Xiao Ziyu's situation. But coming to see a woman and asking about another woman's situation, Lu would not do such a thing. I don't know about that. I am mostly refining instruments on weekdays, and the information I can get is limited. Han Lin shook his head and said. He was the type who didn't hear much outside the window. Moreover, he was just a key refining cultivator and could not get much information about foundation building. I heard that the sect discovered a large mineral vein, and true man Qingyun was in charge personally, so Taoist Xiao has been sitting outside for these years. Zhao Qingqing spoke up and said so. As a foundation-building cultivator, she still had some information channels in the sect. Mineral vein? What mineral vein needs the presence of a Jinden's Henren? Lu Changsheng was surprised when he heard this. I don't know what mineral vein it is, but it must be a rare mineral vein. The main reason is that this mineral vein is in Qingyun Mountain range, which may conflict with Qingzhu Sect. Zhao Qingqing said softly. Qingyun Mountain range, so that's it. Lu Changsheng suddenly understood. Qingyun Mountain range belongs to the border mountain range between Qingyun Sect and Qingzhu Sect. This mineral vein appeared in Qingyun Mountain range, so there is a question of ownership. Now that Zhenren is in charge, it means that both sects should be competing for this mineral vein. Although the several major sects in the Jiang Kingdom's cultivation world are all righteous forces, if one of them is in danger, other sects will come to help. But if there is a conflict of interest, they will still fight. After a brief chat, Lu Changsheng said goodbye to Han Lin and went to visit his children with Zhao Qingqing to check on their situation. With Zhao Qingqing, the two children are currently living a very good life in Qingyun Sect. Especially Lu Xingyu, who studied medicine, Zhao Qingqing could give her some pointers. After seeing his children, Lu Changsheng did not leave immediately, but planned to stay in Qingyun Sect for a few days. After all, since everyone was here, he would naturally stay for a few more days and accompany them for a few more days. 5 days later. Spiritual Medicine Peak, 100 Herb Garden. Lu Changsheng was watching Zhao Qingqing cultivate and introduce various spiritual flowers and herbs. Just then. But on a mountain in the distance, the sky and the clouds changed color. Countless spiritual energy from the heaven and earth suddenly gathered, like a tide, forming a huge spiritual energy vortex. This vortex continued to spread, circling like a funnel-like tornado, with a faint haze on it. Well, what's going on? Lu Changsheng suddenly looked up. This is Qingyun Peak. Looking at this movement, it seems like a breakthrough. Zhao Qingqing also looked at the mountain, and frowned slightly. Breakthrough? Could it be a Dan formation? Lu Changsheng was shocked when he heard this, and he also felt that this scene was somewhat similar to a breakthrough in foundation building. But compared to the foundation building, this movement was more than 10 times louder. Not only them, but at this moment, everyone in the entire Qingyun Sect was alarmed and looked towards Qingyun Peak. What a big noise, what happened? It's the Jindan stage. Someone on Qingyun Peak is trying to reach the Jindan stage? Qingyun Peak? Could it be Fairy Qingyi, a disciple of true man Qingyun, trying to reach the Jindan stage? Rumor has it that she was seriously injured and went into seclusion to recuperate, but I didn't expect that she would actually reach the Jindan stage. The Jindan stage is so terrifying. Hiss, looking at the mighty appearance of this celestial phenomenon, it is obvious that she has passed the 3 stages of the Jindan stage and started the last step, the crystallization of the magic liquid. Once Fairy Qingyi succeeds in breaking through to the Jindan stage, Qingyun Peak will be a double Jindan stage sect. I wonder if Fairy Qingyi can succeed in breaking through. Fairy Qingyi has a clear sword heart and a first-grade spiritual root. She practices the Qingyun Sect's magic method, Qingyun sword art. She will definitely succeed in reaching the Jindan stage, and maybe even condense a top-grade golden elixir. Top-grade golden elixir, this is too exaggerated. I think it's amazing to be able to form a true elixir. In the Qingyun Sect, countless people were talking as they looked at the vortex of spiritual energy circling in the sky and spreading continuously. Chapter 309, Breakthrough of Jindan, Strange Movements of Emotions. As the spiritual energy vortex on Qingyun Peak's world and surged, spreading and spreading, the spiritual pressure permeated, and the Qingyun Sect's mountain protection formation also started to work at this moment. After all, impacting the Jinden stage is also a top priority for the Qingyun Sect. It will never be allowed to be influenced or interfered with. At this moment, the Qingyun Sect also has a Jinden's Henren who has been in seclusion and woke up, sitting in the sect to protect it. Is this the Qingyun Sect's mountain protection formation? Lu Changsheng looked up at the sky. But the whole formation was like an inverted white jade glass bowl, shining with brilliant light, rolling clouds and mist, and it seemed like a line of green dragons flying inside. Although the formation did not emit any terrifying spiritual pressure, just this scene gave people a sense of unfathomable depth. At the same time, the huge movement of Qingyun Peak, the spiritual pressure dissipated invisibly. People could only see the spiritual energy vortex entrenched in the sky. This spiritual energy vortex was still madly sweeping and swallowing the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth, forming a cloud of rosy clouds, which continued to spread, almost reaching a radius of 1 mile, covering the entire Qingyun Peak. Looking at this posture, there is a high probability that he can form a pill. Lu Changsheng looked at this scene and thought to himself. He had asked Huanglian some knowledge about forming a pill. He knew that forming a pill and building a foundation were somewhat similar. To attack the foundation, first the 3 levels of building a foundation, then the magic power condensed into liquid, and held up the Taoist platform. The same is true for forming a pill. There are 3 levels of forming a pill, then the magic liquid condensed into a crystal, and formed a real pill. At this time, the celestial phenomenon of forming a pill on Qingyun Peak was stable and powerful, and the breath was rising step by step, showing that there was a lot of stamina, which meant that this person had a strong foundation and was likely to succeed in forming a pill. But it's good to be a disciple of the Immortal Sect. Not only do you have a good environment to break through the realm, you don't have to worry about spiritual veins, and you don't have to worry about being disturbed. Although I have prepared all the resources for the Jinden stage, I still lack a stable environment for breakthrough. Lu Changsheng looked at the rosy clouds on the Qingyun Peak and the Qingyun formation, thinking in his heart. Although he was confident that he would be able to break through the Jinden stage in the future, there was still a big problem. Spiritual veins. To break through the foundation, you need a second-level spiritual vein to supply spiritual energy. The same is true for the Jinden stage. At least a third-level spiritual vein is needed to supply spiritual energy. Otherwise, if the spiritual energy is insufficient during the breakthrough process, it will lead to lack of follow-up power during the breakthrough and thus fail. The Qingzhu Mountain is currently only a second-level upper-grade spiritual vein, which is not enough for people to break through the Jinden stage. Even with the Spirit Eye Spring, with the help of Zumi, the spiritual energy in the cave can reach the second-level extreme, or even the quasi-third level, but it is still not enough for him to form a pill. Because the spiritual energy required for the breakthrough is too huge. This is why most cultivators will eventually join a force. Only a big force can provide a stable spiritual vein environment for people to break through. It is extremely difficult for a casual cultivator to break through on his own. With Zumi sitting at home, it is the most stable. If I can break through in Zumi Cave Heaven, I can even cover up the Jinden celestial phenomenon. If I can't make the spiritual veins at home advance, I can only go out to break through to the Jinden in the future. Although I can rent a third-level cave house in Changsheng, it is not as safe as staying at home. Besides, if I break through, I will definitely condense a top-grade golden elixir. By then, the celestial phenomena will be too shocking, and it will be easy to cause trouble. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. Originally, Jinden was quite far away from him, and he didn't think too much about it. But now seeing the Jinden celestial phenomenon, he couldn't help but think of his own future Jinden. Huh? Lu Changsheng didn't think much. He exhaled lightly, looked at Zhao Qingqing and asked, "Qingqing, do you know who broke through?" The Jinden celestial phenomenon is so extraordinary, which means that the person who broke through is very extraordinary. I don't know either. If it's Qingyun Peak, it's probably the eldest disciple of Qingyun's Henren, that is, Xiao Daoyao's senior sister, Fairy Qingyi. She is a true disciple of Qingyun Sect, and she broke through to the late stage of foundation building in her early years. Now this Jinden phenomenon is probably her breakthrough to Jinden. Zhao Qingqing was wearing a green dress, with her black hair tied up, and her appearance was elegant and beautiful. Fairy Qingyi. When Lu Changsheng heard this name, his heart paused. A woman dressed in white tights, with a single ponytail, appeared in his mind. She had a delicate and three-dimensional appearance, both feminine and full of cold and heroic spirit. He didn't expect that the person who broke through to Jinden was Chu Qingyi, who had met him once before. But thinking about it, it is understandable. Chu Qingyi was a true disciple of Qingyun Sect in her early years, and had the cultivation of the late stage of foundation building, or even the peak of foundation building. Now that more than 10 years have passed, it is normal for her to break through to Jinden. By the way, how old is this fairy Qingyi now? Lu Changsheng asked with some curiosity. Although he had a good relationship with Xiao Xiao and knew that her master was Qingyun's Henren and her senior sister was Chu Qingyi. But he didn't know much about the two women. I don't know about that. Zhao Qingqing shook her head and said, it is rumored that fairy Qingyi was adopted by Qingyun's Henren when she was young and brought back to the sect. She should not be very old now, probably less than 100 years old. Less than 100 years old, it seems that fairy Qingyi is indeed gifted. Lu Changsheng said with some emotion. Being able to break through the Jinden before the age of 100 is enough to be called a genius. After all, not all cultivators are like him, who have gathered the resources needed for the Jinden before reaching the late stage of foundation building. 99% of cultivators usually have to work hard for their own cultivation resources and be distracted by affairs. In the late stage of breakthrough, they have to prepare for the resources for the breakthrough realm. Even if Chu Qingyi is gifted and has a Jinden master, it is not easy for her to break through the Jinden as a disciple of the Immortal Sect. You need to rely on your own efforts to obtain resources. Lu Changsheng was almost ready to go back. But now that he has encountered a breakthrough to the Jinden stage, he plans to stay for a while longer to see the Jinden celestial phenomena. Moreover, the Qingyun Sect is running at full capacity at this time. Although it is not to close the mountain, it is also strictly checking all people entering and leaving. 3 days later, the spiritual energy cloud vortex on Qingyun Peak broke through the radius of 3 miles. This Jinden celestial phenomenon that morning, Lu Changsheng and Zhao Qingqing walked out of the room and looked at the Jinden celestial phenomenon of Qingyun Peak, and were a little surprised. According to what he knew from Honglian, the celestial phenomenon during the Jinden stage may not be 100% sure of the progress and quality of the Jinden stage of the breakthrough person. But it can be seen roughly. For example, if the spiritual energy cloud vortex has been maintained within a radius of 2 or 3 miles, it is likely to be a low-grade flood elixir. If it breaks through a radius of 5 miles, it is likely to be a medium-grade true elixir. If it can break through a radius of 10 miles, it is likely to be a high-grade golden elixir. In 3 days, Chu Qingyi's spiritual energy cloud vortex suddenly expanded to a radius of 3 miles, indicating that the foundation is very strong, at least a medium-grade true elixir, and there is hope for a high-grade golden elixir. Of course, there are also problems in the process, such as failure to form a pill, and the disintegration of the clouds. But through the situation of the clouds, one can roughly judge a person's foundation. As time goes by, the spiritual cloud vortex on Qingyun Peak continues to rise and spread, and its size is about 7 or 8 miles in radius, which is very amazing. Is Fairy Qingyi really going to condense a top-grade golden elixir? Someone in Qingyun Sect was surprised. Although Chu Qingyi is a disciple of Qingyun's Henren and a Jinden's Henren. But it is still very difficult to condense a top-grade golden elixir. Once a top-grade golden elixir is condensed, it will be a Yuanying seed in the future. That's the truth. But in our Jianguo Xiuxin world, except for Zhuangjian's Henjin, there is no second Yuanying's Henjin. Our Qingyun Sect does not have a 4th-level spiritual vein. If you want to break through the Yuanying, you must go out to find opportunities. Many people are paying attention to the situation of Qingyun Peak and want to know about Chu Qingyi's breakthrough. After all, if the sect adds a Jinden cultivator, it is absolutely a great joy for Qingyun Sect. They will certainly hold a grand ceremony to celebrate the formation of the golden elixir and inform the world. Another 7 or 8 days passed. Hoo-hoo-hoo, the spiritual energy cloud vortex on Qingyun Peak swept wildly, breaking through the 9 li radius, 9 li 1, 9 li 3. This huge scene of movement caused the spiritual pressure that was originally covered by the Qingyun Sect's mountain protection formation to begin to radiate. The Qingyun Sect's onlookers could all feel an invisible and terrifying spiritual pressure. Especially the disciples and cultivators of Qingyun Peak. At this moment, they felt a sense of difficulty in breathing and fear. Such a scene Fairy Qingyi is trying to condense a high-grade golden elixir. She is actually going to condense a high-grade golden elixir. If my Qingyun Sect can add a golden elixir real person, the foundation will be greatly increased. At this moment, everyone in Qingyun Sect was shocked and stared at the sky above Qingyun Peak. After all, this is a high-grade golden elixir. Qingyun Peak. A magnificent palace. On the ancient pavilion, a beautiful woman in her 30s, wearing a green Taoist robe, with her black hair tied in turban and holding a scroll, looked at the scene on Qingyun Peak. Strive for the top-grade golden elixir. Her slender hands like white jade tightly grasped the scroll in her hands, and her face was a little gloomy and ugly. Another day passed. The spiritual energy cloud vortex of Qingyun Peak finally reached a radius of 10 miles. But this cloud vortex was not stable, rising and falling, making everyone watching this scene, their mood fluctuated with it. I don't know how long it took. Boom. The spiritual energy cloud vortex on Qingyun Peak twisted to the extreme, erupting with an astonishing and vast spiritual pressure. Then the spiritual energy vortex retreated like a tide, leaving only bursts of rosy clouds. Between heaven and earth, faint sounds of the great waves sounded and landed on the top of Qingyun Peak. Is this a successful breakthrough? Has it condensed a top-grade golden elixir? How should I know? This is my first time watching a celestial phenomenon of a golden elixir. Looking at the movement of this celestial phenomenon, it is a bit like the golden elixir celestial phenomenon recorded in ancient books, but also a bit different. In the Qingyun Sect, countless people watched this scene and talked about it. As the spiritual energy vortex on Qingyun Peak dissipated, the Qingyun Sect's mountain protection formation also changed from full power operation to normal operation. After all, no matter what kind of formation it is, full power operation consumes a lot of spiritual energy and is difficult to maintain for a long time. Is the breakthrough successful? Changsheng looked at this scene and breathed a sigh of relief, feeling quite emotional. He has been paying attention to this movement these days, and it must be said that the movement of the celestial phenomenon of a golden elixir is very shocking. It is more than 100 times larger than the movement during the foundation building. It also made him understand that it is very difficult to gather spiritual energy through the second-level spiritual veins and other means to break through the golden elixir. Especially if you want to condense a top-grade golden elixir, the spiritual energy required is simply a huge amount. Even ordinary third-level spiritual veins are not stable enough, which affects the probability of forming a golden elixir. Jidan. Zhao Qingqing looked at the clouds on Qingyun Peak, pursed her red lips, and was absent-minded for a moment. Even though she knew that she had no hope of forming a den, she didn't expect to do so. Seeing such a movement in the sky at this time, she couldn't help but feel a little yearning in her heart. After Chu Chengyu broke through the Jinden stage, Changsheng left Qingyun Sect the next day. He originally planned to stay for only 5 or 6 days this time, but ended up staying for a month. After returning home, Changsheng told Ling Zixiao and Lu Mayaoj why this trip took so long. Jidan. When Lu Mayaoj heard this, her beautiful eyes showed a little yearning. In the past, she didn't dare to hope for the Jinden stage at all, and building the foundation was considered a success. But now, she has practiced the Shangsheng Rushuju and condensed a perfect Taoist foundation. With Lu Changsheng's Taiyudao seed, it is not to say whether she can break through the Jinden stage, but she at least has the qualifications to impact the Jinden stage. Jidan? Fellow Taoist Zio senior sister. Ling Zixiao couldn't help but look at Lu Changsheng with a strange look when she heard this. My dear, do you know this Master Chu? She looked at Lu Changsheng and asked. Lu Changsheng. What's wrong with your suspicious look and tone? I met her once by chance. Lu Changsheng did not hide it and said that when he went to Juxiao Fairy City, he met this fairy Qingyi as soon as he arrived and saw that she was being hunted by the Zihao family. As expected of you, Mr. Lu. Ling Zixiao nodded thoughtfully. Zixiao, what do you mean by this? Could it be that she is a female cultivator, and meeting her once is related to my husband? Lu Changsheng said with a righteous face. Although he had some close contact with this Master Chu. But a doctor's heart is like a parent's heart. At that time, he was completely trying to save people, and he had no other evil thoughts. I didn't say that. Ling Zixiao smiled elegantly, and said innocently in her bright and beautiful eyes. HMPH, you are teasing your husband, right? Lu Changsheng made a vicious expression and directly hugged Ling Zixiao's plump and graceful body. Ling Zixiao agreed to have a baby, and since he had been away for so long, he naturally had to hurry up. Afterwards, Zixio, besides the spirit source pearl in the spirit eye, do you know any other way to promote the spirit vein? On the white jade bed, Lu Changsheng held Ling Zixio, whose body was as soft as a silkworm and whose jade face was flushed, and asked, besides the spirit eye, there is only the magic weapon like the Kanghe pearl that can nourish the spirit vein. As for the others, I don't know much, but I heard that there is a way to cultivate spirit veins in the world of cultivating immortals, which cultivate spirit veins through natural materials and treasures to accelerate their growth. But I don't know much about this aspect. You can ask Senior Honglian. Ling Zixio stroked her white and smooth, slightly bulging belly and said softly. After deciding to have a baby with Lu Changsheng, she was looking forward to it more and more. But she also knew that she and Lu Changsheng were both foundation-building cultivators, and it was not easy to get pregnant. Well, I'll ask Honglian later. Lu Changsheng's palm wandered over the jade white skin. Are you considering forming a pill? Ling Zixio asked softly. Today, Lu Changsheng mentioned Chu Qingyi's forming a pill, and now he asked about the cultivation of spiritual veins, obviously considering forming a pill. Yes, although I still have a long time to form a pill, I should consider it. Lu Changsheng said softly, expressing his doubts. When you really want to form a pill, you can consider going to Qingyun Sect to break through. Ling Zixio's white fingertips drew circles on Lu Changsheng's chest and said softly. Qingyun Sect. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard it. That's right. Young Master once participated in the Immortal Sect assessment in Qingyun Sect. After that, he grew up under the rule of Qingyun. Now, Qingzhu Mountain also pays tribute to Qingyun Sect every year. So Young Master has a clean background in the eyes of Qingyun Sect. He is half of their own. As long as Young Master is willing, it is not difficult for him to enter Qingyun Sect with his identity and skills. Ling Zixio snuggled in his arms and said softly, Young Master is worried about whether it will cause trouble and others covet him if he breaks through the Jinden stage too early. Young Master has a special relationship with fellow Taoist Zio. Now her master and senior sister are both Jinden's Henrin, and they have a lot of say in Qingyun Sect. As long as these two Henrin are willing to help, Young Master can safely break through the Jinden stage in Qingyun Sect. Besides, Qingyun Sect also hopes that the sect can have one more Jinden's Henrin. Ling Zixio's voice was soft and weak, and he said slowly. That's the truth. Lu Changsheng said softly. In his opinion, this was barely an option. But if he, with his inferior spiritual roots, could break through the Jinden stage in less than 100 years, and could also condense a superior golden elixir, he would certainly become famous and be noticed. Although after breaking through the Jinden stage, his strength was enough to be considered the first step in Jiang country. But there was still the Yuanying's in the world of cultivating immortals. Who knew if there would be a Yuanying's coveting his opportunity and inexplicably targeting him? After all, if there really was a Yuanying targeting him, it would be troublesome. So if he could choose, Lu Changsheng still didn't want to break through the Jinden stage in the eyes of the outside world and the public. The next day, Lu Changsheng wanted to go to Honglian to ask about a method of cultivating spiritual veins. But the ancient beast talisman was in Su Ruang's body. Now Su Ruang was in seclusion, contracting her natal spirit beast. He didn't disturb her and planned to ask her after she came out of seclusion. In the following days, Lu Changsheng practiced, made talismans, refined elixirs, and made babies at home. He also asked his family's shop in Hongai Valley to start selling second-level elixirs. He said that he was refining them for himself, the master of Qingzhu Mountain. And he took on some pill refining. This was to officially inform the outside world that he had become a second-level alchemist. On this day, in the alchemy room, Lu Changsheng was instructing Li Xingguo on how to make pills. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable throbbing, as if a string in his body had been torn apart. Is this love Laku? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart, his expression slightly condensed, and he felt that this throbbing came from the love of the love Laku. Chapter 310 Nangguanyeo, Sister Xiaochen, do you know who my father is? 5 Poison Sect, Sky Spider Peak. In the closed-door chamber, a mysterious and magnificent, dreamlike, burning flame cocoon flickered. The phoenix bathes in fire, is reborn in nirvana, dies in an instant, and washes away all the dross. At this moment, a cold and moving voice sounded in the flame cocoon. As the voice sounded, the cocoon suddenly burst into dazzling red light, illuminating the cave. Then, the cocoon began to burn. The red fire filled the entire cave. A brilliant and beautiful phoenix with a graceful posture loomed, as if dancing in the flames. It raised its head and cried long. The sound was high and grand, graceful and melodious, like a grand symphony, extremely moving. Click, click, a series of broken subtle sounds sounded. Then, a figure with perfect curves and a graceful and enchanting figure appeared in the flames. Lu Changsheng. The flames dissipated. A woman in her 20s, with a beautiful and charming face, narrow and clear eyes, a white body like jade, and a slender curve, appeared. There was no trace of dust or dirt on her body, and she was breathtakingly beautiful. In her cold and beautiful eyes, there was a bit of complexity. Through the Phoenix Goo and the Phoenix Nirvana method, she was finally reborn from the ashes, washed away all the lead, and broke free from the effect of the love laku. After breaking free from the love laku, she immediately checked her impression of Lu Changsheng. But when the other person's figure appeared in her mind, she didn't know what emotion she was feeling for a while. Hate? Not as hateful as imagined. I wish I could kill him as soon as possible. Love? Now that the love laku has been broken free, how could I like this person? But apart from love and hate, what else can there be? Greed, anger, ignorance, evil, desire? At this moment, Nangguang Li herself couldn't explain it clearly. She just clearly realized that she couldn't look at Lu Changsheng with a normal heart. The other person had seriously disturbed her heart and even became a demon in her heart. Although this person is hateful, he saved Xiaochen and me, and gave me Yao. Nangguang Li's beautiful eyes were filled with a hazy magical luster, and her red lips opened slightly, muttering to herself. Even without the influence of the love laku, her love for her daughter Nangguang Yao remained unchanged, and she even loved her more. After all, she had thought deeply about this daughter at the beginning, and decided to give birth to her on her own, instead of being influenced by the love laku. Thinking of her daughter, her beautiful eyes showed some longing and tenderness. But the next moment, she narrowed her phoenix eyes slightly, and said coldly, "This person has some kind of peerless Taoist body that can promote the real pill to the immortal golden pill. This supreme opportunity must not be missed." Besides, he was also to the seat. Nangguang Li recalled the humiliation of the other party that year, and her slender jade-like palms clenched, with a bit of shame and anger on her face. This is the time she is most reluctant to recall in her life, and she regards it as a great shame. I am a Qingyun Henren, the sky spider envoy of the 5 poison sect, but I was humiliated by a little foundation-building cultivator. If I don't take revenge, my thoughts will not make sense. Lu Changsheng, you wait for me. Nangguang Li said coldly. At this moment, she found the root of her inability to treat Lu Changsheng normally. This kind of humiliation, which is related to the opportunity of Qingyun, must not be let go. As long as the other party is obedient, I can reluctantly spare his life for the sake of saving his life and my daughter Nangguang Yao. Otherwise, she, Nangguang Li, is not a kind-hearted person. Huh? After sorting out her thoughts in this way, Nangguang Li felt that her thoughts were clear. Immediately, she raised her white hands and took out a set of purple and luxurious gauze skirts that looked like flowing stars and dreams from the stored ring. On the snow-white, beautifully shaped jade feet with crystal toes, you can see the light blue blood flowing. There is an extra pair of purple crystal high heels. She walked out of the secret room in a graceful manner, with her clothes fluttering, and went to visit her daughter. She had not seen her daughter for a year, and she missed her daughter very much. Xianzhu Peak, a black jade square. Meng Xiaochen was teaching Nangguang Yao to practice magic. This year, her master Nangguang Li was in seclusion, and she arranged the affairs and took care of her sister wholeheartedly. Although she was a sister, she basically treated Nangguang Yao as her daughter. Yao, you must be a little tired, take a rest. Meng Xiaochen said to the little girl in front of her who was delicate and lovely. Although Nangguang Yao was only 10 years old, her childish face had already begun to show her charming charm. Her frowns and smiles were like a blooming purple lotus. Meng Xiaochen tied up her waist-length hair like a starry night and tied it into 2 buns, which made her cute and adorable. Sister Xiaochen, when will mother come out of seclusion? Nangguang Yao's eyes were very clear, as if there were starlight flowing, and she said in a childish voice. Master said before that it would be about a year, it should be soon. Meng Xiaochen still looked like a girl, with a doting smile on her face. Her temperament was ethereal and dreamy. But when she heard this, she couldn't help but worry about her lover. Her master's retreat this time was to unlock the love-locking goo. Once the love-locking goo was unlocked, he might attack Lu Changsheng. The two came to the side to rest. There were all kinds of rare spiritual fruits, cakes, and desserts on the table. Sister Xiaochen, do you know who my father is? Nangguang Yao sat down gracefully, picked up a peach blossom pastry, took a bite with her pink lips, and said casually, Meng Xiaochen's beautiful face froze when she heard this. Then, as if nothing had happened, she smiled and asked, why do you ask this, Yao? I read in the book that everyone has a father and a mother, but I only have a mother and have never seen a father. Nangguang Yao showed a quiet and moving smile on her face, eating the peach blossom pastry, and said innocently. This Meng Xiaochen didn't know how to respond for a moment. Although Nangguang Mili announced to the public that Nangguang Yao was her adopted daughter. But with Nangguang Yao's appearance and Nangguang Mili's daily love for this daughter, who would believe that she was picked up? I'm afraid Nangguang Yao herself wouldn't believe it. After all, she knew that her junior sister was very precocious and understood many things. She didn't know many things simply because Nangguang Mili didn't teach her and had never come into contact with her in these years. Could it be that my father is the unfaithful man mentioned in the book and abandoned my mother? Nangguang Yao tilted her head, pursed her lips, and said cutely. No, Meng Xiaochen subconsciously defended her lover. But she didn't know how to explain to Nangguang Yao. After all, the matter between her master and Lu Changsheng was a secret. Such things could never be known to others, especially Nangguang Yao. Nangguang Mili didn't want his daughter to know any information about Lu Changsheng at all. Why is that? Nangguang Yao was still eating peach blossom cakes, and said with a cute face. Looking at this cute and well-behaved appearance, Meng Xiaochen even had the idea of not wanting to deceive her. But the next moment, she showed a doting smile on her face, touched the other's bun and said, Yao is still young now, and when Yao grows up, you will know in the future. In his heart, he thought that his sister was really not simple. Obviously, she has not practiced any charm technique, but her words and deeds are like charm techniques, which affect people's minds. Nangguang Yao is delicate and cute, with a little baby fat chin resting on the table, looking frustrated, pouting and acting coquettishly. Yao, be good. Meng Xiaochen looked at her so cute, and couldn't help reaching out and pinching her cute and well-behaved little face, causing Nangguang Yao to snort. Yao, Xiaochen. At this moment, Nangguang Mili, wearing a purple palace dress and high heels, appeared in the air. Mother. Nangguang Yao saw the person coming and immediately stood up and shouted, her childish voice full of joy. Master. Meng Xiaochen bowed and saluted. Even though her master Nangguang Mili asked her not to be too polite in private, she still insisted on doing so. Well, Xiaochen, you have worked hard these days. Nangguang Mili looked at Meng Xiaochen and said softly. Although she broke free from the effect of the lock love goo through the phoenix goo and the phoenix nirvana method. But this disciple Meng Xiaochen is still deeply affected by the lock love goo. According to her judgment, her disciple is already deeply in love, which is many times more serious than her. Even if there is a phoenix goo, it is not easy to solve. Moreover, the phoenix goo is very rare, and she spent a lot of money to exchange for this phoenix goo. It is impossible to prepare another phoenix goo for Meng Xiaochen, and there is no reason to apply for it. She even suspected that even if she had the phoenix goo, Meng Xiaochen might not be willing to unlock the effect of the lock love goo. As long as Xiaochen and him never meet, it will be fine, Nangguang Mili said in his heart. Without thinking too much, she looked at her daughter Nangguang Yao, with a motherly smile on her face. She took a step forward and held her daughter in her arms. Yao. Mom, Yao misses you so much? Nangguang Yao hugged her mother's warm and soft body and said softly. Yes, Mom misses Yao too. Nangguang Mili's heart seemed to melt when she heard this. At this moment, her mind was calm, and the charm and seductiveness on her face turned into a doting smile. Her eyes were filled with maternal rhymes, and she could not see the vicious and cruel person in the eyes of outsiders. Even Meng Xiaochen felt very emotional when she saw her master like this. After all, she knew what kind of person her master was for so many years. Master, for Yao's sake, maybe Master obviously doesn't want Yao to know about Lu Lang's existence. Meng Xiaochen thought that her master was likely to have unlocked the lock love goo and wanted to settle the grievances with Lu Changsheng. But she didn't know what her master's attitude towards Lu Changsheng was at this time. But according to her understanding of her master's temperament, he should be eager to kill Lu Changsheng as soon as possible. Even torture him in every way, making his life worse than death. Bihu Mountain. The island in the middle of the lake. Is it really Nangguang Mili? Lu Changsheng looked at the less than an inch long, crystal red lock love gu in his hand, and muttered to himself. He had thought about this question in his early years, whether Nangguang Mili could solve the lock love gu. After all, the lock love gu is just a ground spirit gu. Nangguang Mili is a Jindan's Henren, and the sect's 5 poison sect is good at gu poison. If he knew the problem of the lock love gu, he might have a way to break free. I don't know if this matter will affect Xiaojun and Yao Iao. Lu Changsheng himself is not afraid of Nangguang Mili. If the other party dares to come to Bihu Mountain to make trouble for him, he can make the other party pregnant with a 3rd child. Even in the outside world, he is not afraid of Nangguang Mili. As long as the talisman array and the Wujian ghost head are out, even if they cannot suppress the other party will not be able to do anything to him. His only worry is that Nangguang Mili will have a problem with Meng Xiaojun after knowing the lock love gu. Even have a problem with him, which will affect his daughter Nangguang Yao Iao. After all, his deep contact with Nangguang Mili is limited to the physical body, and does not involve the spiritual level. It is not sure what kind of person the other party is. At least when he saw the information about Nangguang Mili on Xianxi Tower, he knew that the other party was not a good person. Alice, beauty misleads people. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart. Although he saved Nangguang Mili for Meng Xiaojun's sake, he hoped that the other party could solve Ling Xiao's dragon chant body. But he can't deny that he has some thoughts about Nangguang Mili. Especially after learning about the situation of the lock love gu. I hope it won't affect Xiaojun and Yao Iao too much. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and said. He was more eager for his cultivation strength. If he had the ability to form a den at this time, he could go directly to Jin State and find a way to bring his daughter or Meng Xiaojun back. But now, even though he has all kinds of means and is not afraid of ordinary dan, he dare not take risks easily. That night, Lu Changsheng forgot his worries through wine and sex, and poured out his heart. In a blink of an eye, 3 months passed. During these days, Lu Changsheng turned his worries into struggles and made 3 concubines in his family successfully pregnant. But Ling Xiao never got pregnant. It can only be said that it is much more difficult for 2 foundation-building cultivators to get pregnant. When he came back from Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng asked his family to pay attention to the news of Loyan Mountain Range. Sure enough, he learned that in Loyan Mountain Range, Qingyun Sect and Luoxia Sect were competing for the ownership of the mineral veins. There were even some conflicts between the 2 sides. But this conflict was not big. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but worry about Xiao Ziyu. After all, according to Zhao Qingqing's words, Xiao Ziyu was sitting in this Loyan Mountain Range with her master. As the Lu family of Bihu Mountain sold 2nd-level elixirs in the Red Leaf Valley market, the news that the mountain owner Lu Changsheng was promoted to 2nd-level alchemist gradually spread, causing quite a stir. The surrounding family forces, such as Qingzhu Mountain, Banao Lake, Centipede Ridge, Xiajing Mountain, Yushan Su family, etc., sent people to congratulate. After all, the status of a 2nd-level alchemist is a few points higher than that of a 2nd-level talisman master. It is no less than a foundation-building cultivator. Especially as the owner of Bihu Mountain, a 2nd-level talisman master, and now a 2nd-level alchemist, it is amazing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Lu Changsheng can become a 2nd-level alchemist in more than 10 years, and maybe he will become a 2nd-level top alchemist in the future. Once he becomes a 2nd-level top alchemist, he will be a guest of honor no matter where he is in the world of immortal cultivation. He can even go to the Immortal Gate and serve as a guest official. I don't know where it spread, and Lu Changsheng got the title of Double Master of Alchemy and Talisman. However, with Lu Changsheng's various actions over the years, Bihu Mountain has become increasingly feared by other family forces. He is also a 2nd-level talisman master, a 2nd-level formation master, and has formed a Taoist partner with a disciple of the Immortal Sect. Now there is another title of a 2nd-level alchemist. Everyone can see that the current situation of Bihu Mountain is thriving, and the future is promising and full of potential. This makes some foundation-building family forces in Qingyun territory, and even fake alchemy forces, feel a sense of crisis. Because once the family's strength rises and there are multiple foundation-building cultivators, they will face a problem. The family's spiritual veins are difficult to sustain and are not enough to support too many foundation-building cultivators. It is necessary to establish a branch family or even a new family spiritual land. At present, the Qingyun territory is stable, and the second-level spiritual land basically has an owner. Although Lu Changsheng had a legitimate reason to obtain Qingzhu Mountain, everyone is worried that they will become another Qingzhu Mountain. In this situation, Lu Yun, the head of the family, was aware of it and informed Lu Changsheng through his mother Lu Maiyan. In this regard, Lu Changsheng, Ling Zixio, and Lu Maiyan made a rough analysis. At present, the family's business is still mainly based on the Red Leaf Valley market. Although there is radiation in the surrounding area, it is mainly a cooperative relationship and will not be affected or disturbed. But once you want to expand your business and go out of this area, you will probably encounter many obstacles. In this regard, Lu Changsheng did not care too much, just let the family do the current things steadily. After all, the family does not really rely on business to make these meager money. As long as there is enough time, the family can develop steadily, wait for their children to grow up one by one, and break through the giant. These problems will not be a problem. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. With Lu Changsheng's diligent efforts, a month later, Ling Zixio finally became pregnant. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 311, Twins, Boy and Girl, Third Level Music. Pregnant, let me see. Lu Changsheng was very happy to know that Ling Zixio was pregnant. He put his head on her belly to feel the new life inside. Although as a foundation-building cultivator, he can use his spiritual sense to check whether there is a breath of life. But for this child, he has been looking forward to it for a long time, so he expressed his love in this way. You have been a father for so many times, and you are still like this. Ling Zixio glanced at Lu Changsheng with a smile on her face and joy in her heart. She was also very happy and looking forward to the arrival of this child. However, when she was happy and looking forward to it, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Even though she and Lu Changsheng were both immortal cultivators and foundation-building cultivators, they didn't dare to ensure that the offspring born would have spiritual roots. They could only say that there was a high probability of having spiritual roots. Thinking of Qingzhu Mountain sending many children without spiritual roots to the secular world, Hushan Town in recent years, she couldn't help but feel a little worried about gains and losses. This is your child, Zixio, so it's naturally different. Lu Changsheng held his wife's hand and said with a smile. If this child can inherit Ling Zixio's dragon body, then his old Lu family will be able to add a genius who is not inferior to Nangguangyao Iao. However, if a girl is born and inherits the dragon body, it will be a headache. Well, what's wrong? Lu Changsheng keenly noticed the worry in his Taoist partner's eyes and was concerned. Nothing, just suddenly a little worried. Ling Zixio shook his head gently and said softly. Seeing that Ling Zixio, who usually acted decisively, had a sure win and handled everything in an orderly manner, was worried about this, Lu Changsheng couldn't help laughing. Thinking that every woman would change after becoming a mother. Haha, I have already considered this. This is a pill I got in my early years, called Rongling pill. Take it after 3 months of pregnancy, it can ensure that the fetus will definitely have spiritual roots, and it can improve the fetus's talent and qualifications. With this pill, Zixio, you don't have to worry. Lu Changsheng took out the Rongling pill from the system space, handed it to Ling Zixio, and said in a warm voice. Melting spirit pill? It must have spiritual roots and improve talent. Ling Zixio looked at the pill in front of her, surprised and delighted. Although she had never heard of the name of the melting spirit pill. But through this simple and straightforward effect, she knew how precious it was. This kind of pill is at least a 3rd level, or even a 4th level pill. Thank you, my dear. She said to Lu Changsheng with emotion. What are you thanking me for? This is her child. Lu Changsheng held her plump waist and said in a gentle voice. Then the two sat down and chatted, telling about some situations at home. As they talked, Ling Zixio was concerned about the gender of the child and the child's future name. Since the fetus had just been conceived, she could not know whether it was a boy or a girl, and it would take some time to know. Lu Changsheng thought that pregnancy really made people stupid for 3 years. Ling Xixiao, who was usually smart and clever, became like this after pregnancy. Immediately, he followed the other party and discussed the name of the child. Finally, it was decided that if it was a boy, he would be named Lu Lingxiao, and if it was a girl, she would be named Lu Ling. At this time, Lu Miaoj walked out of the cave. She was wearing a plain white dress, with a beautiful face and a graceful figure. Seeing Lu Changsheng and Ling Xixiao with a happy and warm face, she said with a graceful temperament, "Changsheng, Sister Ling, what's the good news?" "Haha, Xixiao is pregnant, so we are naming the child." Lu Changsheng stood up and took Lu Miaoj's hand, laughing out loud. "Congratulations, Sister Ling." Lu Miaoj knew that Ling Xixiao was preparing for pregnancy. When she heard that she was pregnant, she immediately congratulated her. While talking, she couldn't help but miss her daughter Lu Qingzhu, and an idea came to her mind. Should I have another child with Lu Changsheng? After all, most wives and concubines in the family have 3 or 4 children, and at most 7. My husband likes children so much, but I only gave birth to 1 child. Moreover, the Tai Sheng Shuju, the martial art she and Lu Changsheng practiced, is a Taoist couple's martial arts. This martial arts book not only helps the two to practice and break through the realm. After the martial arts are slightly successful and both build a foundation, it will also help to give birth to offspring. Late at night, in the Changsheng Palace, in a simple and elegant cave, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj practiced their skills and practiced together. As the two of them practiced their skills slowly, yin and yang merged, an array of the mother energy of all things was born. Immediately, in Lu Changsheng's danshan, the yin-yang fish formed by the yin and yang qi appeared and swallowed the ray of the mother energy of all things. When the yin-yang fish almost digested the ray of the mother energy of all things, it entered Lu Miaoj's body to nourish her foundation. It is more difficult for a perfect foundation to transform than Lu Changsheng imagined. In other words, Xiao Ziao's transformation of the foundation gave Lu Changsheng an illusion. He thought it was very simple for the foundation to transform. After so many years, Lu Miaoj's foundation of the highest good is like water has been nourished by the yin and yang qi and the mother energy of all things. Although it has been condensed and vigorous, there has been no sign of transformation. Of course, there are reasons for this. Most of his yin and yang qi were used to healing Xixiao and repair his foundation. Changsheng. Lu Miaoj's beautiful face was full of blush, as if a fairy had been banished to the earth, stained with 7 emotions and 6 desires. "What's wrong, Sister Miaoj?" Lu Changsheng gently stroked his wife's white jade-like body and asked softly. "Let's have another child." Lu Miaoj pursed her red lips and said softly, "Child?" Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. As long as his wife is willing to have a baby, he would be happy. But thinking that his daughter Lu Qingzhu is so old, she has been away all the time, and her temperament is still a little weak and sensitive, he said softly, "Of course you can. But there is no rush for this matter. Wait until you break through the middle stage of foundation building, and then Xiao Azure will almost go home. Tell her, sister." Lu Changsheng said so. He said this, on the one hand, he was concerned about his daughter. On the other hand, he also wanted to see if the system could draw any natural treasures or secret techniques for nurturing the fetus. After all, he and Lu Miaoj have been in love for so many years, and he also has some partiality and selfishness. I hope that the other party will give birth to a genius heir. This is good for both herself and Lu Miaoj. Yet, okay, Lu Miaoj smiled gently when she heard this. She had also considered the issue of her daughter before. After all, her daughter is so old and has been away all the time. If she comes back with a younger brother or sister, she might feel a little uncomfortable. And the higher her and Lu Changsheng's cultivation level is, the better the talent of the offspring they will give birth to in the future. 1 month later. Changsheng Palace. What, twins? Lu Changsheng checked Ling Xixiao's body with a look of surprise on his face. Although the family has given birth to 2 pairs of twins over the years. But he never expected that Ling Xixiao would be pregnant with twins. This made him a little overjoyed. Yet, Ling Xixiao responded softly, and a light blush appeared on her beautiful and elegant face, and her face was full of sweetness and joy. "It's worth my efforts these days," Lu Changsheng said with a look of joy. He felt that it was worth it for him and Ling Xixiao to spend so much time. But the next moment, he realized another problem. If there were twins, wouldn't it mean that the effect of the wrongling pill that he gave Ling Xixiao would be evenly distributed to the two fetuses, thus weakening the effect? In this case, would there still be the effect that the fetuses must have spiritual roots? Ling Xixiao rolled her eyes at Lu Changsheng, thinking that he was not serious, and whispered, "It should be twins, a boy and a girl. In this case, the boy can be the brother and the girl can be the sister." She originally planned to have a son and a daughter, and now it is done directly. "Okay, I'll follow you, Xixiao, so that the names I chose before can be used," Lu Changsheng said with a smile. He didn't continue to think about the effect of the pill, but just asked Ling Xixiao to pay more attention to his body. Then he went to care about the other wives, concubines and children, and to see the progress of Chu Hansun and Lu Miaohun's cultivation of the Xiandi Changsheng method. With Lu Miaohun's guidance and instruction, the two did not have any problems at the beginning. However, according to the feedback from the two women, Chu Hansun's auspicious tree is easier to sacrifice, so the efficiency will be relatively faster. Loyan Mountains. On the top of a mountain, on a pavilion, stood a beautiful lady wearing colorful palace clothes, graceful and elegant. She stood with her hands behind her back, looking into the distance, her dress and hair fluttering in the breeze, full of majesty. "Master, there is a letter from the sect." At this time, Xiao Xiao, wearing a moon-white dress and with a cold and arrogant face, came to the mountain, took out a jade slip, and said respectfully to Yun Wanshang, "What letter?" Yun Wanshang looked back and said, her majestic and cold beautiful jade face showed a bit of gentleness. "This is a secret letter from the sect, and you must open it in person." Xiao Xiao said so. "Oh, let me see." Yun Wanshang heard the words and raised her hand. The jade slip in Xiao Xiao's hand immediately turned into rainbow light and fell into her white jade hand. "Good, good." Seeing the information in the jade slip, Yun Wanshang's beautiful face showed surprise. Xiao Xiao was somewhat surprised and astonished when she saw her master's expression. As the master of the law enforcement hall, her master was always full of majesty when he was on a mission outside. At this moment, he actually showed such joy. "Your senior sister successfully broke through the Jinden. The sect will hold a Jinden ceremony for your senior sister soon. I need to stay here and cannot go back." Yun Wanshang said, "Xiao, you will return to the sect today. Congratulate your senior sister, explain the situation, and help her deal with some affairs." "What? Senior sister broke through the Jinden?" When Xiao Xiao heard this, her cold and arrogant jade face showed a bit of moving color. After all, this is the Jinden, the realm that countless cultivators dream of. Once you have a Jinden, you will enter the level of a high-level cultivator. From then on, my life is determined by me. Even in Qingyun Sect, a Jinden's Henrin is also a high-level person with the great say. Thinking of when I entered the sect, my senior sister Chu Chengyu was still a foundation-building cultivator who had been on missions outside for a long time, and now she has broken through the Jinden. She suddenly realized her whereabouts and couldn't help but think of her future, the supreme forgetting love art. "Yes, master." She didn't think much and responded with a bow. "Master, I wonder what rate of Jinden my sister has reached." Xiao Xiao asked with some curiosity. She knew that her senior sister was gifted and had high hopes from her master, and she was determined to achieve the highest grade of Jinden. "Your senior sister is still in seclusion to consolidate her cultivation, so the letter didn't tell her. It only said that when your senior sister broke through the Jinden, the spiritual energy cloud vortex reached 10 miles, and she was expected to achieve the highest grade of Jinden," Yun Wanshang said. While speaking, she raised her white hand lightly, and a jade slip appeared. She threw it to Xiao Xiao and said, "When you go back, give this jade slip to your senior sister." "Yes, master." Xiao Xiao took the jade slip and nodded in response. Then she said goodbye to her master, left Loyan Mountain Range, and returned to Qingyun Sect. Bihu Mountain. Lu's mansion. Tisk tisk tisk, the Jinden ceremony invites all the cultivators of Jiang country. Lu Changsheng looked at the invitation letter in his hand and said with a sigh. This invitation letter came from Qingyun Sect. Half a year ago, Qingyun Sect's Chengyi fairy Chu Chengyi broke through to the Jinden stage. Under such circumstances, Qingyun Sect would naturally hold a Jinden ceremony for her. After all, such a ceremony can also raise the reputation and prestige of Qingyun Sect to a higher level. Therefore, all the foundation-building families and forces under Qingyun have received invitations and can participate in this ceremony. Yuner, You can ask Qingzhu Mountain and Banao Lake what gifts they are going to send later, and our family will prepare gifts based on the situation. Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Yun and said, to participate in such a ceremony, it is natural to prepare a generous gift. He did not want to be unique and send precious and rare items. It would be fine if it was roughly higher than Qingzhu Mountain and Banao Lake. Yes, father. Lu Yun nodded in response after hearing his father's words. Yuner, although you are the head of the family and have many affairs on weekdays, try not to delay your cultivation too much. Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Yun and said softly. This son has a 7th grade spiritual root, but now his cultivation is only at the 5th level of key refining, which is indeed a bit behind. However, he also knows that on the one hand, Lu Yun spends his time on family affairs. On the other hand, this son has a wife, 5 concubines, and 8 children. I understand, my son. Lu Yun heard this and immediately responded respectfully. Yet, Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and didn't say much. Cultivation is something that can't be forced. It is estimated that Lu Yun himself also understands that even if he works hard with his talent, he can't hope to build a foundation, so it is better to focus on other aspects. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng came to the puppet factory to inspect and visit his son Lu Xianzi. Now the 3 major factories of the Lu family, the puppet factory, the brewing factory, and the talisman factory, only the puppet factory is booming and has a promising future. Like brewing, it is profitable, but it can only make a little money, and the future is limited. In other words, even if Lu Changsheng has the 2nd level brewing skills, it is difficult to open the market without spending a lot of time testing the market and brewing explosive wine. As for the talisman factory, the income is even less. It can only be said that his family is also a family of talismans, and everyone knows the art of making talismans. After his teaching over the years, his son Lu Xianzi has also reached the level of a top-grade puppeteer. This talent is very ordinary. Compared with some recruited puppet apprentices, even his other children are not as good. But fortunately, he is diligent and good in all aspects. With him in charge of the golden armor spirit beans, the core fusion array, and the inscription technique, Lu Changsheng is very relieved. Father, the factory is currently able to manufacture War Beast Puppet number 4, but the process is not stable enough, and the price of raw materials makes it difficult to make a profit if it is mass-produced, so it can only be used to expand the market and earn a reputation. When the child prepares for the auction, use it to test the water, and then put it on the market in small quantities. Lu Xianzi reported the factory situation to Lu Changsheng. Well, okay, you can do it yourself. Lu Changsheng nodded. Although he understands puppets and has a general understanding of the business, he never intervenes. Basically let the children at home do it. After inspecting the puppet factory, he went to see his beloved daughter Lu Wongshu, taught her to practice, make talismans, and then went fishing with her. After so many years of fishing, Lu, has become good at fishing except for his bad luck. Although he is partial, after accompanying this beloved daughter, Lu Changsheng will basically care about all his children in the family. Of course, he will pay more attention to children with better talent such as Lu Qingxun, Lu Xinggang, Lu Xingjun, and Lu Qingyan. After all, if the family really wants to rise, it still needs the first batch of backbone forces. And these talented sons are also easier to cultivate. As for his son Lu Quansun, he is still in Hongyafeng City most of the time. As a father to this son, he really lacks a sense of accomplishment. Instead, his daughter Lu Kaishun and Hong Yi's son Hong Zuanji are ready to settle down. Lu Changsheng doesn't care much about this matter. After all, in the secular world, not only did his son Lu Wuiyu marry Li Fiayu's daughter Li Zuir, but the two families also had a marriage. Hong Zuanji is good at doing things. The only problem is that Lu Changsheng feels that this nephew is not so sincere to his daughter. He may have some intentions to get married to his family and get one step closer to his family. But his daughter is willing, and the other party is usually good to his daughter, so he has nothing to say. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the martial arts innate and obtaining blood effects. The probability of reproducing offspring is increased by 5%, and a chance to draw a lottery is obtained. On this day, Lu Changsheng was drawing talismans, and a system prompt sounded in his mind. Not bad in martial arts, well organized. Lu Changsheng heard the system prompt sound and smiled a little. I wonder what I can draw this time. He opened the system lottery disc and said immediately, System, draw a lottery. Immediately, A golden light turned on the light red wheel. After a moment, the golden light stopped on the skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level music skill. The reward has been issued to the system space. The host can check it at any time. A light ball in the shape of a music symbol emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by the sound of the system. Level 3? Music. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he saw the reward, and then he was speechless. Good news, you can draw level 3 skill from the skills. Bad news, this skill is music. Lu Changsheng didn't know what to say about this. After all, this is a little useful, not to mention the formation and refining. Even spiritual plants, medicine, beast control, poisonous insects, and swordsmanship are many times stronger than this music. If it was a 2nd level music, Lu Changsheng wouldn't be so sad. After all, it's not the first time that he has drawn a useless skill. Well, music is music, although it's useless, but if you really want to say it, it's also useful. Maybe I can even rely on music to capture the heart of a literary female cultivator who loves music. Lu Changsheng sighed and comforted himself. Immediately, his mind moved slightly, and he looked at the music skills in the system space. Level 3 music skills. After use, you can directly obtain the level 3 full level music skills and basic music scores. Chapter 312 Xiao, how about I go and propose to your master? Use it. Lu Changsheng used the 3rd order rhythm in the system space. Suddenly, a lot of knowledge about rhythm entered his mind. The beginning of music, the complete collection of 1st order music, the complete collection of 2nd order music, the complete collection of 3rd order music. Taste the flute, play the xiao, and play the qin. The great sound is silent, and the great elegance is without music after a long time. Is there something about this 3rd order rhythm? Lu Changsheng looked dazed, and opened his eyes as if he were in another world, with doubt and surprise in his eyes. Before this, although he knew about the rhythm, he didn't know much. He only knew that there was a sect in Jiang State called Qingyun Sect. Its sect was famous for music, singing and dancing. And many senior artists in the flower houses in the market all knew some music, singing and dancing. They can cleanse the souls and calm the minds of immortal cultivators through music, singing and dancing. Advanced ones can even help break through mental barriers and bottlenecks. But now that he has obtained the 3rd order skills, Lu Changsheng knows that these methods are only a small part of music. Although the skills he acquired were only basic, they were comprehensive. In addition to calming people's minds and dispelling mental obstacles, music also has many other aspects. For example, music can be integrated into wind magic to attack people. Spiritual attacks are integrated into music to affect, interfere and confuse others. Or when using illusions, charms and other means on people, music can be used to assist in interference. I heard that the main practice of Qingyun Sect is music skills, good at vocal music, singing and dancing, and magic and charm. It seems that the disciples of their sect usually fight by combining music with illusions and charms. Lu Changsheng touched his chin and said thoughtfully, "Hey, I have the immortal appearance secret, peach blossom goo, and the immaculate heavenly fragrance body. I am completely a top seedling for practicing charm skills. If I changed to charm skills and music skills, wouldn't I have unlimited prospects?" At this time, Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and felt that thinking of his situation, he was very suitable for the Qingyun Sect. First of all, the appearance and temperament are here. Secondly, the immaculate heavenly fragrance body has a significant bonus in the aspect of charm. However, when he thought of fighting against people through charm like a male succubus, Lu Changsheng felt a chill and directly abandoned this idea. Compared with this evil way, he still prefers real swords and guns to suppress people by force. But you can think of a way to combine music with my talisman formation. While playing the flute and the piano, I will sacrifice thousands of talismans, and use the talismans to kill and interfere with the music. Lu Changsheng thought about another direction. In his opinion, this is much cooler. However, to achieve this, not only must you be very familiar with both the talisman and the music, it also requires the caster's mind control. Otherwise, if you are not careful, you may make mistakes. You can play it when you are showing off, but forget it when you are really fighting. Lu Changsheng shook his head and rejected the idea. Although he was confident that he could do two things at the same time. But he was not practicing the music method, and the power of the music method was limited. Instead of disturbing others through music, it is better to concentrate on the talisman array to suppress the enemy, or to hold the magic sword and magic weapon to fight the enemy. At night. Lu's mansion. After finishing his meal, Lu Changsheng took out a bamboo flute and played with it in his hand. Then he put the bamboo flute to his lips and blew it gently. Woo! The sound of the flute was long and pleasant, making the wives, concubines and children around him look at their husbands and fathers with surprised expressions. Cry. The green jade phoenix raised by Lu Miaoyan in the backyard heard the sound of the flute and flew up, dancing in the air in the yard, full of fairy spirit. Lu Changsheng originally wanted to show off. But at this moment, his heart was quiet. There was an indescribable clarity all over his body, as if his soul and flesh were sublimating. After a song. No wonder it is said that this music helps to cultivate sentiment and break through the bottleneck of mental barriers, even if it helps myself a little. Lu Changsheng's heart was slightly enlightened. It sounds good. My husband also knows music. My husband, what is the name of this song? At this time, Lu Miaoyan, Lu Miaoyan, and Chu Hanson next to them saw this scene, and they all looked around with beautiful eyes, and said in surprise. Especially Lu Miaoyan and Chu Hanson, the beauty was overflowing with admiration and love. Wow, Daddy is so great. Daddy, I want to listen more. Daddy, I want to learn this, I want to learn this. Several little guys shouted one after another, especially Lu Wongshu, who ran directly to his daddy, his eyes shining, indicating that he wanted to learn. Haha, I have nothing to do, so I thought about it a little bit, which helps to cultivate my sentiments. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife, in a good mood, and said with a smile. Then he touched his baby daughter's head, looked at all the children and said, okay, one more song. If you like it, Daddy can teach you. He is still very happy for his children to learn music. Especially for someone like his daughter Lu Wongshu, who is not doing her job all day long. Immediately, Lu Changsheng continued to play. There is no music method, it is completely a reflection of mood, expressed casually. Under the third level skills, the melody is self-contained, filled with his current joy, spiritual satisfaction, and lingering. After all, this is the life he pursues. Under the moon and flowers, wind, flowers, snow and moon. A happy family, happy and carefree, and the immortal way is evergreen. After the song ended, it attracted the admiration of his wife, concubines, and children, and they cheered, which made Lu Changsheng feel happy and thought that this skill was not bad. Then he sat aside and taught his children vocal music. For immortal cultivators, as long as the music score is imprinted on the jade slip, they can get started quickly. The difficult part is some music techniques, which require the integration of magic power into music. But Lu Changsheng still used the simplest teaching method, doing it himself, and seemed to have a sense of accomplishment. Half a month later, Su Ruan came out of retreat. She successfully contracted the heavenly demon phoenix as her natal spirit beast. Although the strength of the heavenly demon phoenix, which was originally just a cub, did not increase significantly after the complete contract with her, it seemed to have grown a lot. My husband. Su Ruan came to see Lu Changsheng first. She was wearing a fiery red dress, tall and graceful, and her fiery red hair seemed to have a few more like golden luster, which made her temperament more noble and sacred. Lu Changsheng had read the beast's secret book and knew that practicing this technique would cause some changes according to the contracted monster. Well, not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at Su Ruan in front of him and nodded gently. With Honglian's full care, there would be no accidents during the other party's practice. When are you going to break through the foundation? Lu Changsheng asked. I will listen to my husband. Su Ruan heard the words and pursed her red lips. Do you need a foundation pill to break through the foundation? Lu Changsheng said so. If the other party needed a foundation pill to break through, he would let Su Ruan go back to the Su family to break through, so as not to waste the foundation pill. After all, after giving the heavenly demon phoenix to Su Ruan, he no longer had the idea of containment. On the one hand, the other party was almost at home. On the other hand, he had promised Honglian at the beginning. As long as Su Ruan obeyed and behaved well, he would let her go and even give her benefits. Now that she had done it, he would not go back on his word. Besides, he could not keep Su Ruan in Zumi Cave Heaven. Not only could he not do it, but it was too wasteful. According to what he knew, the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge had not had any children break through the foundation building in recent years, and they had been completely controlled by the Su family of Yushu, and there was no possibility of taking back the spiritual land. The Su family of Yushu accepted the Zhang family of Centipede Ridge as a vassal because they were attracted by the spiritual land of Centipede Ridge. On the one hand, Centipede Ridge was rich in spiritual insects, which was in line with the Su family's beast control industry. On the other hand, the Su family of Yushu planned to use Centipede Ridge as a base to expand business here after Su Ruian or another family member broke through the foundation building. Therefore, Lu Changsheng planned to release Su Ruian and plant a seed. Now that there is the heavenly demon phoenix, I don't need the foundation building pill. Su Ruian said in a low voice. She practiced a profound beast art, and her spiritual power had been polished to the extreme. Now that she had contracted the heavenly demon phoenix as her natal spirit beast, she was confident that she could break through without the foundation building pill. Okay, in that case, you can break through the foundation building here. It will be easier to explain if you break through the foundation building and then return to the Su family. Lu Changsheng said. Go home. Su Ruian's heart suddenly paused when she heard this. She suddenly looked up and stared at Lu Changsheng in a daze, her beautiful eyes full of joy and disbelief. She thought she would have to wait for decades before she could leave here. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng actually said that she could go back after breaking through the foundation building. It was impossible for her to say that she didn't miss home after almost 8 years in Zumi Cave Heaven. After all, she hadn't been back for so long, and her parents and grandfather at home must be very worried. Of course, I said at the beginning that as long as you are obedient, I will naturally let you go. Lu Changsheng looked at the disbelief in the other's eyes, pinched the other's face, and chuckled. Thank you, husband. At this moment, Su Ruian's heart was filled with endless gratitude, and she was moved to tears. Haha, alright, you should take good care of yourself these days, and then prepare to impact the foundation. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng stroked the other's crystal clear and soft hair and said in a gentle voice. Then he continued, by the way, I have something to say to Honglian. Senior Honglian. Su Ruian immediately called Honglian. Immediately, an ancient symbol the size of 2 fingers, with patterns of strange beasts, flew out from her forehead. The ancient symbol glowed, and countless tiny red dots of light emerged, transforming into a holy figure wearing a pearl crown, wearing a gorgeous palace dress with red embroidered gold edges, with a perfect face and a faint figure. Young master. Honglian's soft and elegant voice sounded. Honglian, do you know any method of cultivating spiritual veins? In addition to the spiritual source beads and spiritual eyes, is there anything else that could make the spiritual veins grow quickly and be promoted? Lu Changsheng looked at Honglian and asked. How to cultivate spiritual veins. Honglian heard this and said softly, the Suzaku Palace where I used to be does have a cultivation method to accelerate the growth of spiritual veins. But this method consumes a lot of precious resources. And it requires a Feng Shui master and a dragon seeker to arrange it. Honglian said, saying that she knew that those natural treasures could be used to accelerate the growth of spiritual veins. But these things are not as simple as the spiritual source beads and the spiritual eye objects. They need Feng Shui masters and dragon seekers to arrange them. Otherwise, it will not only be difficult to integrate into the spiritual veins, but may even affect the original situation of the spiritual veins. Although she knows several skills, she has not mastered these 2 skills. Feng Shui master, dragon seeker Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. He had only heard of dragon seekers for these 2 professions. He knew that there was a group of people who were proficient in the art of exploring veins and looking for spiritual veins and spiritual eyes. But he had never heard of Feng Shui masters. That's right. Honglian spoke up and introduced these 2 professions to Lu Changsheng. Feng Shui masters can comb the ground veins, change the Feng Shui pattern, and accelerate the growth of spiritual veins. High-level Feng Shui masters can even influence the destiny of heaven and earth through Feng Shui patterns. However, this skill is very rare, and only a very small number of people can get started. In addition to surveying spiritual veins and spiritual eyes, dragon seekers can also intercept the origin of spiritual veins to nourish other spiritual veins. The simplest way to cultivate spiritual veins is to nourish them with spiritual stones, especially top-grade spiritual stones. This kind of spiritual stone not only contains abundant spiritual energy, but can also continuously draw spiritual energy from heaven and earth and affect the surrounding environment. However, if you want to cultivate a 2nd-level spiritual vein to a 3rd-level spiritual vein, the resources consumed are far more than cultivating a giant cultivator. Honglian continued, saying that it is very difficult to make the spiritual vein grow quickly and be promoted. Like many aristocratic families, they rely on accumulation over time to cultivate spiritual veins bit by bit. Huh? Lu Changsheng heard this and let out a long breath, with a headache. I feel that unless I draw a lot of spiritual eyes, or feng shui, dragon-seeking skills, I will be able to do it. Otherwise, it would be impossible to cultivate the family spiritual vein to the third level before the formation of the pill. Even with the skills and the family's financial resources, it is not easy to cultivate to the third level. Okay, I understand. Lu Changsheng nodded, and then asked Huanglian about other aspects. In the early years, Lingzixio was his encyclopedia. But now, Huanglian has replaced Lingzixio in this regard. A month and a half later, Su Ruan began to impact the foundation. With Huanglian, Lu Changsheng was not worried. However, considering the safety, he still handed his foundation pill to Su Ruan. Let her take this foundation pill when she encountered problems in the foundation process. On this day, Lu Changsheng learned that Xiao Ziyu came to Qingzhu Mountain through the yin-yang sensing talisman, and went to meet her immediately. It has been a while since he and Xiao Ziyu separated. Xiao, are you done with Qingyun Mountain range? Lu Changsheng saw Xiao Ziyu in a moon-white dress and a cold and noble face, and smiled. Sister has achieved a breakthrough in the Qingzhu stage, so I came back to congratulate you and preside over the ceremony. I heard that you, Changsheng, are back, so I came to see you. Xiao Ziyu said softly with a bit of tenderness in her eyes. She came here mainly to see Lu Changsheng and visit his daughter. I see. Lu Changsheng nodded in response, knowing that the matter in Qingyun Mountain range would not end so quickly. He stepped forward and hugged Xiao Ziyu's slender waist, looking at her beautiful face like the bright moon in the sky, and said in a low voice, Ziyu, I miss you. Such tender and loving words made Xiao Ziyu's delicate body tremble slightly. Some words that were originally on her lips were swallowed back immediately, but a sweet hum came out of her nose. Lu Changsheng hugged her tightly and whispered love words in her ear. At this moment, he also felt Xiao Ziyu's endless longing for the flowing water. Afterwards, the two of them expressed their longing for each other. It was unknown how long it had been, and Lu Changsheng hugged the fairy Ziyu deeply. The fairy's hair was disheveled, with a few strands of hair sticking to her beautiful face that was no longer cold. Her pair of bright eyes were half open and half closed, and her eyes were moving. Ziyu, how about I go to Qingyun Sect and ask your master for marriage? Lu Changsheng whispered about his longing for Xiao Ziyu. Ah! Xiao Ziyu's body was as soft as a silkworm, and her head was quietly buried in Lu Changsheng's arms, motionless, feeling the lingering sound of longing. When she heard Lu Changsheng's words, she suddenly felt a surge of joy, shyness, panic, palpitations and countless other emotions in her heart. On her way back this time, she had been struggling deep in her heart. She knew that if she continued to sink into this relationship, she would definitely have no hope of forming a pill in the future. But it was difficult for her to give up this relationship. So she prepared to set a deadline with Lu Changsheng, and when she broke through the late stage of foundation building, she would start the death retreat. But unexpectedly, when she saw Lu Changsheng, all the prepared words could not be said. And she was flustered by Lu Changsheng's words. Changsheng, why are you talking about this all of a sudden? Xiao Ziyu said at a loss. I feel that Ziyu is too wronged. So I want to be with you legitimately, and Wangshu is so old now. Ziyu, you can't always avoid outsiders. I want to tell everyone that you are the mistress of my Lu family. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiao Ziyu and said softly. Although he was attracted to Xiao Ziyu at first, and the two had mutual goals. But for so many years, the two have already had a deep relationship. When he established a Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain, he gave all his wives and concubines a wedding, and he noticed some yearning from Xiao Ziyu's eyebrows. The other party wanted to be with him legitimately and hold a grand ceremony. So he promised the other party at that time that he would definitely get the approval of the other party's master, go to Qingyun Sect to propose marriage, and hold a grand ceremony. He didn't know whether it was approved now. But he thought that he was qualified to propose marriage in his situation. As for whether it would succeed or not, he didn't say, but he had to have this attitude. Changsheng. Xiao Ziyu pursed her lips lightly, her face was stunned. What's wrong, Ziyu, are you worried about something? Lu Changsheng held her fairy body and asked in a gentle voice. He had just keenly sensed what Xiao Ziyu wanted to say, so he said it early. Nothing. Xiao Ziyu shook her head gently. You and I are already an old couple. Is there anything you are embarrassed to say? Lu Changsheng said calmly. This time, my senior sister has broken through. Let me. Xiao Ziyu was silent for a moment, and then she whispered her thoughts. She couldn't bear to deceive Lu Changsheng, nor did she want to deceive Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart, not expecting Xiao Ziyu to still be twisting this issue. Or, Xiao Ziyu had just kept this issue in her heart and deliberately didn't think about it. This time, her senior sister Chu Chengyu broke through the giant stage, which made Xiao Ziyu start to face this issue again. Lu Changsheng could understand this. After all, if Xiao Ziyu's heart was not strong and she didn't pursue immortal cultivation enough, she would not have chosen to practice the supreme forgetting love art. Xiao, believe me, I will definitely find a way to achieve both before you form a pill. Lu Changsheng held her jade hand and continued to speak seriously and firmly. Even though he was not sure in his heart now, he still said this sentence to give the other party enough sense of security. Seeing that Xiao Ziyu's expression was still a little entangled and twisted, Lu Changsheng changed the subject and said, Xiao, what do you think of what I just said? Master Qingyun should know of my existence. When I went to Qingyun Sect, I was troubled by Fairy Meng, and it was your master who helped me. This should mean that the master reluctantly recognized me, right? Lu Changsheng smiled and said, this time your senior sister Fairy Qingyu is holding a pill formation ceremony, and I have also received an invitation from Qingyun Sect. How about I go with you to meet Master Qingyun? Master has not returned yet, and is still in charge of Qingyun Mountain range. Xiao Ziyu replied subconsciously. The Immortal has not returned yet. In that case, let's wait for the Immortal to come back. When the time comes, notify me and I will go with you to meet the Immortal. Lu Changsheng's palms wandered over the smooth and delicate body of the fairy, and he struck while the iron was hot. Xiao Ziyu frowned, bit her rosy lips with her pearly teeth, and her beautiful eyes revealed a bit of confusion. Wasn't she telling him about the dam formation? How did it become meeting the master? Okay, don't think too much, I'm here for everything, don't worry. Lu Changsheng looked at Xiao Ziyu's expression and said in a gentle voice, continue to be gentle. After a long time, the two finished being gentle and put on their clothes. Xiao Ziyu was still a little dazed when she thought about her promise to go to see the master with Lu Changsheng. But if she followed her heart, she really wanted to go with Lu Changsheng openly and honestly. Let's go, Wangshu must be very happy to know that you are back. Lu Changsheng looked at the fairy in front of him and said in a gentle voice. Yes. Xiao Ziyu heard her daughter, and her beautiful eyes were full of tenderness. Immediately, the two flew towards the Bishu Lake. After all, except for class time and meditation time, Lu Wangshu basically soaked in the Bishu Lake. After a while, they saw the daughter of the Bishu Lake. But they saw the cold green-black turtle pulling a small boat. This boat is very unusual. Not only is there a black turtle pulling the boat, but there are also tea stoves, fish basket storage bags, bait boxes, hooks and fishing, defense formations, acceleration formations, and small attack turrets. This is a simple puppet boat that Lu Xianxui modified for this sister. At this moment, Lu Wangshu was wearing a pink and white dress, standing gracefully on the boat, holding a jade flute, making a refreshing and pleasant sound. When did Wangshu learn to play the jade flute? Xiao Ziyu saw her daughter's behavior, and her face showed some surprise and joy. She had taught her daughter to play the piano at the beginning, but her daughter was not interested in it and stopped learning after a while. Lu Wangshu, you are really a genius. Lu Changsheng looked at his daughter's behavior and said speechlessly. Some time ago, his daughter pestered him to learn music and magic, and he thought his daughter had finally opened up and finally knew to learn some elegant things. But at this moment, seeing that many spirit fish were attracted by his daughter's flute sound, he immediately understood what his daughter was learning. He really couldn't understand why his daughter liked fishing so much. At this moment, the lake suddenly surged. A huge fish with a red body and slender dragon whiskers was caught out of the water by Lu Wangshu's fishing rod. It opened its mouth, which was full of sharp fangs. It was almost a demon beast, and rushed towards Lu Wangshu's boat. Finally, it's hooked. Seeing this scene, Lu Wangshu's face was filled with a happy smile, and his spiritual power immediately moved. Hoo, ho, ho, the small turret on the boat blasted out a cold wind. As the big fish was blown a little stiff by the cold wind, the turret next to it blasted out a small lightning, making the big fish completely unable to struggle. and then it was caught on the boat by Lu Wangshu. Dad, Mom. At this time, Lu Wangshu looked at Lu Changsheng and Xiao Ziyu in the sky with surprise. Then he shouted happily, "Look, I caught a carp king, and I'll treat you to fish soup tonight." Wangshu. Xiao Ziyu stepped forward and looked at her daughter with a bright and beautiful face. Her beautiful eyes were gentle. Although the two are mother and daughter, they stand together like a pair of sisters, with very similar eyebrows and eyes. It's just that Xiao Ziyu practiced the supreme forgetting love art. Even when facing Lu Changsheng and Lu Wangshu, she was like a fairy banished to the earth, with a gentle face, but there was still a bit of coldness and nobility between her eyebrows. Lu Wangshu was like Xiao Ziyu when she was a girl, with a bright smile on her face all the time, and she was graceful. She shared her joy with her mother, the music she had just learned, and this precious boat. Although this boat was built by Lu Xianxi for free, but she still paid for the materials with her own private money. And this boat was not built in one step, and several accessories were upgraded by her later in the process. Lu Changsheng quietly watched his lively and bright daughter on the side, without saying anything to her. Although he had high hopes for this daughter, he was not too strict, as long as she didn't lose her ambition due to playing with things. Moreover, although Lu Wangshu loved to play, he was very sensible and did not delay her practice too much. Chapter 313 Nangong Millie, let you taste my 5 poison sects unique love poison. Xiao Ziyu had something to do and did not stay in Qingzhu Mountain for long. She returned to Qingyun Sect the next day. Lu Wangshu was a little disappointed about this. Fortunately, she was lively and cheerful, and she recovered the next day. Ling Zixiao might be pregnant. She was a little bored reading in Changsheng Palace alone, and occasionally came to the Lu family mansion to chat with Lu Maiyuan, Chu Zhensun and others. Lu Changsheng was very pleased with this situation. Ling Zixiao's temperament was indeed a little aloof and withdrawn before. Apart from himself, he was relatively close to Lu Maiyuan. Although he was pleasant when chatting with Lu Maiyuan, Lu Maiyuan, Chu Zhensun and others, he was basically polite and never took the initiative to chat. Now he was willing to take the initiative to contact, which was a good thing in Lu Changsheng's eyes, and he was completely integrated into the family. These days, in addition to daily practice and talisman making, Lu Changsheng accompanied his wives and concubines and taught his children. By the way, he also taught Li Xingruo to make pills. After all, his identity as a second-level alchemist spread, causing many people around him to ask for pills. But he was unwilling to spend a lot of time on alchemy. He wanted to train Li Xingruo to become a second-level alchemist as soon as possible, so that he would be much more relaxed. Just like this, 3 months passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, in the lake island, in the alchemy room. Open! Li Xingruo shouted softly, and her hands made gestures repeatedly, causing the lid of the green alchemy furnace in front of her to fly up with a bang, and hot air filled the air. Then, brown pills the size of longan flew into her hands. This furnace of key combining pills produced a total of 13 pills. Among them, 7 were genuine pills and 6 were inferior pills. But just this alone made Li Xingruo extremely excited. Because this pill success rate means that she has become a true second-level alchemist. You can make money by refining key combining pills. She looked at Lu Changsheng next to her with excitement, and said as if offering a treasure, "Mountain Master, I succeeded." "Yes, Xingruo, congratulations on becoming a second-level alchemist." Lu Changsheng looked at the other party's happy and excited expression and said with a chuckle, "Thanks to your guidance, Master, otherwise I don't know when I can refine the key combining pill to this point and become a second-level alchemist." Li Xingruo also realized that she was a little excited and lost her composure, and said softly. She deeply knew that she could make such rapid progress. In addition to Lu Changsheng's daily teaching and guidance, it was also inseparable from his great training. After all, whether it is alchemy or cultivating immortal arts, it is inseparable from the word practice. Even if there are famous teachers to guide, it is difficult to achieve success if you can't keep trying. With your alchemy talent, Xingruo, even without me, it won't take long to become a second-level alchemist. Lu Changsheng subconsciously stroked her head with his palm. This action made Li Xingruo blush slightly, a little shy, but a little enjoyable. In the early years, when Lu Changsheng disguised himself as Yu Fan, his gentle teaching made her miss the time when her father taught her to refine pills. Now, Lu Changsheng no longer disguises himself. Such a handsome face like an immortal, like a jade tree, A posture and temperament like a pine and cypress sometimes makes her have some different thoughts, especially when thinking of Sister Ling's jokes before. For Li Xingruo's promotion to the second-level alchemist, Lu Changsheng did not hold a grand ceremony to celebrate and spread the news like Qingzhu Mountain did. It was just a small celebration for the other party at home. And let Lu Yun upgrade Li Xingruo's welfare benefits. In the evening, Lu Changsheng got another good news that a concubine in the family was pregnant. It's worth my efforts all this time. Lu Changsheng showed joy on his face. Because seeing that the total number of his offspring is about to reach 200, the system is likely to give him money. So he was relatively active and diligent this year. Counting this newly conceived child, the total number of his offspring has finally reached 200. However, it seems that it's time to take in a concubine again. Lu Changsheng calculated the concubines who were waiting to get pregnant at home and thought to himself. Although most of the concubines he married home were for giving birth to babies. But he couldn't completely treat the other party as a reproductive tool. After giving birth to 5 or 6 babies, they would not be allowed to continue. On the one hand, it is not humane to continue giving birth. On the other hand, there are many considerations. For example, when the children of the concubines grow up, it will be a bad influence to see that their mother is still giving birth. Moreover, the main thing for his ancestor Lu is that he can now have a female cultivator who recommends herself, and his reputation is his reputation. If a female cultivator marries into Qingzhu Mountain, she will have to give birth to her child until death, and his ancestor Lu's reputation will be ruined long ago. Not to mention that a female cultivator recommends herself. I am afraid that if she goes out, she will be easily attacked by some female cultivator bosses as a demon. Forget it, let's consider it after Zixio gives birth. Lu Changsheng shook his head. He may not respect concubines so much and consider their thoughts too much. But for his wife and Taoist partner at home, he will try his best to consider and take care of them. Like now, Ling Zixio is still pregnant, and he is taking concubines and buying maids. It is really not good. At the beginning, Fiayu said that he would come back in 2 or 3 years. It's been almost 3 years now, and Fiayu hasn't come back yet. Did he really encounter any accidents? At this time, Lu Changsheng thought of his good friend Li Fiayu who was far away in Qingyun Fairy City. When he came back from Yu State, he sensed that the substitute talisman he gave to Li Fiayu was activated. Now it's almost the 3 years that Li Fiayu said, and he hasn't come back yet, which really makes him a little worried. Ping'an has been away for almost a year. I don't know how his experience is. Lu Changsheng thought of his son Lu Ping'an again. Unknowingly, this son has been away for a year. But Lu Ping'an said that this trip would take about 3 to 5 years, and he would break through the late stage of key refining and come back. But Yao should be fine. She broke through the 4th level of key refining not long ago. Even if she has a 2nd-grade spiritual root in a pure and fragrant body, she would not be able to practice at this speed without Nangguang Li's cultivation. Lu Changsheng thought of his daughter Nangguang Yao, whom he had not met yet. Before, he sensed that Nangguang Li's love was broken, and he was worried about his daughter and Meng Xiachen. Now seeing that his daughter is still making rapid progress in cultivation, he knows that there should be nothing wrong. After all, even a tiger will not eat its own cubs. Nangguang Li is willing to give birth to this child, which may be affected by the love laku. But at that time, she must have been willing and had a motherly love in her heart. I wonder if Nangguang Li will come to Jiangguo to cause trouble for me. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. Although he changed his attitude afterwards and gave the rare treasure Mi Xiansu to Nangguang Li. But before that, he did not seem to respect this Jindan's Henren very much and contradicted her a little fiercely. What if she really comes to cause trouble for me and disguises herself with Mi Xiansu? Wouldn't I be in trouble? At this time, Lu Changsheng's heart suddenly paused, thinking of the effect of his Mi Xiansu. If this thing is used to infiltrate the family, it is a big killer. Hey, no, I have Zumi here. As long as Zumi pays more attention, it shouldn't be a big problem, right? Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and ran to ask Zumi this question. But because Zumi had never seen the effect of Mi Xiansu, he was not sure. If that's the case, I have to be careful. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. 5 Poison Sect, Xiansu Peak. In the gorgeous palace. Xiaojin, go and collect these materials and goo worms for your master. Nangguang Li took his daughter Nangguang Yao and handed a jade slip to Meng Xiaojin. Yes, master. Meng Xiaochen took the jade slip and looked at it. Huh? Meng Xiaochen looked at the materials on the jade slip, and her whole face was suspicious. As a true disciple of the Five Poison Sect, she naturally knew what these goo worms and materials were used to refine. Love goo. Why did Master prepare to refine love goo? Is it because of Lu Lang? Master wants to give him a taste of his own medicine? But Lu Lang has a Xianling goo in his body. Even if the love goo refined by Master is of a very high grade, it may not be a match for Lu Lang's goo worm, right? At this moment, Meng Xiaochen was a little entangled, wondering whether to tell her master about the Xianling goo. But if she told her master, wouldn't it harm Lu Lang? Xiaochen, what's wrong? Nangguang Mili saw that Meng Xiaochen was different and asked in a charming voice. Disciple, this is the arrangement. Meng Xiaochen came back to her senses, immediately responded with a bow, and then left the hall. It seems that Xiaochen guessed why I refined the love goo. Nangguang Mili looked at the departing disciple, her phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, as if there were smoke waves flowing, full of magical luster. Just as Meng Xiaochen guessed, her love goo was prepared for Lu Changsheng. Although she didn't have much contact, she knew that the other party was not simple. If she wanted him to obey and nourish the immortal golden elixir for herself, she had to use some means. So she thought of the unique love goo in the Five Poison Sect. This goo will not only make the other party fall in love with her, but also make the other party want to be with her despite all the dangers and difficulties. In this regard, the effect is even better than the lock love goo. After all, the lock love goo subtly affects others and makes them feel love. But once they are away, the effect can be diluted. But the effect of the love goo makes the person who is poisoned not want to separate at all, and stay together forever. With this love goo, not only can she control Lu Changsheng, but she can also let him detoxify Meng Xiaochen. Love Laku Lu Changsheng, I will let you taste the power of my Five Poison Sect's unique love goo. Nangguang Mili murmured in his heart, his beautiful eyes shining. Qingyun Immortal City. Qingyun Peak, a cave on the hillside. Foundation building. Done. Li Feiyu opened his eyes, and two flames appeared, then gradually dissipated. He touched his face and palms, and an excited and gratified smile appeared on his face. Foundation building. This is the realm he has been pursuing and dreaming of reaching. Now, he has finally achieved it. It should have been a long time since the outside world. Li Feiyu looked outside the cave, and did not continue to consolidate his cultivation. He opened the cave and walked out. Outside the cave, an old man in his 50s or 60s, dressed in a yellow robe, stood with his hands behind his back. He saw the door of Li Feiyu's cave open, and his face showed some surprise and doubt. Immediately, he smiled and stepped forward, saying, "Congratulations to Taoist Li for breaking through the foundation building. Thanks to the Lord of the city, I was lucky enough to break through the foundation building." Li Feiyu smiled and bowed to the top of Qingyun Peak. He was able to build a foundation on this trip, thanks to the true man Qingyun. But if I really want to say thank you, it's also thanks to Lu Changsheng's life-saving talisman and treasure map. Otherwise, he would not have been able to get such an opportunity. Since Taoist Li has come out of retreat, you can report to the Qingyun Palace. This is my little gift. Congratulations to Taoist Li for breaking through the foundation building. Please take care of Taoist Li in the future. The old man in yellow robe said, with a bit of envy in his eyes, and took out a brocade box and said. He had heard that the other party was originally a casual cultivator, but by chance, the lord of the city, true man Qingyun, took a fancy to him and gave him the foundation building pail and foundation building spiritual objects. As long as the other party breaks through the foundation building, he can enter the Qingyun Guard and serve as a captain. Now that the other party has successfully broken through the foundation building, his future can be said to be soaring. Manager, he is too polite. Li Feiyu accepted the gift with some emotion. He still remembered that he had met Manager He from afar during the Beast Tide. At that time, the other party was a foundation building cultivator, and he was superior to him. But now, the other party was so polite to him. He knew in his heart that this was entirely because of the true man Qingyun. His current strength might not be a match for Manager He. The other party's attitude towards him was entirely because this fairy city was called Qingyun Fairy City. He didn't think much about it, but bowed his hands and went to Qingyun Hall to report. Bihu Mountain. Zumi Cave Heaven. Sister Myaoj, please pay more attention to your family these days. Zixeo, remember to take care of yourself. I will be back immediately after the ceremony. Lu Changsheng said to his wife Lu Miaojin Lingzixio. Now in Qingyun Sect, the Qingzhu ceremony of Fairy Qingyu is still half a month away. Although Qingzhu Mountain is close to Qingyun Sect, it is impossible to go there on foot. So this time he made an appointment with Lu Yuanzhong and others to go together. Don't worry, Changsheng, I'm at home. Lu Miaoj said softly with a beautiful and gentle face. These days, because Su Ruan was trying to build a foundation, she didn't practice, and spent most of her time drawing talismans. In her spare time, she used the Tai True Water to warm Lingzixio's body. Although Lingzixio's body has recovered, she is pregnant after all, which consumes a lot of vitality. Therefore, using Tai True Water to warm the body is not only good for her, but also for the fetus in her belly. This can be considered a win in the womb. Okay, I'm leaving. Lu Changsheng gently hugged his wife and Taoist partner, and then drove the shuttle to Qingzhu Mountain. At this time, Bai Yunayang had already been waiting in Qingzhu Mountain. Seeing Lu Changsheng coming, he bowed politely. Then the three of them went to Qingyun Sect together. Like the Zhang family in Centipede Ridge, the family now has no foundation building seat, so they did not receive an invitation this time. But most small families like this will send people to Qingyun Sect to give a gift at the mountain gate before leaving. After all, immortal sects like Qingyun Sect won't think about this small family, but it's hard to say about the people below. So this is also a customary situation. Jinjiang Sect, the back cliff of Xiantan Peak. Lu Qingzhu sat cross-legged in a golden and white robe. Strands of golden sword energy emanated from his body, filled with a sharp aura that could tear the sky and move the sun and the moon. Just this sharp aura alone gave people an unstoppable and inferior aura, making people feel 3 times weaker in momentum. Not far away, Yan Yuan, who was wearing a gorgeous red dress, looked lazy and drank wine, looked at the apprentice who was breaking through, and was amazed. Since the apprentice's parents came over, not only has his own apprentice made great progress in cultivation, but also in the way of swordsmanship. It's as if the sword heart is clear. Not only has he mastered several sword techniques, but he has also entered the first realm of swordsmanship, and the sword energy is like a rainbow. Now that he has only broken through the 9th level of key refining, he has such an invincible and sharp momentum. You can imagine how amazing he will be when he grows up in the future. Boom! Lu Qingzhu's spiritual power rose, his breath surged, and a strong wind was set off, making his robes flutter and the dust around him swept away. He opened his eyes and looked at Yan Yuan's Henren not far away, and stood up and bowed, saying, Master. For him, breaking through the 9th level of key refining is just a matter of course, and there is nothing to be happy about. Not bad, you broke through the 9th level of key refining so quickly. How is your practice of the 12 swords of True Yang? Yan Yuan took a sip of the wine gourd and said casually. As a Jindan's Henren, she could naturally see that this disciple had such a change, which was related to his parents. Especially after tasting the wine given by Lu Changsheng, she tasted a bit of the taste of the spirit I spring from it. Knowing that this is not a treasure that an ordinary foundation-building cultivator can take out. Please give me some advice, Master. Lu Qingzhu heard this and bowed, and then a golden magic sword appeared in his hand. Chuayang. He opened his lips slightly and uttered 2 words. As the words fell, the magic sword in his hand trembled, and a white gold sword energy emerged, inhaling and exhaling light breathing. As Lu Qingzhu raised his eyebrows, it cut through the air, shot out, and pierced a huge rock in the distance. Chaoyuan. Lu Qingzhu's magic sword was golden, and there was an extremely domineering sword energy spreading out, as if a golden sun was looming, filled with dazzling light, making it difficult to open your eyes. The golden sun turned into more than a dozen sharp sword energies and burst towards the trees in front, causing the trees to be filled with flames and turn black when they were pierced by the sword energy. Wang, cut. Lu Qingzhu's magic sword suddenly slashed forward again. In an instant, a sharp sword wheel like a golden sun rolled out, leaving a deep gully on the ground in front. After 3 swords, he did not continue to perform. Among the 12 swords of Zhenang, only the first 3 swords can be performed in the key refining stage. Your 12 swords of True Yang. Yan Yuan's Henren looked at Lu Qingzhu's 3 sword moves and frowned. Even though Lu Qingzhu was a Zhengjin body and practiced a great Zhengjin sword art, the power was still amazing. Moreover, Lu Qingzhu's sword moves made her feel that they were somewhat self-contained. In addition to the 12 swords of True Yang, I have also seen the Zhuanshu sword art, the Qingyun sword art, the Zhanzi art and other sword arts. Although these sword arts are different, in my opinion, they all lead to the same goal. It's just that the sword art is difficult, so there are differences. So I have been comprehending it myself some time ago, thinking about making this sword art fit me as much as possible, so that it will be more convenient and natural to use. Lu Qingshan stood tall and grinned. After obtaining the Dharma seed, not only did his talent in swordsmanship improve significantly, but his face also gradually changed slightly. The handsome face with red lips and white teeth originally had more edges and corners, a heroic spirit, and eyebrows like swords. It can be said that he really had sword eyebrows and star eyes. It suits me better. After hearing this, Tian Yuan's Henren was stunned and speechless. Although the magic skills must be disassembled and integrated into one's own experience and understanding in the end. But such words coming from a key refining cultivator are simply full of disobedience. Especially since the 12 swords of True Yang are top-level swordsmanship. Did you encounter any problems in the process of practicing the sword technique? Tian Yuan's Henren's face was lazy and casual, revealing a serious look. It's just that the fourth style Shenyang needs to build a foundation and digest the magic power before it can be performed, so the disciple has thought that if this is the case, simplify this move a little, can it be performed by key refining? Lu Qingshan puzzled about his thoughts. In addition to practicing the Da Zhengjin sword technique, he has comprehended the first 2 levels of the 7 Yao Da Zize Sword Sutra under the guidance of Lu Changsheng. In the mutual reference, he has a lot more understanding of swordsmanship. It's just that Lu Changsheng left after teaching, and he still has a half understanding of many things and doesn't understand them very well. Your idea is correct. Tian Yuan's Henren did not say that he was too ambitious, but explained the principle. He also said that if the advanced sword moves were simplified, the effect and power would not necessarily be high. It may be powerful, but it is too difficult to digest, which is not conducive to fighting. He then demonstrated other similar techniques for him, which can be used as ultimate moves and life-threatening techniques. Thank you, Master. After answering all the questions, Lu Qingshan benefited a lot and bowed. If there are no other questions, you go first. I will be away for a while. Will it be a problem for you to win the first place in the sword test competition? Tian Yuan's Henren said. Originally, she thought that she, her disciple, could only secure the top 10 and fight for the top 3. But now, she felt that she could fight for the first place. I will definitely not let Master down, Lu Qingshan said with his eyes piercing. His calm and indifferent words were full of confidence. Even if Yan Yuan didn't say it, he would win the first place in this competition and win the foundation building pill for his sister. Haha. Seeing his disciple's confidence, Master Xianyun couldn't help but smile, and resumed his lazy and casual posture, then turned into a rainbow of light and disappeared. Chapter 314, Danjin Ceremony, The Birth of Twins. Qingyun Sect. Due to the Qingzhu ceremony, the Qingyun Sect has been very lively these days, and the gates are crowded with people. Countless cultivators came to Qingyun Sect to congratulate. Even many independent cultivators came to the foot of the Qingyun Mountains to see if they could meet any masters, be favored by the masters, and get opportunities. After Lu Changsheng, Lu Yuanzhang, Bai Yunayang and others came to Qingyun Sect, they presented gifts and were arranged to live in the guest courtyard, waiting for the opening of the ceremony. Foundation building cultivators like them are naturally received and arranged by the disciples of Qingyun Sect. Only Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, Yuling Sect, Huanan Sect, Qinglong Fairy City, and other major forces at the Jinden level, Qingyun Sect has a master to receive and arrange. But this ceremony still allowed Lu Changsheng to get to know many family forces here. Among them, there are many family ancestors and stewards who invited Lu Changsheng to visit their homes when he is free, and the younger generations in the family admire him. After all, in the entire Jing Kingdom's cultivation world, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain is nothing, and many people have never heard of it. But in the Qingyun territory, among the many foundation-building families, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain still has a certain reputation and weight. And those who know the name know that this Lu patriarch loves beautiful women and loves to have children. In this regard, everyone is also willing to use this method to get to know a promising second-level talisman master and alchemist. What? Qinglong's Henren led people into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and returned seriously injured. In the elegant courtyard, Lu Changsheng was drinking tea and chatting with several foundation-building cultivators. One of the old men said a piece of information that surprised everyone. After all, This is Qingyun Sect, the master of Qingyun Immortal City, and the #1 casual cultivator in Jiang Kingdom. A few years ago, there was an amazing record of a man fighting against the 3 demon kings and finally beheading a demon king. This is just a rumor, but Qingyun Peak has sent people to prohibit such rumors, which makes the rumor more true. The old man subconsciously lowered his voice. I heard that the news that Qingyun Sect was seriously injured and in seclusion was also spread in the early years, so this news may not be true. In fact, to see whether this news is true or not, you just need to pay attention to the situation in Qingyun Xiancheng to know. If the public security in the Xiancheng deteriorates, it means that this news is true. I went to Qingyun Xiancheng not long ago, and there is no obvious change at present. If Qingyun Sect is really seriously injured, Qingyun Xiancheng will probably be in a lot of turmoil. Several people next to him said aloud, and their words were quite emotional. However, most people did not take this news too seriously. After all, Qingyun territory is so far away from Qingyun Xiancheng that only a few family businesses can go there. Therefore, even if Qingyun Xiancheng changes its owner, it will not have much impact on the family forces present. After chatting for a long time, seeing that the sky was about the same, everyone dispersed. At this moment, Lu Changsheng sensed a strong mana pouring into the danchan of the Qi out of thin air, turning into drops of liquid mana. Is it Qingzhu? Lu Changsheng immediately guessed that it was his son Lu Qingzhu who broke through the 9th level of Qi refining. After all, except for his son Lu Quanzhen who overtook others because of his uncle Chu Chang's help, his son Lu Qingzhu is currently far ahead. Name, Lu Qingzhu, lifespan 23/118, talent, 6th grade spiritual root, Zhengjin body, middle grade spiritual body, cultivation, 9th level of Qi refining, talent, sword compatibility, 84%, tisk, 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 tisk. He has already reached the 9th level of Qi refining at the age of 23. It is estimated that in another 3 to 5 years, he will be able to break through the foundation building. Lu Changsheng smiled and sighed. His son's cultivation talent is top-notch even among the immortals. And his sword talent has also increased to 84%. Lu Changsheng looked at his talent, and his eyes showed a bit of pride in his achievement. Although his son's sword talent was good, it was just good, barely a genius. But now this sword talent, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is a genius. Moreover, the seeds were only given for more than 2 years. As time goes by, his son's talent for swordsmanship will continue to improve, and he will become a peerless genius in the swordsmanship. Now that my child has broken through to the late stage of Qi refining, my cultivation has improved significantly. I don't know how much improvement Quanzhen or Qingzhu's breakthrough to the foundation building stage can bring to me. Lu Changsheng looked at the liquid mana in his Qi high danchan. When his children just started to refine Qi, it seemed that only a few air currents entered the Dan lake, and even mana could not be formed. But now that the child has broken through to the late stage of Qi refining, at least a few drops of liquid mana can be formed. This makes him look forward to his children's breakthrough to the foundation building stage. After all, it is impossible to live a leisurely and comfortable life of cultivating immortals by practicing hard on your own. But if you want to improve your cultivation quickly, you can only rely on your children to work hard. 9 days later. Qingyun Sect. A huge square made of white jade. It is full of cultivators who come to congratulate and Qingyun Sect's foundation building disciples. Only foundation building cultivators can have seats. Even if they were disciples of the Qingyun Sect, but had not yet broken through the foundation building stage, they could only watch the ceremony from a distance and could not participate. Ding. Ding ding. At this moment, a bell rang. In the void of the square, on the jade platforms, monks in Qingyun robes appeared one by one. They were men and women, from young to old, at every stage. But each of them exuded a deep and unfathomable aura. The Qingyun ceremony is officially opened. In the center of the platform, the Qingyun Sect master, who is wearing a Qingyun robe and had a majestic face, spoke in a loud voice. Immediately, bursts of fairy music sounded, and a rainbow bridge emerged from the sky, like a rainbow, gorgeous and beautiful. Then a beautiful figure slowly appeared on the rainbow bridge. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with a pair of sword-like eyebrows, bright eyes, a straight nose, and a cold expression. Her long black hair, like ink splashed, seemed a little inconsistent with such a grand occasion, and was just tied into a simple high ponytail. She is tall and slender, with thin shoulders but strong. She is wearing a green cloud-patterned Taoist robe, which looks low-key and luxurious. On her back is a blue magic sword, which is a little cold, making her look cold and arrogant. In an instant, everyone in the field looked at this woman. Every look showed doubt, surprise, amazement, respect, admiration, and so on. Everyone knows that this woman is the new Jiandan's Henren of Qingyun Sect, Zhenren Qingyi. But except for the disciples of Qingyun Sect, 90% of the monks who came to congratulate have never seen Chu Qingyi. When they saw her today, they were immediately shocked. I didn't expect that this fairy Qingyi not only broke through the Jiandan at a young age, but also had such a peerless fairy posture. We greet Master Qingyi. Congratulations on your promotion to the Jiandan stage. We greet Master Qingyi. Congratulations on your promotion to the Jiandan stage. We greet Master Qingyi. Congratulations on your promotion to the Jiandan stage. Everyone in the field did not dare to look at him anymore, and hurriedly lowered their heads, bowed, and congratulated him loudly. Lu Changsheng also bowed. But he subconsciously smelled his palm, thinking of his encounter with him that year. Facing the gifts from everyone, Chu Qingyi did not return the gift, but accepted it calmly. After all, as a Jiandan cultivator, he is nobler than a foundation-building cultivator. There is a difference in the essence of life between the two. This difference is even greater than the gap between key refining and foundation building. Key refining cultivators can establish a family and become the ancestor of a region. But if they break through the Jiandan stage, their lives will leap and they will live for 500 years. From then on, they can establish a sect and sit back and watch the ups and downs of the world. If they establish a family, they will become a family of aristocratic family. After a while, Chu Qingyi walked from the Rainbow Bridge into the hall at the end of the square. The cultivators on the Voideo platform also entered the hall one after another. Those cultivators who could enter the hall were either true disciples of the Qingyun Sect, or at least fake Dan, Jiandan's Henren, or of extraordinary status. Tisk tisk, this is a grand ceremony. Seeing the scene in front of Lu Changsheng, he was quite emotional. He remembered the talisman master ceremony held by the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain for him. In comparison, his own ceremony was not worthy of being called a grand ceremony, and calling him Zhaoqing was a compliment. When I break through the nascent soul in the future, I can hold a grand ceremony, directly release the 9 nether mastiff and the heavenly demon phoenix to show their faces, and even bring a few Taoist soldiers to parade. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. There is a saying that wealth and honor do not return home, like walking at night in brocade clothes. If I can reach the peak of this world of immortal cultivation and have nothing to worry about, I can pretend. But forget about foundation building and Jiandan, everything is safe. But Qingyun Sect is quite generous. The food, spiritual fruits, spiritual wine, and spiritual food these days are of a very rare level. Lu Changsheng looked at the wine and food on the table and picked up his chopsticks. At this time, many people began to drink and chat, discussing this Qingyi's Henren. I heard that this Qingyi's Henren is less than 100 years old, which is amazing. Not only that, I heard that Qingyi's Henren condensed a top-grade golden elixir. Hiss, a top-grade golden elixir, doesn't this mean he has the potential to become a nascent soul? Alice, I am now 100 years old, but I am still wasting my time in the early stages of foundation building. I wonder what kind of Taoist partner Qingyi's Henren wants to find in the future. Don't think about such things. He can break through to the Jiandan stage at this age, he must be devoted to cultivation. I heard that Qingyi's Henren's master, Qingyun's Henren, was also the same. He broke through to the Jiandan stage when he was less than 100 years old, and now he is famous. A master and disciple of the same school both broke through to the Jiandan stage, which is also a good story. I heard that Qingyun's Henren has another disciple. Although he has not grown up yet, he is also gifted and has the potential to form a Jiandan stage. Many people side with envy and jealousy. After all, for 90% of the people in the field, Jiandan is something they can't reach. The ceremony ended after 3 days, and the guests went home. I have a few good friends in Qingyun Sect, and I just happened to go and visit them. Lu Changsheng did not go back with Lu Yuanzhong, Bai Yunayang and others. He was going to meet Zhao Ziyu and Zhao Qingqing. Some time ago, they were not allowed to walk around freely, so he did not go to see the 2 women. In that case, fellow Taoist Lu, we will go back. When Lu Yuanzhong, Bai Yunayang and other ancestors heard this. They showed envy in their words. They naturally heard that Lu Changsheng knew the fairy Xiao of Qingyun Sect. And he became a Taoist partner with a foundation-building disciple of Qingyun Sect. Such connections made them extremely envious. Uncle, fellow Daoists, take care, and you can come to Bihu Mountain to visit when you have time in the future. Lu Changsheng said very politely. He has always been a person who does not offend me, and I will not offend others as long as the other party has a good attitude. After all, he is a person with a family weakness, and these interpersonal interactions are still necessary. It is impossible to be too lonely like a casual cultivator. He took out the yin-yang sensing talisman and sent a message to Xiao Xiao. Not long after, Xiao Xiao, who was wearing a moon-white dress and had a cold and noble face, came. Changsheng. Xiao Xiao said with a gentle and tender look in her eyes. Since they were still in Qingyun Sect, the two did not express their longing for each other before meeting. Moreover, Xiao Xiao said that she had something to do and was about to go to Qingyun Mountain Range with her senior sister Chu Qingyi. Going to Qingyun Mountain Range. Lu Changsheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect Xiao Xiao to rush to Qingyun Mountain Range again, and she was so anxious. Well, not long ago, Master and the real person of Qingzhu Sect had a big fight, which resulted in a secret realm appearing under the mineral vein. Xiao Xiao did not hide it and said it directly. A secret realm appeared under the mineral vein. Lu Changsheng was surprised to hear this. He was very surprised when he heard this news before. What mineral vein needs a giant and real person to sit in person? Now not only is he in charge, but even two giant and real people are fighting and creating a secret realm. According to some rules in the world of immortal cultivation, the formation of this mineral vein is likely to be affected by the secret realm. This shows that this secret realm is not simple. Xiao, you must be careful on this trip. This is the substitute talisman I drew. Lu Changsheng immediately took out a substitute talisman that he had nurtured from his storage bag. He had given Xiao Xiao an ordinary third-level low-grade talisman, but he did not give her these refined substitute talismans. Well, Changsheng, I know. Xiao Xiao felt warm in her heart and took the talisman from Lu Changsheng. After the two talked for a while, she said goodbye to Lu Changsheng and asked him to take good care of their daughter Wangshu. She would come to Bihu Mountain when she was done. Huh? After watching Xiao Xiao leave, Lu Changsheng took out Zhao Qingqing's yin-yang sense talisman after a while, when the guilt in his heart was slightly reduced. He stayed in Zhao Qingqing's Beikao garden for 3 days before leaving Qingyun Sect and returning to Bihu Mountain. Bihu Mountain, Zumi Cave Heaven. Husband. Su Ruin has come out of retreat and successfully broke through the foundation. After she broke through the foundation building stage, she had a big change. Her clear eyes turned red, blazing like fire, like a burning red moon. Her red eyes and her long fiery red hair and red lips complemented each other, making her temperament more inviolable, like a holy and noble phoenix. However, after getting close, people wanted to put out the flames. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at a bright and beautiful face in front of him, staring at her bright red eyes like rubies. Although he knew that practicing this level of skills, once the foundation building was broken through, there would definitely be a big change. But he didn't expect Su Ruin to change so obviously. Not only was her hair velvety red, but now her eyes had also turned red. If she continued to practice, she wouldn't grow animal ears and tails, right? He took Su Ruin into the Changsheng Palace and carefully checked her changes after she broke through the foundation building stage. See if other places were also so blazing. Afterwards. This is the Forbidden God Talisman. After planting it, you can go home. Lu Changsheng took out a talisman that he had nurtured long ago and handed it to Su Ruin. Although the other party had made a vow not to tell anyone about the situation of Bihu Mountain and Zumi Cave Heaven, he had to be absolutely sure of this. As long as this Forbidden God Talisman was planted, once the other party told anyone about the situation of Bihu Mountain, the Forbidden God Talisman would explode and destroy his soul. Thank you, husband. Su Ruin bit her lip and whispered. Knowing that she did not have Lu Changsheng's full trust, she dropped her blood on the Forbidden God Talisman with a well-behaved look and took the initiative to plant the talisman for herself. In an instant, the talisman burned and turned into a ball of light, which entered the sea of consciousness between her eyebrows, making her feel a throbbing power. Is this a third-level talisman? Su Ruin was surprised, knowing that this was definitely not a second-level talisman. However, after seeing all of Lu Changsheng's methods, she was not surprised by this third-level talisman. Just thinking that Lu Changsheng could easily take out such a third-level talisman, she was even more awed and fearful. Soon, Su Ruian went to visit her son Lu Chensha, and left Qingzhu Mountain the next day and returned to Yeshu Su's family. As for the ancient beast talisman, she naturally couldn't take it away, and it was in Lu Changsheng's hands. After all, Lu Changsheng was relieved to let Su Ruian go. But if Su Ruian and Honglian were let go together, Lu Changsheng would be worried. Apart from anything else, the Forbidden God talisman he planted was effective for Su Ruian, but not necessarily for Honglian. Moreover, the ancient beast talisman in his hands was also a shackle for Su Ruian. Half a year later, Qingzhu Mountain, Lu's mansion. Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Lu Miaoyan were waiting outside the delivery room. After many years, Lu Changsheng felt a little bit of anticipation and a little nervousness for the first time in a long time. Ling Zixio was pregnant for 13 months, and now the twins in her belly are finally about to be born. He is looking forward to and nervous about these two children. He was looking forward to the birth of these two children and their spiritual talents. After all, being able to be pregnant for 13 months meant that the child must be gifted. Like when Xiao Zi'er was pregnant with Lu Wongshu, it only took 11 months. But facing this situation, he was a little worried and afraid. What if his daughter inherited Ling Zixio's dragon roar body? After all, the situation of the dragon roar body is really difficult to solve. Even now, he can't completely eradicate Ling Zixio's dragon roar body. I don't know how long it has been. Suddenly, wow, two crisp and loud baby cries came out. At the same time, at this moment, an extremely strong and mysterious throbbing surged into the body. And a system prompt sounded. Chapter 315, Dual Spirits, Fake Pill Combat Power. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 4 spiritual offspring, and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Congratulations to the host for giving birth to 5 spiritual offspring, and you will get a chance to draw a lottery. Both of these children have spiritual bodies. Lu Changsheng was shocked when he heard the system prompt. Immediately, under the strong mysterious throbbing, he felt an indescribable feeling all over his body. Spiritual roots. His spiritual roots have been promoted. From the 2nd grade spiritual roots to the 1st grade. Are the spiritual roots of these two children 1st grade spiritual roots, or earth spiritual roots? At this moment, Lu Changsheng's heart was like a raging sea, raising huge waves. He knew that the talents of these two children were probably good. But he didn't expect to give himself such a big surprise. Not only did they both have spiritual bodies, but the addition of their spiritual roots also directly promoted his spiritual roots from the 2nd grade to the 1st grade. Lu Changsheng quietly experienced this mystery. From the spiritual bodies added by his children, he vaguely felt a little familiar. Dragon Yin origin. It was the Dragon Yin origin that he had felt and plundered from Ling Zixio's body. But this source is still very weak, and there seems to be some unspeakable changes. Lu Changsheng immediately realized that one of the two children inherited Ling Zixio's dragon roar body. Who? Lu Changsheng was eager to know whether it was his son or daughter who inherited the dragon roar body. However, at this moment, another system prompt sounded. Detection host's current spiritual body is defective, and the attributes are overlapping, whether to merge? Spiritual body is defective? Attributes overlap? Fusion. Lu Changsheng was stunned when he heard this. What does this mean? The next moment, a stream of information flooded into his mind, letting him understand what was going on. The twins born by Ling Zixio, both brother and sister, have dragon roar body. But their dragon roar body is defective and incomplete. This. Lu Changsheng didn't know what to say for a while when he heard this. The situation of the two children today really made him, an old father, feel up and down. But he has heard of this situation before. It is rumored that some cultivators have superior spiritual roots and spiritual bodies, but due to congenital deficiencies or weak and sickly bodies, their practice is slow, their spiritual bodies are defective, and they only have some characteristics. But this situation is definitely not the case with my own children. During Ling Zixio's pregnancy, she not only had enough nutritional supplements, but also took the 3rd level elixir Rongling Dan. On weekdays, Lu Miaoj would use Tai True Water to regulate Ling Zixio's body and warm the fetus. It can be said that these two children started to win in the womb. Moreover, according to the system's judgment, the two children's spirit bodies are obviously formed. Is it because of the twins? Lu Changsheng thought to himself, suspecting that it was because of the twins. But even if there is a lack of dragon yin body, I think it is not weaker than ordinary spirits. Lu Changsheng has always been content with what he has, and he is very satisfied with his situation. It's just that his daughter inherited the dragon yin body that gave him a headache. He was worried about his daughter's inheritance of the dragon yin body before. But this situation still happened. The dragon yin body will only be truly revealed after breaking through the foundation. When this child's dragon yin body faces problems, there will be at least 20 to 30 years. By then, there may be no way to solve it. Lu Changsheng's brows relax slightly. Since the situation has already appeared, he is confident that he can solve his daughter's situation in the future. Changsheng. At this time, Lu Miaoj shouted to Lu Changsheng. Okay. Lu Changsheng quickly came back to his senses and walked into the delivery room with Lu Miaoj and Lu Miayan. The two midwives in the room were full of joy and bowed, saying, "Congratulations, sir, it's a young man and a young lady." Okay, you've worked hard. Lu Changsheng smiled and handed the wedding money he had prepared to the two. Thank you, sir, thank you. The two immediately thanked with joy. It is basically very easy for cultivators to give birth, and there will be no danger. Not to mention Ling Xiao, a foundation-building cultivator. They came here mainly to avoid unexpected situations and serve the servants. My dear. Ling Xiao sat on the bed holding a pair of children. Maybe she was pregnant with twins, or the twins were both gifted, and the mother consumed a lot of energy, making Ling Xiao pale and weak. Xiao, thank you for your hard work. Lu Changsheng hurriedly sat down on the bed and said in a warm voice. Then he looked at the children in her arms. Although the two children are gifted and have the body of Dragon Roar, they are not born with any abnormal signs. They just look much cuter than ordinary babies, with rosy and crystal skin, full of luster, like two porcelain dolls. So cute. Lu Miaoj also came to the side, looked at the two children, and said gently. Then the magic power was activated, and the Tai True Water was used to regulate Ling Xiao's body. My dear, this is the brother, and this is the sister. Ling Xiao handed a child to Lu Changsheng and said. She had discussed with Lu Changsheng at the beginning that no matter which one was born first, the boy would be the brother and the girl would be the sister. For this, Lu Changsheng naturally followed her. Yet, Lu Changsheng held his son and looked at him. He keenly noticed that there seemed to be a faint golden luster in the depths of his son's pupils. Is it because of the Dragon Roar body? Lu Changsheng knew that although the Dragon Roar body was a hidden spiritual body, it would gradually awaken as it grew and practiced. He held his daughter over to check. The daughter's eyes were clear and pure, not as strange as his son's. However, although both of them lacked the Dragon Roar body, it did not mean that their Dragon Roar body was exactly the same. So Lu Changsheng was not sure whether it was a gender issue or a Dragon Roar body issue. Lu Ling Xiao, Lu Ling. Lu Changsheng looked at the two babies who were curiously looking at him without crying or making a fuss, stretched out his hand and gently pinched their little faces, and checked their attribute panels through the system. Name, Lu Ling Xiao, lifespan. 1/90, talent, first class spiritual root, Dragon Roar body, residual, cultivation, none, talent, formation fit, 35%, name, Lu Ling, lifespan. 1/90, talent, first class spiritual root, Dragon Roar body, residual, cultivation, none, talent, body refining fit, 59%, they are all first class spiritual roots, no wonder. Lu Changsheng looked at the talents of his children and murmured in his heart. Before, through the spiritual root bonus, he thought there was an earth spiritual root. Unexpectedly, the two not only have the same spiritual body, but also the same spiritual root. I can only say that they are worthy of being twins. He looked at the talents of his children. His son's talent in formations can only be said to be good, not very high. But it is somewhat surprising that his daughter has such a talent for body refining as soon as she was born. Could it be affected by the Dragon Roar body? Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The Dragon Roar body has a bonus for body refining. But logically speaking, shouldn't this body refining bonus be on his son Lu Ling Xiao? After all, the Dragon Roar body is only useful for men, and for girls, it will become a burden. Could it be that the body refining part of the Dragon Roar body was inherited by Xiao? The other part was inherited by Ling Xiao. Lu Changsheng thought and guessed in his heart, and he was a little confused about the situation of his children's dragon roar body. He could only wait for them to grow up gradually, and this spirit body would awaken and appear as they grow up. While maybe because he kept pinching her face, the sister cried out in grievance. Wow, seeing this, the brother also cried. Oh, don't cry, don't cry. Seeing this, Changsheng immediately came back to his senses, laughed, and coaxed the child. It is not known whether it is due to blood connection or his charm and affinity that makes him quite effective in coaxing babies. On that day, Changsheng announced that he would hold a family dinner to celebrate the birth of the two children. It was not because the two children were gifted. It was because Lingzhi Xiao was his Taoist partner, Changsheng, and the mistress of Qingzhu Mountain. Now that a child has been born, the whole family should celebrate to show their importance. Faced with such a situation, Lingzhi Xiao was also very generous and directly announced that red envelopes would be distributed to all the cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain. She had a lot of savings in her early years. Now, in Qingzhu Mountain, she, the master of formations, has the highest salary. And because of her dragon singing body, she had not practiced in her early years and consumed spirit stones, so she was very wealthy. However, this was because Lingzhi Xiao had been in Qingzhu Mountain for a long time and never went out. Otherwise, relying on her formation skills and her willingness to arrange formations for others, she would have made a lot of money. At night, Changsheng had some free time and came to his cave. System, fusion. He muttered in his heart. Fuse the spirit bodies of his children that have not yet been fully added. In an instant, he felt a dragon roar origin in his body begin to surge and slowly grow. A strong and fiery yang qi surged throughout his body. However, at this moment, the yin and yang qi swirling in his danshan, the yin and yang 5 elements Dao foundation, flew out and flowed through his limbs and bones. What's going on? Changsheng was stunned and a little confused. Why did he have to mix in his yin and yang qi no matter what the situation was? But the next moment, he knew what was going on. Because there was the dragon roar origin in the yin and yang qi. The dragon roar origin he plundered from Lingzhi Xiao's body was all integrated into the yin and yang qi. Now with the help of the system, he merged the incomplete dragon roar bodies of his two children, so the yin and yang qi were affected. Moreover, the yin and yang qi in his body had always been yin strong and yang weak. It was only by relying on the spiritual qi in it that he could barely maintain balance. But now, he has the dragon roar body, a top-level yang physique, which affects his Dao basic source and begins to make up for the imbalance of the Dao basic source. Is this the effect of a top-level physique? Changsheng's face showed surprise. Although the blood talisman spirit body and the immaculate heavenly fragrance body he had obtained before were good, they did not significantly help him improve his cultivation. But this dragon roar body, at this moment, brought him obvious benefits. Boom boom boom, as the two defective spiritual bodies merged, Changsheng could clearly feel that the blood and qi in his body, filled with the dragon roar yang qi, was like a volcanic eruption, rolling and surging, like a big sun furnace, and the yin and yang qi were gradually balancing. I don't know how long it took. The yin and yang qi returned like a solid yin and yang fish, swimming gently beside the yin and yang 5 elements Dao foundation. In an instant, the Dao platform, which was like a 5-element jade plate, trembled gently, and wisps of light flowed, mysterious and magnificent. Hoo. At this time, the Den Lake, which was like a 7-color deep pool, began to surge, forming a vortex, siphoning the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth. Breakthrough. At this moment, his 7 lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra began to operate autonomously, trying to break through. This. Changsheng was startled at first, then his face showed surprise. He immediately sat cross-legged and took out all the high-quality spirit stones he had harvested before. Then he took out the porcelain bottles one by one. His current mana condensed liquid has not reached the limit of 700 drops of liquid mana. But under the influence of the dragon yin body and the transformation of the foundation of Taoism, his cultivation began to break through the realm directly. This is similar to the situation when Lu Mayaoj built the foundation of the heavenly Dao. He naturally had to seize the opportunity and break through the realm in one go. Zumaru. Changsheng continued to shout to Zumi, asking it to supply the spiritual energy of Zumi Cave Heaven to his cave with all its strength. This is also one of the advantages of Zumi Cave Heaven. Once the spiritual energy of ordinary spiritual vein caves is exhausted, It will be very troublesome and can only siphon the surrounding spiritual energy continuously. But Zumi can actively transport the spiritual energy in the cave and help him siphon the spiritual energy of Qingzhu Mountain. Yes, Master. Zumi responded immediately and mobilized the spiritual energy in the cave. Hula! Lu Changsheng sat cross-legged quietly, swallowed 3 pills, and then held 2 high-grade spirit stones. In the Danshan Qi Sea, the liquid mana surged wildly, turning into vortices, swallowing countless spiritual energy from the heaven and earth, compressing and condensing into liquid mana. Tick, tick, tick. Drops of 7-colored crystal liquid mana entered the Dan Lake. It was unknown how long it had been, but the liquid mana in the Dan Lake reached its limit and rumbled. The Yin-Yang 5 Elements Dao Foundation shone brightly at this moment, and the Yin-Yang 5 Elements circulated, impacting the realm, allowing the Qi Sea Danshan to continue to expand. In this process, the mana in the Dan Lake coiled around the Dao Foundation and circulated, constantly condensing, and vaguely formed a sphere. When the cultivation reached the peak of the foundation building and the foundation building was complete, try to condense the mana into true essence, which can impact the formation of the elixir. Boom! Lu Changsheng's realm was broken as if it was a natural result. For many people, the transition from the middle stage of foundation building to the late stage of foundation building is a ravine and a natural chasm. It may be difficult to break through in a lifetime. But now, in front of Lu Changsheng, there is no bottleneck at all, just like eating and drinking water. With a breakthrough, the foundation of Taoism burst into 1,000-foot light, and the magic power surged like a big river, washing his meridians and flesh. Every breakthrough in the realm also has a small improvement on the cultivator's body. Although it is not as good as the same level of body refining cultivators, it is also extraordinary. Because of Lu Changsheng's body refining, this baptism did not have much effect on him. But in this process, his meridians and danshan became more condensed and tough. Late stage of foundation building. Lu Changsheng showed some joy on his face, finally broke through the late stage of foundation building. Breaking through the late stage of foundation building has brought him one step closer to forming a pill. His spiritual consciousness looked at the Zuinitin pearl in his Qi High Danshan. At this moment, this Zuinitin pearl is madly swallowing and exhaling spiritual energy and magic power, constantly rotating, and blooming with 7-color clouds. This Zuinitin pearl can make the late stage of Qi refining comparable to the foundation building, and the late stage of foundation building comparable to the fake pill. Now, with Lu Changsheng breaking through the late stage of foundation building, the effect of this Zuinitin pearl has finally reached its peak. Boom boom boom, after a long time, the Zuinitin pearl calmed down. Only a faint 7-color luster flowed on it, giving people a sacred and heavy breath. Is this the magic power of the fake pill level? If I don't use the talisman array and other means, just fight normally, I'm afraid that in 3 moves, I can kill my previous self. Lu Changsheng's magic power flows through his body, quietly experiencing the power that fills his body, with an indescribable beauty. Not only the magic power, but also his physical body, the 100 refining treasure body art, at this moment, has also been upgraded to the peak of the 7th level. It won't take long to break through the 8th level and reach the level of quasi 3rd level. I wonder how my current strength compares to the real fake pill. Lu Changsheng thought in his heart. Although the Zuinitin pearl can make the late stage of foundation building comparable to the fake pill. But in fact, he has not fought with a fake pill yet. Sumeru. He thought and shouted at Zumi, asking the other party to pull him into the Zumi illusion. Since he didn't know, he would test it through Zumi. The next moment, he appeared in the grey misty Zumi illusion in a green robe, moving without wind. Buzz! Lu Changsheng looked at the rolling mist in front of him, raised his palm lightly, put his 2 fingers together, and a sharp 7-color sword energy burst out. Swish! Layers of grey mist were pierced. Then, Lu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and the true Yang 5 Elements sword appeared in his hand. Swish! 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 The 5 Elements sword light flashed, tearing through the void, setting off a storm of sword energy, stirring the surrounding grey mist. This true Yang 5 Elements sword is only a mid-grade spiritual weapon. It is completely useless. With my current strength, I am enough to control the magic weapon. Lu Changsheng looked at the true Yang 5 Elements sword in his hand, shook his head with some disdain, and felt it was boring. This spiritual weapon simply couldn't support his full strength attack. Then an ancient lamp that looked like 7 stars appeared above his head. It was his natal spiritual weapon, the Seven Lights Heart Lamp. This Seven Lights Heart Lamp also needs resources to be recast, otherwise it can't keep up with the slow nurturing. Lu Changsheng looked at his natal spiritual weapon and let out a long breath. After all these years of nurturing, this Seven Lights Heart Lamp is now barely a mid-grade spiritual weapon. Now it can't keep up with his pace. At this moment, Lu Changsheng realized that he had always been kind to others and never wanted to fight, but now he didn't even have a magic weapon. If he fought with a fake Danzunren, he would suffer the loss of having no magic weapon. I wonder if I can activate a top-grade magic weapon. Lu Changsheng thought of the fact that he was still wearing a top-grade robe. In theory, the Yuanquan robe is a top-grade magic weapon, and it is not something that he can activate at his level. But it doesn't hurt to try. Immediately, his Danshin mana surged and madly injected into the Yuanquan robe. Suddenly, the restrictions in the robe began to loom. But that was all. Even if more mana was consumed, the power of this robe could not be fully stimulated. It could only barely allow the robe to have some shuttle restrictions, but it could not hide in the void. He had to wait until he broke through the Qingyun stage before he could fully exert the power of this robe. The upper-grade magic weapon is still too reluctant. Using this kind of magic weapon is completely not worth the loss. With my strength, I can only control the lower-grade magic weapon at most. But I can start preparing to refine the 7-star Star Sword in the 7 Stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra. Even if it is not a magic weapon, it is just the embryo of 7 magic weapons, and it is also extremely powerful. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and thought of his matching magic weapon in the 7 Stars Great Freedom Sword Sutra, the 7-star Star Sword. Once this set of magic weapon flying swords is completed, he can arrange a simplified 7 stars sword formation, which will greatly increase his combat power. However, the cost of 7 magic weapon flying swords is extremely expensive. Many materials are not available in the market, and can only be purchased through various channels and exchanged. Even if he is very rich, comparable to a giant cultivator, it is difficult to afford to refine 7 magic weapon embryos like this. Forget it, I have always been kind to others and don't like fighting. I am not in a hurry to refine this 7-star sword. I can slowly purchase some materials. Lu Changsheng shook his head and gave up the idea of refining this set of magic weapon embryos now. After all, if he really wants to fight the enemy now, he still has the talisman formation, the 9 treasures Ruai Bone, the Wujian Gishao, and the Zuansha Demon Zombie. These are enough for him to face ordinary giant and cultivators. Immediately, he had an idea and asked Zumi to send him back to the cave. Asked how his offensive was compared to Xia Haowu before. Zumi immediately said that the power of his sword energy just now was much worse than Xia Haowu, and it was within the range of fighting. In this way, I can be considered to have a normal level of fake pills. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and thought to himself. When Xia Haowu was in the Zumi illusion, he used his life magic weapon to attack, and he only used a mid-grade spiritual weapon. If he was given a magic weapon, it would naturally be considered a normal fake pill level. However, I still have 2 draws, maybe I can get something good. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Although both of his children were spiritually deficient, the system determined that they were both spiritual, so they received 2 draws. This also allowed Lu Changsheng to confirm that as long as a spiritual body was born, there would be a chance to draw a lottery. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng said. Chapter 316. Breaking the Evil Pill, Thunder Dragon Flame. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level Po Evil Breaking Pill. The reward has been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. Immediately, a pill pattern emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Po Evil Breaking Pill. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and looked at the system space. Immediately, information about the Po Evil Breaking Pill emerged. Pill, Po Evil Breaking Pill, quality, 3rd level, description, Po Evil Breaking Pill, can break the effects of goo poison, seals, curses, forbidden magical powers, etc. Lu Changsheng looked at the effect of the Po Evil Breaking Pill in front of him and frowned slightly. Although this effect is okay and can solve some unexpected situations. But for him at present, it is very useless and can only be eaten by ashes. At present, there are so many pills, only Rongling Pill, Zifu Pill, and Ningjing Pill are somewhat useful. Lu Changsheng shook his head gently, looked at the system and continued, draw. The big turntable of the system in front of him continued to turn. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 3rd level fire seed, Lei Gangayan. The reward has been issued to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. 3rd level fire? This is the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng looked at the reward with a bit of surprise on his face. There are many spiritual fires between heaven and earth. If a cultivator obtains the original fire of these spiritual fires, he can use them for himself. These spiritual fires are extremely useful. Not only are they extremely powerful and can be used for fighting, but they are also of infinite value to alchemists and weapon refiners. For example, many 2nd level elixirs cannot be refined by Lu Changsheng without the alchemy room and the fire of the lungs of the earth. Because the flames he condensed with his mana are not enough to support him to refine the elixir for a long time, and the temperature of the flames is not enough. But if he had a kind of spiritual fire of heaven and earth, he would not need to rely on the fire of the lungs of the earth. Moreover, according to the records in the book, this kind of spiritual fire of heaven and earth for alchemy and refining will not only have a higher success rate, but the quality of the elixirs and magic tools refined will also be relatively much better. Lei Gangayan, a 3rd level fire, I think it is a good spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Lu Changsheng looked at the system space. Suddenly, the information of Lei Gangayan emerged. Fire, Thunder Gangayan, quality, level 3, description, the blazing fire in the lava in the core of the volcano, after being tempered by countless thunders, merged, and produced a trace of spirituality. The attribute is violent and domineering. Thunder Gangayan, the attribute is violent and domineering? It seems that this kind of spiritual fire is more suitable for refining tools, not alchemy. Lu Changsheng looked at the Thunder Gangayan in front of him and raised his eyebrows. As a 2nd level top alchemist, he knows a little about fire. If you know how to make an alchemy, most people will use flames with relatively mild attributes. Only a small number of elixirs will use extremely violent and domineering flames. But it's at least a 3rd level heaven and earth spiritual fire. Even if you don't make an alchemy, it's not bad as a means. Lu Changsheng showed a little smile on his face. He didn't extract and refine the heaven and earth spiritual fire immediately. This trip was originally to take advantage of my free time to come here to draw prize. I have been delayed for a long time since I just broke through, so now I will naturally accompany my wife and concubines first. The Zhao family of Beihu Mountain. What did you say? A spiritual stone mine was dug deep in the Wujing mine in the Black Cloud Mountains and the Beihu Mountain. The ancestor of the Zhao family was surprised when he heard the report from his patriarch. When Beihu Mountain was first built, Lu Changsheng sold many of his industries and mines, or cooperated with other families. As a nearby foundation-building family, the Zhao family of Beihu Mountain contracted a Wujing mine. Unexpectedly, a spiritual stone mine was dug under this mine. This. That's right, ancestor, I went to verify it. This spiritual stone mine is not small. There are also medium-grade spiritual stones. At least 50,000 or 60,000 spiritual stones can be mined. The patriarch of the Zhao family said, with joy in his words. 50,000 or 60,000 spiritual stones are not a small number for their Zhao family. 50,000 or 60,000. The pupils of the Zhao family ancestor suddenly shrank when he heard this. This is not a small number. And this is just a simple estimate. He asked in a deep voice, does the Lu family of Beihu Mountain know about this? For more than 10 years, the Lu family has only been concerned about dividends and never asked about it. It was only 2 years ago that a little girl came to check it out. The head of the Zhao family shook his head and said, so the Lu family still doesn't know about this spiritual stone mine. The Lu family doesn't know yet. The ancestor of the Zhao family showed a thoughtful look on his face and said, if you want to hide it, how long can you keep it secret? He naturally didn't want to give such a spiritual stone mine to the Lu family. Once the Lu family was informed, the Zhao family, would at most drink soup. Ancestor, if this matter is known to the Lu family of Beihu Mountain, our family will probably get into big trouble. The head of the Zhao family showed a worried and fearful look on his face. Although the Lu family of Beihu Mountain was established for only more than 10 years. But its ancestor Lu Changsheng is famous. When he first entered the foundation building, he relied on the talisman formation to kill the 3 foundation building monks of the Yu family, and thus established the Lu family of Beihu Mountain. Afterwards, he and his wife Lu Maioj killed 5 foundation building monks in the Red Leaf Valley market. The family also has a master of formations. This kind of strength and record, even if it is exaggerated with the help of external objects, but the strength is unquestionable. It is completely incomparable to their Zhao family. I naturally understand, so I ask you, if you want to hide it, how long can you hide it? The ancestor of the Zhao family saw the fear on the face of his younger generation, and felt a little disappointed. It should be known that cultivating immortals is a struggle for the Great Way. Now that the ancestors have blessed him, such a great opportunity has been delivered to him. His younger generation showed timidity just because of the other party's name, which really disappointed him. At present, it can be concealed for a while. Once it is fully exploited, the other party will definitely be able to find out the abnormality in half a year at most. And I have investigated that this girl is not pretending to be a formality. She will check carefully every time. The head of the Zhao family said so. What is the name of this girl? Is there any way to bribe her? The ancestor of the Zhao family continued to ask. This girl's name is Lu Rui, and she is the daughter of Lu Changsheng's concubine. The Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain is famous for being generous to the children of the family. It may not be easy to bribe this girl. The head of the Zhao family showed a solemn look on his face. Lu Rui. The ancestor of the Zhao family heard this name and had no impression of it. As the ancestor of the Zhao family, he knew the situation in Qingzhu Mountain. But there were too many children of Lu Changsheng, and he could not understand it at all. He roughly remembered that the Lu family had produced two fourth-grade spiritual root geniuses, one named Lu Qingxun and the other named Lu Wangshu. Then the person in charge of the Lu family puppet factory seemed to be called Lu Xianzi. If this girl is not married, you send someone to try to contact her. If it is feasible, you go to Qingzhu Mountain to propose marriage and see if you can tie her to her Zhao family. The ancestor of the Zhao family said in a deep voice. Their Zhao family suffered heavy losses in the battle at the Blackwater Pond that year. Not only did they die a foundation-building ancestor, but also several foundation-building seeds. Over the years, he has vigorously supported and cultivated them, and fresh blood has been replenished, and the family has gradually improved. However, this has also led to the family being stretched to the limit. If this spiritual stone mine can be mined, it will not only alleviate the family's situation, but also provide money to cultivate new foundation-building cultivators. Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Family Mansion. Dad, this is the immortal seedling of our Zhuan generation this year. Lu Qingzhu went to Ruiyi County to hold the spiritual measurement ceremony and brought the Lu family children with spiritual roots to Qingzhu Mountain. Hello, Grandpa. The two Lu family Zhuan generation saluted Lu Changsheng. They looked at the grandfather in front of them with some curiosity. They heard from their parents that their grandfather was an immortal, and now they can also cultivate immortals. What are your names? Lu Changsheng looked at the two children and asked softly. My name is Lu Zuanjun, and my name is Lu Zuanayu. The two children said crisply. Zuanjun, Zuanayu. Lu Changsheng nodded slightly, and after asking a few simple questions, he asked his son Lu Yun to settle the two children. As time goes by, now the secular Lu family has a chance of producing an immortal seedling every few years. Two children this year are considered very good. After all, the total number of the third generation of the Lu family is already 197, which is almost the same as the number of his children. But among these 193 children, there are only 13 children with spiritual roots. Moreover, among these 13, there are 9 children born by Lu Yun and Lu Xianzi in Qingzhu Mountain. It can only be said that it is too difficult for parents who are both mortals to give birth to spiritual roots. One can only rely on the quantitative change to get a few by luck. 1 month later, Lu Changsheng was thinking about Lei Gangayan in the system space, saying that he had feelings in his heart and was going to retreat for a period of time. Lu Miaoj, Ling Zixio and others naturally had no objection to this. After all, this is the daily life of most cultivators. Like Lu Miaoj, who often retreats to practice, he often leaves the cave for 10 days and a half months. Lu Changsheng is like this, leisurely and comfortable all day long, and spends most of his time with his wife, concubines and children. He is an outlier among cultivators. Extract. In the cave of Changsheng Hall, Lu Changsheng looked at the system space and said silently in his heart. Suddenly, a palm-sized purple-red flame appeared in the air, filled with a hot breath. As it burned and tumbled, it seemed as if there was a purple lightning snake wandering in the flame, violent and terrifying, causing obvious distortion marks in the space around the flame. It is worthy of being a third-level heaven and earth spiritual fire, it is so terrifying. Lu Changsheng took a small step back and looked at the Lei Gangayan in front of him with some surprise. Through the system's introduction to Lei Gangayan, he knew that if he refined this Lei Gangayan, his combat power could be improved by another level, and he would have one more means. However, this kind of heaven and earth spiritual fire has already given birth to spirituality, and it is not easy to refine and subdue it. Fortunately, I have a cheat. Lu Changsheng took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. Then he took out a spiritual weapon magic sword and forcefully cut a wound on his palm. Blood flowed from the palm of his hand and spread all over his palm. Come on, little guy. Lu Changsheng's magic power flowed, wrapped his palm, and slowly stretched it into the Lei Gangayan. Even if this Lei Gangayan had an instinctive consciousness and had no intention of hurting him. But the instinctive power of the flame alone made his palms burn and sting, and his skin felt like a red-hot iron. Hiss. If I hadn't broken through the late stage of foundation building and had the Zuinitan Pearl, and my magic power was comparable to that of a fake pill, I wouldn't be able to refine this third-level fire seed even with the help of the system. Lu Changsheng felt a burning pain coming from his palms, and immediately took a deep breath of cold air. If he hadn't known the situation of Lei Gangayan through the system, he would have had a good idea and knew that he could refine it, and he would have definitely given up. Lei Gangayan seemed to be aware of Lu Changsheng's pain, and the purple snake inside was absorbing his blood. As it absorbed blood, the burning flame became smaller and smaller, and finally condensed into a thumb-sized purple-red fire seed. This is the original fire seed of Lei Gangayan. Through the system information, Lu Changsheng knew that when this Lei Gangayan was initially formed, it was about the size of half a mountain. It was only during the continuous condensation process that it gradually formed into this appearance. Only in this way can it be called the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. It's time to really test my skills. Lu Changsheng looked at the thumb-sized fire in his hand, his eyelids twitching slightly. Next, he needed to swallow this fire, and then refine it and assimilate it with his magic power. This is the most dangerous step in refining the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Whether it is a key refining cultivator, a foundation building cultivator, or a Qingyun Henren, the inside of the body has always been the most vulnerable part of the human body. Especially the human meridian danshan. Once a problem occurs, the cultivation will be half wasted at the least, and the body will die at the worst. So refining the spiritual fire of heaven and earth is very dangerous. Most alchemists and weapon refiners in the world choose to practice some kind of innate true fire skills and magical powers. Only a very few people dare to refine the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. However, before refining, they will prepare all kinds of natural materials and treasures to reduce the risk. Or as a Qingyun Henren, choose to refine the second-level spiritual fire of heaven and earth, and then cultivate it slowly. Like Lu Changsheng, who did not prepare anything and refined the spiritual fire of heaven and earth with a higher level than himself, it can be said to be unique. Anyone who sees it has to say, you don't want to die. If it weren't for Tongzi, this thing would be really creepy. It's just playing with one's life. Lu Changsheng looked at the fire inside. He took out several ice attribute talismans and healing talismans from the storage ring in advance, and took out 1 or 2 bottles of elixirs. Then the magic power spread all over his body, raised his palm, and threw the fire into his mouth. Although he, Lu, cherishes his life and doesn't like to suffer. But if he suffers a little, he will gain a lot, so he is willing. After all, not being able to suffer and not liking to suffer are two different things. When the fire entered his mouth, Lu Changsheng immediately closed his lips tightly, groaned, and his face turned slightly pale. He endured the bursts of burning heat in his body, closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, and his consciousness sank into his body. It can be seen that after Lei Gangayan entered his body, it immediately overflowed with tiny wisps of purple-red flames flowing through the meridians. Even though these flames are extremely small, like hair, they are filled with scorching heat and seem to burn and melt the flesh and blood. Hoo-hoo-hoo, Lu Changsheng's magic power covering his body was constantly consumed. He immediately took the prepared pills and talismans, letting a cold current flow through his body to suppress the heat. Then he started to refine the fire by practicing the 7 Lights Great Freedom Sword Scripture and the 100 Refining Treasure Body Technique. Lei Gangayan cooperated very well with his practice. This was also the reason why he dared to refine the fire. Otherwise, during this process, the fire's instinctive consciousness began to resist stubbornly, causing the flames to be violent and burning fiercely, which would be very dangerous. Buzz buzz buzz, at this moment, a dragon's roar seemed to sound in Lu Changsheng's body. His dragon's roar body instinctively awakened, and a fierce and domineering yang energy swept out and rushed towards Lei Gangyan, trying to suppress the origin of this fire and help him refine his mana. Well, the dragon's roar body has such an effect. Lu Changsheng looked surprised and doubtful. Although he knew the general situation of the dragon's roar body, but he really didn't know the specific power and effect of this spiritual body. Unexpectedly, the dragon's roar body could actually help him refine the spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Could it be because both the dragon roar body and the thunder gang flame have the most yang and most rigid attributes? Lu Changsheng guessed in his heart. At this moment, he personally experienced the benefits and effects brought by the top spiritual body. No wonder many top-level skills, treasures, and spiritual beasts are difficult for ordinary cultivators to subdue, but geniuses are easy to subdue. Because of good talent, facing these things is much easier. Without thinking too much, Lu Changsheng was at ease refining the origin of this fire. With the active cooperation of Thunder Gang Flame and the help of the Dragon Roar body, the refining process was instantly much smoother. During this process, Lu Changsheng realized that the Dragon Roar Yang Qi in his body was continuously merging into the Thunder Gang Flame. As the Thunder Gang Flame walked around in his body, it gradually merged with his body, meridians, and magic power. This process was very mysterious, causing the Thunder Gang Flame to undergo inexplicable changes. Just like this, time passed little by little. I don't know how long it took. The thumb-sized fire merged all the overflowing purple-red flames and turned them into a small flame again. Lu Changsheng had already refined the fire seed initially and was able to roughly control the thunder flame. However, he still had to control it carefully, otherwise he might hurt himself if he was not careful. He did not stop and continued to refine the thunder flame, preparing to refine it all in one go. With a continuous fusion of the dragon's yang energy and the thunder flame, the purple lightning snake of the origin of the fire seed seemed to turn into purple gold thunder dragon, with a bit more sacred and domineering aura. The fire seed flowed through his meridians again and again, gradually tempering his meridians and bones, allowing his 100 refining treasure body art to accelerate at this moment. It was unknown how long it had been before Lu Changsheng completely refined the thunder flame. Boom boom boom, at this moment, his body was radiant with precious light, and a terrifying pressure of blood and qi was permeated. Countless purple-red flames rolled out of his body, which was very terrifying. Lei Gangyan. I didn't expect that this Lei Gangyan would be so compatible with Long Yin's body, and it would be a perfect match for me. But now this Lei Gangyan can be called Lei Gang Long Yan. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, and in his dark pupils, two groups of purple gold flames were spreading and rising, looking weird and overbearing. Under his control, the purple-red flames that filled the cave turned into purple-red, snake-like dragon, entrenched around him, emitting a hot and terrifying breath. If this Lei Gangyan was refined normally, it would never have such power. But this Lei Gangyan is very compatible with Long Yin's body. He worked hard and turned this Lei Gangyan into his own life spirit fire. Now he not only perfectly controls this Lei Gangyan, but also slightly increases the power of Lei Gangyan. Not only that, under the effect of Lei Gangyan and Long Yan body, my Balian Baodi Ju also directly broke through the 8th level, and the body refining reached a quasi 3rd level. Now if I fight in close combat, relying on this Lei Gang Long Yan, the fake Dan cultivators can't resist at all. Lu Changsheng opened his hands and stretched his muscles and bones. The whole body immediately rang out a crisp sound like crackling, and the flames around him gradually disappeared. Although Lei Gangyan was refined into the life spirit fire, it still consumed mana. If you want to break through, you still have to rely on lottery and spirit body. I don't know what other effects the Wuxiangxian body has besides prolonging life, charm, and improving the speed of cultivation. As a top-level spirit body, the effect of Long Yan body is so amazing, and the Wuxiangxian body should not be worse. Lu Changsheng let out a long breath, and the whole person recovered as usual, muttering in his mouth. I thought to myself, let's see if I can get this kind of extremely yang and strong heaven and earth spirit fire in the future, and make one for my son Lu Lingxiao. After all, as an old father, he has tried it for his son, and this dragon roar body is really useful and very compatible with this spiritual fire of heaven and earth. Chapter 317, Jiuiao Mastiff breaks through, Li Fei returns. Lu Changsheng walked out of the cave refreshed, only to realize that he had been in seclusion for nearly 2 months. He took the beast-taming talisman from Ling Zixiao, and Hong Lian's voice sounded in his mind, telling him a piece of news. The 9 Nether Mastiff has reached the second level. Lu Changsheng showed joy on his face. Although the second level combat power was no longer in his eyes, the wish to rely on the 9 Nether Mastiff to take him flying had long been shattered. But at least it is a second level combat power. There is one more foundation building spirit pet to watch over the house. Yes, young master. Honglian's voice sounded in the beast taming talisman. Immediately, Lu Changsheng walked out of the Changsheng hall and asked her to release the advanced 9 Nether Mastiff from the beast taming talisman. The colorful light of the beast taming talisman flowed, and a faint light burst out, which was the 9 Nether Mastiff. The body of the 9 Nether Mastiff is now very large, and it is 10 feet tall. A wolf-like head was hideous and terrifying, with scarlet pupils between the eyebrows, fangs interlaced and cold, and extremely ferocious and intimidating. The hair on the body was dark and thick, but if you brush the hair apart, you could see a layer of black gold keratin layer-like scales, hard and cold. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at the 9 Nether Mastiff in front of him, stepped forward to stroke its hair, and a smile appeared on his face. The dog in front of him was his first pet, and he had a lot of feelings for it for a long time. Come, let me see how strong you are. Lu Changsheng hooked his finger at the 9 Nether Mastiff in front of him, signaling the 9 Nether Mastiff to attack him and test its power. The 9 Nether Mastiff roared to the sky, and the demonic power in its body surged, causing a violent wind to sweep. This was not a simple roar. It was a sound wave attack with a terrifying and fierce power. Ordinary key refining cultivators, or demon beasts, would lose their souls, bleed from all 7 orifices, and tremble in fear when faced with such a roar. Continue. Lu Changsheng nodded, signaling the 9 Nether Mastiff to continue. Puff. The 9 Nether Mastiff immediately turned into a residual image and pounced on Lu Changsheng, its claws like daggers, flashing a cold light. Bang! Facing such an attack, Lu Changsheng looked calm, motionless, and raised his hand to fight hard. Almost the middle stage of the second stage of physical training. He commented aloud. A heavenly bloodline demon beast like the 9 Nether Mastiff, even if it has just broken through the second stage, has a combat power that exceeds that of ordinary foundation building. Roar. There were black ripples in the wolf mouth of the 9 Nether Mastiff's fangs, making its sharp teeth burst out with an indestructible cold luster. This is his strongest attack, even spiritual weapons can be bitten. Lu Changsheng looked at the sharp fangs, his mouth twitched, and he thought, forget it, he didn't want to experience being bitten by a dog. He flicked his fingers and shot his sword energy at the 9 Nether Mastiff. In an instant, the 9 Nether Mastiff's hair stood up like pine needles, bursting with a dark luster, and wiped away 30% of the power of the sword energy. Then the scales that looked like black gold resisted and dissolved the sword energy, and only a few strands of hair fell. Very good. Lu Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with the combat power of the 9 Nether Mastiff, with high attack and defense, and tenacious vitality. If it goes one step further and awakens the bloodline's supernatural power, its combat power can be further improved. However, seeing the combat power of this monster beast, he couldn't help but think of the record of Qingyun Sect fighting against the 3 demon kings alone. It is rumored that these 3 demon kings are all of heavenly bloodline and have amazing combat power. In this comparison, this Qingyun Sect is really amazing. Even if this so-called single battle is with a 3rd level mount and 500 soldiers, its combat power is still unquestionable. After being in the beast-taming ancient talisman for so long, let's go out and have some fresh air for a while. Lu Changsheng looked at the 9 Nether Mastiff in front of him and touched his chin. Although he had the Zumi Tree King in charge, it was impossible for him to activate the formation and have Zumi take action when encountering a situation. In this case, he would let the 9 Nether Mastiff stay at home. Immediately, Lu Changsheng informed Ling Xiao and Lu Mayaoj about the 9 Nether Mastiff's advancement to the 2nd level. After the 3 of them discussed, they decided that the 9 Nether Mastiff would be the spiritual beast of the Qingzhu Mountain clan, and would be taken care of and managed by the current head of the Lu family. In this way, if the family encountered some problems, the head of the family would also be able to solve and deal with them. There was no need to notify Lu Changsheng, Lu Mayaoj, and Ling Xiao of everything. Afterwards, Lu Changsheng called Lu Mayaoj and Lu Yun to tell them about the 9 Nether Mastiff. Is Xiaohe so big now? Has Xiaohe advanced to the 2nd level monster? Fortunately, Lu Mayaoj and Ling Xiao knew a lot about Lu Changsheng. Lu Maoyan and Lu Yun were very surprised when they saw the second-level 9 Nether Mastiff in front of them. After all, a second-level demon beast corresponds to a great foundation-building cultivator. Even though there are now 4 foundation-building cultivators in Bihu Mountain, Lu Changsheng, Lu Maoj, Ling Zixio, and Bai Ling. Now there is another second-level demon beast, which is still amazing. Especially this second-level demon beast. In the early years in Qingzhu Mountain, Lu Changsheng had always raised it as an ordinary dog and gave it to his children as a playmate. Now seeing that the pet of that year has been promoted to the second level, it really makes them a little dazed. I'm not as good as a dog. Lu Yun has a vague impression of the 9 Nether Mastiff. They played together when they were young. Later, when he grew up, his father sent the 9 Nether Mastiff to the secular world to look after the house, and he didn't see it again. Unexpectedly, after so many years, he has only broken through the 6th level of key refining, and the big black dog at that time is already a second-level spirit beast. Dad, I will definitely take good care of Xiaohe. Lu Yun immediately said respectfully. Well, Xiaohe is its nickname, and its full name is Jiu Iao. Lu Changsheng felt that calling it Xiaohe really lowered the status of Jiu Iao Mastiff. After all, it was a heavenly class demon beast, and now it was the family's guardian spirit beast. Jiu Iao. Okay. Lu Yun nodded in response. He also felt that the name Xiaohe was too vulgar. Why, Xiao, do you like this? At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at Lu Ling, the daughter in Lu Maoji's arms, staring at Jiu Iao Mastiff, and laughed out loud. Your Lu Ling babbled. Although Lu Changsheng didn't understand baby language, he still pinched her fair little face and said, when you grow up, Daddy will give you one. According to the current lottery, the pets he got were basically cubs. But these cubs are unlikely to be used by himself. In this case, he will give them to his children as pets. In the future, the Lu family's Xianjiao will be equipped with a heavenly class spirit pet. Xiaohe, thank you, Daddy. Ling Zixio, who was holding his son, smiled and said to his daughter. Although she didn't know where these top monster cubs Lu Changsheng came from, if her children could grow up with such a monster cub, it would be of great help to their future cultivation. Lu Ling babbled. Although she was only a few months old, it could be seen that this daughter was much more lively than her brother Lu Lingxiao. This reminded Lu Changsheng of his son Lu Qingshan and daughter Lu Qingzhu. One of them was lively and the other was quiet. The sky was slightly white and cloudless. Cry. A black feathered golden beaked goshawk spread its wings and soared in the sky, crossing the starry mountains and swooping down. Is this the Bihu Mountain? On the goshawk, a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a heroic face and wearing a black brocade robe, looked ahead, with mountains on all sides and the green and clean Bihu Mountain in the center, and said. A moment later, the hawk landed outside the Bihu Mountain, stirring up a strong wind. Who are you, and why are you here at Bihu Mountain? The disciples stationed at the mountain gate shouted immediately when they saw the newcomer. One of the Lu family members, who was dressed in Bihu Mountain clothing, was surprised to see the heroic man in black robes, and was a little afraid to confirm, are you, Uncle Li? Yes, it's me. Li Fiayu smiled a little when he saw that the other party recognized him. But he couldn't call out the other party's name for a while. When he went out, except for Lu Pinggan and others who were more than 10 years old, most of the other children were still young children. Now more than 20 years have passed, and these children have grown up. Even though he is a cultivator and his memory is different from that of ordinary people, he can't recognize the outline of the children from childhood. Uncle Li, wait a moment, I'll go and inform the head of the family, father. The Lu family member said. Although he recognized Li Fiayu, he still followed the rules and did not open the mountain gate directly, but went to inform Lu's mansion. Great, my family is really awesome. Lu Changsheng was accompanying Chu Zhanxian and Bai Ling. After learning that Chu Zhanxian had already finished refining the auspicious tree, he began to refine the auspicious tree. As for Lu Maohan, since the difficulty of the strange prison flower is one level higher, it will take a long time to refine it. At this time, Lu Yun came to the outside of the hall and said that Li Fiayu was here. Uncle Li. Lu Changsheng was stunned, then reacted and said in surprise and joy, you said Fiayu is here. Yes, it's Li Fiayu, Uncle Li. Lu Yun nodded and said. He knew that his father and Li Fiayu had a good relationship, but he didn't know the details. Okay. Lu Changsheng nodded in response, and immediately turned into a beam of light and flew out of Bihayan Peak and came to the front of the mountain gate. At the beginning, the substitute talisman sent a sense that made him always worried about Li Fiayu's situation. Now he learned that the other party had returned safely, and he was very surprised. Mountain Master, Father. The monk stationed in front of the mountain gate saw Lu Changsheng and immediately bowed. Yet, Lu Changsheng nodded, opened the mountain gate, and smiled at Li Fiayu, who was wearing a black brocade robe, with a heroic face and a tall figure, and said, Fiayu, you are finally back. I encountered some accidents before, which delayed me. Li Fiayu said with some emotion. He naturally remembered the time limit he had agreed to. So after breaking through the foundation building, he settled the affairs of Qingyun Immortal City and rushed back immediately. It seems that this accident is a good thing. Congratulations on your breakthrough of the foundation building. Lu Changsheng's spiritual sense has now surpassed the peak of the foundation building. He can see at a glance that Li Fiayu has broken through the foundation building. Foundation building. When the people around heard this, they all looked at Li Fiayu in surprise. I didn't expect that the other party was actually a great cultivator of the foundation building. There was a little more respect in their eyes. It's just luck. I was able to break through the foundation building, in fact, thanks to you, Changsheng. Li Fiayu said seriously. Oh, it's related to me. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows when he heard this. Come on, let's go in and talk. He didn't ask any more questions, but said, inviting Li Fiayu to the Qingzhu Mountain. This Qingzhu Mountain is surrounded by mountains and water. It looks really good. The two flew in the air to Bihayan Peak. Li Fiayu looked at the surrounding scenery and said, as a foundation building cultivator, he has been working hard outside for so many years and has some experience. It can be seen that the environment and spiritual energy of Qingzhu Mountain are both excellent. Ha, it's not bad. Lu Changsheng laughed when he heard it, and introduced his family to his friend. The one in front is Bihayan Peak, the main vein of my Lu family. That one is called Linka Cliff, which is my family's spiritual medicine garden. There is a Bishu Lake, where aquatic products are raised. You should have heard of red blood carp and green blood carp, but I raised some aquatic spirit beasts not long ago. Changsheng, you are still free and easy, and the family is already in order. Li Fiayu listened to the introduction, looked at the surrounding scenes, and said with emotion. He has been traveling outside for many years, and sometimes he has thought about whether to give up and choose to settle down. For casual cultivators, the ultimate dream is probably to have a spiritual land of their own family, so that they don't have to drift around. Now that you have broken through the foundation, if you want, you can also find a spiritual land and build a family like me. Lu Changsheng laughed. Let's talk about this later. Li Fiayu shook his head slightly and said. Although he thought this kind of life was very good, he didn't have such an idea. Especially now that he has just got the opportunity to join the Qingyun Guard under the name of Qingyun Sect. As long as he seizes the opportunity, he will be able to break through the middle and late stages of foundation building in the future. Okay, anyway, Qingzhu Mountain welcomes you at any time. Lu Changsheng did not persuade him. He could see that Li Fiayu's heart to the Tao was very firm. Under normal circumstances, such people will not stop and choose a comfortable life. The two came to Bihayan Peak. Nephew meets Uncle Li. Lu Yun was waiting outside, and when he saw Li Fiayu, he immediately saluted. Although his memory was vague and he didn't quite recognize Li Fiayu, he could still recognize him. This is Lu Yun, Fiayu, you should still remember him. Lu Changsheng said to Li Fiayu. It turns out to be Lu Yun. I don't realize you've grown up so much. Upon hearing this, Li Fiayu knew that the other party was the son of Lu Maiyan, the fourth elder of the Lu family, and his expression was a little dazed and emotional. He came back this time and hadn't returned home yet. Now, more than 20 years have passed, and his children should have started their own families and careers. He took out a magic bracelet from his storage bag and said, Here, this is a gift from Uncle Li to you. Haha, Fiayu, you don't have to be polite now, otherwise, your storage bag may not be enough. Lu Changsheng joked with a smile. It's a rare meeting, first come first served. Li Fiayu said with a smile, and let Lu Yun accept a bracelet. But Lu Yun didn't know whether he should accept it or not. Since it's your Uncle Li's intention, Yuner, you should accept it. Lu Changsheng said when he saw his honest son like this. He never liked such politeness. The two came to the Lu family mansion. Lu Changsheng briefly introduced Li Feiyu. Lu Miaoyan, Chu Zhensun and others were very surprised to see Li Feiyu and learn that he had broken through the foundation. After all, in the Qingyun territory, a cultivator who has built a foundation is an ancestor of a region. Li Feiyu is just a low-grade spiritual root. In his early years, he was a son-in-law of Qingzhu Mountain and had been wasting his time. Now he has returned from going out and has actually broken through the foundation. Especially Lu Miaoyan. She was born in Qingzhu Mountain and knows how difficult it is to build a foundation. Qingzhu Mountain has been ensuring that the foundation has not been broken until now. Who would have thought that among the batch of immortal seedlings brought back by Uncle Lu Yunding, there were actually two foundation-building cultivators like Lu Changsheng and Li Feiyu. If this were to spread out, it would be extremely shocking. Li Feiyu saw so many beautiful girls and children at home, and thought that his good brother had never forgotten his original intention and remained consistent for so many years. Thinking that he was working hard outside, while Lu Changsheng was living such a life and building a foundation easily, even though he had a firm heart, he couldn't help but envy him. But he was still happy that his good brother was living a better and better life. After a while, someone arranged wine and food, and the two came to the side hall to reminisce and chat. It can be said that it was also a chance. Li Feiyu held the wine glass and recounted his experience. I met an opponent in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains that day, and was chased by the other party, and then encountered a second-level monster blocking the way. Faced with this situation, there was no chance of survival. Fortunately, the talisman you gave me, Changsheng, saved my life. Then, under the movement of the talisman, I came to the depths of the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, and guess what happened? Li Feiyu said. Lu Changsheng was speechless. He had guessed that if Li Feiyu encountered danger in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains, he would be moved to the depths by the substitute talisman and would soon be in danger. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. Could it be that you just happened to appear in some secret cave, or some treasure? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows and said. Yes, but you certainly couldn't guess the situation at that time. Li Feiyu took a bite of the dish and continued. Didn't you have a treasure map of ancient ruins before? I just happened to be moved outside the ruins marked on the treasure map. Awesome. Lu Changsheng was silent for a moment and uttered two words. Whether according to the story of the novel or the great luck of the immortal world, Li Feiyu has obtained the template of the protagonist this time. He continued to ask, this relic is deep in the 10,000 Beasts Mountains. Shouldn't it be very dangerous? The treasure map contains information about the ruins, and hides many dangerous levels. It would be difficult for Li Feiyu, who is in the key refining stage, to gain something from it. No, I didn't explore this ruins. I happened to meet Qingyun Sect here. Li Feiyu said. Qingyun Sect? The #1 casual cultivator of Zhang country, the city lord of Qingyun Fairy City. Lu Changsheng was stunned and said with some surprise. That's right. I got this opportunity to break through the foundation by giving the information of the treasure map to Qingyun Sect. And Qingyun Sect promised that if I break through the foundation, he will let me enter the Qingyun Guard, and if I fail to break through, he will give me a sum of spirit stones. Li Feiyu nodded. After that, he stood up and took out a storage bag, and said solemnly, Changsheng, I can get this opportunity thanks to you. This is some of my thoughts. Tisk 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 tisk. Lu Changsheng was just lamenting about Li Feiyu's chance. Seeing him suddenly act like this, he immediately waved his hand and said, Feiyu, you are too polite. You just broke through the foundation building stage and need resources. You don't have to be like this. He had no interest in the ancient ruins on the treasure map. Seeing that his friend had obtained the opportunity to build the foundation through this, he was happy for him and felt that this thing was worth the money. Changsheng, just accept it, otherwise I will feel really bad. Li Feiyu said seriously and put the storage bag in front of Lu Changsheng. This amount of spirit stones was the spirit stones he got from selling after he broke through the foundation building stage to take revenge and kill Zhu He. But he knew that these spirit stones were nothing compared to the opportunity he had obtained. Okay. Lu Changsheng knew his friend's character and nodded in response. At this time, he suddenly thought of the rumors about True Man Qingyun and asked aloud, Feiyu, I heard that True Man Qingyun was seriously injured before. Is this news true or false? Did this true man get injured while exploring this ancient ruins? Lu Changsheng asked. This news may be true, or it may be released deliberately by Qingyun Immortal City. Regarding the ruins, I have made a vow to my inner demon before that I will not tell anyone what is inside. Li Feiyu said softly. Qingyun Immortal City released it deliberately. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, and suddenly felt that the words were a bit more intriguing. He said thoughtfully, I remember that this Qingyun's Henrin is not young, right? Well, the city lord became famous 200 years ago, and he should be 300 or 400 years old now. So there are rumors in the outside world that the city lord has already reached the peak of Jiangdan, and there has been no news for all these years, and he is plotting to reach Yuanying. Li Feiyu said with emotion. From a casual cultivator to where he is now, and still able to pursue the nascent soul, this Qingyun's Henrin is a legend. 300 or 400 years old. Lu Changsheng nodded. Once a Jiangdan cultivator is over 350 years old, the probability of condensing the nascent soul will decrease. If it is over 400 years old, it is basically hopeless to condense the nascent soul. At Qingyun's Henrin's age, I'm afraid he can't delay any longer. It is estimated that everything he has done in these years is to pursue the nascent soul. It's not easy to get a nascent soul. In our Zhang Kingdom's cultivation world, it seems that only the Qingyun Sect has a 4th level spiritual vein. Lu Changsheng took a sip of the wine and continued to speak. He had talked about this issue with Ling Zixiao and Xiao Ziyu before. Knowing that in the entire Zhang Kingdom, only the Qingyun Sect has a 4th level spiritual vein, the foundation for cultivating a nascent soul. Even Qingyun Sect, Luoxia Sect, and Yuling Sect only have 3rd level top level spiritual veins. And the Qingyun Sect will definitely not lend its spiritual veins to Qingyun's Henrin to break through. That's right, after so many years of cultivation, the spiritual veins of Qingyun Xiancheng are currently only 3rd level upper grade, and it is a long way from the 4th level. And Qingyun Xiancheng is located on the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and the border between Zhang Kingdom and Yu Kingdom. No matter which force, no one wants the city lord to condense a nascent soul. Li Feiyu shook his head and said. He was impressed by the various deeds and personality charm of Qingyun's Henrin in his early years. Now that he has become a member of Qingyun Xiancheng and has come into contact with this legendary figure, he admires him even more. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Lu Changsheng sighed, thinking that it was really difficult to break through the nascent soul. If a casual cultivator wanted to break through the core formation in Jiang country, there was at least a chance. But if you wanted to break through the nascent soul, there was basically no hope except to go to other countries and look for opportunities. In the future, when he was in the nascent soul formation, he would also encounter such a problem. But this was too far away, and he hadn't even considered the core formation yet. Feiyu, now that you have joined Qingyun Immortal City, do you have to go back afterwards? Lu Changsheng looked at Li Feiyu and said. Well, I will go back after I come back to settle the situation at home. Li Feiyu said with a heavy expression. If you want to pursue the great Dao, you are destined not to have too many emotional entanglements. When he came back this time, he was ready to deal with all the family affairs. Okay, when are you going to Ruai County? I will go with you. Lu Changsheng nodded and said. Now his Lu family also has a certain influence in Ruai County. Moreover, his children and Li Feiyu's children are in-laws, so this trip should go and see. Well, Li Feiyu nodded in response. Li Feiyu stayed in Qingzhu Mountain for 3 days, and then went to Ruai County with Lu Changsheng. Because Chu Zhansun could not leave Qingzhu Mountain once she started practicing the heaven and earth longevity method after the sacrifice of the auspicious tree. So they went together, preparing to go to Zhoushan Mansion to worship their parents. Lu Wangshu happened to hear it, and was curious to go to the secular home to take a look. In this way, Lu Changsheng brought his wife and children to Ruai County with Li Feiyu. This trip to Ruai County caused a lot of shock to the Li family and Hong Yi. After all, Li Feiyu, who had been away for more than 20 years, returned. Li Feiyu's wife and children were a little afraid to recognize him when they saw him. Alice. Lu Changsheng sighed in his heart when he saw this scene. Faced with this situation, Li Feiyu just entrusted the family to Lu Changsheng, hoping that he would help take care of it in the future. Then he left some elixirs, talismans and a book of basic practice exercises for his father and brothers. Hong Yi learned that Li Feiyu had broken through the foundation, which was a mixed feeling. Thinking back to the time, the 6 of them participated in the Xianmen assessment together, and now 4 of them have broken through the foundation. Become the lofty foundation building great monks. Although Hanlin did not break through the foundation, but relying on the weapon refining skills, the status of the Xianmen disciple is also many times higher than him. If I had not focused on power affairs at the beginning, but practiced with all my heart, would I have had a chance to build a foundation? Hong Yi said to himself. He guessed that Zhao Qinking's breakthrough in the foundation was related to Lu Changsheng. Now, when chatting, he learned that Li Fiayu's foundation was built thanks to Lu Changsheng. He couldn't help but think that with his relationship with Lu Changsheng, if he had practiced well in his early years, would he have had a chance to build a foundation? But after a while of thinking, he realized that he didn't have the same fighting spirit as Li Fiayu to give up everything for practice. Even if he is now on the 9th floor, giving him a foundation building pill, he is not sure to break through the tiny foundation. Black Cloud Mountains. Deep in a mineral vein. Miss Lu, why are you doing this? Although the treatment at Qingzhu Mountain is good, as far as I know, Miss Lu is not valued, and your future foundation building is slim. As long as you are willing to cooperate with my Qingzhu Mountain, my Zhao family is willing to give you 10% of the income from this spiritual stone mine. Moreover, as long as you are willing to marry into my Zhao family, not only will there be no shortage of resources, but I can also give you a spiritual object for foundation building in the future. The elder of the Zhao family looked at Lu Rui, who was bound in front of him, and persuaded him. He didn't expect that the little girl would notice something wrong with the mineral vein so quickly. And he sneaked in secretly through the invisible talisman and saw the spiritual stone mine covered by the formation. Elder Zhao, if you let me go now, I can pretend that nothing happened. If otherwise, if I have an accident, the family will know and check it out, and your Zhao family will not be able to get away with it. Lu Rui said with a cold look. Although she has an 8th grade spiritual root and her mother is a concubine, she is not valued at home. But at least the family environment is very good, without any intrigue, darkness and dirtiness. Like her brother Lu Pinggan, Lu Xianzi takes good care of her sister. Moreover, the family not only provides them with generous resources and treatment, but also provides various choices in lifestyles, which are 100 times better than other families. She knows that in most families, with her talent, the final destination is to marry into other families. In the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, she has the right to choose. Especially now, many small families around are proud to marry into the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain. She really looks down on the Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain. Miss Lu, I advise you to think about it carefully. After all, there are often monsters in the Black Cloud Mountains. It is normal for you to encounter danger here and be eaten by monsters. Seeing that he spoke kindly, the other party did not appreciate it at all. The elder of the Zhao family said coldly. Then he asked 2 family members to take care of Lu Rui. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 318, White Tiger Mountain and Golden Dragon Ridge, Dragon Seeker. Ruai County City. Li Fiayu settled down and dealt with family affairs these days. Lu Changsheng took his wife and children to play around. Huh? At this moment, Lu Changsheng felt an inexplicable feeling in his heart. After Li Fiayu's previous situation, he was sure that it was the substitute talisman he refined that was used. Who is it? It doesn't look like Pinggan, Qingshan, or Qingzhu. Lu Changsheng was puzzled. This feeling was very weak. But he could sense that this talisman did not come from a distant place like Li Fiayu did before. Could it be that Xianzi, Ruai, and Quanzin are in danger? He frowned slightly and guessed in his heart. At present, there are a total of 14 Lu family disciples who are out to give talismans. Except for Lu Pinggan, Lu Qingshan, and Lu Qingzhu, the other Lu family disciples did not go far away. They just took care of business and family affairs in the surrounding area. This is why there have been no accidents among the Lu family disciples. After thinking for a while, Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and said, Zhenzhen, something happened at home, I need to go back. Husband, what happened at home? Chu Zhenzhen immediately asked with concern. Well, a little thing needs to be dealt with. Lu Changsheng said softly. Hearing this, Chu Zhenzhen did not continue to ask. Soon, Lu Changsheng returned to the county city and told Li Fiayu that he had something to do and needed to go back now. Changsheng, what's the matter? Li Feiyu heard that Lu Changsheng suddenly went back and asked immediately. Do you remember the talisman I gave you? This talisman was refined with my heart and blood, so I can sense it in the dark. Not long ago, I sensed that a talisman was used. It should be that the child at home was in danger. Lu Changsheng said after a moment of silence. I will go with you, maybe I can help. Li Feiyu said immediately. Haha, there is no need to make such a big fuss. It may just be the danger of the robbery repair. Lu Changsheng shook his head and chuckled. In his opinion, his children were just moving around, and the only possibility was that they encountered wandering robbers. But considering the defect of the substitute talisman, it was that the movement was irregular. If these children were also moved to a dangerous place like Li Feiyu, it would be troublesome. It's okay, I have almost dealt with the situation here. Li Feiyu said so. Okay, in this case, let's go back and take a look. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng nodded. Then he took his wife and children back to Qingzhu Mountain. Black Cloud Mountain Range. Wujing Mine. Except for the Zhao family children who were in charge, most of the miners here were mortals. However, those who can come here to work as miners are all martial arts experts. Otherwise, even if they hold magic tools, it is impossible to work at high intensity day and night. Huh? Outside the mine, an old man in a purple robe and an attic seemed to have sensed something and hurried out of the room. Immediately saw an old man in his 50s with gray hair and a tall figure falling from the flying boat. He hurriedly stepped forward and saluted. Ancestor, why are you here? This purple-robed old man was the ancestor of the Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain. Old Nine, what did you do? I told you to be careful. It has only been a short time, and this girl knows about the spiritual stone mine. The ancestor of the Zhao family said with regret. This spiritual stone mine is not big, just a small vein. If it is mined with all efforts, it can be mined in 3 to 5 years. So he thought that as long as it was mined for 1 or 2 years, it would not be a big deal even if Qingzhu Mountain knew about it. But it has only been a few months since the mining, and the other party has known about it. And the matter has become so awkward, which really makes him angry. Ancestor, please forgive me. The purple-robed old man hurriedly cupped his hands, and said bitterly, I didn't expect that this girl actually noticed something was wrong, and then used the concealment talisman to enter the mine to investigate. How is this girl now? Is she willing to obey and cooperate? The ancestor of the Zhao family said coldly. Ancestor, this girl is cold and hard, why don't you use the magic luring incense to throw her directly into the mountains? This Black Cloud Mountain range is often haunted by monsters. It's normal for a little girl at the 6th level of key refining to die outside. Even if Qingzhu Mountain has some suspicions, can they blame our family? And I've inquired. Qingzhu Mountain is supported by Lu Changsheng and his wives and Taoist companions. There are not many children who can do things at present. Wait for Qingzhu Mountain to arrange someone to come. It's not known when. By then, we will have almost mined this vein. The purple-robed old man spoke up and said so. In his opinion, although the other party is from the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, the daughter of Lu Changsheng. But Lu Changsheng has 100 or 200 children, and he doesn't know if 1 or 2 of them died. Can the other party still make a big fuss and cause trouble for their Zhao family? Lu Changsheng is a man who values friendship and takes relationships very seriously. When he founded the Qingzhu Mountain, he spent thousands of spirit stones to bring his secular wife and children to Qingzhu Mountain, and also held a wedding with his mortal wives and concubines. Even if this woman is not valued, try not to let her suspect our Zhao family of this matter. The Zhao family ancestor said in a calm and cold voice. Although he wanted to swallow up the spiritual stone mine, he still didn't want to mess with Qingzhu Mountain if possible. After all, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, a couple in Qingzhu Mountain, practiced joint cultivation techniques and their combat power was extraordinary. There was also a formation master like Ling Zixio. Ancestor, in this case, we only need to pretend to let this woman escape and send people to follow her secretly. When she returns to Qingzhu Mountain, disguise as a robber cultivator and kill her. By then, Qingzhu Mountain will not be able to blame our Zhao family. The purple-robed old man continued. At his age, he has been in the immortal cultivation world for so many years, so he has naturally done many such things. In other words, most cultivators who can live to old age have some means. Well, I'll do as you say. The Zhao family ancestor heard this, thought for a moment, nodded and said, then I will do it myself. Where is this girl? He continued to ask, ready to confirm the situation to ensure that there is no mistake. "Ancestor, please come this way," the purple-robed old man immediately said respectfully. A moment later, the two came to a damp and dark mine. "Where is the person? I ask you, where is the person?" The purple-robed old man looked at the wooden puppet Lu Ruai in the mine. His eyes were bloodshot, and he asked the two Zhao family members loudly. Not only him, but also the Zhao family ancestor next to him also had an extremely cold expression, clenching his fists. Lu Ruai discovered the spirit stone mine, and there was only one way to go. Even if she surrendered and married into their Zhao family, there was only one way to go in the future. But now, the other party has disappeared, leaving only a puppet. Ancestor, elder, we don't know what's going on. The two Zhao family members were trembling with fear at this time, kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. How can you do things? He is Lu Changsheng, a talisman master, and his children must have life-saving talismans in their hands. Don't you even know how to do the simplest body search and check it out? The ancestor of the Zhao family looked at the purple-robed old man, his voice full of murderous anger. If this happened, once Lu Ruai returned to Qingzhu Mountain, their Zhao family would be in danger. If the purple-robed old man in front of him was not his younger brother, he would have wanted to kill him now. "Ancestor, I have taken away the storage bag of this girl, and I have also checked her body. There is absolutely no magic weapon, talisman or treasure," the purple-robed old man hurriedly explained. Then he looked at the two Zhao family members with red eyes and continued to ask what was going on. The two Zhao family members also realized the seriousness of the matter. In the end, they told the truth with a sad face, saying that Lu Ruai had been unwilling to surrender, so they were ready to use some means to make Lu Ruai surrender. Who knew that Lu Ruai suddenly burst into a layer of white light and turned into such a wooden puppet? Faced with this situation, they didn't know what to do for a while, and were discussing how to say it. Then the ancestors and elders came. "You useless things, you really deserve to die." The ancestor of the Zhao family heard this and kicked the two men in anger. The two Zhao family members flew backwards and hit the stone wall of the mine cave hard, spitting blood. Not to mention the two people did such a thing. When there was a problem, they didn't report it in the first time. If I hadn't just rushed over, and waited for the mine to send a message back to the clan, maybe Lu Changsheng would have rushed to Qingzhu Mountain. At that time, my family would be dead. "Ancestor, what should we do now?" The purple-robed old man also had a sad face at this time, not knowing what to do. "What should I do? You still have the nerve to ask me what to do." The ancestor of the Zhao family heard this and immediately got angry and kicked the purple-robed old man. Pointing at the puppet on the ground, he said, "This girl obviously relied on the talisman to escape. You can't even do this. You messed it up for me. Why don't you just die?" At such an old age, he didn't even do a thorough body search, and let the person escape. The ancestor of the Zhao family was so angry that he trembled all over. The old man in purple robe wanted to quibble and explained that he really searched the body. But at this moment, the facts were in front of him, and he knew that explanations were useless. He immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Ancestor, this girl should have just left not long ago, otherwise you can take me to Qingzhu Mountain to apologize. It means that you don't know about this matter. It has nothing to do with Qingzhu Mountain. It's all my fault." The old man in purple robe said so, knowing that only in this way can a big thing be reduced to a small one. How can this matter be so simple? Rumor has it that Lu Changsheng is famous for his good temper. Do you really think he is easy to mess with? If he is really a good guy, how did Qingzhu Mountain come about? What happened to the Yu family? This person has connections in Qingyun Sect. It may be that Lu Changsheng deliberately set up a trap when the Yu family colluded with a demonic path and killed them all. Now he has 3 foundation-building cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain and a Taoist companion from Qingyun Sect. The family is in full swing. As long as 1 or 2 more foundation-building cultivators emerge, the family's spiritual land will not be enough. With this opportunity, how could he make a big deal out of it and let it go? The ancestor of the Zhao family became more and more angry as he spoke, and fear also arose in his heart. He never thought that such a small matter would be messed up by him. He couldn't help but regret it in his heart. If he had known this earlier, he might as well take the initiative to tell the matter of the spiritual stone mine. With the current situation of Qingzhu Mountain, his family can at least get some benefits. "Ancestor, what should we do?" The purple-robed old man heard this and said with a sad face. He naturally understood that Lu Changsheng was able to go from a son-in-law to his current position, and it was definitely not simple in secret. It was just to establish a family and become a local ancestor. Whether for himself or the family, he would pay attention to reputation when doing things on the surface. In the early years, our Qingzhu Mountain and Jinlongling had some incense and worship. Although this spiritual stone mine is not big, we offer it, and maybe we can ask Jinlongling to help. After all, this Qingzhu Mountain is booming, and Jinlongling doesn't want to see our family get into trouble. The ancestor of the Zhao family said in a deep voice with an ugly face. The first generation of ancestors of Jinlongling and Qingzhu Mountain were sworn brothers. So the two families have always watched over and supported each other, and their relationship can be said to be very good. But 100 years ago, the ancestors of the two families had a big conflict for some unknown reason, cut off contact, and their relationship has been sparse since then. Later, the ancestor of Jinlongling broke through the fake pale. Since then, Jinlongling has had the fake pale ancestor sitting in charge, and it has been thriving. However, Qingzhu Mountain gradually became desolate, with only him, a foundation-building cultivator, and an old second-level spiritual beast. Jinlongling, the purple-robed old man, showed some sorrow on his face. Although the two families had a good relationship in the early years, they had some incense and friendship. But this incense and friendship have faded. It can even be said that if it weren't for this incense and friendship, the reputation of Qingzhu Mountain would have fallen into the hands of the Jin family of Jinlongling. But in the current situation, their Zhao family has no choice but to ask for help from Jinlongling. Although Qingzhu Mountain has other allies and friendly families. But these family forces will obviously not make enemies with Qingzhu Mountain. But before that, you immediately go to the path around Qingzhu Mountain to see if you can intercept this girl. Then send people to Hongai Valley Market, Qingzhu Mountain, and Bainao Lake to intercept together. If it is as you said, this girl does not have a message-transmitting talisman in her hand, and now there is no way to send a message to Qingzhu Mountain for help, so we still have a chance. The ancestor of the Zhao family continued. Yes, ancestor, I'll go right away. The purple-robed old man heard the words, as if he saw a ray of hope, and said immediately. A desolate mountain. This talisman my father gave us is so extraordinary. After a while of dizziness, Lu Ruai gradually came back to her senses after a long time, feeling a little incredible. Not only was she bound at the time, but her spiritual power was also imprisoned and could not be used. But she still activated the talisman through her mind. Where am I? Lu Ruai looked around and could only see a wilderness, but she didn't know where it was. I should have used the talisman my father gave me to escape as soon as possible. If I had the iron-feathered eagle and the map now, I would know where I was, and I could go home quickly and tell my father about it. She bit her lip, regretting her response to the danger at that time. She completely forgot the life-saving talisman given by her father and failed to escape as soon as possible. As a result, her storage bag and pet bag were taken away, and it was a bit troublesome to return to Qingzhu Mountain. My family said that it's very dangerous to go out. All the cultivators you meet may turn into robbers. And where I am now, there may be monsters. Once you meet one, it will be very dangerous. Lu Ruai began to think quietly at this time, how can she return home safely? Now she has no magic tools and no talismans. She is only at the 6th level of key refining and has only practiced a few basic spells. Her combat power is at the bottom of the same level. Qingzhu Mountain. After Lu Changsheng returned to the family, he immediately asked his son Lu Yun to confirm the situation of the Lu family's children who were currently outside to see which child had encountered an accident. Lu Yun didn't know about Lu Ruai yet, but his father told him not to ask too much and went to verify it immediately. Then Lu Changsheng waited for news at home. Congratulations to the host's offspring for giving birth to 200 offspring, and get a chance to draw a lottery. At this time, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. 200. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. His 200th child is about to be born. But he didn't expect that the number of grandchildren would surpass his own. There is strength in numbers. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly and murmured in his heart. He could faintly feel that this grandson still had spiritual roots. However, the spiritual roots should be of low quality. For him who is now a first-grade spiritual root, the effect is minimal. System, draw a lottery. Lu Changsheng said silently in his heart. Immediately, the lottery wheel appeared, and the golden light rotated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 2nd-level dragon hunting skill. The reward has been distributed in the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A ball of light in the shape of a ground vein emerged from the big turntable, accompanied by the sound of the system. Chapter 319, Punishing Qingzhu Mountain. Something is wrong with the spirit stone mine. Dragon hunting? Dragon hunter. Lu Changsheng was surprised and delighted when he saw this skill. He had heard a little about this skill. Later, he learned from Honglian that dragon hunters have the ability to explore veins and minerals, find dragon points, intercept spiritual veins, and cultivate spiritual veins. At that time, he was still thinking that if he could draw a feng shui master or a dragon hunter skill, the family spiritual vein would be upgraded faster. Unexpectedly, the system really gave him a second-level dragon hunting skill so quickly. It's a pity that it's only the second level. I don't know how far the second-level dragon hunter can go. Lu Changsheng said with some regret. With his current vision, the second-level skill is already a bit unimpressive. He looked at the second-level dragon hunting skill in the system space. Second-level dragon hunting skill. After using it, you can directly obtain the second-level full-level dragon hunting skill in basic magic knowledge. Use it. Lu Changsheng said without hesitation. In an instant, a vast amount of knowledge and information poured into his mind. After a long time, finding dragon points, exploring veins and prospecting for minerals, it turns out that the main means of dragon seekers are divine perception and a pair of eyes. No wonder this kind of inheritance is rare, and I haven't heard of any famous dragon seekers. Lu Changsheng opened his eyes, his expression slightly enlightened, and understood the various means of dragon seekers. Dragon seekers, through divine perception and pupil techniques, can sense the spiritual veins, see through the illusion, penetrate the origin, and find the spiritual veins and spiritual minds. As for the means of cutting off the spiritual veins and the origin mentioned by Honglian, it is also included. This method is very profound and mysterious, and is somewhat similar to the transplantation technique of spiritual plant masters, but much more difficult. Once the spiritual vein is intercepted incorrectly, it is equivalent to destroying a spiritual vein. Even if the origin is successfully intercepted, the process will be severely damaged. For example, a complete second-level upper-grade spiritual vein may lose half of its origin after being intercepted. It is precisely because of these reasons that not many dragon seekers dare to practice this method. After all, you need spiritual veins to practice. How many people have such capital? However, in addition to this method of cutting the meridians, Lu Changsheng also has several methods of nourishing the spiritual veins in his mind, which can accelerate the growth of the spiritual veins. Source Spirit Divine Perception, Source Spirit Pupil Technique. Lu Changsheng experienced the two main techniques of the Dragon Seeker, although he has obtained the full-level skills. But these two techniques are not just about comprehension. It is necessary to practice, consume natural materials and treasures, and constantly strengthen one's own divine perception and eyes. Only in this way can one use divine perception to sense whether there are spiritual veins and spiritual minds in the mountains and rivers without casting any techniques. Then, through the pupil technique, find the specific location of the spiritual vein and understand its origin. Forget about the source spirit sense. I'm not really going to be a dragon hunter, but I can practice this source spirit pupil technique. I have a Lingming treasure tree at home. Its alcohol can be used to wipe my eyes and enhance the spiritual eye technique. And my Aoyan sacrifice the Lingming treasure tree to refine it into my life spirit root, so that I can practice with it. My eyes are clear and my eyesight is bright. Practicing this pupil technique will be twice the result with half the effort. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He had only practiced the simplest spiritual eye technique before. Among the pile of skills inherited by Honglian later, there is a good pupil technique. But considering his own understanding, it takes too much time, and that pupil technique is biased towards combat, so he did not practice it. Now this source spirit pupil technique has the effect of seeing through the falsehood and penetrating the origin, and it does not take time to comprehend. In his opinion, it is worth practicing. When the pupil technique is a little successful, you can go out and try to find the spiritual vein to upgrade the Qingzhu Mountain. After all, the spiritual veins of Qingzhu Mountain are really not enough now. Whether it is the future foundation building of the children in the family, or the cultivation of heaven and earth spiritual plants, or the breakthrough of the Dan formation, a higher level of spiritual veins is required. 3 days later. Lu's mansion. Father, it is Sister Ruai who disappeared. My child investigated and found that Sister Rui's last destination was the Black Cloud Mountains and the Wujing Mine. This mine is currently being mined in cooperation with the Zhao family of Beihu Mountain. I asked the people of the Zhao family, and they said that Sister Rui did come to the Wujing Mine some time ago, but left after confirming the mining situation of the ore. I have searched in the Red Leaf Valley Market and the Black Cloud Mountains through the identity token, but Sister Rui's identity token has not responded. Lu Yun reported to Lu Changsheng respectfully. Rui, Black Cloud Mountains, Wujing Mine, Zhao family of Beihu Mountain. Lu Changsheng heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. It has been 6 days since the substitute talisman was used. And through the family tree, he can confirm that his daughter is still alive. But there was no news for 6 days, she didn't go home, and her identity token didn't respond, which meant that her daughter's storage bag was most likely taken away. But why was her storage bag taken away when she escaped with a substitute talisman? In other words, Rui was most likely not to encounter a monster or a robber, but to have her storage bag taken away first, and then escape with a substitute talisman. Lu Changsheng's eyes showed a bit of coldness. Changsheng, this matter is probably related to the Zhao family of Beihu Mountain. Li Fiyu, who was next to him, heard this and spoke directly, revealing a bit of murderous intent between his eyebrows. Although he had no evidence. But through the current information, he immediately judged that Lu Rui was killed by an acquaintance. Yuner, tell all the children in your family not to go out, I will go to bring Rui back. Lu Changsheng said calmly. The last place his daughter went was the Black Cloud Mountains, so he naturally suspected the Zhao family of Beihu Mountain. Although he couldn't figure out why the Zhao family of Beihu Mountain was fine, why did they attack Lu Rui? But as long as his daughter was found, the matter would be clear. Father, do you know where Sister Rui is? Lu Yun said with some surprise. Well, I have my own means. Lu Changsheng nodded softly. Then he returned to Zumi Cave Heaven, and in the talisman room, he took out a third-level talisman paper with a talisman pen in his hand and began to draw talismans. The 99 mysterious talisman scripture he obtained was all-encompassing. Among them was a talisman called the Blood-Guiding Talisman. The user can use his own blood to let the talisman guide the location of the person connected by blood. 3 hours later, the magic power of the talisman on the talisman case surged, and a burst of blood-colored spiritual light burst out. Then the spiritual light was restrained, and only a mysterious and complex rune flowed slowly. Huh? Finally it's done. Lu Changsheng let out a long breath, picked up the talisman, and walked out of the talisman room. My dear, Changsheng. Ling Zixiao and Lu Miaoj also learned about Lu Rui's situation and stepped forward to show their concern. This was the first time that Beihu Mountain encountered such a thing, and they still had to pay attention to it. This talisman is called the Blood Guiding Talisman, which can use blood as a guide to find Rui's location. Lu Changsheng saw the two women and said with a smile on his face. Then he walked out of Zumi Cave Heaven, and in front of the two women, he smeared his blood on the talisman to activate it. Buzz buzz buzz, however, after the talisman was activated, it immediately circled in place. Sometimes it pointed to Beihu Mountain, and sometimes it pointed to the direction of Rui County. This. Lu Changsheng was speechless when he saw this. He thought to himself, what kind of rubbish talisman is this, and it is ranked 3rd. It is not spiritual enough at all. Ahem. He immediately coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment, and then found Lu Rui's mother on Bizayan Peak and smeared a drop of her blood on the talisman. Suddenly, the blood-guiding talisman was filled with a faint spiritual light and pointed in a direction. I can go there alone. Lu Changsheng said to Lu Miaoj, Li Fiyu and others. Then he drove the purple shuttle and left Beihu Mountain with the guidance of the blood-guiding talisman to find his daughter Lu Rui. A desolate wilderness. Huff, huff, huff. Lu Rui saw that the bear monster did not chase after her, so she immediately sat down against a big tree to rest, breathing heavily. In the past few days of surviving in the wilderness, she has deeply realized the difficulties of ordinary cultivators. Before this, although she knew that her brothers and sisters and others were in better conditions than most casual cultivators, but she never expected that it would be so difficult for a person to survive without magic tools, elixirs, talismans, and spiritual stones. At the beginning, she encountered a monster beast of the 1st stage, and she relied on her cultivation of the 6th level of key refining to kill it directly. But after killing it, she immediately realized a problem. Now she has no spiritual stones or elixirs, and it is very slow and troublesome to restore her spiritual power. In the following time, she tried not to take action as much as possible. She was afraid that her spiritual power would be exhausted and attract other monsters. In terms of food and drink, she only dared to find some wild fruits that she knew and secretly killed a few wild beasts to eat. The family token is gone. I don't know if my family can find me. Lu Ruai looked at the lush branches and leaves and the towering ancient trees around her, pursed her lips tightly, and felt powerless. After these days, she roughly realized that she was still in the Black Cloud Mountains. Although the Black Cloud Mountains were not particularly dangerous, it would be very difficult for her to get out in this state. Especially the Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain, who must be looking for her now. If she had a storage bag and magic tools and talismans, she could ride the Iron Feather Eagle home, or send a message and wait for rescue. After all, with magic tools and talismans, she would have some confidence to deal with not only the first stage monster beasts, but also the first stage monster beasts. But without magic tools, talismans, spirit stones, and elixirs, she was really at a loss. Rustle. At this moment, there was a sound of wind blowing in the distance. Lu Ruai immediately tensed up, held her breath, restrained her breath, and remained still. Although she had learned wilderness survival knowledge in Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain in her early years, they were all theories and she had never really experienced them in practice. The night before yesterday, she was approached by a demon beast in her rest room and almost died in its hands. Fortunately, the automatic protection of the robes saved her life, which made her feel scared and alert at all times. After a while, Lu Ruai felt relieved when she found that there was no danger, and looked for a cliff cave to rest. Hoo. Not long after, she suddenly heard a noise outside, and the sound of eagles and birds rang out, and she hid immediately. Ruai. Just then, she heard a familiar shout. Daddy. When Lu Ruai heard this voice, it was like a dream, thinking that she was having an illusion. These days, she thought many times, Father, someone from home came to save her. But she knew that her storage bag was taken away, resulting in the loss of the family identity token, and her family had no way to find her. But the next moment, she saw a slender figure, wearing a green robe, handsome face, warm eyes, revealing concern for the young man appeared in front of the cave. Ruai. Seeing his daughter like this, Lu Changsheng's eyes suddenly showed a bit of heartache. He knew that his daughter must have suffered a lot in the past few days. Daddy, woo. Lu Ruai woke up from her dream and knew that her father had really come. She suddenly hugged Lu Changsheng, hugged him tightly, and cried in his arms, her voice full of grievance. The fear and grievance in her heart during these days all burst out at this moment. She is not a weak and incompetent character. Otherwise, she would not apply to go out to take care of affairs and be responsible for the family cooperation business. But for so many years, she has never suffered such grievances and experienced such a life of fear. Don't cry, it's okay, Daddy is here. Seeing his daughter's tearful appearance, Lu Changsheng felt distressed and comforted her. He has always been soft-hearted and can't see a woman crying like this, especially his own daughter. Although he has not paid much attention to his daughter Lu Ruai in recent years, he still doted on this daughter in his early years. After all, the other party is his third child with spiritual roots after Lu Xianxi and Lu Quanzhen. After a while, Lu Ruai wiped away her tears, her eyes red, and said apologetically, Dad, I'm useless and made you worry. It's okay, as long as the person is okay. Lu Changsheng gently wiped the tears from the corners of his daughter's eyes, and asked in a gentle voice, Ruai, what happened? His voice was calm and gentle, but there was a surge of anger in his heart. In so many years, it was the first time he saw his children being bullied so aggrieved. If he hadn't given her a substitute talisman and used the blood-guiding talisman, his daughter would have died outside at this time. It's Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Ruai said with a choked voice, telling the story. When she counted the Wujin ore before, she found that there were many more miners in the mine, but the mining volume did not increase. And some time ago, 2 direct descendants of the Zhao family had been courting her, which made her more cautious. Then she used the concealment talisman to sneak into the mine to see what was going on. As a result, the Zhao family members were alarmed and suppressed by the formation set up by the other party in advance. I forgot the life-saving talisman you gave me at that time, and then... Lu Ruai lowered her head and whispered. She also knew that if she was not so impulsive, reported the matter to the family, or activated the substitute talisman as soon as possible, she could escape safely. It's okay, leave this matter to Daddy. Lu Changsheng hugged his daughter and comforted her gently, without blaming the other party. After all, it is impossible for all children to be extraordinary. Besides, these children in the family still lack tempering and crisis response. However, through his daughter's words, he understood why the Zhao family took action against his daughter. Money moves people's hearts. A spirit stone mine, even if it is just a micro vein, can be mined with tens of thousands of spirit stones. For a foundation-building family like the Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain, tens of thousands of spirit stones are not a small number. Enough to make them take risks. If he hadn't given his children substitute talismans and was able to find his daughter, he would have suspected Qingzhu Mountain at most. According to the practice of Qingzhu Mountain in the early years, if you encounter such a situation, if you only suspect it but have no evidence, you can only keep it in your heart and ask for some compensation at most. My Lu family in Qingzhu Mountain is different from other families. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes and murmured in his heart. He looked down at his daughter and said softly, "Let's go home first." Then he took his daughter by the hand, and his magic power surged, forming an air shield around him. He drove the purple cloud shuttle into the sky and disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. If an ordinary foundation-building cultivator took a key refining cultivator to fly so far, his magic power would be greatly consumed. But he had the Zuinitan pearl, and his magic power was comparable to that of a fake pill, so he didn't need to consider this problem. A day later, Lu Changsheng returned to Qingzhu Mountain with his daughter. Father, sister Ruai, husband, Ruai, Lu Yun, Lu Maiyuan, and others were all a little surprised to see Lu Changsheng bring Lu Ruai back so quickly. Changsheng, what's going on? Li Feiyu heard that Lu Changsheng was back and came to ask. The Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng said calmly. Sure enough. Li Feiyu snorted coldly and said, Changsheng, in this case, let's go directly to the Wujing mine to confirm the matter, and then go to the Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain and let them give an explanation. Even though he gave Lu Changsheng 10,000 spirit stones for the breakthrough of the foundation building, he still felt indebted and wanted to help Lu Changsheng. Lu Ruai next to him was a little stunned. I don't know who this middle-aged man who looks familiar is, but he is so domineering. Her father didn't even say anything, and the other party wanted to go to the Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain to ask for an explanation. But thinking of her father and Aunt Maya Oji's record, she was very relieved. After all, the Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain only has one foundation-building master. Although it is rumored that there is also a second-level tiger monster. But in any case, it is not their opponent. Okay, let's do it. Lu Changsheng nodded in response. Seeing that Lu Ruai didn't recognize Li Feiyu, he smiled and introduced, Haha, Ruai, don't you recognize him? This is your Uncle Li, who held you when you were a child. Uncle Li. Lu Ruai was a little surprised when she remembered him, and hurriedly saluted and looked at this Uncle Li. Haha, little Ruai is so big now. Li Feiyu said with a smile. Yuner, go and call all the Lu family members who are above the 5th level of key refining. Lu Changsheng said after a little thought. His family just lacks spiritual land and spiritual veins. Since the Zhao family of Qingzhu Mountain insists on bumping into him, then he will naturally not be polite. Moreover, the children in the family lack tempering and have not seen a big scene. This trip can take the children to expand their horizons. Yes, father. Lu Yun heard the words and responded immediately. By the way, you can bring Jiu'ia with you. Lu Changsheng added. After speaking, he asked Li Feiyu to wait for a while, and came to Zumi Cave Heaven to call Lu Maiyoj. My dear, I have recovered. It's the same if Maiyoj stays at home. Ling Zixiao heard the meaning of Lu Changsheng's words and said so. As a formation master, she is more suitable to attack the family's spiritual land. Otherwise, it is not easy for Lu Changsheng and Lu Maiyoj to break the White Tiger Mountain's mountain protection formation. Fei will also go there, and Jiu'ia is enough. Lu Changsheng held Ling Zixiao's palm and said softly, Zixiao, you just gave birth to a child not long ago, take good care of your body at home. My dear, I remember that the Zhao family of White Tiger Mountain is on good terms with the Mo family of Qingzhu Mountain and the Ning family of Zishan. If my dear wants to take over White Tiger Mountain, try not to make it too ugly with these two families. Ling Zixiao did not force it. She hugged her son Lu Lingxiao and nodded, saying softly. She knew the current situation of Qingzhu Mountain. Counting her, Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, Bai Ling, and the Zumi Tree King, the Lingming Treasure Tree, and the Gaiyu Demon Flower, it has actually reached its limit. The family really needs to establish a branch family. But given the current situation of the Lu family, once a branch family is established, it will be difficult to take care of it, and it is necessary to have good relations with the surrounding areas. Don't worry, Zixio, I understand this. Lu Changsheng chuckled. But the main problem is the Jin family of Jinlongling. This Jinlongling is adjacent to Qingzhu Mountain. The family has the Falstan ancestor sitting in charge. Now the family is in a period of rise. They definitely don't want to see our family settle in Qingzhu Mountain, so you must be careful. Ling Zixio gently poked her son's face and continued. Although she didn't pay much attention to the internal affairs of the family, she was very familiar with the surrounding situation in Qingyun territory. Jinlongling Jin family. Lu Changsheng frowned slightly. He naturally knew this family. At present, the largest family in Qingyun territory belongs to the beast-taming Su family. In addition to the beast-taming Su family, there are also 7 Falstan families. However, the Blackwater Ponds Ihao family, one of the 7 Falstan families, colluded with a demonic path and was destroyed and expelled from the Qingyun Sect. Now there are only 6 Falstan families left. Jinlongling is one of them. He really forgot about this Jinlongling Jin family. If they become neighbors, it will be a bit troublesome. Although he is not afraid of the Jin family, and even confident that he can beat the ancestor of the other family to death. But after all, he has a family to support, and hundreds of weak people. Unless it is absolutely necessary, he is unwilling to show too amazing strength in public. This will easily become the target of public criticism and be noticed by high-level cultivators. Okay, I will pay attention to this Jinlong Ridge. Lu Changsheng nodded and said, in this case, Sister Miaoj, let's go. Zixio, it's hard for you to take care of the family. After speaking, he saw Bai Ling, who was helping to hold his daughter next to him, looking at him with a pair of watery eyes. He immediately rubbed her head and said, oh, and Zio Linger, you have also worked hard to take care of the family. If your sister Ling can't solve it, the family will rely on you. Lu Changsheng said in a gentle voice. Although Bai Ling has broken through the foundation building. But he has never regarded the other party as a foundation building cultivator, but as half a daughter. Yet, Bai Ling immediately nodded vigorously in response. Lu Ling in her arms also stretched out 2 chubby white hands and babbled. Soon, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj came to the Lu family mansion, brought Li Fiao and the family's 19 children in the middle stage of key refining, and flew to the Black Cloud Mountains in the spirit boat. This number of people is just enough to take 2 spirit boats. Having experienced the spirit ships of Qingyun Sect and Qingyun Sect, Lu Changsheng couldn't help but wonder when his family would be able to own a large spirit ship. Let alone, driving a spirit ship through this family war is simply oppressive. I don't know if the system can draw such a large spirit ship. Lu Changsheng said secretly in his heart. This kind of spirit ship is a strategic level resource. Not only is it expensive, but under normal circumstances, it is impossible to buy it, and there is no channel to buy it. At this moment, dozens of miles away from Qingzhu Mountain, 2 disguised Zhao family monks saw 2 spirit boats flying quickly from high in the sky, and their expressions were suddenly startled. Although they couldn't see the situation on the spirit boat clearly, they could see a vague general idea. Through the above personnel, and the direction to the Black Cloud Mountains, it is speculated that it is most likely someone from Qingzhu Mountain. They immediately sent a message to the family. One day later, 2 spirit boats stopped outside the Wujing mine in the Black Cloud Mountains. Huh? Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Li Fiao all realized that something was wrong at this moment. Because at this moment, they smelled a strong smell of blood. What's going on? Lu Changsheng got off the spirit boat and came to the mine. He immediately saw corpses, surrounded by bloodstains and forming a pool of blood. These people should have died not long ago. It seems that the Zhao family knew we were coming and killed all the miners here in advance. Li Fiao looked at the corpses and said coldly. While talking, the 2 entered the mine to check the situation. Inside, they could see a corpse from time to time. There were originally hundreds of miners in the entire mine. But at this time, all were killed, and there was no one alive. This Zhao family is really decisive. If so, the Zhao family not only knows that we are coming, but also should have asked for help. Otherwise, It is meaningless to cover it up like this. Li Fei looked at the situation in front of him and said coldly. Although the world of cultivating immortals pays attention to reputation and name on the surface, it is still fists that speak. There is only one foundation building ancestor in Qingzhu Mountain. Now offending Qingzhu Mountain is to seek death? Acting like this, to put it bluntly, is to occupy a name in righteousness. Only in this way will someone be willing to help. Could it be the Jin family of Jin Langling? Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Although there are only 3 foundation-building people in Qingzhu Mountain in name, but the reputation is far greater than the strength. Ordinary foundation-building families are definitely not willing to make enemies with their own families for Qingzhu Mountain. It is very likely. Li Fei frowned. If this matter involves the Jiadan family, it will be troublesome. After all, Jiadan's Henren is also a real person, which is definitely not comparable to the foundation building. Is this the Spirit Stone Mine? At this time, Lu Changsheng walked to the end of the mine. You can see the Spirit Stone Mine that has been mined and has a crystal luster. He looked at the Spirit Stone Mine in front of him, frowned slightly, and felt that something was wrong. As a second-level top dragon hunter, although he has not yet practiced the Source Spirit Perception and Source Spirit Pupil technique, but the intuition and cognition of the dragon hunter told him that there was something wrong with the Spirit Stone Mine. How could such a small Spirit Stone Mine be nurtured in the depths of this Wujin mine? Source Spirit Pupil Technique. Lu Changsheng immediately performed the Source Spirit Pupil Technique, and his eyes shot out 2 purple lights, looking at the Spirit Stone Mine in front of him. Well, what's wrong with Changsheng? Li Fei looked at Lu Changsheng performing the Pupil Technique and looking at the Spirit Stone Mine, and was slightly stunned. This Spirit Stone Mine is not right, Lu Changsheng said with a bit of hesitation on his face. His Source Spirit Pupil Technique has not been practiced much. Even if he performs the technique, the power is limited, and he can only see that there is a very pure and rich spiritual energy hidden in it. Oh, how could I forget this thing? Lu Changsheng slapped his pet bag, and a huge golden mouse suddenly appeared. It was the second-level spirit-seeking mouse that he got from the robber cultivator when he and Ling Xiao left Jiuxiao Immortal City. This spirit-seeking mouse was of little use to him, so he kept it in his pet bag. Well, this is a treasure-hunting mouse. Li Fei was surprised when he saw the golden mouse. In Qingyun Immortal City, this kind of treasure-hunting mouse is very popular, and many casual cultivators want to get one. After all, whether it is exploring the ruins of the cave or doing anything else, having such a treasure-hunting mouse will make things easier. Is there any treasure in it? Lu Changsheng said to the spirit-seeking mouse, holding the beast control card. Since the spirit-seeking mouse followed Lu Changsheng, it has been hungry for 3 days and 9 meals, and its appearance is a little listless. Now, after hearing Lu Changsheng's words, it immediately began to behave well, pointed to the front of the Spirit Stone Mine, and then began to dig. Chapter 320, Giant and Relics, Attack Qingzhu Mountain. Crack, crack, Lu Changsheng and Li Fei watched the spirit-seeking rats digging at the spirit stone veins in front of them. Although the spirit-seeking rats were only the size of babies and had low combat power, but their natural blood talent made them very efficient in digging stone veins. However, Lu Changsheng was busy now, so he naturally wouldn't wait for it to dig so slowly. Clang. He slapped his storage bag, and the true Yang 5 element sword immediately appeared, and he made a hand gesture. Chi-chi-chi, suddenly, the sword light flashed, and a sharp sword energy burst out, just like cutting tofu, chiseling the spirit stone wall in front of them into powder, causing the pure and rich spiritual energy to spread. Squeak, squeak, seeing such a sharp sword energy, the spirit-seeking rats were immediately horrified, looking at Lu Changsheng with horror, trembling, and thought they had done something wrong. Hiss, Changsheng has already broken through the middle stage of foundation building, right? Li Fei saw this, and his face also showed doubt and surprise. Not only was he surprised at Lu Changsheng's cultivation strength, he was also surprised that Lu Changsheng's sword energy was so sharp, just like the legendary sword cultivator. After all, in his opinion, his good brother had nothing to do with the legendary sword cultivator, and was more suitable for the way of yin and yang dual cultivation. Changsheng, what's wrong? At this time, Lu Miaoj heard the movement inside and hurried to check. Nothing, there is something wrong with the spiritual stone mine. There should be some treasure in the depths. I'm going to take a look. Lu Changsheng explained. Sister Miaoj, you just watch outside. Well, okay, be careful. Lu Mioj nodded in response. She felt a little bit reluctant to see so many corpses in the mine, so she sacrificed her life spirit weapon Taifu to blast several large pits outside the mine. Then she asked Lu Yun, Lu Quansun, Lu Xianzi and others to send these corpses into the pit and bury them. Except for Lu Quansun and a few Lu family members, most of them felt a little uncomfortable when facing so many hideous and miserable corpses. But they all knew that they had to adapt to the path of cultivation. Which direction? Lu Changsheng looked at the spirit-seeking rat and continued to ask. Although he could sense that something was wrong with the spiritual stone mine, and that there should be some spiritual vein treasures deep inside. But he could not see through the source and lock the specific location. Squeak, 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 the spirit-seeking rat quickly pointed in a direction. Just like that, the two people and the rat began to work. After spending several hours, the spirit-seeking rat looked at the several cracks in front of it, hesitated for a long time, and then went into a crack. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng and Li Fiayu held their magic swords and long knives to carve out a path. This process consumes a lot of mana. If it weren't for Lu Changsheng's powerful and endless mana, it would be difficult for an ordinary foundation-building cultivator or Li Fiayu to do it alone. Just like that, after a long time, they came to a stone wall. It's inside. At this moment, Lu Changsheng realized that the source was inside this stone wall. He slashed with the true Yang 5-element sword in his hand. Boom! The ground veins shook, and countless broken stones and dust splashed, hitting the mana shields of him and Li Fiayu. Immediately, a natural cave of more than 10 feet appeared in front of him. Although this cave seemed to be formed naturally, it could be seen that it was artificially excavated. There were dim night pearls placed in the corners, and in front of it was a moss-covered stone table and stone chair. It looked like a cave of a certain cultivator. And at this moment, a strong spiritual energy rushed from the cave. This spiritual energy. Could it be? Lu Changsheng looked at the cave in front of him, his heart paused, and he had some guesses. Changsheng, be careful. Li Fiayu saw that this was a cave of the predecessors and immediately reminded him. He had explored many caves of the predecessors' relics. He knew that the caves of the predecessors did not necessarily represent opportunities. There were many cultivators with bad minds who were about to sit and die, or who were practicing and had gone astray. Seeing that they were about to die, they held the idea that if I failed to achieve the Great Way, the descendants would not be able to have a good life either, and deliberately set traps and killing arrays in the caves. There were even cultivators who deliberately made treasure maps and used the remains of the caves to fish. Many monks who were exploring the ruins of the cave were filled with joy, but ended up dying tragically. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded and said to the soul seeker rat, go quickly. Then he patted his storage bag, sacrificed a puppet, and followed the soul seeker rat into the cave. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soul seeker rat was naturally very alert to danger. After watching from the spot, it came to a stone chamber in the cave. Lu Changsheng immediately controlled the puppet to push the stone door open, and a thick spiritual energy like water mist filled out from it. The soul seeker rat immediately rushed in, followed by a sound of water and the excited and comfortable voice of the soul seeker rat. Is this spiritual energy turning into mist? Li Fiar just realized that the spiritual energy in this cave was too rich. And in this stone cave, the spiritual energy was so rich that it turned into mist, which was amazing. It seems that there is a spiritual ice spring here. Lu Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, knowing that his guess was right. Although there is no spiritual vein here, there is a spiritual eye object. Only in this way can the rich spiritual energy overflow over the years, thus forming a miniature spiritual stone mine. What? The spirit eye spring? Changsheng, you said there is a spirit eye spring here. Li Fei was shocked when he heard this. Although he had never seen the spirit eye spring, he had heard of the spirit eye. Knowing that such treasures are extremely rare and their value is difficult to measure. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng actually said that there is a spirit eye spring here. Changsheng, you are still very lucky. You can have such an opportunity in just one trip. Li Fei quickly calmed down his emotions and said with envy. His words not only expressed his envy, but also expressed the ownership of this spirit eye spring. After all, there are many cases of brothers turning against each other and friends becoming enemies in the world of cultivating immortals. 99% of them are fighting for interests. Now that such a rare treasure appears in front of him, it would be a lie for him to say that he is not tempted. But the relationship between the two, as well as the current situation, etc., made him make a choice immediately. Haha, I'm really lucky. Lu Changsheng smiled. He didn't expect that he would find a spiritual eye object with this skill just after he acquired the dragon hunting skill. The two of them walked into the cave carefully and came to the stone chamber. Immediately, they saw a miniature spring bubbling with spring water in the center of the narrow stone chamber. The spirit-seeking rat was lying comfortably in this basin-sized spring. However, next to the spring, there was a corpse half lying. The corpse was wearing a dim and slightly torn robe. The chest bones were broken and slightly black. It seemed that he was seriously injured before he died, so he sat here. It looks like he has been sitting here for hundreds of years. Li Feiyu said. Well, and from the looks of it, this person should have been a Jinden's Henren before his death. Lu Changsheng noticed that there was a dim gray pill in the dantian of the corpse. This shows that the other party should be a Jinden's Henren. He did not approach, but waved his hand, and a gust of wind whistled in the stone chamber, lifting the robe of the corpse. Then he controlled the puppet to check, and walked around, and then he was sure that there were no traps in the stone chamber. Swish! A ring, a storage bag, and a gray pill flew into Lu Changsheng's hands. This real person must have been seriously injured before his death, and even the real pill is broken. Lu Changsheng saw that the gray pill was full of cracks, as if it would break if he applied a little force. If this real pill is intact, it will be a priceless treasure for the foundation building cultivator. From the situation in the Jiang Kingdom's immortal world, it can be seen that it is extremely difficult to form a pill. 90% of foundation building cultivators will never form a pill in this life. But if you are lucky, in the late stage of foundation building, you can get a third-level demon pill by chance, or a real pill of a Jinden cultivator, or some external pill treasures, and you can use it to condense a fake pill. Although the fake pill is not as good as the real Jinden cultivator. But he also has a lifespan of 300 years, and his combat power, identity, and status far exceed those of a foundation building cultivator. He can be called a real person. It's a pity. Li Feiyu took the gray pill from Lu Changsheng and looked at it twice, with a look of regret. If there is such an external pill, it is equivalent to getting a fake pill opportunity. It's a bit poor. Lu Changsheng roughly scanned the storage ring and storage bag. There were no spirit stones in the storage ring, only some messy materials and sundries. But from Lu Changsheng's current perspective, these things are worth at most tens of thousands of spirit stones. The storage bag is very simple. There are only 3 jade slips and a dark black, somewhat damaged long halberd. He took a quick look. The first 2 jade slips were exercises, called Blood Evil Shuriju and Earth Evil Supporting Heaven Guang respectively. The third jade slip was the last words of the owner of the corpse. He said that his name was Qingzhu Ming, born in the Shura sect of Liang country, and came to the Jiang country's Yuxin world because of the sect's mission. He didn't say much about the specific mission, but just said that he was surrounded and killed by the Qingyun Sect, and he barely escaped by using all means. However, due to his severe injuries and broken true elixir, he could not escape from the Qingyun Sect, so he hid here and opened a cave, hoping to use the sect's secret method Shaden method to transform the true elixir into the essence of the wound, and then condense the Shaden, so as to survive from death. If he failed and died, the person who was destined to come later could inherit his mantle and become his heir. If he breaks through the Jinden in the future, he will kill a Jinden real person of the Qingyun Sect to commemorate his spirit in heaven. Tisk tisk tisk, this demon cultivator is pretty good, but he is a little whimsical. Lu Changsheng looked at the information in the jade slip and shook his head. He handed the storage bag to Li Feiyu for inspection, and then looked at the spirit eye spring in front of him. This spirit eye spring is not as good as the one he won from the system lottery. It is obviously much smaller and the spiritual energy is much thinner. But in any case, this is a spirit eye spring, far better than the spirit source pearl. If this spirit eye spring is used to upgrade the Bian Peak, the Bian Peak spiritual vein is estimated to be able to be promoted from the 2nd level upper grade to the 2nd level extreme grade. Feiyu, whoever sees it will have a share. I really need this spirit eye spring. Lu Changsheng said to Li Feiyu, although this magic weapon is a little damaged, it should be worth a lot of money. You can take it to Qingyun Immortal City to deal with it. The only use of the long halberd for him was to practice the Balian Baodiju. But since he had taken the spirit eye spring, it would not be good to give the magic weapon to the other party without giving anything. With Li Feiyu's current status in Qingyun Immortal City, he should be able to deal with it. Changsheng, how can this be done? This is your luck and opportunity. I didn't do anything. It's enough for me to copy a copy of this dish to Oceanguang. Li Feiyu said hurriedly. He chose a main practice method in Qingyun Immortal City. But the body refining method is still the Zhuangjia refining body Ju from his early years. Just now, he took a quick look and knew that his Zhuangjia refining body art was far inferior to this dish to Oceanguang. It's okay, you take it. I'd be embarrassed if I took it all, Lu Changsheng said. But facing this magic weapon, Li Feiyu was unwilling to take it. He thought that he had not done anything, and this method was enough. At most, he would choose a few spiritual materials from the stored ring. It happened that he was going back to Qingyun Fairy City, so he could ask someone to cast 2 handy magic weapons. Okay. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng did not force it, handed the stored ring to Li Feiyu, and took the black halberd himself. Although this is a low-grade magic weapon, it is severely worn and idle for hundreds of years. It lacks the master's mana to warm it up, resulting in obscure spiritual light and difficulty in operation. It can be said that this is no longer a magic weapon, and it can only be treated as a rare material and asked to be recast. Changsheng, how do you plan to take this spiritual eye spring? Li Feiyu looked at Lu Changsheng and said. Although the spiritual eye spring can be carried with you. But as far as he knew, it was necessary to have the great power of a Jinden's Henren to move it away. Ordinary foundation building cultivators simply could not take this kind of spirit eye spring into their pockets. Haha, I'm running a family now, so I have studied the skills and inheritance of dragon seekers, and I just happen to know some of the techniques in this area. Lu Changsheng laughed out loud. If it were in the past, it would have been difficult for him to take this spirit eye spring away. But for a second-level dragon seeker, it was a piece of cake. Go away. Lu Changsheng said disdainfully to the golden rat in the spirit eye spring. Such a clear and clean spiritual spring, you, a rat, soaking in it, what a joke. Hearing this, the spirit-seeking rat walked out of the spirit eye spring reluctantly, and squatted aside with some grievance. Feiyu, please step aside. Lu Changsheng said to Li Feiyu. Okay. Li Feiyu nodded and stepped back quickly. But when he saw the corpse next to the spirit eye spring, he immediately took the corpse away. Immediately, Lu Changsheng made a hand gesture, and his palms were filled with a dazzling earthy yellow light, and he pressed them on the ground. Boom! The spiritual light surged, and the ground suddenly shook violently, and the ground around the spiritual spring cracked. Get up! Lu Changsheng shouted softly, and the basin-sized spring eye suddenly broke out of the ground and slowly rose. When the spiritual eye spring was completely hovering in the air, Lu Changsheng cast a series of spells, making the earthy yellow light wrap and seal the spiritual eye spring. Huh? Lu Changsheng put the spiritual eye spring into the storage ring, and his eyes showed joy. With the spiritual eye spring, his own spiritual veins, or the situation in Zumi Cave Heaven, can be improved again. If I'm lucky, I can pick up a few more spiritual eye springs when I go out, or even high-level spiritual eye objects, and the third-level spiritual veins can be said to be easy. Lu Changsheng couldn't help but fantasize in his heart. Tisk tisk tisk, Changsheng, you really know a lot of skills. Li Feiyu looked at the scene in front of him and said with emotion. During this time, he had learned some information about Lu Changsheng. He knew that he was a second-level top-level talisman master and a second-level low-grade alchemist. Now that he knew the other party also knew the dragon hunting skills, he didn't know what to say. He thought that his good brother, although his innate spiritual roots were poor, had a deep source of blessings and amazing comprehension. Even if he became a casual cultivator, he could still make a good living. Then, he put the corpse in his hand into the deep pit of the spirit eye spring. Senior, we will not inherit your inheritance. These treasures, you can't bring them with you when you are born, and you can't take them with you when you die. It's a pity to bury them with you. Today, the two of us will bury you in peace, and these treasures will be our reward for burying your bones and setting up a monument for you. Li Feiyu said with a serious face. Then he buried the corpse, used his long sword to chop out a stone tablet, and engraved 5 big characters on it, Qingzhu Mountain's tomb. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng also stepped forward and bowed. After all, he took the benefits, so he should thank him. Everyone says that cultivating immortals is good, but who has seen corpses buried in the wilderness? A great Jinden's Henren actually ended up like this. Li Feiyu sighed. He has been practicing till now, and he has seen only a handful of people who have reached the Jinden stage. This is the first time he has seen the corpse of a Jinden's Henren, and he feels quite emotional. so we should cherish the present. Lu Changsheng laughed out loud. Haha, I really can't sit still. Li Feiyu smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, besides, I'm unwilling to give up. We still have to deal with this. Lu Changsheng frowned as he looked at the situation in front of him. He dug a path here, and if others come, they can also follow it. He thought for a moment, put the seeking spirit rat back into the spirit pet bag, and cast an iron wall talisman to solidify the stone chamber in front of him and form an iron wall. Then he and Li Feiyu left the cave and bombarded the cave with giant swordsmanship. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the cave collapsed and covered, and the two turned into escaping light and left quickly. Changsheng, father, Uncle Li. The two walked out of the mine, and Lu Miaoj, Lu Quansun and others were still waiting outside. We investigated the situation inside, so we wasted time. Now we are heading directly to Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng said to his wife and children. Naturally, his children and others would not object to this. Immediately, everyone drove the spirit boat and headed directly to Qingzhu Mountain. Sister Miaoj, this trip is really lucky. I found a spiritual eye spring inside. On the spirit boat, Lu Changsheng sent a voice message to Lu Miaoj to share his joy. What? Spiritual eye spring? Lu Miaoj was much more surprised than Lu Changsheng when she heard this. Yes, although this spiritual eye spring is not as good as what the family got before, it is also very good. And there is also a corpse of a Qingzhu Henren inside, but this Qingzhu Henren is a demon cultivator. He has been dead for hundreds or thousands of years. He was seriously injured at the time, so there are no precious treasures. Lu Changsheng continued. This is already very good. Not only is there a spiritual stone mine, but there is also such a harvest. Changsheng, your source of blessing is extremely deep. Lu Miaoj said softly, and she couldn't help but sigh in surprise. Her husband is really a man favored by heaven. No wonder he has so many natural treasures, rare skills, and spiritual pets. With such luck, he can pick up opportunities whenever he goes out. It is estimated that since he picked up the 9 nether mastiff in his early years, he has encountered opportunities every time he goes out. White Tiger Mountain, Zhao family. At this moment, the Zhao family formation is fully opened and slowly running. All the family members are on guard, as if facing a great enemy. Although the ancestor of the Zhao family invited the Jin family of Jin Longling to come and act as a reasonable person and referee. But such things can enhance the cohesion of the family in this way anyway. Well, why hasn't Lu Changsheng arrived yet? Did he send a message that Lu Changsheng is coming to White Tiger Mountain? The head of the Zhao family looked at the situation outside, frowned, and walked around anxiously. He didn't expect Lu Changsheng to come quickly. Instead, he received the news that the other party came to kill him, but he was still worried. After all, the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain was well known, and even if the ancestor invited people from Jin Longling, he was still worried. Huh? Here they come. At this moment, the head of the Zhao family saw 2 tiny spirit boats flying towards his family in the distance, and they kept getting bigger. He immediately said to the Zhao family members who were waiting in a fierce battle, everyone, get ready. Then he sent a message to his ancestor, saying that Lu Changsheng was coming. Is this Qingzhu Mountain? On the spirit boat, Lu Changsheng looked at Qingzhu Mountain. The whole valley was shrouded in a light golden formation, and it was difficult to see what was going on inside. But if you look down from above, it looks a bit like an entrenched tiger. As far as Lu Changsheng knows, Qingzhu Mountain has rich mining resources. In the early years, the Zhao family relied on the mineral resources and refining skills of Qingzhu Mountain. At its peak, there were 5 foundation building monks and they were in charge of 2 market towns. But later, due to various reasons, they failed to make further progress and began to decline. And because minerals are non-renewable resources, they were overexploited, and the family's income declined, and the family's situation became worse and worse. In recent decades, there have been 2 great foundation building monks. But in the Battle of Blackwater Pond, the Zhao family lost a foundation building ancestor, resulting in only 1 foundation building monk left now, which can be said to be in the worst situation. But the spiritual veins of the Zhao family in Qingzhu Mountain will definitely not be bad. Even if they are not of the 2nd level upper grade, they are also of the 2nd level middle grade top grade, and will not be worse than the original Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. He has no idea of establishing a branch family in Qingzhu Mountain yet. He plans to wait for his children to break through the foundation before considering arranging them to Qingzhu Mountain. But with the skill of finding dragons, he wanted to try to cut off a spiritual vein from Qingzhu Mountain. After a while, 2 spiritual boats stopped at the gate of Qingzhu Mountain and hung in the air. Lu Changsheng, wearing a green robe, walked down the spiritual boat and stood in the air. A white magic sword appeared in his hand and chopped on the pale golden formation of Qingzhu Mountain. Boom! The formation on Qingzhu Mountain suddenly flashed with spiritual light, and golden luster flowed. A tiger could be seen roaring fiercely. Second level upper grade, Tiger Panchen formation. Master Lu, you are so bullying to my Zhao family. Do you really think that my Qingzhu Mountain is weak and can be bullied now? The head of the Zhao family, wearing a purple brocade robe, flew up in the formation, clenched his sleeves with both hands, looked shocked and angry, and shouted loudly. He didn't expect Lu Changsheng to be so arrogant. He actually attacked his own formation without saying a word. He simply didn't take Qingzhu Mountain seriously. Too much bullying? You, Qingzhu Mountain, are plotting to take over my Lu family's mineral veins, and you are secretly plotting to murder my daughter. You still have the nerve to say that you are too much bullying. If you know what's good for you, open the formation yourself, apologize, and I can let your Zhao family go. Otherwise, today will be the day when your Qingzhu Mountain will be destroyed. Lu Changsheng sneered, his expression was indifferent, and his hands did not stop at all, bombarding the Qingzhu Mountain formation. Li Fiao and the Lu family members next to him saw this and also offered their magic weapons to bombard Qingzhu Mountain. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the spiritual light of the Qingzhu Mountain formation kept surging, flickering. Lu Changsheng, don't slander me, and use this as an excuse to forcibly occupy my Qingzhu Mountain. At this time, a full-bodied and slightly old voice sounded. I saw a beam of light flying from the depths. He had gray hair, a tall figure, and a purple robe. He was very majestic. He was the ancestor of the Zhao family. However, seeing Lu Miaoj there, his pupils shrank. Although many of them believed that a battle in Red Leaf Valley was exaggerated. But through some of the leaked photostones, the scenes of the Knights movement showed that the two did have an amazing record of killing many great monks in the foundation building. Blood slander. When Lu Changsheng saw the scene in the mine, he guessed that the other party would not admit it. He sneered and said, "What is the truth? You Zhao family know it in your heart. Facts speak louder than words. I am too lazy to argue with you. Even if the upper sect asks about this matter, I am justified and have a clear conscience. If you release the formation now and apologize with Qingzhu Mountain, I can let you go. If you are stubborn, you will definitely be the enemy of my Qingzhu Mountain, then I will not be polite." Lu Changsheng said, and he slapped the storage bag while speaking, and a fist-sized black bead appeared. This bead is called the Breaking Forbidden Bead. It was obtained by Lingzik Xiao from Zia Haodiman. It has the effect of breaking formations and breaking prohibitions. Then, from his sleeves, talismans came out one after another and floated around. Lu Changsheng, you are so arrogant. The Zhao family ancestor saw these talismans, and his face was full of fear and anger. He wanted to activate the formation and fight Lu Changsheng immediately. Haha, Master Lu is so angry and domineering. At this time, another voice sounded. A middle-aged man in his 40s, with a square face, thick hair and beard, a majestic face, and a golden dragon-patterned robe walked out with his hands behind his back, looking at Lu Changsheng and said lightly. Chapter 321, Husband and wife work together to solve the problem. Seeing the man in the golden robe, Li Fiao, Lu Yun, Lu Quansun and others all showed solemn expressions on their faces. When they saw countless corpses at the Wujing mine, they guessed that the Zhao family would ask someone to intervene. And this force is most likely the Jinlangling adjacent to Qingzhu Mountain. Although they did not know the man in the golden robe, but through the situation in front of them and the other party's clothes, they vaguely guessed his identity. Who are you? Lu Changsheng looked at the man in the golden robe with a calm and indifferent expression. Since he guessed that Jinlangling might intervene, he dared to come, so he naturally had a plan to deal with it. Otherwise, after hearing a name, he would take his wife, friends, and children back in disgrace. Doesn't his ancestor Lu have any face? The great elder of Jinlangling, Jinzhu. The man in the golden robe looked at Lu Changsheng with an arrogant look and revealed his identity. Sure enough, Li Fiao and the children of the Lu family heard this, and their hearts sank. Are you, the Jin family, going to interfere in the affairs of my Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Changsheng's expression did not change, and his voice was indifferent. This elder heard that Qingzhu Mountain is in the Black Cloud Mountains, and a spiritual stone mine was discovered near the mine vein under the name of your Qingzhu Mountain. I wanted to cooperate with your Qingzhu Mountain to mine it. But your Lu family killed people to silence them in order to monopolize this mine, and now they are using this as an excuse to attack Qingzhu Mountain. My Jinglongling and Qingzhu Mountain families have been friends for generations, so this elder naturally cannot sit back and watch this happen. Jin Zuan, wearing a golden robe, stood with his hands behind his back, speaking slowly and with a condescending tone. A family like his, which has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years and has a fake Danzhenren sitting in the family, looks down on Lu Changsheng, a nouveau-riche family that has only been established for more than 10 years and has no foundation. Even though Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj are famous, they still look down on them. After these words came out, both the Zhao family and the Lu family were angry and glared at each other. Obviously, both sides believed that the other party was extremely evil and bullied too much. How? The right and wrong of this matter will be decided by the upper sect. Are you, Jinlongling, determined to interfere in the feud between my Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Changsheng looked calm and sneered. If so, let me learn your tricks. This sneer was filled with endless contempt. He never liked to talk nonsense with others. The attitudes of the Zhao and Jin families were nothing to talk about. It was a complete waste of time. In this case, why not show the truth with your men? Huh? Li Fei was shocked. I didn't expect Lu Changsheng to confront Jin Longling. Changsheng has always been steady and will never do anything he is not sure of. He had guessed that Jin Longling might interfere before, so he must be sure of it. Li Fei thought to himself and chose to believe his good brother. He held the black gold long sword, and the magic power in his body surged. He took a step forward, and the black brocade robe moved without wind, rustling, revealing a murderous aura. Lu Mayaoj's beautiful face was as calm as water. Without saying a word, she walked to Lu Changsheng's side and stood side by side. After being married for so many years, she had unconditional trust in Lu Changsheng. No matter what Lu Changsheng did, she would choose to support and believe. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Zhao family was overjoyed. He thought that Lu Changsheng was really arrogant, not knowing how much he weighed, or that he was blinded by greed and forgot his life for a small profit. He actually dared to talk to Jin Zhang like this. You know, this Jin Zhang is the person with the highest cultivation in the Jin family, except the fake Dan ancestor, with a cultivation strength of the 9th level of foundation building. Lu Changsheng dared to offend the other party like this. He was simply looking for death. Okay, what a Lu Changsheng, he is really arrogant. Jin Zhang was stunned, and then he became furious and said coldly. He thought that if he came here and told his identity and name, Lu Changsheng would retreat and leave in disgrace. Unexpectedly, Lu Changsheng not only did not choose to retreat, but also did not give him any face. This was not only a slap in the face. Or they didn't take his Jinlongling Jin family seriously. I heard that your Lu family couple practiced a joint cultivation method. When the two of them worked together, their combat power was comparable to that of the peak of the foundation building. Today, this elder will come to learn from you and see if it is really as rumored, and you have the capital to be arrogant. Jin Zuan walked out of the White Tiger Mountain formation and shouted coldly, revealing the mana and spiritual pressure of the 9th level of the foundation building. Although he had heard of the names and achievements of Lu Changsheng and Lu Mayaoj, he didn't really believe it. After all, 2 cultivators in the early stage of the foundation building killed many foundation building cultivators in a short period of time, and there were also 2 late foundation building cultivators. Isn't this a joke? You said that the 2 of them worked together to fight, or tried their best to barely kill 1 or 2 people. Especially that night, the photo stones that flowed out of the Red Leaf Valley market were very vague, and only a general idea could be seen. It made him more certain that Lu Changsheng was using this method to enhance the family's reputation and take the opportunity to develop. Swish, 2 silver rays of light burst out of Jin Zuan's eyes. In an instant, Lu Changsheng realized that this was some kind of spiritual attack secret technique. His spiritual consciousness has already surpassed the peak of foundation building and is striving towards the formation of elixir. This kind of spiritual attack has no effect on him at all. Spiritual attack, I can do it too. Lu Changsheng snorted lightly, and the spiritual attack soul-dispersing needle condensed by the spiritual consciousness in his mind suddenly shot out, invisible and formless. Huh? Jin Zuan snorted, frowned, and showed disbelief on his face. He never expected that his spiritual attack not only had no effect on Lu Changsheng, but he almost suffered a loss. Huh? Everyone around saw this scene, all with horror on their faces. Although they did not see the invisible spiritual confrontation. But it was obvious that Jin Zuan had just fallen behind. If Elder Jin is only this strong, it's not too late to retreat now. Lu Changsheng, dressed in a green robe, with a handsome face, said in a calm tone. HMPH, I underestimated Master Lu. That's right. You, Lu Changsheng, are famous for your magic array. Your spiritual sense is naturally different from that of ordinary people. Jinzu's face was a little gloomy and ugly. He knew that he underestimated the enemy and thought that he could rely on his spiritual sense to catch him by surprise. Seeing this, the ancestor of the Zhao family did not hesitate and immediately rushed out of the formation and came to Jinzu's side. Now that the two sides are fighting, he naturally can't watch Jinzu face 3 foundation-building monks alone. Roar. At the same time, a tiger roar sounded from the depths of Qingzhu Mountain. But I saw a white-browed tiger with hanging eyes that was almost 10 feet tall coming on the clouds, filled with rolling demonic energy. If you look closely, you can see that the hair of this white-browed tiger with hanging eyes is a little sparse and gray, and its body is slightly thin and looks old. This is the clan-guarding monster of Qingzhu Mountain, a high-level and superior bloodline, the Xiaoyan tiger. Originally, Lu Changsheng had 3 great foundation-building monks. But at this time, the Zhao family also had 2 great foundation-building monks and a second-level spirit beast. Moreover, this places the Zhao family's spiritual land, with a tiger-coiling mountain formation. This formation is a second-level upper-grade formation. Even if it is presided over by a key-refining cultivator, it can pose a threat to a foundation-building cultivator. Seeing that the situation was not right, Lu Yun looked a little panicked and quickly opened the spirit pet bag. The 9 other mastiff appeared immediately, and its scarlet eyes swept across the crowd. It roared, its head was hideous and terrifying, and it exuded a ferocious aura. A second-level spirit beast. Jinzu and the ancestors of the Zhao family were shocked when they saw the 9 other mastiff. I didn't expect that there would be a second-level spirit beast in the small Qingzhu Mountain. And the appearance and power of this spirit beast are far superior to the Zhao family's Xiaoyan tiger. Is this Xiao He? Li Fiao was surprised when he saw the 9 other mastiff. He not only knew the 9 other mastiff, but also knew that this spirit pet was picked up by the other party when he and Lu Changsheng went to the 3-year appointment. But how long has it been now, and this spirit pet has been promoted to the 2nd level? Question mark. You know, it takes at least 50 or 60 years, or even 100 years, for a general demon beast to be promoted to the 2nd level. And after hunting demon beasts for many years, he could tell at a glance that the 9 other mastiff was not simple, at least it had a ground-level bloodline, or even some kind of mutant bloodline. This blessing of longevity Li Fiao didn't know what to say in his heart, and he was envious. Humph, it's just a 2nd-level initial stage demon beast. Jin Zuan shouted coldly with a disdainful tone. But the Zhao family ancestor and several Zhao family cultivators noticed that their family's guardian spirit beast Xiaoyan who faced the 9 other mastiff, and there was a bit of fear in its slightly turbid tiger eyes. Golden dragon hand. Jin Zuan snorted coldly, slapped the storage bag, and a golden claw with a golden luster, like a dragon claw, flew out of it. As soon as this claw came out, it immediately burst out with a breath of piercing gold cavestone, tearing the air, and killing towards Lu Changsheng. Taifu. Lu Changsheng held Lu Maioji's white hand, interlocked his fingers, and transmitted a voice to her. He had released the joint cultivation method that they practiced earlier, so naturally, the couple worked together to make it a reality. This was also the reason why he came with Lu Maioji, not Ling Zixio. In an instant, the magic power of the two people flowed together, and their ki merged. The Tai talisman flew out of Lu Maioji's hand, hovering in the air, blooming with 7 color rays of light, and then turned into a small sword with 7 color rays of light flowing. The 2 natal spiritual tools of the Shangshan Ru Shuju, 1 attack and 1 auxiliary. The attacking spiritual tool Tai talisman can evolve into all kinds of magic tools to defend against the enemy. Lu Changsheng planted a Tai Dao seed for Lu Maioji. The magic power of the 2 people came from the same source, so they could drive this spiritual tool at this time. Clang. The Tai talisman sword and the golden claws collided, and suddenly the metal and iron rang, sparks flew, and the 2 magic powers kept rubbing and colliding. What a great couple from the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, they really have some skills. Jin Zhuan's face changed slightly, and then he sneered, but if that's the case, then you really think you can match the peak of foundation building, then you are totally wrong. Golden Dragon Square Sky Chisel. He pinched his hands and slapped his danshin, and a dragon roar seemed to sound in his body. I saw a spiritual weapon like a spear and a knife flying out of his body, filled with layers of golden rays of light, like a roaring dragon, emitting powerful mana fluctuations. Roar. On the Golden Dragon Square Sky Chisel, ancient patterns flowed, and a phantom of a dragon loomed, bearing its fangs and claws to kill. Facing this offensive, Lu Maioji immediately sacrificed his Rushu bottle and hung it above his head, forming a series of azure water curtains. Wind and fire formation. Lu Changsheng chuckled, pinched his hands, and flicked his sleeves. The talisman suspended behind him was shot out along with a 9-9 mysterious true sign, forming a talisman array to trap the golden dragon Qingyun Chisel. Taiyudeo sword, kill. Lu Changsheng controlled the Tai talisman and shouted in a pretentious manner. The Tai talisman, which was obviously only a low-grade spiritual weapon, was fierce at this moment, emitting a domineering and amazing magical aura that shook the golden dragon hand away and slashed straight at the golden chisel. Not good. Seeing this, the golden chisel's expression immediately changed, and he hurriedly controlled his golden dragon hand to intercept the 7-colored small sword. Clang. Facing the attack of the Tai talisman, the golden dragon hand was shaky in a short while, and the golden luster on it was dim, and the spiritual weapon seemed to be wailing. Seeing this scene, everyone in the field was shocked and stunned. They never expected that Lu Changsheng and Lu Maioji would be so amazing together. In just a few rounds, the Jin family's elder was defeated. No wonder Changsheng is so confident. It turns out that he and the eldest lady are as powerful as those at the peak of foundation building. Li Fiao murmured in his heart, surprised at the strength of his good brother. He thought that he had broken through the foundation building and was barely catching up with Lu Changsheng, but now he knows that the gap between their strengths is so big. Yes, Lu Changsheng and Lu Maioji worked together to kill the robber cultivator 10 years ago. Now 10 years have passed. Lu Changsheng's cultivation has broken through the middle stage of foundation building, and Lu Maioji's cultivation has also improved. The two of them have worked together and have far surpassed the foundation building cultivators. I'm afraid that only the fake Dan ancestor can suppress them. The ancestor of the Zhao family felt like he was falling into an ice cellar at this time, sweating profusely, terrified and regretful. He knew that this was not the time to regret, and he could only rely on the fact that the golden chisel was still there to make a quick decision. Lu Changsheng must be too busy to be distracted at this moment. If I take this opportunity to kill him, there is still a chance. The Zhao family ancestor looked fierce, and shouted to his family, "Run the formation with all your strength to kill Lu Changsheng." As he spoke, he immediately sacrificed a purple and gold armor, holding a long sword, and killed Lu Changsheng. Your opponent is me. Li Fiao looked at the Zhao family ancestor with a cold expression, and went up without hesitation. Even though the opponent's cultivation was higher than his, Li Fiao had fought all the way and had seen all kinds of scenes. He had killed a late key refiner in the middle stage of key refining. Everyone calmed down, sacrificed the talisman to resist the formation. Lu Quansun looked at the situation in front of him with a serious expression, and the breath of the 9th level of key refining was immediately released. As he spoke, he patted the storage bag, sacrificed the 2nd level puppet given to him by Lu Changsheng, and shouted to his brothers and sisters. These Lu family children had never experienced such a battle scene, and they were a little panicked for a while. But after hearing Lu Quanzun's words, they quickly calmed down and sacrificed the talismans from their storage bags. Xiaohei, I'll leave that guy to you. Lu Quanzun looked at the 9-nether mastiff, pointed directly at the roaring Xiao Yunhu, and said quickly, "Roar." The 9-nether mastiff roared at Xiao Yunhu, causing Xiao Yunhu's turbid eyes to reveal fear. This Xiao Yunhu is a 2nd-level mid-stage monster. But the bloodline suppression between monsters is very serious. Not to mention that it is already old, its strength is not inferior to the peak. Even if it is at its peak, facing the 9-nether mastiff, it will be 3 points weaker under the bloodline suppression, and it will not be able to exert its full strength. Not bad. Lu Changsheng looked at the performance of his children and nodded slightly. Although the performance was not very good, it was not unbearable. Especially his son Lu Quansun, He has always been very satisfied. Kill. He looked at Jin Ziyui and shouted coldly. The shaky golden dragon hand finally let out a wail of grief under the Taifu sword, and cracks appeared. How is this possible? Jin Ziyui looked at Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, who were like a couple of guts, with an extremely ugly expression. It was the first time that he felt that the enemy was so difficult. He wanted to take back his own spiritual weapon and use offense as defense. But at this time, Jin Longfang Yanzuan was trapped by Lu Changsheng's talisman array, and was constantly bombarded, digesting his magic power. Puff. Taiyi Fujian burst into brilliant 7-color rays of light, gorgeous and dazzling, and continued to slash at Jin Ziyui. Damn, how could there be such a combined cultivation method that actually allowed a middle-stage foundation building and an early-stage foundation building to have such strength? Jin Ziyui quickly sacrificed a white light bead, forming a thick protective shield to cover his body. Then he pinched his hands and used all his strength to activate his own spiritual weapon, Jin Longfang Yanzuan, to use offense as defense, break through the talisman array and kill Lu Changsheng. However, in just a moment, he died. Boom boom boom, under the attack of Taiyi Fujian, cracks appeared on his shield in a short while, and it increased at a speed visible to the naked eye. He hurriedly used all his strength to activate the defensive spirit beads in front of him to stabilize the shield. HMPH. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng snorted coldly. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the talisman array that was blocking Jin Longfang Xianzun was directly detonated by him. Although he used few talismans this time, most of them were first-level talismans, and only a few were second-level talismans. But the fusion and explosion of so many talismans were still amazing, making everyone in the field terrified. Jin Ziyui's life spirit weapon suddenly wailed under the detonation of this talisman array, and a crack appeared on the surface. Puff. Jin Ziyui, who was able to hold on, turned pale the moment his life spirit weapon was damaged, and spit out a mouthful of blood. The whole person seemed to be much older. Stop, Lu. Lu Shanzhu, this elder admits defeat. Jin Ziyui said in a trembling and fearful voice. He didn't dare to fight anymore. He knew that if he continued, he would have to die here. Lu Changsheng looked at Jin Ziyui in front of him, and after a moment he coldly spat out a word, "Get lost." The Jin Ziyui in front of him was the elder of the Jin family in Jin Langling. He didn't want to completely tear his face with the Jin family for the time being. Jin Ziyui's face was pale and ugly, and he wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Finally, he looked at his own life spirit weapon, gritted his teeth and turned into a stream of light, and left in embarrassment. The ancestors of the Zhao family and the people of the Zhao family were all shocked when they saw this scene, and there was despair in their eyes. They never thought that the elder of the Jin family in Jinlongling would be defeated so quickly in front of Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, and fled in embarrassment. This was too unexpected and unbelievable. Master Lu Shan, the ancestor of the Zhao family, was fighting against Li Feiyu, and was gaining the upper hand, beating Li Feiyu back step by step. But at this moment, he lost the will to fight, and wanted to surrender and apologize. However, before he could finish his words, Lu Changsheng drove the Taifu sword towards him. Puff. The 7-colored rays of light burst out, instantly breaking through the armor defense of the Zhao family ancestor, and chopped off his terrified head. Ancestor. Inside Qingzhu Mountain, the Zhao family members who were presiding over the formation saw this scene and screamed in horror. At this moment, some people cried loudly, some screamed loudly, some showed regret, and some even knelt down and begged for mercy. They all knew that their family was finished, and Qingzhu Mountain was finished. Roar. On the side, Lu Quanzhen drove the second-level puppet and the 9 other mastiff to fight Xiao Enhu, making Xiao Enhu scream in pain. Puff. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng showed no mercy and drove the Taifu to kill the old Xiao Enhu with one sword. He looked at the White Tiger Mountain and said indifferently, "Why don't you release the formation quickly?" Boom. After a moment, the might of the White Tiger Mountain's Tiger Pen Mountain formation slowly dissipated, and the mountain gate opened. Lu Changsheng put away Jin Ziyui's life spirit weapon. Holding Lu Miaoj's hand, they floated down from the air like a pair of perfect couples and came to the mountain gate. At this time, all the cultivators of the Zhao family had knelt down. But it can be seen that there are still a few people who are unwilling to surrender, and they broke their heart meridians and committed suicide. The head of the Zhao family, who was at the head, looked at the pair of immortal lovers in front of him with fear in his eyes and said, "Zhao Mingwei, the head of the Zhao family, Greets Lord Lu and Patriarch Lu. Please spare the lives of our Zhao family, Lord Lu and Patriarch Lu. I am willing to disband the Zhao family and send Beihu Mountain and all the clan's properties to Beihu Mountain as an apology. The disciples of our Zhao family are all proficient in vein exploration, mineral refining, and weapon forging. If Lord Lu needs us, we will do our best to command us and will not have any second thoughts. The head of the Zhao family and several family elders immediately said loudly with sad faces. Faced with such a situation, even though they were extremely angry, they could not have the slightest intention of resisting. They could only beg for mercy and beg Lu Changsheng to spare their lives and preserve the family bloodline. Humph, do you really think that I came here to occupy and seize your Zhao family's spiritual foundation? You Zhao family murdered my daughter, coveted my Beihu Mountain mine, and invited Jin Longling to frame you, so I took action to punish you. Lu Changsheng snorted coldly. Although he had his eyes on Beihu Mountain, he was still avenging his daughter in the name of revenge. Yes, I said the wrong thing. The head of the Zhao family nodded in response and slapped his mouth, extremely humble. Since you are willing to sincerely apologize, I will naturally not kill you all. Lu Changsheng's face softened a little. Thank you, Master Lu. Thank you, Master Lu. Hearing this, the Zhao family and others looked sad and happy, and thanked them out loud. But there are still many Zhao family members who lowered their heads tightly, clenched their fists, and dared not speak. After all, such behavior is extremely shameful. Where are the Zhao family elders and Zhao family members who murdered my daughter Ruai? Lu Changsheng glanced at the Zhao family and said aloud. After a while, 3 bodies were dragged over. The 3 people knew that others might still survive, but they would never survive. Rather than being unable to live or die at that time, it is better to commit suicide directly. Lu Ruai stepped forward and took a look, confirming that it was these few people who captured him at the beginning, nodded and responded, with a lot of emotion in his heart. Since the main culprit has been killed and the grudges have been resolved, then this matter will be revealed for the time being. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng said calmly and gently, now that your Zhao family has no foundation building cultivator sitting in, I am afraid that you can't defend this White Tiger Mountain. I wonder if the head of the Zhao family has any plans. The head of the Zhao family was stunned when he heard this. Then his face was full of sadness, tears were flowing, and he said with a respectful and flattering look, my Zhao family is willing to be a vassal of Beihu Mountain, but we will be driven and sent by the ancestor. Yes. Lu Changsheng nodded. He really didn't have the idea of killing them all this time. On the one hand, if the 2 families were to kill each other for such a matter, it would not only look bad on the surface, but also be unpleasant to hear if it was spread out, and the surrounding families would be jealous and disliked. On the other hand, his family currently cannot arrange for someone to sit in Beihu Mountain. At present, the Zhao family has no foundation building cultivators, but they can still take the place of guards. Moreover, if all the Zhao family's spiritual root cultivators were killed, it would be a pity to waste them. Whether they are sent to mine, refine weapons, or other things, they are all very useful. Father. At this time, Lu Quanzhen sent a voice message to Lu Changsheng. What's the matter? Lu Changsheng looked at his son. The child has some ideas. Lu Quanzhen immediately expressed some of his ideas and suggestions for the Zhao family. Yes. Lu Changsheng thought for a moment and replied with one word. The others in the field saw that Lu Changsheng didn't say anything, and didn't know what he was doing, but no one dared to ask more. Master Zhao, since your Zhao family is willing to be a vassal of my family, then we will be a family from now on. For such a big event, I need to trouble my uncle to notify the Zhao family's cultivators outside to come back so that everyone can get to know each other. By the way, I will be responsible for the affairs of Beihu Mountain in the future. My name is Lu Quanzhen, and you can call me Quanzhen, Uncle Zhao. Lu Quanzhen stepped forward, a smile appeared on his handsome face, his eyes were narrow and long, and he said with his hands folded. In order for the 2 families to get along better in the future and avoid conflicts, if someone in the family does not want to stay in Beihu Mountain and wants to leave, my Lu family will not force it and do things that kill them all. As long as you make a Taoist oath and no longer use the name of the Zhao family of Beihu Mountain to have ill intentions against my Lu family of Beihu Mountain in the future, I can send you away now. Whether you become a casual cultivator or rebuild your family in the future, my Lu family will not interfere. Lu Quanzhen looked at the Zhao family and said in a gentle voice. When the Zhao family cultivators heard this, they were all stunned and looked suspicious. But they all lowered their heads and dared not make a sound or move. After a while, only one Zhao family disciple strode out and came to Lu Quanxian with an angry look. Only one person. Lu Quanxian's face remained unchanged, with a faint smile on his face. Since there's only one person, please come in, brother. Lu Quanxian made a gesture of invitation and took this person out of the gate of Qingzhu Mountain. Seeing this scene, several Zhao family disciples immediately came out, and even an elder of the Zhao family came out, saying that they wanted to leave. Of course you can. Seeing this, Lu Quanxian smiled calmly. However, several Lu family disciples looked a little strange, and they didn't understand why Lu Quanxian did such a thing of letting the tiger go. Although these Zhao family disciples are not tigers. But if they were left outside, it would be more dangerous for Qingzhu Mountain. Yuner, you and the head of the Zhao family counted the current situation of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng shouted to his son Lu Yun. Yes, father. Hearing this, Lu Yun nodded immediately and went forward to confirm the number of family members, industry, family resources, etc. with the head of the Zhao family. Changsheng, although you let Jin Zuan go this time, the conflict has already been formed. I'm afraid Jin Longling will not let it go. At this time, Li Fei looked at Lu Changsheng and whispered. Don't worry, unless the Jin Longling fake Dan ancestor personally takes action, the Jin family can't do anything to me. And I only took over Qingzhu Mountain this time, and there was no direct conflict with him Jin Longling. I don't think that Jin ancestor will make a big fuss for this matter and cause trouble to me. Lu Changsheng smiled and said so. Even if the ancestor of the Jin family really came to cause trouble, he would not be afraid at all. But he naturally wouldn't say these words to Li Fei. He continued, besides, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. There are many families in this area of the Jin family who are eyeing them covetously. These family forces may not want to see my Qingzhu Mountain rise, but they are even more unwilling to see the rise of Jin Longling. It is estimated that in the near future, many families will come to Qingzhu Mountain to discuss the alliance, hoping that my Qingzhu Mountain will face Jin Longling head-on. Lu Changsheng said in a calm voice. But after being the mountain master for more than 10 years, he still understands these principles. Jin Longling acts in a domineering manner. Now that the family is in its rising period, the surrounding families are probably afraid of the Jin family and do not want it to continue to develop. Like the Jin Zuan just now, although his combat power is average, it is far inferior to the robbery cultivator in the Red Leaf Valley market. But he has the 9th level of foundation building and his age is not particularly old, not to mention the distant thing of condensing the real pill. But if there are enough resources, there is still hope to condense a fake pill. Once a fake pill is formed, I am afraid that no one wants to see it. However, he was just seriously injured by Lu Changsheng's life spirit weapon, which injured his origin. It is estimated that he will need to recuperate for several years or even more than 10 years to recover. Well, it's good that you know it. Li Fei nodded when he heard this, knowing that Lu Changsheng knew these things better than himself. Fei, this man's armor and spiritual weapon are both good, which should be suitable for you. Lu Changsheng pointed at the spiritual weapon of the ancestor of the Zhao family and said. The Zhao family is indeed a family with a nearly 1,000-year heritage, and it still has a lot of heritage. Like these two spiritual weapons, they are obviously not ordinary assembly line products, but are exquisite spiritual weapons. It just so happened that Li Fei said before that he wanted to cast a spiritual weapon of armor, and this was delivered to the door. Don't refuse, I have received so many benefits from Qingzhu Mountain, you should accept these, and see if there is anything useful later. Lu Changsheng raised his hand and said directly. He has always been generous to the people around him. Li Fei treats him sincerely, and he will naturally try his best to help. Okay, in this case, then I won't be polite. Li Fei heard this and did not refuse, and smiled heartily. Changsheng, what did Quanxian do just now? At this time, Lu Miao asked softly, not knowing what Lu Quanxian's intention was just now. She was not too surprised by the cultivation and magic power that Lu Changsheng had just displayed. After all, she knew a lot of things after so many years of getting along. Now unless Lu Changsheng directly breaks through to the Jiandin and Yuanying, these situations can no longer move her. Didn't you notice that Jiu Iao is not here? Lu Changsheng looked at the sky and said softly. He naturally would not agree with his son to do such a thing as letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Huh? Lu Miao only then noticed that Jiu Iao Mastiff disappeared at some point, and understood what Lu Quanzhen's purpose was. It was to deal with the people in the Zhao family who had deep hatred for their family first. Then slowly deal with the people in the Zhao family now. Qingzhu Mountain is dozens of miles away. Lu Quanzhen, you clearly said to let us go. A Zhao family member was performing the Yu Fengju, driving the magic weapon and running wildly in the forest, with a look of horror on his face. Lu Quanzhen sat on the back of Jiu Yao Mastiff, his expression cold and silent. Roar. After a while, the 9 Nether Mastiff rushed to the side of the Zhao family's son and bit his body in half, leaving a bloody mess. Lu Quanzhen burned it to ashes with a firebomb technique, and then used the cleaning technique to clean the blood on the soil. Thank you for your hard work, Lu Quanzhen said to the 9 Nether Mastiff. If the 9 Nether Mastiff had not been able to remember the breath of these people and track them, and these people had scattered and fled, he really wouldn't have been able to deal with them all. Everything has been solved, and the next step is for the Zhao family to deal with the aftermath. Lu Quanzhen narrowed his eyes, put the 9 Nether Mastiff back into the spirit pet bag, tidied his robes a little, his face regained its elegance, and drove the magic weapon back to White Tiger Mountain. Chapter 322, Brothers Talk, and people are surging in all directions. White Tiger Mountain. In a hall. The Lu family gathered together, talking about today's battle. Although they didn't do much, today's event still shocked them a lot, and they clearly realized the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. Brother, when did you break through the late stage of key refining? At this time, Lu Keizhen saw her brother Lu Quanzhen coming back, and immediately stepped forward and asked excitedly in a low voice. She knew that her brother practiced very hard on weekdays. But she didn't expect her brother to be so powerful. Quanzhen, you have broken through the late stage of key refining. Brother Quanzhen, you should have broken through the 8th level of key refining, right? Brother Quanzhen, if you really let the Zhao family go just now, what if they go back on their words and take revenge in the future? When the other Lu family children saw Lu Quanzhen, they also spoke up. The highest level of their cultivation is only the 6th level of key refining. The 6th level to the 7th level of key refining is a hurdle. With their spiritual roots and talents, it takes a lot of time to break through this hurdle, and they can even use pills to break through. The strength Lu Quanzhen showed today was obviously not just a breakthrough to the late stage of key refining. Especially in the previous battle, Lu Quanzhen not only showed a much higher combat power than them, but also was fearless in the face of danger, driving the 2nd level puppet and the 9 Nether Mastiff to fight the 2nd level monster. His image suddenly became tall and powerful in their hearts. Haha, I had some opportunities when I went out before, so I broke through by luck. As for the Zhao family, don't worry. Lu Quanzhen smiled at these brothers and sisters and said nothing more. After all, what he did was not in line with morality. However, some people thought that Lu Quanzhen had been away for so long and had a vague guess in their hearts. They looked at him with a little more admiration. Brother Quanzhen, you are back. I have roughly counted the current situation of the Zhao family. At this time, Lu Yun came back with Lu Rui, Lu Xiaoru and others, and said immediately when he saw Lu Quanzhen. Although he is the head of the Lu family, everyone is brothers and sisters, so he doesn't have too much majesty. Besides, Lu Changsheng said that Lu Quanzhen was in charge of the affairs of Qingzhu Mountain, so even if he was the head of the family, he would not interfere too much. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Yun. Lu Quanzhen said with a smile on his face. Because Chu Zhansun and Lu Maiyan had a good relationship, they and Lu Yun were very close to each other on weekdays. The two came to the side hall. Lu Quanzhen took the booklet and flipped through it, and asked casually, Brother Yun, do you have any suggestions for the Zhao family's arrangements? Brother Quanzhen, you have always been better than me in this regard, you can make your own decisions. Lu Yun said directly. He knew that Lu Quanzhen was better than him in handling affairs. He was able to be elected as the head of the family because of his father's consideration for his mother Lu Maiyan and Qingzhu Mountain. We brothers just chat casually, and sooner or later, you will have to take over the affairs of Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Quanzhen smiled softly. He had no interest in family affairs in his early years, and only wanted to work hard to practice and break through the foundation. But after meeting his uncle Chu Cheng, he saw a wider world. He knew that the cultivation world of Zhang Kingdom was too small. He had to raise his horizons and look at the entire cultivation world of southern wilderness. Only in this way can he fulfill his promise with his uncle and condense a top-grade golden elixir within 100 years. Since the Zhao family has surrendered to our family, The next step is naturally to stabilize the situation of the Zhao family and make them return to their hearts. During this period, we also need to win over a group of people from the Zhao family. I have seen that in addition to the main vein, the Zhao family has two veins. Lu Yun said with some hesitation on his face. That's right, it's about raising the collateral line to suppress the direct line, and raising the branch line to suppress the main line. For families like the Zhao family, the branch lines are usually not taken seriously, and their sense of family belonging is relatively poor. As long as we give them some sweet things, they are willing to be dogs. Lu Quanxian smiled and said, but Brother Yun, political tricks are not up to standard. In this world, only strength is the kingly way. Just like the Zhao family is a vassal who submits to our family, they are afraid of father, and Uncle Li, and Jiu Ayao. So we don't need to spend too much time on the Zhao family to stabilize their situation and make them return to their hearts. As long as father and aunts are here, the Zhao family will not dare to have any crooked thoughts and can only be obedient and be dogs. If you are in a good mood, reward them with a few bones. If they dare to disobey and procrastinate in doing things, just kill them directly. Anyway, there are many Zhao family members who are willing to be dogs. You must know that villains are afraid of power and not virtue. The more polite and easygoing you are, the more they will understand your temper and bottom line, and they will become more and more aggressive. Lu Quanxian looked at the information on the Jade Book and said nonchalantly, fear of power but not virtue. Lu Yun was stunned for a moment, then a look of realization appeared on his face, and then he said a little embarrassedly, Brother Quanxian, I understand what you mean, but if this is spread out and known by other families, will it affect our family's reputation? Brother Yun, as I said before, strength is the king. Lu Quanxian looked up and smiled and said, with father and aunts here, other families dare not say anything gossipy. If we really want to talk about reputation, our family won the Behu Mountain from the Yu family, and today we won the Behu Mountain. Is it good to spread the reputation? Others dare not gossip about such things. How can they care about these insignificant little things? As long as our family is strong enough, no matter what we do, there will be people who praise us. Lu Quanxian said, patting his younger brother on the shoulder. He knew that Aunt Lu Maoyan was the mistress of the family in her early years, managing all the big and small affairs in the backyard, and lacked discipline for Lu Yun. But in order to set an example for the family, Lu Maoyan has very strict requirements on the behavior and character of Lu Yun and his siblings. In his early years, Lu Yun was doted on by the four elders of Qingzhu Mountain, and he was a little spoiled. But under Lu Maoyan's strict teaching, his character gradually became submissive, and he listened to his mother Lu Maoyan's arrangements in everything, lacking self-confidence. In his daily behavior, he has always been learning from his father Lu Changsheng, but he only learned the appearance, which makes him indecisive and too upright. This is not only Lu Yun's problem, but many Lu family children have this problem. I understand. Lu Yun nodded, and then smiled bitterly, Brother Quanxian, in fact, I have always thought that you are more suitable for the position of the head of the family than me. In 2 years, the head of the family will change. If you are willing, I think my father will definitely agree. Lu Yun has always understood that he is indecisive and lacks ruthlessness and decisiveness. Haha, Brother Yun, you don't have to belittle yourself. If you are the head of the family, at least the family will be harmonious, and your brothers and sisters will recognize you. Lu Quanxian smiled and said, although Lu Yun lacks ruthlessness and decisiveness, he has always been conscientious as the head of the family, doing things fairly and impartially, and will not rely on power to seek pleasure, so his brothers and sisters in the family all recognize him. The two brothers chatted for a while, and after discussing and confirming the matter, they began to arrange tasks and mobilize all the Lu family members. Tisk tisk tisk, this Zhao family is worthy of being a family that has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years. It really has some foundation. At this time, Lu Changsheng and Lu Maoji came to the cave where the ancestor of the Zhao family was in seclusion. This is the spiritual eye of the White Tiger Mountain spiritual vein. The spiritual energy is very rich and has reached the level of the second level upper grade. It's not that the White Tiger Mountain spiritual vein is the second level upper grade. It's that there is only one foundation building cultivator, the ancestor of the Zhao family, and a second level monster in the White Tiger Mountain, and the spiritual energy is more than enough. Therefore, through the gathering spirit formation, the concentration of spiritual energy in the cave can easily reach the second level upper grade. Through the source spirit pupil technique, Lu Changsheng saw that the spiritual vein of the White Tiger Mountain has already shown signs of being promoted to the second-level upper-grade spiritual vein. Just one spiritual source pearl can immediately be promoted to the second-level upper-grade spiritual vein. But this spiritual vein is destined not to be promoted to the second-level upper grade. Lu Changsheng exhaled lightly. Prepare to intercept part of the origin from this spiritual vein to nourish his own spiritual vein. However, in order to intercept the spiritual vein, he still needs to make some preparations. Although he has acquired the skills of a dragon seeker, due to time constraints, the basic instruments of a dragon seeker are not yet ready. In this way, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj stayed in Behu Mountain. Let Li Fiayu take Lu Xianzi, Lu Xiaoru and other children back to Behu Mountain first. After all, these children have affairs in the family, and staying away for a long time will have an impact. Only Lu Quansun, Lu Yun, and Lu Ruai are left here to handle things. At this time, Lu Changsheng looked at the assets of the Zhao family and the expenses over the years, and by the way, he understood why the ancestors of the Zhao family coveted their own spiritual stone mines. Too poor. Although the Zhao family's conditions are good and they have been at their peak, due to the Battle of the Blackwater Pond, the family suffered heavy losses, resulting in a lack of successors. Therefore, the ancestor of the Zhao family has increased the training of the family's children, causing Behu Mountain to suffer losses year after year. You know, not all families are like Behu Mountain, with an ancestor like Lu Changsheng. Not only does he not rely on the family's profit income, but he also constantly pays out of his own pocket to subsidize the family. Behu Mountain has a negative expenditure, but the various expenses of the ancestors' cultivation cannot be reduced, which led to the sale of many family belongings, and the whole is getting bigger and bigger. 8 years ago, the foundation building seeds cultivated by Behu Mountain failed to impact the foundation building, which made the situation of Behu Mountain even worse. These years have been extremely difficult. Alice, although the Zhao family has a skill and is good at refining, most of the family's income comes from mineral veins. Now the mineral veins are severely mined, but there is no new profit income. Even if there is no such thing, the family will face a crisis in a few decades. Lu Changsheng shook his head and said, due to the environmental conditions of Behu Mountain, it is not suitable for large-scale planting of spiritual medicine and spiritual fields, so it is difficult for the Zhao family to open new profits. The situation of Behu Mountain can be used to open a factory or market. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. But he certainly would not use Behu Mountain to build a market. He planned to establish a branch family here after his children broke through the foundation building stage, and he could build several factories. But if I want to build a factory, I have to deal with the Jin family first. Otherwise, the two families are adjacent. Once Behu Mountain is hit, I will suffer heavy losses. Lu Changsheng shook his head and did not think much about it. He planned to keep Behu Mountain as it is for now and talk about it later. Although Behu Mountain is very poor, the family has been passed down for nearly 1,000 years, so it still has some foundation. For example, in terms of magic tools and spiritual tools. The Zhao family does not have many ordinary magic tools and spiritual tools, and most of them are sold. But there are still several fine magic tools and spiritual tools handed down in the treasure house. These are fine magic tools and spiritual tools cast by the ancestors of the previous generations of the Zhao family for the family. If they are sold, they can easily sell for tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, Lu Changsheng naturally would not sell these magic tools, and chose to keep them for his own use. The next day, the news about Behu Mountain and Behu Mountain spread immediately, like a huge rock smashed into a pond, causing huge waves in the surrounding area. And this news spread quickly to the entire Qingyun territory. Because it was too amazing. It wasn't Behu Mountain that defeated Behu Mountain. It was Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, who worked together to defeat Jin Zun, the great elder of the Jin family in Jin Longling. And during the battle, they invited a foundation-building friend to help, and revealed a second-level monster. You know, the Lu family of Behu Mountain originally had 3 foundation-building monks, Lu Changsheng, Lu Miaoj, and Ling Zixio. Lu Changsheng also has a foundation-building Taoist partner in Qingyun Sect. Now there are 2 more foundation-building warriors, adding up to 6 foundation-building warriors. This kind of combat power, looking at the entire Qingyun territory, except for the beast-controlling Su family, the 6 fake pill families can be said to be at the first level. Especially the amazing combat power of Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj. In the early years of the Red Leaf Valley market battle, it was rumored that the Lu couple practiced a joint cultivation method, and their combat power was comparable to that of the peak foundation building cultivators, and they killed 5 foundation building cultivators. Although everyone was surprised, most people thought it was full of water and exaggerated. But at this time, the great elder of Jinlongling, Qingzhu, a well-known foundation building cultivator who had the potential to achieve fake elixir or even elixir formation in the future, was defeated by the couple. It was really unexpected and shocking. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain has only been established for more than 10 years, but I didn't expect it to grow to such a level. I heard that the Lu couple just broke through the middle stage of foundation building, and the two of them were able to defeat the great elder of the Jin family together. If they both break through the late stage of foundation building, wouldn't they be able to defeat the fake pill and compete with a real person of Jinden? Could it be that the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain will become the 7th fake pill level family force? Humph, the late stage of foundation building is not so easy to break through. I heard that Lu Changsheng's spiritual root talent is average. He was able to break through the middle stage of foundation building so quickly. I'm afraid he has a great opportunity. White Tiger Mountain is adjacent to Jinlong Ridge. Now that Qingzhu Mountain has captured White Tiger Mountain, it is probably a thorn in the eyes of Jinlong Ridge, and it will definitely confront Qingzhu Mountain. Tisk tisk tisk, if the fake pale ancestor of the Jin family kills Qingzhu Mountain and dies with a Lu couple, that would be interesting. I heard that the owner of Qingzhu Mountain is a beautiful woman, loves to have children, and treats his wives, concubines and children very well. If you can marry a few girls in your family to this ancestor Lu, I think the two families can also be friendly for a long time. Linger, Menger, follow me to meet this Lu patriarch. The Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, even if Qingzhu Mountain will surely rise in the future, Jinlongling is the biggest enemy now. Minger, do we have any girls of marriageable age in our family now? As the news spread, countless people exclaimed in amazement and discussion. After many family forces learned the news, they immediately came to meet Lu Changsheng, or prepared to discuss alliances and cooperation. Qingzhu Mountain. Changsheng and Majestic actually defeated the elder of the Jin family. After hearing the news, Lu Yuanding and the 4 elders and others were all shocked and speechless. In the Battle of Red Leaf Valley, they all regarded Lu Changsheng's words as lies. They deliberately spread this rumor to build momentum for the market. Unexpectedly, the two people's fighting power was so amazing that they actually defeated the elder of the Jin family of Jinlongling together. You know, the Jin family of Jinlongling, and this elder of the Jin family, are all existences that they can only look up to in Qingzhu Mountain, and it is difficult to even meet them. But now, they have been defeated by Lu Changsheng and Lu Majestic. Will Aunt and Uncle Changsheng offend Jinlongling now? Will they cause trouble? Lu Muping, the new ancestor of the Lu family, was a little worried. He has been sitting in Qingzhu Mountain for these years and has not yet revealed his foundation building cultivation. But as time passed, the Lu family had already known about it and leaked the news to the outside world. Changsheng and Majestic dared to do this, they must have been sure. Lu Yuanding said firmly. Although he was worried on his face, there was a sense of pride in his eyes. After all, these two people are his daughter and son-in-law. How could he not be proud to hear such news? Question mark. The great cultivator who was expected to form a pill was defeated by his daughter and son-in-law. Doesn't this mean that his daughter and son-in-law are expected to form a fake pill or even form a pill in the future? Ha, I didn't expect that I, Lu Yuanding, would see such a day in my lifetime. It's worth it even if I die. Lu Yuanding thought about it and laughed happily. I think that's more like it, old lady, but it's all thanks to you, Yuanding, for bringing Changsheng back to our family. The 4th elder looked old, but because he had taken the 2nd level longevity pill, his complexion was good, and he smiled and sighed. 8th Grandpa, Grandma, don't say that, you don't have to worry about things now, take good care of your health, maybe you can see the day when Aunt and Uncle form a pill. Lu Muping said respectfully to Lu Yuanding. Although he was the ancestor of the Lu family, he was very respectful to Lu Yuanding and the 4 elders. Not only because the two were his elders, but also because they were the elders of Lu Changsheng. Form a pill. Lu Yuanding didn't say anything. But at this moment, he and the 4th elder showed a bit of yearning in their eyes, wondering if there would really be such a day. After all, this is a real person who has formed a pill. Before this, let alone forming a pill, even a fake pill was already in existence that they could not reach. If such a day really comes, even if we don't see it, we will die without regrets, Lu Yuanding and the four elders thought in their hearts. Chapter 323, The Jin Family Plans the Third Advance Lottery. Cutting off the spiritual vein. Jinlong Ridge. The children and cultivators of the Jin family were shocked when they heard the rumors from the outside world. They couldn't believe the news. After all, Jin Zuan was the great elder of their Jin family, the first person under the ancestor. But now, the outside world actually rumored that their great elder was defeated by Lu Changsheng and his wife from Qingzhu Mountain. How is this possible? The great elder has a profound cultivation. How could he be defeated by the Lu couple from Qingzhu Mountain? It is rumored that the Lu couple from Qingzhu Mountain practiced a joint cultivation method, and their combat power is comparable to the peak of foundation building. Is it true? No wonder the great elder came back yesterday with a gloomy face and said nothing. The cultivators of the Jin family discussed it. Yesterday, Jin Zuan was defeated and returned in a mess, so he naturally couldn't afford to lose this person. After returning to Jinlong Ridge, he went directly back to his cave. As a result, the Jin family failed to learn the news in the first time. Faced with this situation, the head of the Jin family and several elders immediately came to Jin Zuan's cave and asked about the situation in Qingzhu Mountain at that time. After all, rumors from the outside world are rumors from the outside world. They still have to learn from Jin Zuan, the person involved. If it was a rumor, the Jin family would naturally come forward to clarify it. If it was true, the Jin family would save their dignity. Yes, I did lose to the Lu couple. Jin Zuan was pale, his breath was weak, and he said in a bad tone. Hiss. 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 Although they knew that the news was probably true, the Jin family and others couldn't help but take a breath when they heard it. I remember that Qingzhu Mountain was established only more than 10 years ago. Lu Changsheng and his wife should not be very old, right? An elder of the Jin family frowned and said. Well, Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj are both under 60 years old. The head of the Jin family said with a serious face. Hiss. Several people were surprised when they heard this. For a foundation building cultivator, 50 or 60 years old is very young. Like their Jin family's great elder Jin Zuan, he just passed his 120th birthday a few years ago. Even so, he was still praised as having the ability to form a pill. They are already in the middle stage of foundation building at the age of less than 60. If they continue to grow, they will most likely break through to the late stage of foundation building, or even the peak of foundation building in the future. An elder of the Jin family murmured, his eyes full of fear. Lu Changsheng and his wife are now in the middle stage of foundation building, and they can defeat Jin Zuan. If they both break through to the late stage of foundation building, their combat power is simply unimaginable. It is estimated that even the fake Dan Zhenren may not be their opponent. He still looked at Jin Zuan with some disbelief, and asked in a low voice, Grand Elder, are the combat power of the Lu couple really so terrifying? The Lu couple's cultivation method is very powerful. The two of them work together, and their combat power is indeed not weaker than the peak of foundation building. Even though Jin Zuan was aggrieved in his heart, he still admitted it out loud. However, he snorted coldly and continued, but if it was just that, this elder would not be defeated by the two of them. The head of the Jin family and others looked at Jin Zuan, wanting to know the details. Talisman formation. Jin Zuan's face was gloomy, his eyes were sharp, and he uttered two words. What really made me suffer was Lu Changsheng's talisman array. This person must have obtained a great opportunity. His spiritual consciousness is not weaker than mine, and he has comprehended the art of talisman array to a very high level. In a moment, he can refine talismans into arrays. As long as there are enough talismans, Lu Changsheng will have a combat power that is not weaker than the peak of foundation building. This is the most terrifying thing about this couple. The two of them work together, which is comparable to the peak of foundation building. During this period, Lu Changsheng was multitasking undistracted from controlling the talisman array. Only the ancestor can kill him. Jin Zuan recalled the battle yesterday and felt very aggrieved. If his natal spiritual weapon had not been trapped by the talisman array, which prevented him from exerting his full strength, he was confident that he would not lose to the two. Even if he could not defeat Lu Changsheng and the other two, the other party could not defeat him. Thinking of his natal spiritual weapon, Jin Zuan's face became gloomy and ugly, and his palms clenched. He had the 9th level of foundation building cultivation, and he had 10 years left to practice the peak of foundation building and prepare for the matter of forming a pill. But in this battle, his life spirit weapon was damaged, causing him to hurt his origin, and he needed to recuperate for several years. Even if he relied on natural treasures and elixirs to recover, the fact that his life spirit weapon was taken away would have a certain impact on his future efforts to form a pill and fake pills. The art of the talisman array. The Lu couple are both second-level talisman masters, especially Lu Changsheng, who is ranked as a second-level top talisman master. No one knows how many talismans he has hidden. That's right, although the talisman array is very expensive, with hundreds of talismans, how many people dare to bet on how many talismans he has hidden in his hands? It seems that if you want to kill him, you must take him by surprise and kill him with thunder. This boy is so terrifying at such a young age, he must not be left alive. When the Jin family heard this, they all looked heavy and felt that Lu Changsheng's situation was difficult. Although they had heard of Lu Changsheng in their early years, they did not have a clear understanding of him. At this moment, through Jin Zuan's narration, they deeply realized how powerful Lu Changsheng and his wife were. The husband and wife worked together, comparable to two peak foundation building masters. In this situation, only the ancestor of their Jin family, or the whole family, could kill them. But their Jin family couldn't do that. First, the price was too high. If their Jin family did this, they would hurt their vitality if they were not careful. And if other family forces around them saw that their family was weak, they would come up and take a bite. Second, their Jin family had no reason to take action against Qingzhu Mountain for no reason. In the early years, Qingyun Sect set a rule. The family forces under its rule could not rob and occupy other people's spiritual land for no reason. This is why all families must have a legitimate reason to take action and occupy the righteousness. In addition to paying attention to reputation, it is mainly the rules of Qingyun Sect. Grand Elder, this matter must be reported to the ancestor immediately. The head of the Jin family looked at the Grand Elder and asked, now that such a thing has occurred, their Jin family must respond. The ancestor is in seclusion, and you can notify him normally, but there is no need for emergency notification. Jin Zuan thought for a moment and said. The ancestor of the Jin family, as a fake Danzunren, naturally stopped asking about family affairs. He spent most of his time in seclusion to comprehend magic and magical powers, and cultivate the arts of immortality. He did such a shameful thing, how could he have the face to ask the ancestor to come out of seclusion? But the Lu couple dared to do this, obviously they expected that our Jin family would not do anything to them. Jin Zuan's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, in this case, our Jin family will give him a good favor. Grand Elder, what do you mean? The head of the Jin family narrowed his eyes slightly, and understood what Jin Zuan meant. But the other party was arrogant. If the other party did not take the initiative in such matters, even if he was the head of the family, he would not dare to do so. Lu Changsheng dares to be so arrogant. In addition to his strength, he also knows that many family forces are afraid of our Jin family, eyeing them covetously, and will not fight with him in Qingzhu Mountain. He even wants to use his reputation and prestige to take the opportunity to unite with other families, so as to quickly develop his family power. Jin Zhu said coldly, in this case, we will help him. You spread the news to the outside world, saying that Lu Changsheng and Lu Miaoj, the couple, are working together, and their combat power is comparable to that of the Falstan Patriarch. And Lu Changsheng's talisman formation, even the Falstan Patriarch is not his opponent. If this elder had not had a way to save his life in this battle, he would have almost died in the hands of the two of them. Humph, these families are afraid of our Jin family, but aren't they afraid of the rise and growth of Qingzhu Mountain? Jin Zhu said with a gloomy face and fierce eyes. He suffered such a big loss, and he lost all his face. And he couldn't get this face back in a short time. In this case, he held Lu Changsheng high, so that he would not look too unbearable. If someone, the family forces know about this, and take action against Qingzhu Mountain, it would be a win-win situation for him. Yes, Great Elder. The head of the Jin family nodded quickly. You can use your connections to spread this news to the ears of several ancestors of the Beast Tamer Su family. Jin Zuan continued. In the Qingyun territory, although their Jin Longling is the first step, but it is far from being comparable to the overlord of the Beast Tamer Su family. After all, the Beast Tamer Su family did not rise up by relying on a generation of giant ancestors. Instead, it truly has a family heritage of thousands of years. Under the giant and ancestors of all generations, there are not only the two great Dao soldiers, the water snake and the fire crow, but it is rumored that there are also third-level clan spirit beasts in the family to keep the inheritance going. The surrounding small families may prefer Bihu Mountain to rise, rather than seeing their Jinlangling live well. But the beast tamer Su family is different. As one of the three major families of Jiang State and the only family in the Qingyun territory, the beast tamer Su family is absolutely unwilling to have too many families rise in this territory. The more potential there is, the more it should be strangled in the cradle. After all, it is better to suppress others than to work hard on your own. Grand Elder, don't worry. The head of the Jin family understood what Jin Zun meant and nodded. At this moment, his face was also full of solemnity. Because the more Jin Zun was like this, it showed that he was more wary and afraid of Lu Changsheng. As a result, he was also full of fear of Lu Changsheng and Bihu Mountain. After all, if you think about it carefully, Lu Changsheng's rise along the way is indeed full of legends. He is a person with great luck and great fortune who has the ability to form a pill. Such people cannot be measured by common sense, and his Jin family must not take it lightly. Immediately, the head of the Jin family immediately convened a meeting and started a series of work. Not only did they spread and praise the Bihu Mountain incident, but they also targeted Bihu Mountain and Bihu Mountain in many ways. At this moment, Bihu Mountain, in the hall. Fellow Taoist Ning, fellow Taoist Mo, rest assured. This time, Lu is against Bihu Mountain because the Zhao family is too bullying. Although Bihu Mountain now belongs to my Bihu Mountain, the cooperation with your two families remains unchanged. In the future, the two families can deepen cooperation and business exchanges. Lu Changsheng looked at the ancestors of the Ning family and the Mo family in front of him and laughed. The Ning family of Zishan and the Mo family of Timulin both have friendly relations with Bihu Mountain. But in this Bihu Mountain incident, the two families rushed to Bihu Mountain to meet and test Lu Changsheng's attitude and discuss cooperation. Faced with this, Lu Changsheng naturally adopted a conciliatory policy. Not only did all the cooperation remain the same, but also gave up some of the benefits to the two families. Faced with such a situation, both families brought their legitimate daughters to hope to deepen the relationship between the two families. Most marriages between families are somewhat effective, but not much. But the Lu family of Bihu Mountain is different. Lu Changsheng, the ancestor of the Lu family, not only personally took concubines, but also was willing to let the concubines give birth to multiple heirs. For the immortal cultivation family that attaches great importance to family bloodline, this behavior can be said to be full of sincerity. After all, the child born in the future will have half of their family's blood. As long as their family gives more help to the child during this growth stage, won't the child help their family after he grows up? If the offspring born is gifted and stands out among Lu Changsheng's children, it will be a great thing for their family. Therefore, they think it is not worth it to send the talented daughter of the family to other families for marriage, and they feel distressed and reluctant. But it is worth it to give it to Lu Laozu. After the three chatted for a long time, the two ancestors left with satisfaction. Lu Laozu also showed satisfaction on his face. The daughter sent by the Mo family ancestor is a fourth-grade spiritual root, which can be said to be full of sincerity. Although the daughter sent by the Ning family ancestor only has a sixth-grade spiritual root, they are twins with good looks. For this kind of thing, it is actually very good. After all, to be given to Lu Laozu as a concubine, not only must the spiritual root talent be good, it must also be good-looking, well-behaved and sensible, and know how to please people. This results in not many options. Moreover, for most foundation-building families, the middle-grade spiritual root is already a gift. With the blessing of the true ancestors, a top-grade spiritual root appeared in the family. How could it be given to others as a concubine? Either send it to the sect, or cultivate it well at home. Bihu Mountain. These days, Bihu Mountain is very lively, with people coming and going. Many family forces that are friendly with Bihu Mountain and have marriage alliances came to pay their respects and congratulate after hearing the news. After all, Bihu Mountain has made such an amazing move, and these families need to congratulate them out of emotion and reason. Of course, in addition to congratulations, they also have a purpose. Bihu Mountain will naturally have a lot of business and affairs after conquering Bihu Mountain. They came to congratulate and show their faces, and also wanted to see if they could get some cooperation in business affairs and drink some soup. In the years since Bihu Mountain was established, families like the Su family of Zaya Hanton, The Ji family of Jiajingshan, and other families that were the first to join the Lu family and conduct marriage alliances have all drunk a lot of soup, making the family stronger. Now these families see the opportunity and naturally come one after another. In addition to small family forces, there are also many casual cultivators who come to Qingzhu Mountain and want to join Qingzhu Mountain. At this time, a foundation-building cultivator walked out of Qingzhu Mountain, looking somewhat dazed. Where did this Master Lu find a Taoist partner? When he learned that the purpose of our visit was to form an alliance and marry his granddaughter to old ancestor Lu as a concubine, he actually readily agreed and directly accepted it. And judging from his expression, he doesn't look like a disguise at all. The foundation-building old ancestor looked confused and felt that the world was a bit dreamy. After he learned about the events of Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain, he knew that Master Lu liked beautiful women and children. So he planned to give his granddaughter to old ancestor Lu as a concubine, hoping that the two families would have more exchanges. As a result, when he arrived at Qingzhu Mountain, he learned that Lu Changsheng was still in Qingzhu Mountain and had not returned. He thought he would go for nothing. Unexpectedly, after hearing the purpose of the visit, old ancestor Lu's Taoist partner Ling Zixio directly accepted it on behalf of his own Taoist partner, which made him completely confused. After all, there are fewer female foundation-building cultivators than male cultivators. If a female cultivator wants to find a Taoist partner, she can find a male cultivator who is relatively better than herself. And he has heard of Ling Zixio, the mistress of the Lu family. Not only is he a foundation-building cultivator, but he is also a master of formations. To be honest, he would be polite to such cultivators on weekdays. If he could marry such a female cultivator as a Taoist partner, it would be a great honor for his ancestors, and he would be afraid of making the other party unhappy on weekdays. But this Lord Lu not only still has many wives and concubines, but his Taoist partner is not jealous at all in the face of this, and even helps his Taoist partner to take a concubine. It's simply unbelievable. Is it because this ancestor Lu looks as handsome as an immortal? This foundation-building ancestor remembered that he had met Lu Changsheng at the Red Leaf Valley auction in his early years. He had to admit that this ancestor Lu's handsome and extraordinary appearance, like green pines and cypresses, and his graceful figure and temperament, is indeed like a banished immortal. Otherwise, when his granddaughter heard about being a concubine, she would not be so shy and timid that she would say that everything is up to her grandfather. White Tiger Mountain. As Lu Changsheng transferred some of his own people from Qingzhu Mountain, under the arrangement of Lu Quanxian and Lu Yun, the power of the head of the Zhao family was gradually hollowed out, leaving only a title. All the cultivators of the Zhao family also made a heart demon oath and signed a spiritual contract, which was considered to be completely subservient to the Lu family. Even many cultivators of the Zhao family who were outside, after learning about the family affairs, received the message and did not choose to obey the order to return to the family, but disappeared. After all, such a big thing happened in Qingzhu Mountain. Some of them were worried that the Lu family would go back on their word and kill them all. So they chose to give up their identity as Zhao family, hide their names, and become casual cultivators. Faced with this situation, even Lu Changsheng had no way. This matter is an unsolvable existence for most family forces. It is too difficult to kill them all and control them all. There will always be some fish that slip through the net. However, this kind of fish that slip through the net is also harmless. It is rare to be able to get opportunities and adventures outside, as recorded in the biography, and then become a great cultivator to avenge the family. In other words, since you have entered the world of immortal cultivation and embarked on the path of cultivation, whether you are a lone cultivator or a cultivator who wants to establish a family power, you must be mentally prepared for this. Casting pool. Lu Changsheng is asking several Zhao family cultivators to cast a magical instrument for him to cut off the spiritual vein. Although the Zhao family no longer has a second-level refiner, it can still cast a few simple magical instrument parts. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Lu Changsheng's mind. Congratulations to the host for reaching 200 descendants and winning a high-level lottery. Sure enough, Lu Changsheng heard the system prompt sound, his heart suddenly paused, and a bit of joy appeared in his eyes. He had guessed before that when his descendants reached 200, he would most likely win a high-level lottery. Now it seems that there is no guess, and the share money has arrived as promised. I don't know what I can draw this time. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, full of expectations. In the first high-level lottery, he won the 9 treasures Jade Ruai. In the second high-level lottery, he won the Zumi Tree King. Now that it is the third lottery, I think no matter what, I will not let myself down. It would be great if I could draw a technique that suits me. Lu Changsheng thought to himself. The technique he was practicing now, Seven Lights Great Freedom Sword Sutra, was a top-level technique. But through the beast techniques practiced by Honglian and Su Ruian, he knew that there were techniques that were more advanced than the authentic level in this world. If he could practice such techniques, it would be of great help to his future practice. However, such techniques were rare in the world, and even Honglian had only heard of them and got a beast technique. Now the only way for him to get such techniques was through the system. Lu Changsheng didn't think much about it. Under the respectful and fearful looks of several cultivators, he walked out of the Zhao family casting pool and came to the top of a mountain. He silently said in his heart, "System, draw a lottery." Suddenly, the advanced lottery wheel appeared, and the golden light began to rotate. After a moment, the golden light paused and stopped at the heavenly materials and earthly treasures reward column. Ling. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the exotic treasure, Wanling Bottle. The rewards have been distributed to the system space, and the host can check it at any time. A small round bottle pattern with a slender neck and an emerald green color like jade emerged from the lottery plate, accompanied by a system prompt sound. Rare treasure, Wanling Bottle. Lu Changsheng raised his eyebrows. Although it was not the technique he wanted, he still recognized the rare treasure. After all, the three rare treasures won in the previous lottery, the demonic curse book, the Zuinitan pearl, and the mysterious sky pearl, were all pretty good. Except for the demonic curse book, the other two helped him a lot. Especially the Zuinitan pearl. Lu Changsheng's mind moved slightly, and he looked at the system space. Wanling Bottle, grade, 5th order, description, the treasure of Qingmu Valley, its first ancestor, the venerable Qingmu, imitated it after seeing a Zuanshan treasure. It is of great help in cultivating spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. 5th order, it is of great help in cultivating spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. Is this Qingmu Valley a sect of spiritual plant masters, using this thing as a treasure of the sect? Lu Changsheng frowned as he looked at the description of the Wanling Bottle in front of him. He felt that the reward he received this time was really unsatisfactory. He thought for a moment, came to a cave, and took out the Wanling Bottle from the system space. Immediately, a palm-sized, emerald green bottle with a faint jade light and several leaf-shaped patterns printed on the bottle surface appeared in his hand. This bottle is made of unknown material. It looks like jade but not jade, like gold but not gold, like stone but not stone, like wood but not wood, and the material is unknown. It feels heavy in the hand, and it is filled with an ancient meaning. Wanling Shen Xianlu, 1 drop condenses in a year, and 1 drop grows for 100 years. Lu Changsheng knew the specific effect of this Wanling Bottle and was surprised. Just as the system description introduces, this Wanling Bottle is of great help in cultivating spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines. The small bottle can absorb the essence of heaven and earth by itself, and condense a liquid called Wanling Shen Xianlu in the bottle. This Wanling Qianlu can be used to cultivate spiritual plants. 4 spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs that have just been planted, 1 drop can make them grow into 100-year spiritual medicine in a few days. If it is a 100-year spiritual medicine, or a very rare and difficult to cultivate spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs, the effect will be worse. But 1 drop can also make it grow for 60 or 70 years. If it is a 1,000-year spiritual medicine, this effect will be much worse, only 30 to 50 years. But in any case, this Wanling Bottle is really helpful for the cultivation of spiritual herbs and medicinal herbs. It can be said that with this Wanling Bottle, there is no shortage of 100-year and 1,000-year spiritual medicines. This Wanling Bottle has an effect on spiritual plants. Doesn't it mean that I can use it to cultivate Zumi, Lingming Baoshu, Jixiangshu, and Gaiyaohu? In this way, even if the spiritual land at home has not reached the 3rd level, the spiritual plants can grow quickly, so that Zumi, Yunar, Zenzin, and Huanhun's heaven and earth longevity method will progress rapidly. Lu Changsheng paused in his heart and thought of the Zumi Tree King and his 3 wives at home. The Zumi Tree King can only maintain its growth now, and its cultivation has basically not improved. Although Lu Miaoyan relied on the heaven and earth longevity method to break through the 9th level of key refining in 1 step. However, due to the limited conditions of the family's spiritual land, the growth of the Lingming treasure tree is too slow, and it will take at least several decades to break through the foundation. But this Wanling Bottle's Wanling Shenshin Du, One drop can make the spiritual plant grow for 100 years in a few days. Even if the effect is worse for the third-level spiritual plants, such as the Zumi ancient tree and the Lingming treasure tree, it can at least grow for decades. From this point of view, this Wanling bottle is not bad. It can be regarded as a treasure of the Qingyun Sect. Moreover, if you get any rare spiritual plants, you can rely on this Wanling bottle to ripen them, or even mass-produce them. Lu Changsheng looked at the green bottle in his hand, his eyes narrowed, and thought to himself, I think this Wanling bottle is still a treasure, worthy of my high-level lottery. But I didn't know to give a bottle of Wanling Shenshengju at the beginning, it's too ignorant. Lu Changsheng said speechlessly after looking at the Wanling bottle. It is very simple to condense this Wanling Shenxianlu. As long as it is placed in the outside world, it will absorb the essence of heaven and earth and condense the Wanling Shenxianlu. There is no need to do anything by yourself. Just thinking that it will take a year to see the effect really makes Lu Changsheng a little uncomfortable. A month later, the instruments needed by Lu Changsheng to intercept the origin of the spiritual veins are finally ready. He and Lu Mayaoj came to the White Tiger Mountain Spirit Eye. Sister Mayaoj, I have a secret method that can intercept the origin of the spiritual veins and use it to nourish and upgrade other spiritual veins. I plan to intercept part of the origin of the White Tiger Mountain spiritual vein to cultivate the Qingzhu Mountain spiritual vein. You help me watch outside and don't let anyone disturb me. Lu Changsheng said to his wife Lu Mayaoj. He dared to do two things at the same time, such as refining pills and making talismans. But he didn't dare to mess around with things like intercepting spiritual veins, so he called Lu Mayaoj to protect him. Intercept the origin of spiritual veins. Lu Mayaoj's jade face was slightly stunned. It was the first time she heard of such a shocking method. She didn't ask any more questions, and nodded immediately, saying, Okay, Changsheng, don't worry. Source Spiritual Pupil Technique. Lu Changsheng used the Source Spiritual Pupil Technique, and two purple lights shot out of his eyes to understand the details of the spiritual vein. Intercepting a spiritual vein is not a random interception, and the location of the spiritual vein must be selected. After exploring the general situation through the Source Spiritual Pupil Technique, Lu Changsheng slapped his storage bag, and the true Yang 5 element sword appeared. Clang! Lu Changsheng drove the flying sword to break through the ground. This spiritual eye was built just under the cave. Although the formation of the cave was closed by Lu Changsheng, a layer of unknown metal was laid on the ground. If Lu Changsheng's cultivation was not extraordinary, it would be impossible for an ordinary foundation building cultivator to break through this floor. Clang! The clanging sound in the cave continued. It took more than half an hour for Lu Changsheng to break through a thick layer of metal foundation on the ground. Damn it, I have to carry a shovel and a hoe with me in the future, otherwise it will be too troublesome and it will consume the flying sword too much. Lu Changsheng let out a long sigh, feeling that it was too strenuous to use a flying sword to do this kind of thing. But he couldn't let others do this kind of hard work. After thinking about it, he took out Jin Zuan's life spirit weapon from the storage ring and used it as a shovel. At this moment, his quasi third-level body refining was reflected here. In this way, Lu Changsheng dug while checking the spiritual veins through the Source Spiritual Pupil Technique, and finally found the White Tiger Mountain spiritual vein. This spiritual vein looks like a giant rock layer like a pyramid, radiating and spreading throughout the White Tiger Mountain, accompanied by 3 first-level small spiritual veins. The spiritual vein can actually be regarded as a kind of natural treasure. Over the endless years, through various reasons, the spiritual essence of heaven and earth gradually formed, and was called the spirit of the mountain and river by the dragon seeker. The spirit of the mountain and river is very special. Once formed, it will continuously produce spiritual energy. However, it grows very slowly and cannot move at all. During this period, once the terrain of mountains, rivers changes, it will affect the spirit of mountains and rivers, and thus affect the entire spiritual land. Huh? Lu Changsheng looked at the spiritual vein in front of him, and after confirming the situation, he sat cross-legged to adjust his breathing. The matter of intercepting the origin of the spiritual vein cannot be sloppy. Once an accident occurs, the entire spiritual vein may be destroyed. If he had not obtained the second-level full-level dragon hunting skill, he would have been in battle and extremely skilled, and he really didn't dare to try it easily. Zhanshan. A compass appeared in Lu Changsheng's hand, and he pinched his hands and shot the compass. But the compass showed a yellowish-brown luster, covering the entire giant rock layer. Then he slapped the storage bag. Swish, 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 I saw that one by one, the black long nail magic tools were driven into the origin of the spiritual vein under Lu Changsheng's control. The spiritual energy that White Tiger Mountain exuded to the outside was obviously much slower. Lu Changsheng looked serious and focused, and cast a magic spell on each black long nail. After a long time, the pyramid-like giant rock layer was wrapped in a layer of earthy yellow luster, making the spirit vein seem to be sleeping, without any spiritual energy leaking out. Source Spirit Intercepting Technique. Immediately, Lu Changsheng saw this, and cast a three-legged round tripod, dropped it on the spirit vein, and pinched his hands repeatedly. Buzz buzz buzz, the giant rock-like spirit vein seemed to tremble at this moment, and spiritual energy was shaking and leaking out, making the entire White Tiger Mountain vein seem to tremble. Facing this situation, Lu Changsheng was also a little nervous. However, after the spirit vein trembled for a moment, the three-legged round tripod was seen lingering with an ancient luster and blending into the giant rock layer. Seeing this scene, Lu Changsheng was relieved immediately. He did not relax, and focused on the situation in front of him, and from time to time, he formed seals and cast spells with his hands. In this way, time passed little by little. A few days later, Chi. Lu Changsheng shouted softly, and cast spells towards the spirit vein. The three-legged round tripod that was integrated into it slowly reappeared from the spirit vein. It can be seen that the originally empty three-legged round tripod now contained a small rock layer similar to the spirit vein. It's done. Lu Changsheng's eyes showed joy. Collect. He shouted softly, pinched his hands and slowly put away the three-legged round tripod. Then he repeated the steps one by one, pulling out the black long nails that had been driven into the spirit vein one by one. As he did so, the spirit vein of Qingzhu Mountain began to radiate spiritual energy again. However, the concentration of spiritual energy was obviously not as good as before. Originally, the spirit vein of Qingzhu Mountain was almost promoted to the second level upper grade, but now it is a bit of a stretch to be the second level middle grade. Chapter 324, Marriage Matters, Cultivating Spiritual Veins. Changsheng, what's going on? Lu Mioj saw Lu Changsheng walk out of the cave, her beautiful eyes full of tenderness and concern. She was here, she could faintly sense the changes in the movement of the spirit vein. Knowing that Lu Changsheng wanted to intercept the origin of the spirit vein, it must be difficult. It's done. Lu Changsheng looked at his wife's gentle and beautiful face and laughed. While speaking, he raised his palm lightly, and a three-legged bronze tripod wrapped in a yellowish-brown luster appeared. Is this the origin of the spirit vein? Lu Mioj looked at the small tripod, her beautiful eyes full of surprise and curiosity. She knew about the spirit vein, but had never seen the appearance of the spirit vein, and didn't know what the origin of the spirit vein was. In other words, most people only know about the spirit vein, but when asked to tell them what the spirit vein is, they can't tell the reason. Yes, this is the origin of the spirit vein I intercepted from Qingzhu Mountain. Lu Changsheng nodded and explained the principle to him. Changsheng, how much impact will intercepting the spirit vein in this way have on Qingzhu Mountain? Lu Mioj asked softly. The matter of intercepting the spiritual vein is of great significance. If other families knew about it, they would be afraid. There is an impact, but it is not too serious. The spiritual vein of Qingzhu Mountain was about to be promoted to the second level upper grade, and now it is barely maintaining the second level middle grade. Now that the Zhao family has no foundation building cultivators, they may notice it, but it will not be very obvious. Lu Changsheng said so. Since he intercepted the spiritual vein, he naturally considered this aspect. It can barely maintain the second level middle grade spiritual vein. Lu Mioj nodded slightly. This level of spiritual vein is enough for a family. Besides, the current situation of the Zhao family does not have too many requirements for spiritual veins. Since the matter is almost handled, let Quanzhen take charge of this. Let's go back to Qingzhu Mountain first. Lu Changsheng put away the small tripod and said aloud. Now that the situation in Qingzhu Mountain has stabilized and the spiritual vein has been intercepted, he is naturally ready to go back. These days, the rumors about him, Qingzhu Mountain, and Jin Longling have become more and more weird. There are also some matters related to the alliance that need him, the ancestor, to go back and deal with them. Okay. Lu Mioj responded softly. Immediately, the two came to the main hall of Qingzhu Mountain and called all their children. Quanzhen, you will be in charge of Qingzhu Mountain. I will temporarily hand over Jiu Ao to you. If there is any problem, Send a message to your father as soon as possible. If Jinglongling or other forces come to cause trouble, you should escape through the talisman as soon as possible, and don't fight with him." Lu Changsheng looked at his son Lu Quanzhen and said. He was very relieved that his son Lu Quanzhen was in charge of Beihu Mountain. As for the Jin family of Jinglongling, it was basically impossible for the other party to suddenly attack Beihu Mountain. If this situation really happened, Lu Quanzhen could also escape with the talisman as soon as possible. "Yes, father." Lu Quanzhen, wearing a black brocade robe and with a clear and handsome face, bowed his hands and responded. "Leave the things to the people below, and you should focus on practicing. If the Zhao family dares to have any ill intentions, just kill them directly." Lu Changsheng patted his son on the shoulder and said softly. Although everyone in the Zhao family made a vow to the devil and signed a spiritual contract. But no matter the heart demon oath or the spiritual contract, for the low-level cultivators who are not afraid of death in the Heartless Avenue, the binding force is limited. After all, this is how they live their lives. They are not afraid of death. What kind of binding force can the spiritual contract oath alone have? Although Lu Changsheng has means such as the Forbidden God Talisman. But these people are not worth his use of such means at all. Please rest assured, father, I know. Lu Quanzhen's handsome face showed a little smile, his eyes were narrow and long, and his eyebrows were soft. Lu Yun, who was standing next to him, heard his father's words and thought of the conversations he had had with Lu Quanzhen these days. His father was able to go from a son-in-law to the present in just a few decades. Naturally, he was not as gentle as he seemed. In other words, his gentleness was limited to his family and people around him. He would not treat outsiders like this at home. "Yuner, Kaizhen, Kingsong. Let's go." Lu Changsheng shouted to the other children. He immediately drove the spirit boat and took his children back to Beihu Mountain. Farewell to the mountain master. Farewell to the ancestor. At the mountain gate, a monk from the Lu family and 2 monks from the Zhao family immediately bowed to Lu Changsheng. One day later, Lu Changsheng and others returned to Beihu Mountain. With his return, the family was suddenly filled with joy. After all, this incident was a big happy event for Beihu Mountain. Now that he has returned triumphantly, he naturally has to celebrate. Husband, father, daddy. One concubine after another brought their children to congratulate Lu Changsheng. Many of them did not understand so much what would be the consequences of Beihu Mountain taking over Beihu Mountain. They only knew that their husbands and fathers were powerful, and the family had grown stronger. Good, good, good. Facing such a scene, Lu Changsheng was also full of smiles and laughed heartily. It must be said that every time he saw his wives, concubines, and children looking at him with admiration, asking about his well-being, and congratulating him, he felt wonderful and comfortable in his heart. The immortal road is lonely and cold. How lonely is it to be alone? Only great love can bring peace to the world, and there are people to accompany, care about, support, and share the great way, so that I can always have the persistence and motivation to practice hard and ask for immortality. Lu Changsheng murmured in his heart, and he felt that his thoughts were smooth. I knew that the world was difficult at an early age, but I still allowed great love to bring peace to the world. The warm sun is like a torch all the way, and we are in the same boat on the immortal road. If loneliness and solitude are the companions on the immortal road, then it is really lonely at the top. My dear. After a while, Ling Zixiao learned that Lu Changsheng had returned and came with his daughter. Bai Ling, as her little follower, was holding Lu Lingxiao on the side. Since Ling Zixiao gave birth to the twins, Bai Ling has an extra job to help Ling Zixiao take care of the children. So many. Lu Changsheng was slightly stunned when he heard Ling Zixiao's words. He has been in Beihu Mountain these days, and many families have come to congratulate him. I hope to establish a good relationship between the 2 surnames and establish a century-long relationship. But there are only 4 families in total, and a total of 5 concubines have been sent. However, Ling Zixiao said that in recent days, a total of 10 families came to pay respects and congratulate, wanting to have their descendants serve Patriarch Lu. Not many, there are also some small families, forces, or casual cultivators who admire Master Lu and want to recommend themselves, but I declined. Ling Zixiao, wearing a lake blue palace dress, with a plump figure and a dignified and beautiful face, smiled and said, "My lord, you won't blame me, right?" "What are you talking about, Zixiao? Just make the arrangements." Although Patriarch Lu thought this was good news, he naturally wouldn't be too happy at this time. Immediately, Several people discussed this matter. In the end, it was decided that 1 month later, Lu Changsheng would directly hold a wedding ceremony and take all the women from these families as concubines. This would not only show goodwill for cooperation to these families. At that time, we can also take this opportunity to further discuss cooperation matters with these families. My dear, now there are more and more rumors in the outside world. Some even say that you and Maya Oja are as powerful as Fake Dan, and their talisman array is enough to kill Fake Dan. Although many people know that this news is most likely spread by the Jin family and other families, they will still be afraid after hearing it. Ling Zixiao continued to say to Lu Changsheng. Lu Changsheng was silent. When he heard the news, he wondered how the Jin family knew his secret. Could it be that the Jin family also knew the art of divination and deduction? However, after some thought, he knew that the Jin family was deliberately praising him to death. They lifted him up high and suppressed their own development in this way. After all, the cake is so big. If a family force wants to rise, it will inevitably snatch the cake of others. How could the amazing combat power of Behu Mountain at this time be limited to Behu Mountain and Behu Mountain? It will certainly erode other family forces. Faced with this situation, other families will have a sense of crisis. This is why so many family forces came to Behu Mountain to show goodwill this time. Because it is no longer limited to the surrounding family forces. Many family forces far away from Behu Mountain also came to test their attitude and understand the situation. Don't worry about these news. Our family will try to keep a low profile in the future. Regarding Behu Mountain, my idea is to hand it over to the Ning family, the Mo family and several small families around. In this way, even if Behu Mountain encounters any accidents, we will not suffer too much loss. It is also to tell the outside world that I took Behu Mountain not to expand the family power, but for the grudges between the two families. Lu Changsheng spoke up and expressed his general thoughts. The biggest difference between his family and other family forces is that there is no need to develop the family through too much aggressiveness and business of occupying territory. As long as the basic plate is maintained and there is enough time for the children to grow up, the family will be established. So at present, these interests of Behu Mountain are given up, and they also pretend to be harmless to the outside world. But to be honest, if it weren't for the incident with his daughter Lu Ruai, even if his own spiritual land is indeed a little insufficient, Lu Changsheng would not choose to rob and occupy the spiritual land. After all, this matter has made a lot of noise, which is really inconsistent with the tone of his family's development. Okay. Ling Zixiao and Lu Maiyue nodded in response, and then Lu Changsheng gave his son Lu Yun some instructions. He had already told him about this, but some of the things discussed just now needed to be handled by his son as the head of the family. For example, the matter of the concubine's wedding. At this time, Li Fiayu saw that Lu Changsheng had almost finished talking, and came to ask about the situation. Knowing that the matter had come to an end and there was nothing serious, he said goodbye and prepared to return to Qingyun Fairy City. He came back this time to go back home to take a look, make a break, and then pursue the Great Way with all his heart. It just happened that he encountered the matter of Behu Mountain, so he has been staying in Behu Mountain to avoid any dangerous situations. Now that the matter is over, he will naturally go back to take up his post. Lu Changsheng was silent for a moment when he heard this. Then he smiled, patted his broad and strong shoulders and said, "Okay, Fiayu, take care on the way. I wish you to spread your wings and fly high, and the immortal way will last forever." He knew that his friend was determined to be a Taoist, so he did not persuade him. "Keep these talismans. They will be helpful to you when you are in danger." Lu Changsheng took out 10 second-level top-level talismans and 3 third-level talismans and handed them to Li Fiayu, saying, "This, Changsheng, this is too valuable. I have received many benefits from you this time. I can't take it anymore." Although Li Fiayu couldn't see the specific grade of the talismans at a glance, he could see that these talismans were of high grade. This time, he not only obtained the body refining technique Earth Evil supporting heaven through Lu Changsheng, he also obtained 3 spiritual tools from Behu Mountain. In this case, he felt that he owed Lu Changsheng too much and could not repay it, so he was unwilling to accept any more benefits. "You are in danger in Qingyun Fairy City, so you'd better accept it. At most, you owe it to me and pay it back when you have money in the future. Or one day, when my family's business reaches Qingyun Fairy City, I still need you to take care of it." Lu Changsheng laughed out loud. He knew that Li Fei was very arrogant in his bones and didn't want to owe too many favors. Like before, the other party only had one spiritual weapon in his hand, but he still gathered 10,000 spiritual stones to give to him. Okay, but not so much, 1 or 2 life-saving talismans will be enough. If there are too many, I'm afraid I will lack a sense of crisis. Li Fei said with a wry smile. I felt that his good brother was too generous. In the end, Changsheng gave Li Fei 3 second-level top-level talismans and 1 third-level talisman. As for the substitute talisman, forget it. On the one hand, the substitute talisman is too precious and he doesn't have many. On the other hand, Li Fei has been in the 10,000 Beasts mountain range for a long time, and this talisman is really not suitable for him. After all, not every time you can be as lucky as before. If you are not careful, you may be moved to the Monster King's lair. After the two chatted for a long time, Li Fei left Qingzhu Mountain. During this period, Changsheng asked Li Fei to encounter special monster cores, 3rd-level spiritual wood, monster blood and other rare spiritual materials in Qingyun Fairy City, and he took pictures for himself. Qingyun Fairy City is close to the Qingzhu Mountain range. It is a holy place for casual cultivators. From time to time, some rare natural treasures flow into the market. It is relatively easy and much cheaper to collect some materials here. After a busy day, Changsheng returned to the top of Dian Peak. He placed the Wanling bottle on the tall and straight Zumi tree, which was as golden as jade. Let Zumi take charge of the Wanling bottle for him. The Wanling bottle must be in the outside world to absorb the essence of heaven and earth and condense the Wanling Kangshendu. If it is carried with you, it will be a little inconvenient. If it is left outside casually, it may be picked up by naughty children one day. So he put it on the top of Dian Peak, with Zumi watching over it, and he was very relieved. Late at night. Changsheng Palace. Afterwards. Zixio, you have worked hard these days. On the exquisite and luxurious white jade bed, Changsheng hugged Ling Zixio's plump and soft waist, and gently stroked the beautiful woman's fair and gorgeous skin with his palm, and said in a warm voice. Ling Zixio's elegant hair, which was usually tied up during the day, was now in disarray. Her dignified and beautiful face was as red as fire, and her bright and beautiful eyes were somewhat charming and blurred. She smiled softly and said, My dear, you should coax Zio linger more. While speaking, her slender hands were beside her, and her figure was graceful and exquisite, as if she was wrapped in a layer of scale armor. At this time, her skin was white and rosy, and Bai Ling's chest, which was glowing with pink luster, was full and lightly pinched. Not only Changsheng, she also couldn't let go of Bai Ling's skin. Especially Bai Ling's scales, which originally had a cold platinum luster, gradually became filled with a dreamy pink luster afterwards. It felt soft, silky and delicate, and was somewhat firm and powerful in its elasticity. The touch was more comfortable and wonderful than Lu Mayaoji's soft skin. Even when facing Lu Mayaoj, both of them were a little reluctant to let go, not as happy and comfortable as the timid and weak little Bai Ling who was bullied and let go. Sister Ling Bai Ling's pure and delicate face was flushed at this time, and her pair of peach blossom eyes seemed to be misty, as if she was drunk, blurred and dreamy. But her weak appearance made Ling Zixio feel that his primitive desire was aroused, and he wanted to ravage her. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart that her lover was really lucky. He was able to pick up a girl like Bai Ling when he passed by a small village. The more they got along, the more clearly she realized that the demon blood in Bai Ling's body was extraordinary. She had seen Changsheng and Nangguangmili at the beginning. She felt that Nangguangmili was indeed beautiful and charming, which made her, a woman, couldn't help but be amazed and moved. But she was not like Bai Ling, who could arouse her primitive desire. For a moment, she couldn't help but think, if that Nangong's Henren and Bai Ling were in the same bed, who would be more attractive? Haha, Zio Linger has worked hard. Changsheng turned his head to look at Bai Ling, who was as bright and beautiful as peach blossoms, and hugged her soft and smooth body into his arms, saying softly, if Zio Linger hadn't been at home, I wouldn't be at ease. Brother! Bai Ling shouted with a trembling voice, full of moving temptation. Although she knew that Changsheng was just trying to make her happy, and she couldn't help at home. But after hearing this, she still felt happy and satisfied. Changsheng and Bai Ling were whispering to each other, and after a moment of affection, he put his arm around Ling Zixio and said, Zixio, I'm lucky this time and got a spiritual eye spring. Spirit Eye Spring. Ling Zixiao couldn't help but exclaimed. After all, this kind of spiritual eye is extremely rare. It was already amazing that Lu Changsheng could take out a spiritual eye spring at the beginning. Unexpectedly, the other party actually got another spiritual eye spring at the Wujing mine. Yes, but this spirit eye spring is not as big as the one at home. If it is used to create a spiritual vein, it is estimated to be only a first-class top grade. And before, through Honglian, I learned that there is a method among dragon seekers that can intercept the origin of spiritual veins, so. Lu Changsheng continued. Let's see what Ling Zixiao thinks about the distribution of this spirit eye spring and the origin of spiritual veins. My dear, I think the spiritual veins of Bihan Peak do not need to be cultivated anymore. It is better to use this spirit eye spring to create a spiritual vein in the cave. Then with the help of the origin of the spiritual veins in the cave will be promoted to the second level. Ling Zixiao thought for a moment and then made his suggestion. Haha, Zixiao, you think the same as I do. Lu Changsheng kissed his Taoist partner's slender jade-like swan neck and laughed softly. He had thought about it before. Now the spiritual veins of Bihan Peak are of the second-class top grade. Even if they are upgraded to the second-class top grade through the Spirit Eye Spring, they are still a long way from the third level. And once the spiritual veins are promoted to the third level, it will definitely cause changes in the terrain and cause a lot of movement. If there is a war of forces, the other party can completely destroy the earth veins and spiritual veins of Qingzhu Mountain through the formation. In this case, it is better to upgrade Zumi Cave Heaven with all your strength. Zumi can continuously evolve the world in its body through growth. But at the same time, it can also feed back to itself and accelerate growth through the world in its body. Moreover, the spiritual veins are cultivated in Zumi Cave Heaven, so there is no need to worry about being known or destroyed. But you can also consider using the spiritual eye spring in the cave to create a spiritual vein, and use another spiritual eye spring to cultivate a spiritual vein in Qingzhu Mountain. Ling Zixiao continued to speak out, expressing his own ideas. Nowadays, Qingzhu Mountain is developing, and there are more and more independent cultivators and apprentices. If this continues, the area around the lake island will gradually become uninhabitable. Moreover, Qingzhu Mountain is now at odds with Jinlangling. If the two forces clash, it will still be a bit troublesome. Although they are not afraid with the Zumi Tree King sitting in charge. But Zumi is of great importance. In public, it is better to prevent Zumi from taking action as much as possible. Now that there are conditions, you can consider cultivating a branch spiritual vein. Not only will the family spiritual land be upgraded, but the family formation can also be further upgraded. By then, even if Zumi does not take action and does not use the Zumi Illusion Heaven formation, Qingzhu Mountain will be able to kill the fake pills and repel the giant with the ordinary family formation. Cultivate another spiritual vein. Lu Changsheng showed some thoughts in his heart. He felt that Qingzhu Mountain, as a basic base, continued to develop, and it was indeed necessary. Chapter 325 The ancestor took a concubine again. 1 month later, Lu Changsheng's concubine ceremony began. The ceremony was very lively. An endless stream of guests came from far and wide to congratulate him. Alice, seeing Patriarch Lu, I finally understand the motivation of cultivation. I heard that Patriarch Lu already has more than 40 concubines, and now he has 15 concubines at once. Tisk, 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 15 concubines at once. Patriarch Lu is really lucky he lives such a decadent life, but his cultivation is improving rapidly. I don't accept it. This Lu Changsheng must be practicing the method of collecting and replenishing. I will report to Qingyun Sect. If Patriarch Lu practiced a method of collecting and replenishing, how could he have so many children and spend so many resources to cultivate his children? That's right, this Patriarch Lu should be simply fond of women, like to marry and have children. As rumored, he wants to create a family by himself. I heard that Miss Lin Qingyu of the Lin family, one of the 15 people this time, is not only gifted and a genius of the Lin family, but also beautiful and extraordinary. Wow, Yaner, how can I live without you? Among the guests, many people sighed and talked, envious and jealous of Lu Changsheng's life. Among the 15 concubines, except for the Ning family of Zishu, there are twins. The others all came from different families, and they were the direct descendants of these families, and the pearls of the family. Now they have all married Lu Changsheng as concubines, which naturally makes countless people envious and jealous. Especially the family girls who married Lu Changsheng as concubines, Their looks and talents are all superior, and they have many pursuers, secret lovers, and admirers outside. Now that they know that their goddess and beloved are married to Lu Changsheng as concubines, they can't help but feel sad and heartbroken. Bian Villa. This villa was renovated and expanded in advance as a guest villa. It is magnificent with carved beams and painted rafters, spacious and grand, enough to accommodate nearly 1,000 people. There are reception staff, guests, and maids coming and going. After all, taking a concubine is not the theme of this wedding. The main thing is to meet with many families, discuss various matters, and show the attitude of Qingzhu Mountain to the outside world. Timulan, the ancestor of the Mo family, is here. Green Garden Manor, the Lin family's ancestor has arrived. Bayodan Pavilion, the chief he has arrived. Outside the villa, loud singing rang out, and people came to congratulate one after another. One by one, the natural treasures that made the key refining cultivators jealous were presented as gifts. Dad, Green Garden Mountain is a big family with 2 foundation building masters sitting in the house. Is it necessary to marry my boy to this Lu patriarch as a concubine? In a corner of the villa, a young man in brocade clothes whispered to his father, with a look of unwillingness on his face. Shut up, put away your little thoughts. If you dare to say such words again, I will break your legs. The middle-aged man heard his son's words and immediately scolded him. He knew that his son had a crush on one of the concubines who was about to marry Lu Patriarch. Then he looked at the beautiful woman next to him and said with a pleasant face, if Patriarch Lu comes out later, your uncle will take you to toast. You must perform well and seize the opportunity. If you are favored by Patriarch Lu, it will be a good thing for you and our Lu family. After all, this Patriarch Lu is not only handsome, but also very sentimental. Even if you are a slave or a maid, as long as you are loved by him and give birth to a unicorn son for him, you can be promoted to concubine in the future. The middle-aged man gave his niece many instructions. Although Patriarch Lu took 15 concubines this time. But for so many family forces who came to attend the wedding, it was really nothing. So there are still many small family forces who want to send their daughters and younger generations to Patriarch Lu as concubines, slaves and maids. At this moment, conversations like this appeared in many places inside and outside Bian Villa. After all, after the events of Qingzhu Mountain and Qingzhu Mountain and Jinzhou, the reputation of Qingzhu Mountain has been greatly improved and spread throughout the entire Qingyun area. Most of the family forces and cultivators in Qingyun have heard of the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain, and know the names of Lu family ancestor Lu Changsheng and female monarch Lu Miaoj. Before this, although the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain had a great reputation, most people only heard about it and did not have a deep understanding. Even many people knew about the Lu family of Qingzhu Mountain because of the interesting story that Lu Changsheng liked to marry wives and concubines and had many children and grandchildren. But as the things about Qingzhu Mountain, and Jinlong Ridge spread and fermented, all family forces had a clear understanding of Lu Changsheng. Although he has poor talent, he has amazing comprehension. He has great opportunities and adventures and is a person with great luck. He will be the overlord of the Qingyun land in the future. He is greedy for women and likes to take concubines. Because he was born in a mortal farmer's family, he has a strong idea of having many children and grandchildren. Such people have obvious advantages and disadvantages. So everyone is happy to make friends with Qingzhu Mountain and marry. However, after hearing about the experiences and deeds of Lu Liaozhu, many people were shocked to learn that Lu Changsheng had gone through the path of other families for hundreds of years in just a few decades, and that he had created a family of immortal cultivation. They felt that this Lu Liaozhu was simply crazy and different. However, many immortal cultivation families could understand this situation. Because through rumors, they knew that although this Lu Liaozhu had a chance encounter, his spiritual root talent was too poor and was only of low quality. The possibility of breaking through the dam was basically cut off. In the future, he could only rely on external pills to condense fake pills. So as soon as possible, use this method to continue your life, blood, and spiritual heritage. Life and reproduction, passing on the torch, are endless. If you can't live forever, pursue the great way, then pass on your blood descendants, family inheritance, and leave your name in history as a continuation of the spirit. This is a traditional concept in the world of immortal cultivation. Many immortal cultivation families hold this concept. Like the master-disciple relationship in the sect, there will also be some of this idea. In addition to inheritance, some people even have thoughts in their hearts. If there is any extraordinary person or powerful person among the younger generation, he can also revive his ancestor who has been dead for countless years, or wait for his reincarnation to save him. In the hall, Lu Changsheng, wearing a green spiritual robe, sat in the main seat. On the left and right sides were the two mistresses Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio. He was drinking and chatting with a cultivator in the hall. The one who could enter this hall and sit down, except for his special status, was the foundation building ancestor. This time, they all wanted to understand and see the attitude of this ancestor Lu. Su Ruin of the beast tamer Su family is here. At this time, a call of names was heard outside. The beast tamer Su family. Hiss, someone from the beast tamer Su family has also come. Su Ruin, I heard that this girl is a descendant of the Yeshu branch of the beast tamer Su family. After she broke through the foundation building stage last year and returned to the main branch, she rose like a comet. I didn't expect that she would come to Qingzhu Mountain to give a gift. It should be because of the Yeshu Su family. This Su family genius had a history with Qingzhu Mountain in his early years. Many people in the hall and the villa immediately spoke out. The beast tamer Su family. Lu Changsheng and Ling Zixio also paused when they heard this. Although the Yeshu Su family is a branch of the beast tamer Su family, most of the time, they still claim to be the Yeshu Su family, not the beast tamer Su family. At this time, Su Ruin prefixed the name with the beast tamer Su family, which means that the other party did not come on behalf of the Yeshu Su family, but the beast tamer Su family. The meaning is very different. Immediately, a woman in a gorgeous red palace skirt entered the hall. Her face was extremely beautiful, and her long hair, the same color as her fiery red dress, was very eye-catching. But the most eye-catching and eye-catching thing was her pair of eyes, which were like the red moon and blazing like fire. These eyes made her already delicate face look even brighter and more beautiful, and set off her skin as white as jade, complementing each other. She looked like a holy and noble phoenix, holy and noble, cold and arrogant. The beast master Su family, Su Ruin congratulates Master Lu on his great happiness. Su Ruin bowed to Lu Changsheng. But in the moment when her head was lowered, her beautiful eyes trembled, and an indescribable emotion rose in her heart. You are too polite, fellow Taoist Su. Please take a seat. Lu Changsheng looked at Su Ruin in front of him and said in a gentle voice. He thought that after a period of time, his appearance and temperament had improved. It formed a strong contrast with his usual low-browed, pleasing, well-behaved and obedient appearance. When Lu Miaoj and Ling Zixio saw Su Ruin in front of them, one had a slightly strange look, and the other had a bit of amusement in her beautiful eyes. After all, they all knew that this genius of the Su family had been a slave in Zumi Cave Heaven for 8 years. Hello, fellow Taoist Su. Fellow Taoist Su, I am here. In the hall, many families immediately greeted Su Ruin politely. Some foundation building cultivators like Lu Yuanzhuang and Bai Yunayang had seen Su Ruin in their early years. Seeing the appearance and temperament of the former key refining cultivator who had now broken through the foundation building stage, they were all filled with emotion. Knowing that a genius like Su Ruin, once breaking through the foundation building stage and returning to the main vein, would soar to the sky, they were not comparable. Just as they were reminiscing and chatting, suddenly everyone in the hall felt a terrifying momentum and looked outside the Qingzhu Mountain. Golden Dragon Ridge Jin Patriarch, here. At the same time, a loud voice rang out. Golden Dragon Ridge Jin Patriarch, could it be the fake Dan Patriarch of Golden Dragon Ridge? This momentum, there is no mistake, it must be the fake Dan Patriarch. Hiss, I didn't expect that the Jin family ancestor would come in person. Didn't Qingzhu Mountain and Jinlong Ridge have a feud before? What is the purpose of this Jin Patriarch coming here now? Is he taking this opportunity to cause trouble? The foundation building masters in the hall stood up at this moment, looking outside with horror in their hearts. After all, who didn't know about the affairs of Qingzhu Mountain and Jinlong Ridge? Although the two families did not have a direct conflict. But now that Lu Changsheng, the owner of Qingzhu Mountain, is holding a concubine-taking ceremony, the fake Dan Patriarch of Golden Dragon Ridge coming here seems to be meaningful. Ancestor of the Jin family. Hearing this, Lu Changsheng also narrowed his eyes slightly, not knowing what the Jin family ancestor came to do. He chuckled and bowed to the people in the hall and said, Everyone, Lu will leave for a while. After speaking, he turned into a beam of light and escaped outside Qingzhu Mountain. Arriving at the mountain gate, Lu Changsheng immediately saw an ordinary-looking, tall old man in a golden robe standing outside. Just by the invisible majestic aura, he knew that this person was the fake Dan ancestor of Jin Longling. Next to him, there was a middle-aged man in his 40s with a majestic face, thick hair and beard, and wearing a golden dragon-patterned robe. It was the great elder of the Jin family, Qingzhu, who had fought with him on Qingzhu Mountain that day. When Qingzhu saw Lu Changsheng, his eyes immediately showed some anger, and his sleeves and fists were clenched. But he didn't say anything, just waiting beside his ancestor. Jin Longling Jin Changjun, congratulations to Lu Shansu on his great joy, and I came here specially to ask for a glass of wedding wine. The ancestor of the Jin family was flushed, and he bowed and said in a loud voice, "Hello, Ancestor Jin, the real person is willing to attend Lu's wedding banquet, which is really a great honor. Please." Lu Changsheng's expression did not change, and he bowed and smiled. Although he didn't know why the other party came. But with Zumi in charge, he was not afraid of him at all, not afraid of what the other party might do. After all, if he wanted to, the Zumi Illusion Heaven Array was in operation now, which was enough to kill dozens of foundation-building cultivators in Qingzhu Mountain, including this fake pill ancestor. Tisk tisk tisk, these ancestors must be worth a lot of money. If I catch them all, I'm afraid I'll get rich. Lu Changsheng smiled in his heart. But he just thought about it. If he really did that, I'm afraid the entire Qingyun world, and even the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, would experience a major earthquake. The three of them turned into escape lights and flew towards Bian Villa. Several Lu family members who were stationed nearby to receive them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Although the Jin family ancestor did not release any pressure on them just now, just standing in front of them was like a mountain, giving them a great pressure. Not only them, but also the key refining cultivators and foundation-building cultivators outside Bian Villa all stood up and bowed respectfully to the Jin family ancestor. After all, this is the fake pill ancestor. Not to mention Qingyun's rule. Even in the Jiang Kingdom's immortal cultivation world, Jiadan's Henren can be regarded as a top figure. At this moment, everyone was wondering why the Jin family ancestor came to Qingzhu Mountain. Especially some people who knew Qingzhu saw that the Jin family's elder who had conflicts with Qingzhu Mountain also came with him. Ancestor Jin, Elder Jin, please sit down. This carp soup is a specialty of our Qingzhu Mountain. These carps are all carp kings specially raised by my Lu family. They taste delicious. Lu Changsheng said politely with a smile. As if the fight with Qingzhu that day did not exist. I came here in a hurry this time, this gift. The ancestor of the Jin family touched his hands in the golden sleeves and frowned. Haha, it is already glorious for Ancestor Jin to be able to attend Lu's wedding banquet. Seeing this, Lu Changsheng said indifferently. However, before Lu Changsheng finished speaking, the ancestor of the Jin family took out an exquisite brocade box from his sleeve and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, why not give this to Master Lu as a gift? You don't think you are funny, do you? Lu Changsheng complained in his heart. He thought to himself that it was no wonder that ancient books said that some Jiandan's Henjin and Yuanying's Henjin were called old weirdos. Because the more active they are, the more eccentric their personalities will be. His face remained unchanged. He took the brocade box, put it in the storage ring, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Ancestor Jin, you are so polite. Master Lu, why don't you open it and see what this old man's gift is?" After the ancestor of the Jin family sat down, he picked up a piece of fish and started eating, and said aloud. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.